Other fees may apply.
Everyone deserves access to quality health. But for half the world's population, essential health services are out of reach. At AmeriCares, we know access to quality health saves lives. We care. It's our call to action. It's in our name, AmeriCares. AmeriCares about our communities, our neighbors, our families. AmeriCares about good health for a better world. Join us. Learn how at americares.org/goodhealth.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Last night in State Farm Stadium, the Fiesta Bowl was a great one between Miami and Ole Miss. A Carson Beck touchdown with 18 seconds left lifted the Hurricanes to a 31-27 win and punched their ticket to the national championship. Tonight, the Phoenix Suns will welcome Jalen Brunson and the New York Knicks to town for their first of 12 straight games against the Eastern Conference. Tip-off from Mortgage Matchup Center will be at 7 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns also in action on Sunday for the Washington Wizards. And in the Peach Bowl tonight, the rematch between Indiana and Oregon. Kurt Signetti and Dan Lanning will have their guys ready to go and competing for that second spot in the national championship. Kickoff from Atlanta will be at 5:30, and you can hear that on ESPN 620. Happy Friday, and that's what's trending now.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever. Fire. Good morning and welcome. The world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jerry Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Friday. Welcome to the 2 greatest words in morning radio. Happy Friday. There are no bad Fridays when you do morning radio.
Nope.
Isn't that accurate? That's accurate.
There's no bad Fridays really for most normal work schedule people.
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
I didn't really buy into that in my younger years, but as I've gotten older, not only that, and we've talked about this before, Friday is great, Sunday night is terrible.
Sunday night's awful. Yeah, awful. Yeah.
Sunday, the second half of Sunday may as well be a weekday.
It may as well be.
Yeah, listen, and that's one of the and we shouldn't do this because we're doing jobs people would kill to do.
True.
All right, so we're really risking coming off as just ingrateful idiots.
But it also makes us relatable.
But I will say this, that one of the I used to have that when I was a kid. That Sunday nights were the worst because school the next morning.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's exactly what it feels like now.
Were you guys procrastinators with homework and projects and stuff like that with school?
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, I was.
I hated the anxiety of it.
Listen, I had severe ADHD when I was a kid and had no idea it was even a thing.
Right.
I took a test like 10 years ago, and I was off the charts of what ADHD means to a kid. So that was part of my deal.
That's amazing that you could have that and be a professional writer for your whole life, where you have to sit and focus and you have deadlines and stuff like that.
But I was so weird as a kid that way. I would literally leave birthday parties before the cake was served because I just had to get out of where I was.
Oh,
so anxiety.
An intense feeling of I just need to leave.
Let's delve into the psyche of Dan Bickley.
Right.
You still do this. You know you do this.
Oh, I do that, of course.
I mean,
he leaves the show.
Boom.
Friday beers with Clue Haywood. You're the first one out.
Hell, you didn't even make it through your golf game the other day.
That's right. See, you're exactly right. There's something in me that always needs to flee.
And what did he also say?
True.
He also talked about leaving concerts early.
Yep.
Yeah, during the encore.
But that's more
pragmatic.
Yeah,
really.
that's
I know,
exactly.
but it's funny how each one of these things is.
And like my parents at times were looking at me like, what the hell is the matter with you? Mom, Dad, I have really bad ADHD. Go find me some Adderall.
They didn't have it
They
yet.
didn't have it back then.
Are you speaking English, son?
My youngest son, without it, he's a train wreck. That was me as a kid.
Wow.
So when I look at my youngest son, that was me, man.
And here you are.
And here I am. Still a train wreck.
As they say, is
rock
and roll history.
No, listen, I've always had that to this day. This need to flee.
But then what?
And what?
Once you flee, what calms you down? Or is it always like on to the next thing?
Kind of. Yeah, kind of that.
See, I don't. We're getting deep here. I don't have the need to flee, but I bookmark finish lines in my life. Like, I can't wait for things to be over. Even if it's something I'm enjoying doing, I just look for it to be done.
That's interesting.
And then, like Jared said, what's next? I don't know.
I just know you want to be done.
I just completed what I needed to complete.
Yeah. See, my biggest problem along those lines is I find it very hard to get excited for things because I'm always just thinking about I want them to go well. So I'm never enjoying the anticipation of them. And then when they're happening, I'm just thinking about, like, I hope it goes well, and then it's over with. Wow. My wife is very big about, like, if we have a trip coming up, she's like, from the moment we plan it for like weeks and weeks or months, she's like looking forward to it. And I'm just like thinking about like all the things that I hope go right and go wrong and everybody has fun and stuff like that. Instead of actually being excited.
That's an interesting stance to take for somebody who lets everybody else do the planning. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
No, it's okay. So where does this coming weekend rank on the sports calendar? The opening weekend of the NFL playoffs.
Well, now you mix it with the semifinals of the college football playoff.
And we got a couple of Suns games.
I think it gets a little boost.
Yeah.
I think next week is better.
Yeah. Well, next weekend is better because the quality of games
Matchups
usually is better. But to have 6 playoff games, I don't like the Monday night game. I think it should be 3-3. That's just me. But
I'm with you on that.
It's pretty high. It's pretty high.
All right, well, let's get it started. Start the show, Ferret.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Another name added to the candidate interview list for the Arizona Cardinals head coaching spot. It's Jeff Hafley, the defensive coordinator of the Green Bay Packers. First reported by SI NFL insider Albert Breer. Hafley has been the DC in Green Bay under head coach Matt LaFleur for the past 2 seasons after serving as the head coach at Boston College for 4 years, where the Eagles went 22-26 under his watch. Hafley has a total of 8 years of NFL assistant coaching experience with stops in Tampa Bay, Cleveland, and San Francisco. He's also on the interview request list of the Atlanta Falcons and Tennessee Titans. We'll get into the Jeff Hafley possibilities.
Interesting candidate.
On today's show. Cardinals reportedly conducting interviews with Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph, Kansas City offensive coordinator Matt Nagy, and Dolphins DC Anthony Weaver today. Another opening surfaced on Thursday when the Miami Dolphins fired head coach Mike McDaniel after 4 seasons on the job. McDaniel led the Dolphins to playoff appearances in each of his first 2 years, but they missed the postseason in 2024, going 8-9, and they posted a 7-10 mark this season. McDaniel had said he'd be involved in the Dolphins' search for a new general manager. Not really the case now, although several reports say the new GM in Miami could be named as early as today. Wildcard Weekend is upon us with 6 games on the postseason schedule. Starts tomorrow in Charlotte. Panthers hosting the Rams. Carolina won the regular season meeting between the teams 30-28 in late November, but the Rams still a 10.5-point favorite. Fox has the coverage of the game. That gets underway at 2. Then it's the nightcap in Chicago. With the Bears hosting the Packers. Bitter rivals.
Bears.
They've met 210 times in the regular season there. But this is only their 3rd playoff meeting. They split 2 regular season meetings. That game's 6 o'clock on Prime Video. Then it's the triple header on Sunday, starting with Bills Jaguars at Everbank in Jacksonville. That game is on CBS at 11. Niners, Eagles in Philly on Fox at 2:30, and then the Patriots hosting the Chargers at Gillette Stadium in Foxborough at 6 o'clock on NBC. And the Wildcard Weekend concludes Monday night in Pittsburgh with the Steelers taking on the Houston Texans at 6:15 on ESPN and ABC. Instant classic at the Verbo Fiesta Bowl at State Farm Stadium. 10th seeded Miami takes down 6th seed Ole Miss 31-27. Carson Beck, a 3-yard touchdown scramble with 18 seconds left, gave the Hurricanes the lead after Ole Miss had taken it back less than 3 minutes earlier on a 24-yard touchdown pass from Trinidad Shamblas to Daquan Wright. Shamblas' Hail Mary pass fell incomplete, no flags thrown despite plenty of contact from Miami defenders. So the Canes move on, and they will face the winner of tonight's Indiana-Oregon rematch at the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl in Atlanta for the national title. A week from Monday, Indiana, the top seed, beat the 5th seeded Ducks in Eugene 30-20 in October. That game gets going at 5:30 on ESPN. You can hear it on ESPN 620, beginning with pregame coverage at 5. It's got a lot to live up to match the semifinal we saw last night.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And it's kind of interesting for all the SEC honks out here. We might have a Big Ten champion 3 years running.
SEC.
Well, there ain't going to be an SEC one for sure.
Right?
3 years in a row without an SEC team in the championship game.
People forget they won 14 of 20.
Shut up, Sammy.
Well, who cares? They won. They won.
It was 3 years ago. Okay, never mind.
3 years in a row. The tides are turning.
For a conference that puffs its chest out and celebrates itself the way it does, 3 years is like 100.
Yes, and congratulations. You won a lot of championships when only a few teams got in, and there was bias for your conference to put them in that.
Yeah, that's it. When there was only NIL in the SEC and the Big Ten in the form of illicit backdoor
When
payments.
more teams make the playoffs, oh, what a surprise. The SEC can't keep up.
Former Sun Devil running back Raleigh Brown has a new home. He's committed to play for Steve Sarkisian at the University of Texas. Brown, a first-team all Big 12 selection after running for over 1,100 yards for the Sun Devils this season. ASU did pick up a commitment from another quarterback, Mikey Keene from Michigan. On Thursday, Keene attended Chandler High School, won 2 state championships, went off to play at UCF and Fresno State before transferring to Ann Arbor. He did not play this year. Keene threw for 281 yards and 2 touchdowns in Fresno State's 29-0 win over ASU in September of 23. Remember that game? Kenny Dillingham's first year.
Oh, my goodness, that's right.
Devils also picked up safety Lyric Rawls from Kansas, kicker Carson Smith from Austin Peay, Georgia Tech starting linebacker Tana Alo Tupuola, Colorado State linebacker Owen Long, NAU linebacker Ramir Davis, and New Mexico State long snapper Grayson Curtis. They just went shopping yesterday. Suns back at home after splitting 2 on the road tonight. They welcome the New York Knicks to Mortgage Matchup Center. Suns come in at 22-15 following their win over the Grizzlies in Memphis on Wednesday night. Knicks are 24-13 in second place in the East. They snapped a 4-game losing streak with a win over the Clippers on Wednesday. One thing to watch tonight, New York point guard Jalen Brunson in his last 3 games at Mortgage Matchup Center, averaging 37.7 points per game. Tonight's game gets rolling at 7. You can catch all the action right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and Arizona Sports app with pregame coverage starting at 6. Last night in the NBA, the Pacers finally got a win. They snap a losing streak. They beat Charlotte by 2, and Rick Carlisle gets his 1,000th win as an NBA head coach. Anthony Edwards became the 3rd youngest player ever to get 10,000 career points as Minnesota polishes off Cleveland 131-122. And the Heat Bulls game in Chicago postponed due to court condensation. Couldn't play. They'll make it up at a later date. College hoops tomorrow. ASU hosting Kansas State and Tempe at 1. Arizona, the top-ranked team in the land, on the road at TCU at 2. And the GCU Lopes at home hosting San Jose State at 6. That's on Arizona's Family Sports. You're on the call, correct?
I am on the call.
Just making sure. D-backs avoided salary arbitration with 8 players for next year. Gabby Moreno, Pavin Smith, Alec Thomas, Jake McCarthy, Kevin Ginkle, Ryan Thompson, and A.J. Puck, along with starting pitcher Ryan Nelson. And yes, I did mention Alec Thomas and Jake McCarthy. They're both still members of the Arizona Diamondbacks. There you go. There's your splash for this Friday, January 9th. Coming up next, another Fiesta Bowl, another instant classic in the college football playoff semifinals. We'll break it down here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Booker to his left. He's going to try a 3. And by the 3! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown. 108-105.
The Suns host the New York Knickerbockers tonight. Pre-game at 6. The game tips at 7 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 5-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way.
Talk a little bit of the importance of Moving Team 6 and the teamwork that goes into it.
The thing that separates Moving Team 6 obviously is our team. We can all go to work every single day and feel like, hey, we got to get a job done, but they've got to know that they're part of something bigger than themselves. Our team at Moving Team 6 believes that every single day they walk into a home, it's bigger than what they think, and they're making a big impact in someone's lives and taking away stress that they can't deal with that day, and we want to take it on for them. You can't pick up a dresser and carry it up and down stairs, and the whole word pivot of taking a big couch up the stairs, so you need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
In today's buyer's market, home sellers face more competition than ever. That's why it is crucial to understand all of your options before making a move. Kara Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty offers her guaranteed multiple cash offer program where you receive up to 10 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer. Kara will guarantee the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she'll buy it. Call Kara Royce today to review your offers. Call 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know. Now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 5-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which head coach vacancy will be filled first? We'll react to the latest head coaching news at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Friday, good morning. Shout out, thank you, tip of the cap to our audience in Deer Valley. We appreciate you up in DV this morning.
DV.
Anybody call it DV?
Second and goal from the 3. Down 3. Snap to Beck. Looking center of the field, nothing. Surveying has nothing. Now he's going to run for it at the 5, and Beck is into the end zone. Touchdown. 18 seconds to go, and Carson Beck trying to run the Hurricanes back home to Miami for a championship game.
Mark Kestisher, ESPN Radio, on the call, proved to be the game winner with 18 seconds left. Miami hangs on to beat Ole Miss in the Verbo Fiesta Bowl by 3 points, and they punched their ticket to the national championship game. Real quick side note, I want to say this.
Sure.
Because when I'm on weekends driving around, if I'm listening to college football on the radio, you ever have a chance to listen to Mark Kestisher, Kelly Stauffer, and Ian Fitzsimmons do a game? That's the crew that does it.
Okay.
It's a fantastic listen. It's such a good broadcast. I just wanted to say that.
Okay.
That being said, Miami, The last kid invited to the birthday party going to have a chance to win the big prize at the end.
Yeah, and unlike a young Dan Bickley, they're not leaving early. This is a Miami team that lost to SMU in Louisville earlier in the year.
Yes.
A team that's obviously gotten hot at the right time. A team that has a chance to win a national championship before they ever win their first ACC title. Isn't that wild?
Yeah, but that's the world we live in now.
It is. They're also cashing in because the ACC, for whatever reasons, came up with a formula where whoever goes on college playoff runs gets to keep all the money themselves. They don't have to share with anybody in their conference. Up to $20 million. They win the national championship, they get $20 million, and they don't have to share with anybody.
That's
what a year for the U.
Pretty good deal.
And I'll be honest, I never thought Miami would get back to this point as a program.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's been so many false starts in the last 20 years, would you say, since they were an elite program?
I mean, they
all
haven't
through the 80s, 90s, and
They haven't
2000s.
been in this spot in 25 years. They last played for the title in 2000, or they last won one in 2001, and that team was maybe considered the greatest college football team of all time. But I agree with you.
I thought they were in Nebraska.
Yes.
I thought they were.
But you know what it takes? It takes a coach to come in there. Mario Cristobal left a job at Oregon to go back to his alma mater to coach Miami. And you could say whatever you want about Mario Cristobal. That dude cares about Miami football.
Yeah.
He is a very good coach. And here he was talking about the Hurricanes' unlikely run to the finals.
For us, I guess it's the simplicity of we just let our play on the field take care of itself and answer any and all questions. I know a lot of times I think narratives take over, popularity, social, the media in general, and this game's never been about that. And I think these guys proved that after November 1st, 69 days ago, I think is what it was. They made a simple decision to bring energy every single day into the building and just get a little bit better and find a way to be 1-0. And, we haven't been home in a long time. We've been on the road for 5 straight games, and it's because of their work, their commitment, their belief, and their trust, and the confidence they have in each other. It almost seems like the tougher it gets, the better we play. And it's a testament to them, to their resilience, and their will.
And what people talked about breaking down this game before it happened was if Ole Miss is going to win, they got a challenge ahead of them because it's all about the Miami defense. It wasn't about the Miami defense.
It was a very fun game to watch. There were a lot of big plays, a lot of breakaway speed, a lot of good stuff.
The Miami offense won this game.
They did.
Miami held the ball for over 40 minutes, 400 yards of offense. They converted 10 third downs, 10 or more third downs, multiple fourth downs, and had 4 drives of 13-plus plays. They're the only team in college football or the NFL in the last 20 years to do that.
Well, Carson Beck is proving it pays to have 6 years of experience when you're playing college football.
I'll say I think Carson Beck sucks.
I don't think he's great either.
He didn't suck last night.
No.
He made plays when the game was on the line, and they were talking about it. There was at one point in the fourth quarter where they pointed out he hasn't completed a pass past the line of scrimmage in the second half of the game. And as soon as they said that, they started throwing the ball down the field a little bit. He made the big plays. But, yeah, you know why I know he sucks? Because he's in his 7th year as a college quarterback.
Yeah, that's right.
So for all you quarterback-hungry Cardinal fans, don't start talking about Carson Beck.
No. But you might be talking about Trinidad Shamblas, and we're going to talk about him later on because that kid has got something special, and yet he's got a lot of Kyler Murray in him.
I think he was the better quarterback on the field last night.
I think so.
And the throws that he made on the last 2 scoring drives for Ole Miss were just ridiculous. And the throw he made on the Hail Mary was right.
Throw.
It was right there. I mean, there was a tight window because the sideline was kind of constricting things.
I've heard a lot of Miami fans talk about that last play and say that wasn't pass interference, and if anything, it was on both players. I respectfully disagree. It was all defensive contact early. By the time they got in the end zone, it was mutual. But that defender had his hand right on the neck collar of the receiver.
Throughout the entire length of the end zone, so at least 10 yards.
Yes.
But it's everybody accepts it. Oh, they're never going to throw the flag. It's just not a penalty. It's a penalty at any other point in the game, but not on that point.
Very rarely on a Hail Mary do they ever see that.
Yeah, but again, I think last night was a huge victory for college football for a lot of different reasons. I think it reinforced the idea that if you as a university have engaged your NIL, you can level the playing field, that college football can be for everybody.
Oh, yes. What this has done, Miami getting to the championship game. And by the way, they're playing the championship game on their home field. For a team, you heard Mario Cristobal talk about not being home for a long time, 5 straight road games, and the final test is on their home field is amazing.
Is that the first time ever? Because I was thinking about that. Like, the biggest bowl games, unless you're UCLA, are not played in the team's home stadium. The Orange Bowl is pretty much the only one.
Well, back in the 80s, I remember Miami won their first national championship in that run in the Orange Bowl.
In the Orange Bowl, okay. So
Schnellenberger.
But they're like one of the only schools, them or UCLA, that can really do it.
Bernie Kosar. The other thing is, this is creating, I think, a lot of movement to expand the field.
I think so, too.
They're the 10th seed. They were the last team in.
Yeah.
It's starting to feel like college basketball now, where nobody cares about what happened in the conference tournament. It's all based on what happens in the NCAA tournament. Miami was not in its conference championship game, and they're one win away from playing for a national championship, for winning a national championship.
I will say, though, Miami was also in the top 3 in the country for a long period of time.
They were.
And they did stumble to SMU and Louisville, but it's not like they were teetering in the top 25 the whole year.
Yes, but you also said something that is going down this road in concert with this expanded field. The NIL, for all of its faults and all of its grossness, for lack of a better term.
And there's a lot of that.
It has an evening quality to it.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, why not expand this and get it bigger? And I also couldn't help think of what they're saying.
Why are you against that?
Because I understand the argument for just because you win when you get there doesn't mean you deserved to get there. Like, you have to make some value. You have to make some value of the regular season.
But why is college football the only sport that we do this in?
Oh, I know. I see that point too.
Nobody complains about the 9-7 New York Giants beating the New England Patriots in a historic Super Bowl. Nobody complained after the fact of a great Super Bowl that the Cardinals were in after they won 9 games and found their way in there. College football is the only sport. It's on this pedestal where the regular season is
maybe because it's the shortest.
It's because the people in the SEC and the Big Ten want to brainwash you into thinking that it shouldn't be inclusive.
Well, and aside from winning the conference, there's no set in stone criteria for getting in. With
everybody
NFL,
plays different schedules and stuff.
Yeah,
too.
with the NFL, it's like, okay, you win these games, you have this, you're in. With college football, it's like there isn't that.
Yeah, we'll have a lot more on the Fiesta Bowl coming up today. It was a tremendous game.
Yes,
and,
it was.
Highly, highly entertaining. And I think tonight's matchup is actually even better on paper than what we saw last night. Coming up next, the Cardinals adding another name to their candidate list for head coach. We'll get into the Jeff Hafley possibilities. Straight ahead, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to climb that ladder. I'm going to give you my 2 names, Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory. Get in line. Be aligned. Those 2 guys by far. Undeniable. Undeniable.
I'm looking up the words to the Michigan State fight song during the break. I'm gonna have to learn.
And
this.
anyone who disagrees, sit down and be quiet.
If the Suns make even just the play-in, I think you and I need to learn the words to the Michigan State fight song and sing them on the air.
Okay,
with the music in the background.
Okay, if they make the play-in,
make the play.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and with these chilly winter temperatures setting in, be sure not to leave your wealth management goals out in the cold. Highly recommend, if you are about to retire, if you're thinking about retirement, if you have anxiety about retirement, worrying that, hey, you know what, I might not have enough money at the end of this all to do all the things I want to do in retirement, set up a free appointment with my friends at Trajan Wealth. Might be the best thing you ever do, because if you're like most people, you might not have the peace of mind you need need, because it's one thing to save for retirement. It's another thing to feel totally prepared. That's what you'll get from Trajan Wealth. They are not financial advisors. They are fiduciaries, which means that's a big difference. It means they are they're duty-bound and obligated to act in your best interests at all times. I'm a client today because they earn my trust, and when you meet with Trajan Wealth, you're going to see it all begins with relationships. You can get a second opinion on your portfolio. You can get tailor-made game plans with personalized strategies built for you that will secure your financial future. Take the stress and the anxiety off of your shoulders. Call Trajan Wealth. Get your plan started today. 480-360-7900. Online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That is a $299 value. Paul Calvise here. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you're going to feel like you're 20 again. You gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You're going to think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better, because don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
It's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Michael, a recent Aria patient.
I had partials, and I was dealing with those for the last, 12 years or so, 15 years. And it just got to the point where I just got tired of it, and it just was, I needed to do something. I didn't know what I needed to do. And so I came into Dr. Joe and had the consultation.
My name is Dr. Joe Marinfar, and I have a practice in Phoenix where we focus on the all-on-4 process.
Everything was, from start to finish, was phenomenal, and it really amazed me. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. This is the last set of teeth, I guess you could say, you're going to have, and so you're done.
Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com, and tell them Wolf sent you.
College football fans, this is the game you've been waiting for. Watch the College Football Championships at Talking Stick Resort on Monday, January 19th. Catch every play on massive screens and enjoy mouth-watering food and drink specials that bring the ultimate game day energy. Whether you're cheering for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, this is the place to be. So come early, grab the best seat, and watch it all at Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Miami Hurricanes outlasted the Ole Miss Rebels in the Fiesta Bowl last night, 31-27, in what was a thriller down the stretch. And will now wait for the winner of the Peach Bowl, which is on tonight from Atlanta, between the Indiana Hoosiers and Oregon Ducks, which gets started at 5:30 over on ESPN 620. Tonight in the Valley, the Suns welcome back Mikal Bridges and the New York Knicks for what should should be a good one in downtown Phoenix tonight. Tip-off will be at 7, and you can find that on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And NFL Wildcard Weekend gets underway on Saturday with the Rams heading to Carolina, and the Packers and Bears meet for the third time this season. Sunday, we get Niners, Eagles, Patriots, Chargers, and a big one in Jacksonville between the Jags and the Bills, and it wraps up Monday night in Pittsburgh between the Steelers and Texans, and that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which head coach vacancy will be filled first? We'll react to the latest head coaching news at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Would you like to have a say in maybe the next head coach?
No, I have no say in that. That's what those guys get. The higher-ups get paid a lot of money to do so. I have full trust in Monty and, Michael, and I think they'll make the great decision and go from there.
That's Tyler Boom Boom Drake asking the question of Trey McBride at the WM Phoenix Open Media Day earlier this week. Does he want say in the next head coach? Can you imagine Trey McBride saying, "You're damn right I do.
Yeah,
I just had 120 plus catches as a tight end." That's not the way he's wired.
No, he's such an unassuming kid. Yeah, I mean, that's
I mean, he is him.
Well, yeah,
Blank,
boom!
blanker.
Yeah.
I'm him.
Right. So he went from boom
McBride.
to boom boom is what he did.
He did.
Trey McBride.
We'll talk to Boom Boom later on. Tyler Drake's going to join us at 8:30 to talk about the Cardinals coaching search, which got another candidate to grab a spot in this whole chase for the job. It's Jeff Hafley, the defensive coordinator of the Green Bay Packers. And it's an interesting name and an interesting profile because we've talked about, we both covet, we're not alone here, head coaching experience. There's an asterisk next to Jeff Hafley's head coaching experience because it's not at the NFL level, and it wasn't exactly the most sterling head coaching experience in the ACC at Boston College, where he was 4 games under 400 over 4 seasons. But the results have been pretty good in Green Bay as defensive coordinator for the last 2 years.
First of all, can you imagine a Jeff Hafley coming to the Cardinals after Ron Wolfley left the Arizona Cardinals? Hey, Half here. Great minds think alike. I wonder if that's got to be his nickname, right? Half. I don't know.
If your name was Hafley, would you want to be known as Half?
No. You'd want to be known as Whole.
Yes, that was where I was going.
Are you spelling that with a W or without
an H?
the W?
Because
Because I don't know if I would go there either.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. So, but it's an interesting candidate because people in football have kind of stamped this guy as this guy's got a lot of good stuff in him. He's had a lot of NFL experience, like you said. He's been a head coach, not in the NFL, not remarkably successful. But you're playing at Boston College. That's a big time market. So it's very, very interesting to me. But you're gonna have to wait till the Packers get done with the playoffs to interview him. But the Cardinals don't seem to be in any major rush anyways.
Refresh my memory. Jeff Hafley wasn't fired at Boston College.
I don't believe so.
He left
he
voluntarily,
left.
and I remember that making headlines. Because Boston, they had just come off his best season. They won the Fenway Bowl, and you know all the perks that come along with winning the Fenway Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
Get one of those Derek Jeter gift baskets.
But they... That's not how you get a Derek Jeter gift basket.
Fenway, sorry. I was thinking of Pinstripe Bowl.
The Boston College finished with a winning record in 2023, and he made headlines by stepping away voluntarily to join the NFL for a coordinator position. So it's not like we talked about the stigma of being fired as a head coach, and it lasts for a little bit. That stigma's not attached to Jeff Hafley either.
So Jeff Hafley is already on the wish list of the Tennessee Titans and the Atlanta Falcons, who have requested to speak with him as well. He took the Packers defense from 22nd to 12th in yards allowed, which
is pretty good.
Pretty good.
They also added Micah Parsons.
Yeah, well, there's
Right.
that.
I've got
there's
some
that.
And I would say that I thought the sort of knock on the Packers this year, all year, was that the defense wasn't as good as they thought it would be after adding Micah Parsons.
I don't think it ever stood out as like a weakness. But ranked 12th.
Yeah,
it's top half.
So he turned around a Packers defense that when he came in was a bottom 15 defense and bottom 10 defense in nearly every category. It's now in sack rate, expected points, and success rate against the run, all top 10 since he's gotten there. So that's pretty good. I mean, the turnaround.
The difference between top 10 and bottom 15 is not that great, though. That's like 5 teams.
I mean, it's gotten better, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think he's an intriguing candidate. Is he the best candidate? I'm still not putting my support behind Jeff Hafley at this point. I still want the guys that I want, the guys that stand out as more obvious, successful NFL head coaches. And yeah, Hafley does have that head coaching experience that I mentioned, but I think the Cardinals need to go down the road of somebody who has proven it at the NFL level to a certain degree. And then I'll, in the next breath, I'll mention Robert Salah. Well, he didn't have any success as a head coach. You can't win in New York with the Jets.
No.
And when you consider the Jets' reaction to this season, when they brought in one of their popular players from years and years ago, in Aaron Glenn, and they still stink. There's almost a built-in losing culture there. So I don't knock Robert Salah there.
I don't ding him for that either. And I'm glad some people are, because if the Cardinals really want him, they're not going to be fighting a lot of teams for him, it appears. And that was my initial fear with Robert Salah. It really was, that the Cardinals are not a good enough job in any year, much less coming off of this past year, where somebody with options is going to willingly choose them. That's sort of been our story here. Did you guys find the Jeff Hafley sound I was asking you about?
We do have it, yeah.
Okay, good. Jeff Hafley also made Packers fans very happy, and he made Bears fans infuriated. So he's having a press conference. I'll set it up, and you can play the sound. And it's basically, he was asked about, might this be your last year in Green Bay? And he went on this long monologue talking about how incredible it was to be able to experience the Green Bay market, to drive up to Lambeau Field and to feel the ghosts. And then he finished it with quite the banger.
Yeah, I love this group. I love being part of the Green Bay Packers, and I never take that for granted every day when I drive in and I get to see Lambeau Field, honestly. I mean, I'm a guy who started coaching Division III football and worked my way up to be a college head coach, and now I'm part of the greatest NFL organization that there is, getting to call the plays. So that is so humbling to me. I love the defensive players that we coach. Like, I love these guys, and I love the staff, and I love working for Matt. And I never take that for granted, not 1 second, which is why when I answer that question, I don't think it'd be fair to anybody in here, anybody a part of this, for me not to give everything I have for this game. Would one day I like to be a head coach again? Absolutely, for sure. But just even answering this question for you right now, I just am so grateful and so happy to be here and be part of this. And I've just loved coming to work every single day here. Even joking with you guys, I know sometimes it's hard and you ask hard questions, but you guys have been incredible. And I mean that. And it's not like that everywhere. So I thank you guys for that. Everything that I have been a part of here, from Goody to Ed to Matt, it's just been what a blessing to be here for me and my family. So I appreciate that. And we are not going to be done. So I will see you guys next week.
Isn't that great? Isn't that great? Now,
subtle but great.
Sports predictions aren't what they used to be, right? But that one kind of hit a little bit.
Well, yeah, because there's so many.
Because it's Bears and Packers.
It's heightened tensions on both sides, and that could be the premier matchup this weekend in the Wildcard Weekend, which we will take a closer look at. Will Jeff Hafley be back in Green Bay next week, dealing with the media? Quick look at all the playoff action this weekend. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The Cardinals should hire John Harbaugh tonight.
I tweeted him back. You think they're going to pay him $20 million a year?
If they ever did that, it would completely change the perception of the organization. Michael Bidwell, the ownership, and the whole organization. If they said, you know what? I've always said, how committed are you to winning? It's a question, right? That would be a screw you, Gambo. We're all in. If we... and everybody else that believes that the Cardinals aren't committed to winning. Michael could sit there all day long. They've been in Arizona since the 80s. They've had 6 winning seasons.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagus. And Matt, a lot of listeners tell me they're frustrated with the big box financial firms.
And I hear it every week. People get handed off from one advisor to the next, pushed towards products they don't need, and they rarely actually have a plan.
And that's the exact reason independent fiduciaries stand out.
Right. And at Bright Wealth Management, we're not tied to any parent company, any product shelf. Our only responsibility is to act in the client's best interest. No sales pressure, just real retirement income and tax planning.
And people can see the difference immediately?
Absolutely. Clear advice, more communication, and a plan that actually fits their life.
And you're offering that experience to anyone listening today.
Yes. Call us at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com and schedule your complimentary consultation.
If you want planning built around you, not a corporation, this is the time to reach out.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, basketball fans. Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Trevor's the guy that has a different level of talent. He's 6'5", and if you've never seen him in person, he's 6'5", he's 240 pounds. He's an unbelievably freakish athlete, and now what you're seeing is just the guy that doesn't think nearly as much. He reacts. I think he walks out on the field every time like I'm the best player on the field. That's why you've watched a much more aggressive quarterback. But yeah, he's one that can get himself into a different level of conversation. He's not there yet because this is really a 3-month run. He's going to have to go on a 2-year run. It'll start this weekend. He's got to beat a guy that we all put in, and he's earned the right to be in that conversation, but he's the one that can go to the next level. Yeah, in this playoff, he's really the only one that can go to a different level. Outside of Josh, he's the one that can go into a different grouping.
Dan Orlovsky from ESPN talking about Trevor Lawrence and what could be at stake for him personally this weekend during Wildcard Weekend. The Jacksonville Jaguars hosting the Buffalo Bills in what I believe is the most intriguing matchup. But let's just break that statement down from Dan Orlovsky.
Okay.
A playoff run could start his trajectory to be a top 5 quarterback.
All right.
Until he struggles in the playoffs, and then everybody will knock him down. I mean, Jalen Hurts has won a Super Bowl and been to 2. And he still gets raked across the coals.
And,
so all of this individual, where this guy ranks on the top quarterbacks list,
nonsense.
It's just absolute silliness.
I'm so glad you said that. It is really nothing but noise. The idea that, he will have finally arrived if you know how tenuous all that is, and how recency bias and what happens in the moment dictates everything.
It's almost like they treat, when you present it that way, it's like they treat, these very unofficial subjective rankings are etched in stone. He's a top 5 quarterback and he's going to stay there. No, you have to continue to perform.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of sports.
Yeah.
And the great ones don't fall off that list.
Absolutely. That's exactly right. But now that being said, it is a great opportunity for Trevor Lawrence.
He's been fantastic.
To kind of become the guy that many people thought he was going to be. I think there's a ton of pressure on Josh Allen, even given the fact that the Bills are the road team in this matchup, as we discussed yesterday. There's kind of that Charles Barkley and the Suns thing attached to this postseason for Josh Allen. Charles Barkley's biggest sin in the eyes of a lot of Suns fans wasn't not beating Michael Jordan in 1993. It was not winning in 94-95 when Jordan was gone.
Against the Rockets.
Against the Rockets. Exactly.
The team that won both of those titles.
And I think Josh Allen is going to really feel it if he does not make a Super Bowl berth this year, even given the road status of the Bills.
But Josh Allen's future in Buffalo is not in doubt. Sean McDermott's could be, according to Tom Pelissero of NFL Network.
There's certainly been speculation about Buffalo. I would also say Sean McDermott is one of the fastest, if not the fastest coach in NFL history to 100 wins in 9 years. He's been highly successful in the NFL. But again, to use that theory of the owners watching the other owners, Terry Pegula is not blind to what's going on in other places. If you are firing John Harbaugh because he's not getting over the hump with Lamar Jackson, do you consider just, hey, Sean McDermott's a great and highly successful coach, but maybe we need a different voice? Again, there's nothing in motion at this time, but let's see what happens on Sunday in Jacksonville.
Yeah, there's no track record there. It's undeniable to acknowledge the pressure on Buffalo, on Sean McDermott, on Josh Allen, because they've been at the precipice for so long. But how does Terry Pegula, as the owner, as mentioned by Tom Pelissero, how does he operate as the owner? Does he buy into that pressure? I mean, his own daughter never really wins the big one on the WTA tour. Is he going to disown her?
That's pretty funny.
She might have a. I didn't look it up. She might have a Grand Slam by now, doesn't she?
No.
Jessica Pegula? She
No,
doesn't?
I don't think she does.
Pegula?
Does she?
I'll double check.
Okay, Sean McDermott. Again, I think that what has plagued Sean McDermott is the same thing that kind of it factors into the John Harbaugh thing, although I don't think a lot of people are holding this against John Harbaugh. There's been a lot of wonky playoff game plans and a lot of bad strategery from the Ravens. But he does have a Super Bowl, so that seems to absolve him from a lot of this.
Yeah, I mean, again, I said it earlier in the week. If you're Buffalo and you don't get over the hump again, and you're going to make this big change, and you're going to uproot Sean McDermott with all the success he's had and the relationship he has with Josh Allen to bring in another coach who historically, even though he has a Super Bowl ring, is labeled with not getting over the hump, it remains to be seen.
Mm-hmm.
You think Buffalo wins that game?
I do.
Pedigree and experience.
But again, I think I've been shortchanging Jacksonville all year long.
Mm-hmm.
I've been waiting for them to fall apart all year long.
I said it on this show after they beat the Cardinals. By the way, the Cardinals gave them the best game down the stretch.
Right.
It was a
One play away
game. I didn't think they were that good.
No,
they're proving me wrong.
I was at that game, and I left it saying I can't wait to bet against them in the playoffs if they make it Jacksonville.
Here you go.
What'd they win, 8 in a row to finish the year? Unbelievable.
I think that's the best game. I think Green Bay, Chicago is number 2. Even though the Packers are the opposite of the Jaguars, they're limping into the playoffs.
That and the fact that the forecast for Chicago, it's bear weather, Vinny. It's going to be wind gusts over 30. It's going to be snowing.
So
Sounds awful to attend.
Not friendly to the Green Bay people.
Well, it's friendlier to the Bears. Well, you're right. That's kind of silly for me to say it like that. The Bears have got the better running game, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, they got 2 guys that can gash you in the running game. I think that's the second best game. San Francisco, Philadelphia.
It's a great game.
Is 3.
That's number 1 on my list.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it? If San Francisco was healthier defensively, I would bump it up.
Yeah. Well, and there are a lot of people. So when we talked about the Sharps who moved the betting line in the 49ers-Seahawks game, they were dead on the money about that. The Seahawks dominated that game defensively, and people feel that the Eagles are in a great position to do exactly the same thing to the 49ers.
Chargers, Patriots, I have 4. Houston, Pittsburgh, 5. Carolina, Rams, 6.
Do you think they'll ever change this stupid rule that you get an automatic home game if you win your division? The Rams are 12 and 5, and they have to go on the road to an 8-9 team.
Mm-hmm. Where one of those 8 wins was against the Rams in Charlotte earlier this year. So.
Touche.
Don't sleep on the Panthers.
No, So I found this wonky stat that all 8 of their wins.
Of course you did.
All 8 of their wins.
Gee, I wonder why you were looking at wonky stats.
So yeah,
go ahead.
All 8 of their wins this season have come as an underdog. They haven't won a game outright as a favorite.
Wow. But what'd they do when Jim Everett was their quarterback?
This is this year, Jerry.
Oh, okay.
This year, 8-0.
He's talking about Carolina.
Carolina.
Oh, okay.
They haven't won a game as a favorite. All
what did
8
they
of
do
their...
when Derek Jeter was their
Yeah,
game,
right?
Yeah. In the Fenway Bowl.
Derek Jeter didn't play for the Red Sox.
I know. I got excited by a funny joke that wasn't that funny and wasn't even relevant.
The Jared Carlin experience.
Yep.
Looking forward to the games this weekend. 2 of the 6 matchups are rematches. We mentioned Carolina and the Rams, and of course Green Bay and Chicago meeting for only the 3rd time. But 4 of these matchups, these teams haven't seen each other. So enjoy the Wildcard Weekend. Coming up next, the NFL coaching search got another opening yesterday around the league. We'll get into the Mike McDaniel story, possibilities with the Cardinals, and a lot more straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when Kevin McCabe hosts AZ Preps Live, Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Everyone needs to have at least one person in their corner in life. When you don't, it's an extremely lonely and frightening place to be. But knowing you have that one person gives you peace and hope. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Since 1988, myself and my firm have been in so many corners for so many clients for so many years. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason, and it's not even close. We fought like hell for you. We fight the bullies, automobile insurance companies, the makers of unsafe products, medical providers who injured or killed their own patients. It has been such an honor and made my life complete. If you ever need us, it's easy. On your mobile device or computer, visit forthepeople.com, and then we get to work 24/7. Whether you're hurt in a car crash, injured on the job, or have questions about your Social Security, we're here for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Sniffles and sneezes got you down? GoodRx is here to help with big savings on commonly prescribed cold and flu meds. GoodRx is free and easy to use. GoodRx is accepted at all major pharmacies like CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens. Just search your prescription, find a coupon, then show your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx is not insurance, but it works whether you have insurance or not. If you do, GoodRx may beat your copay price. Download the free app or visit goodrx.com to save today.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
College football fans, this is the game you've been waiting for. Watch the College Football Championships at Talking Stick Resort on Monday, January 19th. Catch every play on massive screens and enjoy mouth-watering food and drink specials that bring the ultimate game day energy. Whether you're cheering for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, this is the place to be. So come early, grab the best seat, and watch it all at Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey, I'm here with Tim Lee, the owner of Moving Team 6. What separates you from other companies that are out there?
We have a protocol of how we do a move. It's more of a military style, and people are like, wow, who does this? I really believe it's people on our team. I'm a firm believer it starts with the people at the top. When the people at the top believe in everything they're doing, the people will follow.
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
They're going to go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best. Tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Last night in State Farm Stadium, the Fiesta Bowl was a great one between Miami and Ole Miss. A Carson Beck touchdown with 18 seconds left lifted the Hurricanes to a 31-27 win and punched their ticket to the national championship. Tonight, the Phoenix Suns will welcome Jalen Brunson and the New York Knicks to town for the first of 12 straight games against the Eastern Conference. Tip-off from Mortgage Matchup Center will be at 7 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns also in action Sunday for the Washington Wizards. Tonight in the Peach Bowl, the rematch between Indiana and Oregon. Kurt Signetti and Dan Lanning will have their guys ready to go and competing for the second spot in the national championship game. Kickoff from Atlanta will be at 5:30, and you can hear that over on ESPN 620, and that's what's trending now.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Which NFC West teams do we think advance to the divisional round of the NFL playoffs? Is it okay if we root for none of them? That and all the latest on the Cardinals offseason on the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and, of course, Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Did the Dolphins fire Mike McDaniel so that they could hire John Harbaugh? Now, I am told, and again, let me explain this, that is not the case, that McDaniel's firing was independent of Harbaugh's availability, that it happened as a result of that meeting and ultimately as a result of the continued toiling that Ross was going through when it came to the head coach. Now, we looked to today for hints. The team is interviewing 3 candidates in-house today. They interviewed interim general manager Champ Kelly yesterday, and now they've got 3 in-house today. One of those names is Chad Alexander. Alexander is very close with the Harbaugh brothers, including John Harbaugh, and it is believed that Alexander and Harbaugh would potentially reunite if he were to get a GM job. All that being said, I'm also told the Dolphins have not made that decision on a GM, that they are expected to make the decision in the next 24 hours.
Jeff Darlington from ESPN breaking down the situation in Miami. I think the coaching decision is way more interesting than the GM decision, unless it's Alexander, as he brings up. Was that part of a package deal? Did they meet with Alexander and say, Harbaugh could be available? He's available now. Let's go. Do you think Harbaugh, even though he's not interviewing anywhere until next week, do you think he's the first name that claims a spot? Do the dominoes start falling with John Harbaugh's hiring?
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I think he probably would be on everyone's wish list, but I think that there are probably many places that don't think they have a realistic shot to get him.
Probably. Like the Titans or something,
Yeah.
probably aren't going to wait it out. But there's going to be teams, you're right, that are going to wait it out to see where he goes, because then they're going to move to Mike McCarthy or Kevin Stefanski or somebody along those same lines, if that's the type of coach that they're looking for.
Now, the Baltimore Ravens owe John Harbaugh $36 million. He's making $17 a year, 17 plus a year.
Yeah.
So basically, I guess they owe him 2 years of salary. So and the offset rules in the NFL, that's going to be something that's going to help, but John Harbaugh is going to want a lot on the back end of that as well.
Well, I mean, he's looking at an opportunity, even though he's the 3rd highest paid coach last year in the NFL. He's looking at a situation where he's going to get a pay raise.
So maybe
he's going to be the second $20 million coach.
People have said 5 years and $100 million is what it's going to take to get him. Subtract the 36 the Ravens get him, you're still paying $64 million for 5 years for a 63-year-old head coach. Listen. The thing about John Harbaugh is obviously is there's undeniably a culture in Baltimore, undeniably.
Yes.
And his experience and his ability to kind of bring an excellent staff. There's a lot of great things that come with John Harbaugh. Is it worth that kind of money? Again, I think the Cardinals need to do it for perception's sake. Show that we are in this game. That there
need to interview him.
There is no candidate we can't or are not willing to afford. I think that's a very, very important thing.
I agree with you, but go 3 years ago. What happened in their coaching search? What was the hang-up with Sean Payton, who was here? Did Sean Payton not want to coach Kyler Murray?
Well,
that was reported at the time. Was it a financial thing? Sean Payton is the 2nd highest paid coach in the NFL, making $18 million a year. It's you can't. That's something you can't.
Who's number 1, by the way?
Andy Reid.
Okay,
$20 million.
Okay.
You can't prove. Because we're running the promo too, and Gambo's saying, "Prove it." You know, if you're committed to winning, prove it. Pay him $20 million a year and make him the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. That's not something you can prove until you prove it. You know what I'm saying? You can
absolutely.
We were in it, but we got cold feet. To me, it was like there's a lot of. Remember when LeBron was a free agent?
I do.
And the Suns surprisingly got a meeting with LeBron's people. And everybody was like, "Ooh." They weren't really in it.
That was a favor to James Jones.
Yeah, it was.
Peyton Manning, remember, years ago?
I do remember that. A couple things about John Harbaugh, because I think this is also very true about his brother Jim and why he ended up in L.A. It wasn't just the quarterback piece. They're of a pedigree and an experience and a resume where what they're going to want more than anything is autonomy, power. And that is, to me, you wonder if he even wants a general manager like Monty Ossenfort.
Right, Monty Ossenfort would essentially become the co-GM if they hired John Harbaugh.
That's it.
I mean, and I'll use this word, ideally, if you're bringing in a John Harbaugh, a dude who knows what he's doing, don't you want, I mean, I agree, power has to be part of it.
Yeah.
Especially for a coach. And everybody wonders at this time of the year, what do these coaches covet? Is it money? Is it culture?
Mm-hmm.
Is it a good relationship with the owner? Is it the presence of a franchise quarterback? I think culture is important in all of these, and especially when it's a head coach of the quality of John Harbaugh. He's not going to go somewhere where he thinks the culture stinks.
Now, absolutely not.
We don't know what his perception of the Arizona Cardinals organization is. Recent history has not been good. And
But
people
that is
always talk about stability too, and the Cardinals get dinged for always changing coaches. There's a reason for that. It's because the coaches they're hiring are not coming in and affecting the culture in a positive way.
But what you said is a big part of it. Like this particular situation, John Harbaugh is interviewing the teams as much as they are interviewing him.
I think there's an element to that in all of these situations, but him specifically,
because he could pick it.
Yes,
he could pick his job essentially.
It's probably more him interviewing the Cardinals.
And that's the thing about, like, they could have that check ready to go to pay him, and he could still not want to come here.
True.
Because he's going to get that check from a few different teams probably this cycle.
Right.
But if you're the Cardinals, like what Jared said, like if you want to prove to the fan base you're serious, have the check ready to go.
Yeah.
That's what we don't really know what happened with Sean Payton. We know he spent like all day. He had like 2 meals, lunch and dinner or something.
Yeah, right. They probably reminisced when he was a ball boy.
And something happened
like
where
he. Day, Jarrett.
That's it.
I'm going to interview for the job.
Ate twice in one afternoon and accomplished nothing. That's perfect for you.
But something happened where he left that day without signing the contract, and we were all like, what happened? So we don't really know why he didn't come here, why he chose Denver, why if they didn't make the money right, the situation wasn't right.
Yeah, no, I think it was probably all of that. And Michael Bidwell in Newsmakers Week last year, he addressed that. We asked him flat out, and he said the price that they would have had to pay in capital to get Sean Payton was more than they wanted to pay.
Yes, because there was that whole aspect of it as well.
With New Orleans,
there was compensation in New Orleans.
Exactly.
But again, how committed are you to winning? Let's ask that question too, because Wildcard Weekend is here. Would we be previewing the Arizona Cardinals playing in a playoff game right now had they gone down that road 3 years ago?
I mean, Sean Payton, the answer is yes.
Look at what he's done in Denver.
Yeah.
I'm not saying.
And year one in Denver was not good for Sean Payton.
Sean Payton went into a city in Denver with a quarterback he knew he was going to hate, into a division that had Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and Jim Harbaugh, and it was cool with him. I'm down. I'll take on that challenge, because that's what the great coaches do, right? They don't look at something like that and go, ooh, that's too tough for me. They do just the opposite.
But on the autonomy thing, the power that was given to Sean Payton, he knew, okay, I'm gonna have to suck it up for a year with Russell Wilson, but I'll get these guys to write the big check to get rid of Russell Wilson. And it was viewed as, wow, what are they doing? And here they are, the number 1 seed 2 years later.
How about it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the real. No matter what you think of Sean Payton, he's a little gruff for some people's liking.
Yeah, but guys who know what they're doing are worth what they're paid.
And to think that guy was once a scab football player in the NFL. He crossed the picket line.
He did.
Generally, guys like that don't last. That's how good he is.
Yeah. Coming up next, what does Matt Ishbia think about the Suns' surprising start? What does it mean for the rest of the season? We'll tell you what the Suns owner had to say next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Booker to his left. He's going to try a three. And by the three! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown. 108-105.
The Suns host the New York Knickerbockers tonight. Pre-game at 6. The game tips at 7 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, let's talk about something a lot of people deal with, but almost nobody wants to talk about or admit, that they're in private student loan debt trouble. When you're struggling with private student loan debt, it feels like a weight that you're dragging around everywhere you go, but you don't have to keep dragging it. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and why you don't have to keep dragging it is because YRefi exists. YRefi works specifically with people who are struggling with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. They help you refinance into a low fixed rate payment that you can actually afford. Fits into your budget, not a fantasy budget, and they do it without judgment. They're not going to lecture you or ask how you got in this situation in the first place. They're here to help you start fresh. I've talked to people who feel completely buried, like they've run out of options, and then YRefi steps in and gives them a real path forward. There's something powerful about knowing someone's actually willing to work with you in a situation like this. You can't change what happened, but you can absolutely change what happens next because of YRefi. Give YRefi a call today, 888-YRefi-85, or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 AC inspection that includes a complete system performance test, a safety and efficiency review of your compressor, your coils, and your wiring, plus tune-up recommendations to extend the system life and lower your bills. Go to cbrothers.com to book it or call 602-222-3535.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Hey, it's Luke. Our old friend Mikal Bridges and the New York Knicks are coming to town today. So how can the Suns send New York back home with an L? We'll preview Suns-Knicks at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Good morning, shout out, and a thank you to our audience in Apache Junction. Appreciate everybody listening and viewing out in AJ this morning.
I love Phoenix, and we got to do the right thing, and I think that's the first step is creating a culture and identity. And so I actually knew it back in the summer when we started, when we said, hey, listen, we got to tear this thing and do it the right way with an identity, and I knew that every decision from who we hired, from the GM to the coach to the assistant coaches, to which players we decided to keep and not keep, to which players we added and subtracted. Like, all that mattered. And so did I know it would be as good this quickly? Maybe not, but I didn't think the results might not be as good as quickly, but I definitely believed in the concept and idea, and the results have been great. The city seems happy. The players are loving it, and everything's going great right now. But we're only 37 games in. We got to keep stacking it, keep building. But I feel really good about the direction we're going now.
Matt Ishbia on with Burns and Gambo yesterday here on Arizona Sports when he realized that the team has matched the identity they defined in the summertime, in the offseason. And I started thinking about this. Since Matt Ishbia took over.
Matty-ish,
right? February 2023. We were at his introductory press conference. It was Super Bowl week. There was a lot going on that week. Then there was a lot more going on because immediately after that, they make the Kevin Durant trade. In the time that has followed to now, January 2026, has anybody in the Valley in any walk of life been on more of a roller coaster in terms of public perception than Matt Ishbia?
No.
He's been on top. He's been on bottom. He's been everywhere in between.
And he's back on his way to the top. Yeah, it's really, really incredible because there was a time after the second year and after that last press conference of last season when a lot of people thought, man, what a fall from grace Matt Ishbia has had, and how in the world are the Suns going to get out of this? And as I've said many times, most basketball experts said, you're not. You're trapped in a perfect storm. You have somehow taken a future and stripped everything you had to create a future, and you're done. You're toast. And here we are with the basketball team that's anything but. It's one of the more remarkable stories I've ever covered. So think of it like this. The New York Knicks are in Phoenix tonight, which means this is the first time in 3 years Mikal Bridges is coming back to a happy place. That the joy is back in Planet Orange.
I mean, it was always a little happier when he walked through the door.
Right.
He brings that vibe with him.
Right. But
I get it.
You know exactly what I'm saying. Right? And so and you know what else is interesting? You would think with the long, great history of the New York Knicks, the Phoenix Suns actually lead the all-time series with the Knicks, 72-68.
Really?
Yeah. Just a stupid little fact that means nothing, but it kind of speaks to how good the Suns have been for many, many, many decades.
People forget that because the lack of championship banners, they forget what the history of this team is, and the history is winning, and it has been, and they're getting back to it. Matt Ishbia also scored points with a lot of Suns fans when he shot down the Dylan Brooks trade noise. He talked about that with Burns and Gambo as well.
Yeah, sometimes I see some of that. I don't see that much of that. I'm not on there too often. But when I saw that and there was so much excitement around it, there's zero chance that's happening. Zero chance we have any interest in trading Dylan Brooks. I just talked about identity and culture and leadership and grit and toughness. I mean, I'm defining the Suns, but it defines Dylan Brooks. Everything that we love about what the Phoenix Suns are doing right now, Dylan Brooks represents that. And by the way, so does Jordan Goodwin. I'll go through all the guys, Devin Booker. I can go through the guys, but Dylan Brooks we traded for a reason. And so, these guys online, they'll say, we're going to trade this. I know they're trying to get clicks and all that stuff, but sometimes I see it and I just figure, let me just shut this nonsense down real quick, and that's what I did.
Hey, sometimes you're in the position to have the power to shut down the nonsense, and he certainly did that.
Well, and then he also scored big points with Dylan Brooks. We said that in real time, and subsequently Dylan Brooks has acknowledged that he really appreciated Matt Ishbia doing what he did.
Yeah.
Because a guy like Dylan Brooks, again, you're talking about a guy that's got a certain reputation. And for an NBA owner to go all in and say, love that guy, what is up?
Yeah, I feel like Dylan Brooks specifically did not feel appreciated at the end of his time in Memphis and his time in Houston. So for him to feel like they really want me here, and his role this season has been unlike anything really he's had in his professional career.
Let's face it. Let's look at Dylan Brooks' end of his Houston tenure. He was kicked out. He was scapegoated. Oh, wait, he didn't say that, did
he? He could have. He could have.
Well, the one who
really was Jalen Green.
I was just going to say, the one who really should feel like that, that was an up-and-coming team, a playoff team that said the one guy that's expendable that we can get rid of is Jalen Green. He should have that chip on his shoulder.
As much as Matty Ish is talking about how much he loves this team, how nobody is going nowhere, the Jalen Green as a trade chip is still an option for this basketball team.
It is, and it's come up. There's been rumors reported that the Milwaukee Bucks have been interested in acquiring somebody like Jalen Green, maybe specifically Jalen Green. That one hasn't been shut down. It's not nearly as noisy.
Mm-hmm.
The Bucks are trying to figure out what they're going to do. By the way, did you see Giannis's quote? I'll never ask them for a trade.
Yeah, I did see that.
But I'm not in charge of that.
The ball's
I'm an
in on their
employee.
court.
Right.
Yeah. Called himself an employee, which is wow.
The thing with Jalen Green is, like, do you think this team could reach another level with him? Versus, do you want to upset what you currently have now?
That's it.
I mean,
that's the question.
We're going to see more of Jalen Green before the trade deadline. We've seen him play for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
What we saw was really good. He's not the most consistent player.
No.
He's not the best defensive player.
He certainly is not that.
Would trading Jalen Green ease their numbers crunch at the two-guard position and alleviate some of the positional overlap they have in similar types, size players? Absolutely. But it would be irresponsible to do that this early. On the flip side of it, what are the Suns missing? Everybody said, they need a power forward. They want to be serious. They need a power forward. They need somebody who can D up, hit a three, grab a rebound. Milwaukee, would you trade Jalen Green for Bobby Portis?
It's a very, very interesting proposition because Bobby Portis would add to a lot of that grit and toughness and all that.
He's a Suns killer, too.
And he's right. Well, that.
So we all know him.
And again, this is nothing against Jalen Green. It's about the question Jarrett just posed. Will his skill set and his minutes and his shot allocation, will it take away from the whole? Will it actually have a negative effect on where this team is going? And to me, it's more than that. It's really on the defensive side of the ball. They are so locked in defensively now, and this is not a guy that's known as a good defender, and they're going to suffer on the defensive end with him in the lineup, unless he's had a sort of an awakening at watching what's in front of him these last couple of months, and go, okay, I see what I got to do. I know what I'm going to have to do when I get back here.
But on the other side of the other side is his offense and athleticism so good that he can take this team from a fringe playoff team to a team that could win games in the playoffs.
Well, he's certainly going to get that chance.
How many times in this first 37-game stretch have we said on this very show, wow, they really could have used the Jalen Green last night?
Yep. I say it almost every other night.
Yeah. So the answer on the Portis thing is no. They got to wait this out. Now I'm not saying.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying you trade him anytime in the near future.
Yeah,
of course,
I'm not saying he's a Phoenix Sun for life, but ride this out a little bit.
But there was a lot of reporting when the trade was made with Houston that the Suns initially tried to peel off Jalen Green.
To their credit, though, they came out pretty quickly organization-wise and said, no, he's going to be part of this team, which a lot of people didn't understand because of that positional overlap, which got even more so as the roster was constructed. Real quick, I want to play this. This was Ishbia on whether or not the Suns do plan to be active at the trade deadline.
We'll be active because we talk to people every day, but the truth is we love our team. We love our guys. We love our coach. We love everything we got going. We don't need to mess with a great thing. And we still have to see our full team, which we'll see hopefully very soon with Jalen out there and the whole group. Like, we don't need to make a change at all. We could go nothing and do nothing at all and feel good about it, and we can find a way to get under that $300,000 with something creative. But the reality is this. We don't need to do anything. We like our team. We're proud of our team, and we're building. Now, if something comes up and we make a move, we'll look at things. We're not going to be head in the sand because we're always trying to build and get better. But we like where we're at. I think the fans love who we are right now, too.
So the thing about the holidays, it blurs everything. We're only like a month away from the trade deadline. Can you believe that?
I know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're saying they're going to have a window to see Jalen Green. He's still not back yet, and there's not that much time before the deadline.
Suns and Knicks tonight. Suns will still be without Jalen Green. They'll be without Jamari Bouye again, still dealing with that concussion. Knicks coming in without Josh Hart, and we won't get to see the triumphant return of Landry Shamet tonight. He's out.
But I do think we will see the end of Jalen Brunson just absolutely demolishing the Suns defense.
I hope so.
I think we'll this will have been the end of that.
Coming up, Sammy gets us caught up to the big stories on this Friday in the Rush Hour reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
What if John Harbaugh was like, yeah, I'll come up, but I want Kyler. You guys keep Kyler. So
You know what? Okay.
I'll do it.
You know, we're all laughing. That's so funny. That's it. John, what are you talking about?
His track record's so good, I would do it.
Would you say that Lamar Jackson was similar to Kyler Murray in terms of quarterback and the skill
bigger,
set
but yeah.
and the offense? Right. That's so funny.
I don't think that's the case.
Be quiet.
Let me just throw a wrinkle into this.
Once again, you know, this does create a rare opportunity for Michael Bidwell to shock the world.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Happy Friday, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Sweet James, and maybe you've wondered about that name. Sweet James, what is that all about? Well, his name is James Bergner. The Sweet nickname came from our guy Petros Papadakis, Fox Sports analyst, former fullback at USC, because he could not believe a Bulldog attorney could be so nice outside of the courtroom, and the nickname just kind of stuck. But know this, Sweet James and his accident attorneys, anything but nice, anything but sweet. To your opposition, you're going to be battling if you're ever injured in an accident, and I am talking about the insurance companies that will not want to pay you a nickel for your injuries. Here's what they'll do for you. They'll get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. They'll get your car fixed. Then they're going to go out and get you the most amount of money and the justice you deserve. They will treat you with compassion every step of the way. They've even got their full in-house trial team and all the extensive trial experience that their attorneys have give them incredible leverage when dealing with and negotiating with those insurance companies who know they cannot deny or play games when dealing with Sweet James. This is why they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in America. And if you're injured in an accident, do not settle for less. Call for a free consultation, and remember, you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Miami Hurricanes outlasted the Ole Miss Rebels in the Fiesta Bowl last night, 31-27, in which was a thriller down the stretch, and will now wait for the winner of the Peach Bowl, which is tonight from Atlanta between the Indiana Hoosiers and Oregon Ducks for the second time this season. That game will get started at 5:30 over on ESPN 620. Tonight in the Valley, the Suns welcome back Mikal Bridges and the New York Knicks for what should be a good one in downtown Phoenix tonight. Tip-off will be at 7, and you can hear that on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And NFL Wildcard Weekend gets underway Saturday with the Rams heading to Carolina, and the Packers and Bears meet for the third time this season. Sunday, we get Niners, Eagles, Patriots, Chargers, and a big one in Jacksonville between the Jags and Bills. And it wraps up Monday night in Pittsburgh between the Steelers and Texans. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Bellotto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Oh, it's time for the Rush Hour Reboot. Sammy's got the big stories on this Friday. Sammy!
Yes, good morning. Happy Friday. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. And always want to give a shout out to those watching on YouTube. And if you're wondering what, you can watch these guys every single day? The answer is yes. All you have to do, go to Arizona Sports on YouTube, and we'll be there. I want to start again with something we've been doing until the Cardinals hire a head coach. I'm going to give you a candidate or possible candidate, and you're going to make the case for and against them. And today, coming down yesterday, was Jeff Hafley. Why would you be for him? Why would you be against hiring Jeff?
He's got a unique blend of experience. He's been a head coach, albeit not on the NFL level, and he seems to be gaining momentum as a real quality kind of new up-and-coming hot coaching candidate. Why you wouldn't? There's no proof he can do the job on the NFL level, and to this point in the NFL, I don't think he's been a coordinator. He's been a defensive backs coach, right?
The coordinator now.
Until Green Bay.
Yeah,
right?
until Green Bay, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, Vic kind of nailed it. Yes, head coaching experience with a caveat. It's at Boston College. Now, he did step away from that to get back to the NFL with the goal of being a head coach again. Is he ready? I'm not sure this is the cycle for Jeff Hafley, because this is a new name to these interview processes around the league. It's an intriguing name, but yeah, the big against for me is exactly what Vic said. Hasn't done it at the NFL level, and that's number one on my checklist.
On your checklist.
Yeah.
Speaking of Jeff Hafley, he'll be coaching this Saturday in the NFL Wildcard Weekend, a massive weekend. So which guys this weekend have the most at stake? It could be coaches, quarterback. Which guys have the most at stake?
Yeah, I think you start with Josh Allen for a lot of the reasons that we've already talked about without Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, or Lamar Jackson in the AFC tournament. He's under significant pressure to cash that chip and get to the Super Bowl right here, right now. I think Matthew Stafford is a guy that is likely going to win the MVP award, given the fact that his body of work was done against significantly better competition than Drake May. I think he's under pressure not to lose to the 8-9 Panthers. I think Ben Johnson is under some pressure for saying he likes to beat Matt LaFleur twice a year. He's only done it once this year.
That's
right?
True.
Yeah.
I'll go a different route. Number one name on my list is Sean McDermott. What you said is absolutely true about Josh Allen.
But he's not going.
He's not going to lose his job
That's
if he
a good
loses.
point.
McDermott could. I think Caleb Williams.
Yeah, he was on my short list.
There's been this ascension. They have a home game at Soldier Field.
Yep.
In a game, quite honestly, the Chicago Bears should win.
Yes.
Even though the Packers have more recent playoff experience, they should win. And we talked about it with Trevor Lawrence and the Dan Orlovsky cut earlier in the show, this roller coaster of perception on quarterbacks. He's riding a wave right now, Caleb Williams. If he has a bad game and they lose, there's some pressure for him to perform too.
Can I pose you Bryce Young? I know the expectations aren't maybe for him to win, but the Panthers have an option to pick up his fifth option. And then, again, all roads for me right now lead back to Philadelphia. I think their head coach and Jalen Hurts have a lot at stake.
Oh, absolutely. Certainly, I'll agree more with you on the Philadelphia realm than the Carolina realm. I think Bryce Young and me being a very casual observer of what Carolina has done this year, or last year for that matter, I think he's done more than enough to have his 5th year picked up.
I tend to
by
believe
Carolina.
that.
I think it would be foolish for them not to do it with the growth that he's shown since losing his job. So I'd put him a little lower on the list.
Fair. From NFL football to college football, the Peach Bowl tonight, the Hurricanes punched their ticket in the Fiesta Bowl last night. Indiana and Oregon rematch. What do you expect in that one?
For some reason, I don't think Dante Moore was very good the last game. For some reason, I think Oregon's going to win this game. It's not who I want to win, with all due respect to all you Ducks fans out there. I love this Indiana story. I want to see Curt Cignetti kind of finish this deal, if you will. But I think these rematches get tricky in college football.
They do.
And we've got proof of that already.
Yeah, Dante Moore did throw 2 picks in that game in Eugene. Weather was a factor. It was a rainy day that day in Eugene, which obviously should have probably helped the home team.
Yeah.
It didn't. I just think, and I'm guilty of it to a degree as well, the football history of Indiana bleeds into your thinking.
It does.
I watched them absolutely dismantle, dominate, steal the pride of Alabama at the Rose Bowl. And I'm like, well, it's Indiana. They're playing a team that's not exactly a blue blood, but a good, successful program in Oregon. But I think Indiana's way better than we're giving them credit for.
They are a buzzsaw right now.
They are.
And to expect it to stop tonight against the team they've already played, I don't know, but I hope it's a good one. Okay, so we did just briefly talk about the Suns last segment, but Jalen Brunson's last 5 games against Phoenix, 34, 37, 35, 38, and 39. So he is the definition of a Suns killer. How can they slow him down tonight?
I wonder, I was actually wondering about that earlier. Who do they put on him to start? Will it be a Colin Gillespie assignment? I don't know. Because it just seems like he torches whoever they put on him. Do they go with somebody
like he might
bigger?
be a little too physical for Colin.
Yeah.
Colin's a game defender, but Jalen Brunson is a very physical player.
Yes. So do you go bigger? Do you put
Ryan Dunn?
You put Dylan Brooks on him to start?
That's not a bad idea.
You put Royce O'Neal on him to start. I mean, the Suns do have options defensively, but that's got to be the goal is to slow him down, especially since they don't have their emotional leader in Josh Hart tonight. So a lot of it's going to fall on Jalen Brunson, but I'm almost expecting to see Brooks on him.
Yeah, I think he's going to see a lot of bodies. I think down the stretch, if Goodwin's in the game at the end, I think he'll be the primary defender.
I would agree.
Yeah.
I would agree.
Okay, lastly, some MLB news right now. Rob Manfred said that once the MLB expands to 32 teams, he's considering doing away with the American and the National Leagues and just going to East and West. What are your thoughts?
I absolutely loathe almost every aspect of this.
Really?
Yes. The only aspect that I can't get past that I absolutely love is that the projected alignment that Rob Manfred put out there on the Carton show on WFAN was the Diamondbacks are out of the Dodgers division.
Where can we sign?
They would be in the Dodgers would be in the West, the Diamondbacks would be in the Southwest. Yeah. I hate everything else about this. How do you take 120 plus years of history and throw it away because of convenience? You can't. There's certain things baseball has turned its back on historically that you're like, okay, it's tough, but it makes more sense. Getting rid of the American League and the National League would be a disaster for Major League Baseball, in my opinion.
Interesting.
I can sense.
Do you agree, Bick?
I don't know. I don't feel as strongly about it as you do. I like the idea of regionality in almost all sports. The idea of the American League and the National League, you're right, that is about as tradition-based as you're going to get when it comes to the sport of baseball. Traditions have meant nothing to Rob Manfred to date, to his credit. Because a lot of the changes that he made, previous commissioners would never have done it.
A pile of tin, or what did he call the...
a piece of metal.
A piece of metal, yeah.
He also went on to potentially say that they're also looking at a cup in the regular season, like the NBA. I'm like, dude,
I hate that.
I hate that.
The MLB
That's
just
stupid.
I agree.
Where are they expanding to? Also, there's teams that should relocate, but they don't need more teams.
Well,
I think Nashville wasn't.
Nashville.
I mean, Montreal's
Charlotte.
in the mix. Portland's in the mix, but that could still be 3 years away. He's got 3 years left in his commissionership, and he wants to get it done before he leaves office. So it's not imminent, but
It's not, but he did talk about it. Well, so happy Friday, guys.
I'm not against expansion, but all this other crap. Ugh.
That was good. Good job, Sammy.
Thanks. We're all rebooted on this Friday. Coming up next, the Arizona State Sun Devils have been very active in the transfer portal, and their former quarterback still doesn't have a home. We'll talk about all of it next with Chris Cartman from Sun Devil Source. It's Bickley and Marotta mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Here comes Kevin Durant. There goes Kevin Durant. And in his absence, it feels like the first time where a really, really elite player in the history of the league just walked out that door, and you're fine. You're not going through the, oh man, Barkley left and we suck.
You're happy about it.
Oh yeah, Nash left and our team is terrible. We're not going to be any good anytime soon. This feels like the first time in forever that one of the very best players in the history of the league just became an ex-Sun, and we're not really that bothered by it because we're having success without him.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Southwest Gas fuels the moments that matter the most. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. Southwest Gas also supports the lifestyle of Arizonans. Take, for instance, cooking a meal. Natural gas is the fuel of choice for chefs, whether you enjoy dining, outdoor cooking at home, or in the backyard for a barbecue with family and friends, or just for quiet, cozy nights by the fire with roasting marshmallows and s'mores. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you'd like to learn more about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future for our community, please visit swgas.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Life is short, so why would you spend decades enslaved to a mortgage company when there's a smarter way? With a Life Changer loan, every dollar you earn works for you, not your lender. Pay off your home in just a few years without changing a single spending habit and keep 24/7 access to your equity. Your money should serve you, not the bank. It's not magic. It's just math. So mortgage prison ends today at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB100203031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That is a $299 value. Paul Calvise here. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you're going to feel like you're 20 again. You gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You're going to think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better because don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Which NFC West teams do we think advance to the divisional round of the NFL playoffs?
Is it okay if we root for none of them? That and all the latest on the Cardinals offseason on the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and, of course, Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Oh, we're down to just a couple teams left vying for the national championship, but it's also transfer portal time in college football. The ASU Sun Devils have been very busy so far, picked up a slew of players yesterday. One of their former players still without a home. Here to talk about all of it with us, the publisher of SunDevilSource.com, Chris Karpman, our guest here on Arizona Sports via video. Good morning, Chris. How are you?
Doing great, man. I'm sucked into the transfer portal vortex, trying to get out.
Good luck.
Before we get sucked in there with you, I want to start with a non-ASU question. The Ole Miss Hail Mary, pass interference or not?
Refs are going to swallow their whistle in that situation. I think most of the time you can't really count on much in a Hail Mary where guys are fighting back and forth. I mean, normal play, pass interference, Hail Mary, no pass interference.
Okay, fair. Kenny Dillingham has had quite the week in the transfer portal. It opened up last Friday. Here we are a week later. They've bolstered a lot of positions. The position that stands out to me the most, well, two of them really on the offensive side, what they've done at quarterback with Boley and Mikey Keene, maybe creating a competition going into fall camp at that spot, and the wide receiver spot with Miller and Harris. Your thoughts on both of those positions on what ASU has brought in, Chris?
Totally agree. Guys, keep in mind, we're kind of in a Moneyball era now where you have to make smart, sound decisions. A guy like Sam Levit's going to cost maybe twice as much, roughly, as Cutter Boley. So what you do is you get a young, talented guy who started in the SEC, but he's not perfect. There's some things you got to work out. And then Mikey Keene is a very high floor player who has the ability to come in and operate your offense and do well, especially if there's dynamic weapons around him, which they've added, as you said there. Omarion Miller, Reed Harris, Raiden Vinesbright. That's the best wide receiver class in the transfer portal. We're talking about a dynamic top two duo that's about as good as anything that we've seen in Tempe in recent history. You'd probably have to go back to like N'Keal Harry and Brandon Ayuk, or maybe even if N'Keal Harry had returned for Brandon Ayuk's second year, that's the caliber of Omarion Miller and Reed Harris. So I think they've knocked it out of the park with their offensive skill positions. Of course, they're going to need Boley to be able to rise to the occasion and be the player that they hope for him to be. But if that happens, then this is a tremendous accomplishment.
Is the loss of Raleek Brown a big deal? Was that a price tag issue in your opinion?
Yeah, that's a money thing. Raleek Brown, very dynamic athlete, ran for over 1,000 yards, super impressive. But running backs don't tend to cost a lot generally. And he's going to Texas where he's getting more money, but he had 4 rushing touchdowns, right? And I think people saw in the Sun Bowl, Jason Brown, super dynamic young player. He was a 4-star top of the class guy for ASU. Demarius Man Robinson also is talented, and then ASU just added 2 running backs, one of whom, Marquise Gillis from Delaware State, who's coached by Clinton Portis there, ran for 1,100 yards. And he's coming way cheaper, and he's 6 foot, 210 pounds, and a pretty good athlete in his own right. So what they've done is they have options now in the backfield. They can go situationally. They have different types of guys that contrast. They have depth in case one guy doesn't work. Other guys should be able to be solid options.
Chris Karpman, Sun Devil Source, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. I want to go back to the wide receiver position, not moving forward, because I thought you outlined it perfectly on the optimism and the depth they have there now. But going back to last season, Jordan Tyson obviously was off the charts great when he was on the field, first team all Big 12, even despite the time that he missed. How disappointing do you think the coaching staff found the wide receiver position to be, making these pickups in the portal necessary, Chris?
Yeah, that was one of the more problematic areas on the roster. Jalen Moss dealing with injury and illness for a good chunk of the season. People saw what he could do in the Sun Bowl. Kenny Dillingham being more involved in play calling, I think, helped in that respect. And Sam Levit also tended to really lean on his security blanket in Jordan Tyson, which maybe contributed to that. But there's no doubt that they didn't have enough weapons in their passing game. And really that their transfer portal haul last year wasn't good enough. Noble Johnson was an addition who didn't play. Jaron Hamilton flashed some big play potential, but never really got it fully in gear. I don't think they're going to have that problem this year because they're adding guys who have already demonstrated that they're capable of executing an offense at a high level, being reliable pass catchers, explosive weapons. And again, what they also have returning at tight end, even though that they're losing Shema Mateer, Kamari Anderson, AJ Ia, I think that they have a lot of weapons that they're going to be able to get the ball to.
Hey, Chris, when Sam Levit blew off the team banquet, I gave him a mulligan because I had assumed that he must have already had a new NIL deal locked up and the new school didn't want him exposed to his old staff and all that. Now that hasn't happened, I'm not sure what to make about all of this and what Sam Levit is going to mean to this fan base 5 years from now, 10 years from now. Your thoughts, your insight. Some people have speculated that maybe Kenny said, you know what, I'm going to move on. Give us some insight as to what you think this has all been about.
ASU would have liked to have Sam Levit back, but it comes down to everything being right about that, like everything feeling right about that. Like he's coming off of an injury. Where's his mind at? How much does he expect to be paid? What does he want to go along with being paid? Like, are there going to be demands in other respects? I think it was more about like them not agreeing about the future or him wanting, or the people around him having too much say in the future that contributed to the situation being what it was. I think that reputationally, going to the banquet was kind of a must. Like, you can't fix that when you're getting paid a lot of money. Like, I heard around 1.9 million between NIL and revenue share for Sam Levit in 2025. You're getting paid a lot of money to be a leader. And also you want to demonstrate to the next place that you're going to go that you are that. For him to decide to not do that, I think that was a mistake. By the way, he was already on social media, like on Instagram, he was already liking a bunch of like posts about Lane Kiffin and LSU prior to having the conversation about ASU and what he was going to do with his future. So I just, there's a lot of things that are involved there. It would have been great for ASU to have Sam Levit and all these other weapons. I just don't think that was going to be financially viable. And I also think that he didn't handle it as well as he could have, but he's a super talented player and someone who easily is capable of leading a team to a college football playoff, being a high first-round NFL draft pick, all of that. But there's things that you go through that you have to learn from and be a better version of yourself.
With the Damon Williams situation seemingly, quote unquote, patched up at Washington, I wouldn't want to be in his shoes, by the way. But do you think Sam Levit ultimately ends up in Baton Rouge?
Well, I think that's the most likely option. I've said for a while that Miami could become a factor for him. Those to me seem like the two most likely destinations at this point.
Gotcha. Chris, great stuff. Thank you so much for the time today. Always good to talk to you.
My pleasure, guys. Thanks.
Chris Cartman, publisher, SunDevilSource.com, joining us via video this morning here on Arizona Sports. Coming up next, Bick's going to kick off the second half of this Friday show with the blast. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and winter is descending on the valley. Time to turn on the heat. If you haven't done so yet, make sure your system's ready. An HVAC tune-up from Parker & Sons gets that done. It's fast, it's affordable, it can save you from a chilly surprise down the road. Put that on your to-do checklist. Also, cooler weather means open windows in Arizona, which is absolutely fantastic. But what about the air quality inside your home? From duct cleaning to air purifiers, Parker & Sons has ways to keep your family breathing easy. In fact, their Captura air scrubber cleans the air in your home 24/7 and is a great idea with cold and flu season upon us. Keep your family healthy by calling Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And remember, all their technicians are trust certified, which is a pretty big deal in my book. It means they're licensed, bonded, insured. They've all passed drug tests. They've all passed background checks. They are the company you can feel safe allowing into your sacred space. All you got to do, call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the Hummer EV is a game changer, and you're kicking off the new year with some serious savings.
What's up, Dave? There's no better way to start the year off with a brand new Hummer EV. For a limited time, get up to $8,000 off the all-new 2026 Hummer EV, SUV, or lease for just $799 a month. It's a new year, a new ride, a new opportunity you don't want to miss.
So shop and buy online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, it's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Denise, a recent Aria Dental patient.
Life before was crazy. I think I've had every other treatment option that you could have. I had the veneers, I did the bridges, the fillings, the crowns, the everything. Yeah, I put a lot of money into my teeth and it never paid off. Since the surgery, my life has changed all for the better. Every day I'm smiling. Every day I'm laughing. They say laughter is the best medicine. New teeth for me was the best medicine.
Take it from Denise. Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com and tell them Wolf sent you.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Last night at State Farm Stadium in the Fiesta Bowl, it was a great one between Miami and Ole Miss. A Carson Beck touchdown with 18 seconds left lifted the Hurricanes to a 31-27 win, and they punched their ticket to the national championship. Tonight, the Phoenix Suns will welcome Jalen Brunson and the New York Knicks to town for their first of 12 straight against the Eastern Conference. Tip-off from Mortgage Matchup Center will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns also in action Sunday for the Washington Wizards. And the Peach Bowl tonight, the rematch between Indiana and Oregon. Kurt Signetti and Dan Lanning will have their guys ready to go and competing for the second spot in the national championship. Kickoff from Atlanta will be at 5:30, and you can also hear that on ESPN 620, and that's what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Michael Bidwill is known to take chances. He took a shot on a 60-year-old career assistant who had never been an NFL head coach before. He took a chance on a college coach with bachelor swag and a losing record. So we know that the Cardinals owner is willing to think outside the box. But how would he do with quirky? How would he do with a head coach who is anything but an alpha? With a guy who loves nothing more than wearing a crisp, clean pair of sneakers. Because Mike McDaniel is a fascinating wild card in their ongoing head coaching search. And that's because he is one of the best run game architects in the NFL. His Dolphins led the league in explosive plays in 2022 and 2023. He comes from the Mike Shanahan coaching tree, which has produced Sean McVay, Matt LaFleur, and Kyle Shanahan. And for all his recent failures, he made 2 playoff appearances in Miami with Tua as his quarterback. And while McDaniel doesn't carry the force of personality that I really want in the next Cardinals head coach, he is definitely interesting and definitely someone the Cardinals should add to their shopping list. Because when it comes to offense, McDaniel is truly a savant without socks, exactly what Cliff Kingsbury was supposed to be. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Mike McDaniel becomes the best available offensive coach in football. And if you're a team that is looking to hire a new offensive coach and coordinator, or there's a head coach offering or opening, you should attach yourself to Mike McDaniel. Because if he goes to New York, you're going to watch Jackson Dart take off. If he goes to Atlanta, you're going to watch a young quarterback or Kirk Cousins play at a high level. Mike McDaniel becomes the most desired offensive coach available in the NFL.
Dan Orlovsky from First Take on ESPN. Put that on the back burner for a second because you stumbled upon a great band name. Savant without socks.
And forgive me for mispronouncing Savant and pronouncing it like a Chicagoan. Savant!
It's all right. You're from
Savant.
Illinois.
Yeah.
Savant.
Savant without socks.
Yeah.
Exactly what Cliff Kingsbury was supposed to be.
Men Without Hats had a couple hits.
Yeah,
Why
yes.
can't Savant Without Socks
Savant
thrive?
without socks. That's pretty good. Because it rhymes with rocks.
Look, we brought this possibility up yesterday. When Miami got to the determination, they kept the timing of it was weird, but timing in Miami, it's always weird. They fired him on Thursday after the conclusion of the season on Sunday. And we kind of threw that out there as an out of the box way to think if you're the Arizona Cardinals. You don't see head coaches really, almost generally speaking, get a job after they've been fired. A head coach job to a head coach job. Normally it's back to coordinator. And I think
Unless they have a big history.
Like
John Harbaugh.
Mike McDaniel had a winning record in 4 years in Miami. 2 playoff appearances, didn't win any playoff games. You heard Dan Orlovsky there. That's his take. He's the best offensive coach available. He didn't say coordinator.
No.
He said coach.
Yeah.
If you want to go down that road, and I'll disagree with you a little bit. I think I'm fascinated by Mike McDaniel's personality. It's not your normal rah-rah coach.
No.
I think he's a deep thinker.
Definitely.
I definitely agree with your use of the word interesting. I mean, he's so interesting, I'm pretty sure if he still drank, it would be Dos Equis. Because he just says interesting things.
He really does.
And, is that important? Yes and no.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it's something that we certainly take notice of in the media, and I think The lack of personality by the last head coach certainly resonated with fans.
His predecessor would have had the personality of this Formica table, did he?
Want to hear some of the great Mike McDaniel quotes over the
Sure.
Ooh, let's do this.
What makes this one great?
Because we're another day closer to death.
That's a great one. That's a classic
I think
one.
the positive is that was a miserable experience. To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game. They
that's not gold.
are pretty nice people that it comes to football, they black out and say a lot of things.
He's an interesting character.
He really, really is. But again, there's a quirkiness to him that I don't know if he would vibe with Michael Bidwell and Monty Ossenfort. But listen, there are fans. He could punch his ticket as an offensive coordinator anywhere he wants.
So far, he's been reached out to by the Lions for their offensive side.
They're salivating for him in Detroit,
Well,
obviously.
I think his connection with Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn has been very, very influential and supportive. Mike McDaniel did have an admitted alcohol problem earlier in his coaching career. Dan Quinn was very important in him becoming sober, staying sober from 2016 on. The Commanders have an offensive coordinator position open as well with a young franchise quarterback in Jaden Daniels. I think both of those teams would definitely benefit. But I wouldn't, if I'm the Cardinals, just because the guy got fired, I wouldn't scratch him off the list.
No, I would find him to be very, very interesting. Now, you could make an argument that in a guy like Robert Salah, if you're looking at what is going on in the NFC West, and if you project, and I've mentioned the Mike Shanahan coaching tree to you, a Mike McDaniel as a head coach would give you a guy like Kyle Shanahan and like Sean McVay. Clearly, they're from the same coaching tree. Mike McDonald of the Seahawks is exactly the opposite. They hired him to be a defensive guy who can cook up schemes to neutralize Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay. These are very important questions you got to ask at the baseline of your coaching search. How do we deal with this monstrous division we are stuck inside of?
Well, it's a great question. And do you combat it with a young up-and-comer hotshot? And I think even though he's got 4 years in the league, McDaniel would still fall into that category. Or do you shoot and you swing for the fences and go for a John Harbaugh and overpay him more than anybody else would? Plop John Harbaugh in as the antidote to these three young, dynamic coaches who, by the way, aren't going anywhere for a long time.
No.
But McVay could, I guess. There's always been that lure of television to him.
Mm-hmm.
But Shanahan's not going anywhere.
No.
McDonald's
No.
not going anywhere.
No.
You're going to continue to cycle through coaches every 2 to 3 years in this division, in this landscape?
That's
good luck.
That's the whole thing. And I think you framed up what I'm getting at perfectly. You're just going to be on a hamster wheel. If you hire somebody young and inexperienced, because you're just going to end up firing them and hiring somebody new and trying that again, given what you're up against in the NFC West. What happened in the NFC West this year was not flukish. It was not an anomaly. It's the byproduct of organizations and coach-GM combos that are in complete lockstep. Elite head coaches. And look, Mike McDonald came from Baltimore, worked under John Harbaugh, absolutely raves about John Schneider's vision and his philosophy. We know John Lynch gives Kyle Shanahan pretty much anything he wants and whatever it is he needs. And they spend real dollars every year. They don't hide underneath the salary cap and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Well, let
They
me
figure out ways to manipulate it
Yep.
for sure.
This is maybe a larger question for another time, but what's Monty Ossenfort's and the Cardinals' vision and philosophy?
Well, I mean, I think Monty Ossenfort had a real chance on Monday to outline exactly what that was, and I don't think he really painted the picture. And I kind of got on it, got on the quote about what are you looking for in your next head coach, and he gave the definition of a coach, basically.
Yeah, this is what he did.
So I don't know.
Defense and
I don't
run
know how
game.
much of this is really Monty Ossenfort's vision. I think it starts above Monty Ossenfort.
I would agree with you.
The one team in the division is the Rams with what happens post Stafford, but we don't know how much longer Stafford's going to play.
Yeah, but
he seemed revitalized this season.
Yeah, he's going to be the MVP.
Right.
Yeah, right.
And I think the Rams, being the responsible organization that they are, they're going to find their next quarterback this offseason. and stash him away until Stafford can't go anymore. By the way,
and would it be interesting to have Mike McDaniel going up against Mike McDonald?
I hate it.
Yeah, that would get very
That's
confusing.
why I'm glad he got fired. I always confuse them in my head.
I'm kind of with you, Jarrett, because when the Thunder were here on Sunday, as a PA announcer, I was so glad that one of the Jalen Williams wasn't playing.
That is confusing.
That's right.
Jalen Williams
That's
checking in for Oklahoma City, replacing Jalen Williams.
Thank God Jalen Green wasn't playing.
This email got sent out to us today. One of the odds makers, John Harbaugh's next job. The Arizona Cardinals have the 8th best odds. There's 7 teams with openings.
Sounds about right.
There are 2 teams currently that have head coaches that apparently have better odds to land John Harbaugh than the Arizona Cardinals do.
Wow.
That's the Buffalo Bills and the Green Bay Packers.
Wow. Wow.
So not optimistic on that.
Not really. But
Well,
hey,
look, if
you
the
can't
Packers
hit a home run until you swing.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And if the Packers fired Matt LaFleur, he would get right into that cycle.
Same with Sean McDermott.
Exactly.
Yeah, both of those guys would be 1-year turnaround retread guys. That stigma of being fired wouldn't follow either one of those.
No.
Unless they wanted to take time off, which I don't see LaFleur doing. Maybe McDermott would. Arizona sports teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Ron Wolfley and Dave Burns on the Arizona sports team to help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event, February 21st. Text the word HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and to sign up today. Coming up next was last night's Fiesta Bowl, an instant classic. Don't ask me, because it's all about the U. We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You know, for me, base and earnings right now, this is what I want. I want a guy who has head coaching experience. That's what I want.
I think you have to.
Number 2, I want an offensive mind as well. And number 3, old school mentality when it comes to the game. Old school mentality. You need somebody who understands the true nature of this game. That means the blood sport on the line of scrimmage and how you win and lose football games. And if you want to allow fighting as well, that's fine.
You wouldn't be upset with that. Maybe bring the fullback into a more prominent role. Is that what
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Happy Friday, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Turf Monsters. And is your backyard a little cringy? Does it keep you from having company over on the weekends? If so, my friends at Turf Monsters, the company you call, the award-winning one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. And now is a great time with the weather cooling off to get that done. If you're a golfer, great time for that custom-built putting green you've always wanted. If you've always wanted a beautiful green sparkling lawn without the mess, Turf Monsters, a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, and you save a lot of time and a lot of money with artificial turf when you do not have to hire landscapers or pick weeds on the weekend. And from fire pits to barbecue pits, from pavers to pergolas to pickleball courts, Turf Monsters can create an oasis you can enjoy every day of the week. Check out their work online. While you're there, schedule your free estimate at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 five-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
Today at Burke Simpson,
we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home, you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. Well, that sounds perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. If you find the new home you want, that's a big deal. So buy it now. Sell the old one later, and here's how. Orchard gives you cash. You can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No showings, no waiting around, no double moves. You ever try to do a double move before? You don't want to do a double move. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home, and they make price-boosting upgrades for you. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. And they can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's quick, it's easy. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. What are the matchups to watch for in tonight's Suns and Knicks game? No, Marvin Webster's not walking through that door. We'll discuss starting at 2 on the Burns and Gambo Show. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Good morning. Shout out to our audience via radio, via YouTube, via the app. In Guadalupe, we appreciate the support in Guadalupe this morning.
From the 35-yard line of Miami. Shamblas waiting in the gun, takes the snap, drops back, fades to his left, looking downfield, throwing for the end zone. It is knocked down, incomplete, and the ball game's over. The Miami Hurricanes are headed back to the championship game, and they'll have a chance to win it at their home stadium. Miami 31, Ole Miss 27, a final from the desert in Glendale, Arizona.
Mark Gestisher, ESPN Radio, final call last night from State Farm Stadium. And Miami does win it in a thriller, a fourth quarter that had really everything. But what was not mentioned in that play-by-play call was the question that some are asking, not everybody is asking. We started our conversation with Chris Cartman on it. Was there pass interference on the final call? I want to play this from Emmett Golden from ESPN Radio.
Then you have the last play of the game, blatant pass interference that's not called. And I'm not saying that's the reason they lost the game. I'm not even insinuating that. But call the game straight up. I don't want to hear this mess about it's the end of the game and you just got to let them decide on the field. That was a penalty, and of course it wouldn't have went on the goal line because in college it's only a 15-yard penalty, but they deserve to have another play. Not the reason they lost, but that was just a little pet peeve of mine. I hate we can't call fouls or throw flags on last plays of the game because we don't want to be the story.
Look, I agree with totally everything he said. I think it was blatant pass interference, and the college rules in place, line of scrimmage is the 35-yard line. If that's the NFL, you're never getting that call
because you're first and goal from the 1.5.
First and goal at the 1,
right?
Because if that is too punitive an assessment in pro football. Mississippi would have had one play from an untimed down from the 20-yard line to win the game. Wow, that wouldn't have been a greater finish.
I agree with you. And I'm really questioning a lot of the people I've heard who if that was anything, that was both ways. The wide receiver did engage in contact, but after he had been mugged for about 10 yards. So if I'm a fan of Ole Miss, I am feeling bruised by the ending of that game. But props to the Fiesta Bowl people for putting on a great game. I'm very happy that there were really no issues with the grass at State Farm Stadium.
Thinking about while I was watching that too.
You and I both heard that one of the coaches involved in the game was very worried. He had heard the reputation about it being slippery at times, and he wanted some extra access to it to check it out. And so that didn't happen. So great night for the Fiesta Bowl. The stadium looked great. Cardinal fans irate at the fact that those casitas were gone and out of the view, and it looked like a real stadium again. Am I wrong?
No, it looked good.
It always looks good.
I said something so stupid to Vinny earlier today. I'm like, I didn't know those casitas could move. And Vinny's like, yeah, dumbass, they've got to bring in a field every time.
And as Cardinal fans, maybe
I didn't call you a dumbass.
Well, you were thinking it.
Oh, you got me on that one.
Yeah. So and then also the game was so clean and so fun and full of big plays and long touchdowns and speedy explosive plays. It was the antidote to all the Lane Kiffin stuff that led up to this game.
And look, I feel horrible for Ole Miss. I was rooting for Ole Miss. There's no doubt about it.
Me too.
I was hoping they'd get one more play to kind of give us that storybook ending. Either way, somebody's going to make a play at the end of the game. Miami's story is tremendous, and Miami won a game. The first two games they won in this playoff, it was very easy to diagnose. You leaned on it. The first game against Texas A&M, their defense was outstanding. That continued in their second win. They won their game because of the offense last night, and I did not expect to be saying that. The pass rush for Miami was completely neutralized by Ole Miss. Ole Miss's running game with Lacey was neutralized because he hurt himself, or aggravated the hamstring injury. He wasn't right, even though he had a 73-yard touchdown run. So I think their game plan offensively changed because they didn't have him and because they didn't have control of the ball for very long.
It's true.
It was a great football game.
It really was.
And I think you saw two quarterbacks shining in different ways.
Yeah.
Carson Beck doesn't have the most sterling reputation. 7th year in college football.
I believe you said he sucked earlier.
I've never been a fan of his. I watched him a lot at Georgia, and I thought he was completely overrated. And he looks like he's always stoned. But
yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. He does.
He came up big in the big moments, and Trinidad Shamblas is just a fun quarterback to watch. He's fantastic.
Yeah, I want to get into him real quickly. One last thing on the Lane Kiffin thing. The reports were that Lane Kiffin was the guy that was trying to get DeMond Williams out of Washington, which makes him even more of a
sleaze.
The sleaze. Wright Thompson, a friend of mine who's a writer for ESPN, he said
great hat collection.
Oh, no doubt about it. He wrote this about Lane Kiffin. It got me thinking. So in our binary world where the gray areas aren't allowed much oxygen, Kiffin is either the most dishonest man in the college game or the only person willing to see and say what it has become. That last part is kind of interesting to me.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get to Trinidad Shamblas.
Real quick, just to follow up on that quote, because I think that's a great line, and it does provoke some thought. I mean, we talk about how lawless this is, but when somebody breaks the law, we're like, oh, that's unethical. There's no ethics involved.
No. There is none, and so we're all fixating on these terrible things Lane Kiffin is doing, and Wright Thompson points out he's just the one that's being honest about it and transparent about it.
Maybe that's true.
I don't know. All right, Trinidad Shamblas, any desire of drafting him if you're the Arizona Cardinals? Because you could probably get him down the road, not in the first round.
I mean, he's trying to get a waiver to go back to Ole Miss for another year.
Yeah.
And I think that's just a belief in his own development, that maybe he's not ready. This was a guy who was a second-string quarterback, almost didn't get to play because he wasn't academically eligible. Then he was a backup. And he was a Division II player last year. But the skill set is electric.
Yes.
He's not the biggest dude in the world.
No, that's what worries me.
He's got a lot of Russell Wilson in him, I think, watching his game. That's what stands out to me.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good comp.
But his ability in the clutch, he steps up and makes incredible plays.
But again, he's
it's got
not a pocket guy.
Nope.
And I guarantee. And you said maybe down the road for the Cardinals, if he declares he will be a first-round draft pick.
Do you think so?
Given the state of this quarterback class, and especially
there's going to be 3 guys that are going to, or at least work their way into the first round.
Yeah. 3 more or 3 total?
At least 3 total.
Okay. I think
now
the third guy is probably Simpson, who I'm not sold on either.
Right.
Me neither. I would not draft Ty Simpson.
And especially if Dante Moore decides to, say they lose tonight and he wants to come back, compete for a championship next year, Shamblas will be a first-round draft pick.
Interesting. Coming up next, we will talk more about the Arizona Cardinals coaching search with the man who covers the team for us at Arizona Sports, Tyler Boom Drake, will join us in studio next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Booker to his left. He's going to try a three. And by the three! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown. 108-105.
The Suns host the New York Knickerbockers tonight. Pre-game at 6. The game tips at 7 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here, and Waltz is a Valley institution. They've been serving customers in the Valley since 1957. Chances are you've got a grandparent or somebody in your family history who might have bought a washing machine from Waltz way back in the day. Here's why you should shop at Waltz TV and Appliance for all your electronic needs. They'll give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. They'll give you great selection, inventory you won't find anywhere else in the Valley. All the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions, all the way up to 115 inches. Great selection of audio components from speakers to sound bars. Great selection of outdoor televisions. Now is a great time to put an outdoor television in your backyard. And for all that expertise and all that experience, you will not pay a premium because Waltz also offers unbeatable pricing. And to prove it, if you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz, watch them match it. They'll also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy your worry-free installation done by a pro, which really helps people like me who can't even get a remote control to work properly. Finally, when you're at Waltz, drop my name. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your call. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is starting off the new year strong with big savings.
Absolutely, Dave. It's our New Year's savings sales event. All month long, you can lease an all-new 2026 Train for just $279 a month or purchase with $47.50 in savings. Plus, the popular 2026 Yukon and Yukon XL models are arriving daily with lease options at $799 a month, making this the perfect time to upgrade your ride.
So visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, all the legendary JT, moving Team 6. Hey, listen, why do you guys do what you do and work the way that you work?
It's all about team. Especially with hiring, we go by character.
Yeah.
We want good people that care about the customer.
You hire a lot of veterans, do you not?
We do, yeah. That is our goal, 100%. We want them to be a part of a team, part of a family. That's why we have great team leadership that helps our guys get to be great at what they do.
Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy. Especially we do follow-up calls with customers. Your guys were amazing. They are incredible. They treat us with so much respect. We go for our military because they go in, they get the job done right, and that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Miami Hurricanes outlasted the Ole Miss Rebels in the Fiesta Bowl last night, 31-27 in what was a thriller down the stretch, and we'll now wait for the winner of the Peach Bowl, which is tonight in Atlanta between the Indiana Hoosiers and Oregon Ducks, which gets started at 5:30 over on ESPN 620. Tonight in the Valley, the Suns welcome back Mikal Bridges and the New York Knicks for what should be a good one in downtown Phoenix tonight. Tip-off will be at 7, and you can find it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. An NFL Wildcard Weekend gets underway Saturday with the Rams heading to Carolina and the Packers and Bears meeting for the third time this season. Sunday, we get the Niners and Eagles, Patriots, Chargers, and a big one in Jacksonville between the Jags and the Bills, and it wraps up Monday night in Pittsburgh between the Steelers and Texans. Happy Friday, and that's what's trending now.
Gotta get boom, boom, boom. Gotta get boom, boom, boom. Gotta get boom, boom, boom. Gotta get
Oh, you know the theme song. That's Tyler Drake's music. Tyler Drake covers the Cardinals for us at Arizona Sports. He joins us in studio. Jarrett Carlin's one-man campaign to make Boom Boom a thing continues, Tyler.
Yes.
But thanks for coming in.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. I got the Carlin Classic on today, too. So.
Oh, yeah,
that
you
looks
do.
Like something
That's,
you probably borrowed from his club.
yeah, that's out of the Carlin wardrobe.
Looking
no doubt
good,
about
right?
it.
Absolutely looking good today.
So he is wearing velour today. I
know.
believe.
I'm pretty shocked.
It's chilly this morning.
Vic, do you have anything velour in your wardrobe?
No.
And if so, when was the last time you did?
Velour, velvet, suede.
I had a velour shirt that I wore in kindergarten, I remember.
You still have it? Were you a big kid? Would it fit me?
No.
Oh, okay.
All right, Cardinals coaching search in its first week after they make the determination to move on from Jonathan Gannon. We've been pretty clear on this show what the Cardinals should be looking for, especially when you consider the neighborhood they're playing in the NFC West. Experience and winning experience matters. How much do you think the Cardinals will value that? Because the press conference wasn't real clear on answers on direction.
No, and I didn't think we were going to get much there in terms of direction. A lot of just, this is what we're doing, wait and see. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for experience. I'm looking for somebody that's been in this division before, that knows a thing or two about this division. So for me, those are two huge caveats because those have been two things that have been missing from these coaches the last couple times around. And yeah, I mean, inexperience has been number one, I think, is you bring in a guy who hasn't been there before. This time around, I just think you've got to land on somebody that has at least been in the seat of a head coach.
I don't know how Michael Bidwill and Mike McDaniel would bond or whether it would be a fit, but what do you think of him as a candidate? Because they don't
I think it'd be great.
It would feel like oil and water culturally.
And I think I might like that.
I think
maybe
you're right.
that's what you need.
Maybe.
You got to look somewhere outside the box, and I think that is an outside the box hire just because, yes, it'd be two different personalities, but again, he's been a head coach before. He's been in the NFC West before. Two checks right there alone. And he's had success in Miami. Yes, the last couple of years haven't gone the way that he'd like, but he has had success. He has been operating with a guy named Tua Tagovailoa, who I think he's getting a lot out of him, if I could say that.
Oh, he sure did.
But yeah, that he would be a guy that I would hope that they would put him on the candidate list just to go at least have a feeler out there. Just throw it out there and see what happens.
Yeah, but one thing I did like about what transpired in Miami, even though he didn't survive it, is the Dolphins were a team that rallied around Mike McDaniel. Mm-hmm. Look at what happened there. Look at what happened here in Arizona. The Dolphins were 1-6 at one point. They finished 7-10. They actually played like a team that believed in their head coach, whereas the Cardinals didn't. And I think that goes a long way too. Is it everything? No, but I just don't. I don't understand necessarily the stigma of these coaches that are fired by other teams. Just because they're fired, they have to be on the beach for a year, or they have to be a coordinator for a year. Think outside the box, and he is one of those guys that I would consider.
Yeah, 100%. I would too. I think he could be any OC anywhere at these vacant spots, or maybe even some that are taken right now. Like, people would make moves to make him the OC, but I agree with you there. Is like, just because you did not make it work as a head coach doesn't mean you should be taking that year off. I mean, and I think there's some guys you have to kind of give and take there with, but right now there's two in my mind, and it's Mike McDaniel and it's John Harbaugh. I think if you can go out there and at least court these guys, that would say a lot about what you want this direction of this franchise to go.
I agree
There's only, and we're talking to Tyler Drake, who covers the Cardinals for us at Arizona Sports. There's only been the mentioning of John Harbaugh. There hasn't been an official request. There also hasn't been official request for guys like Kevin Stefanski, Mike McCarthy, more experienced, successful head coaches. But focusing on Harbaugh, is that a road you think the Cardinals will go down? Do you think they ultimately will get a conversation with John Harbaugh?
I don't know if they're going to get a conversation, but I think they've got to do whatever they can to try to get a conversation. I think just being in the mix would, like I just said, would show you that they are open for business and trying to do something different than what they've done. Getting a guy with that much experience, I think you've got to give him a little extra power if you bring him in, though. I mean, you saw what he's done in Baltimore.
A lot of extra power.
That's I think if you are getting him in the building, I think everything's on the table for what he wants. That's it. End of story right there. And I think if you can sit down with him, like I said, it's going to show a lot of other teams, a lot of other potential players that you are serious about what you want to get done.
All right, I've been hearing continuously that if you bring in a good staff of teachers, that you might see an instant and elevated level of play from the young players that Monty has drafted. Now, this can come right from a GM propaganda handbook, but do you buy into that?
I think you can buy into a little bit of it. I think there is the developmental side, and I think for a little bit, that's what was keeping Jonathan Gannon in good standing, is you were seeing some of that youth development. It might not be straight away first-round picks, but you're seeing it from those later-round guys really coming along, like the Garrett Williams and those guys. But, yes, I think that also was part of the thing that, hey, we've got to make a switch because you were no longer seeing that development. It was getting stagnant. It was basically a flat line there at the end. So I really do think that plays a big factor. And, I mean, you look at what they're doing in Chicago. There's some player development going on there. At the quarterback position.
No doubt about it.
And I mean, even in Jacksonville, you're seeing a lot more out of Trevor Lawrence. So you've got to be able to get a guy who can get just a little bit more out of these guys for sure.
I've identified on this show, Tyler, Phoenix, Arizona, as the capital of the fishy quarterback stories of 2025. Sam Levit at Arizona State and Kyler Murray with the Cardinals. And obviously we're going to focus on the Kyler Murray story. Why is this still a possibility? Is this still a possibility that Kyler Murray is going to be a quarterback for the Cardinals in 2026?
It's a never say never because he's still under contract. But and here's the thing: you want to go the Mike McDaniel route, then I'm a little bit more on the maybe they try to see if it works. But I'm still 95% on the he's going to go elsewhere. He will be on a different team next season. But yeah, it is an interesting conversation for sure. But in my mind, I'm still. After that Tennessee game, that's when everything started going like this is coming to an end sooner than we think. Yeah. And I still am on that train with all of these decisions and everything changing. Maybe that opens the door a couple more percentage points, but at the end of the day, I still think he's elsewhere. It helps both sides. Just be done with it. Try something new. Everybody deserves a fresh
Kyler Murray missed 12 games from an injury that nobody can discern when or where it happened.
I mean, he was out there practicing at one point, running around, and then the next he was on IR.
Yeah, as soon as the trade deadline passed. Imagine that. I agree. I think it's just a false front to try to drum up some sort of trade leverage if you can. All right, so that in mind, what do you think the Cardinals are going to do for their quarterback? Do you think maybe you could send Kyler Murray to the Jets and flip draft picks with them? Do you think do you draft an offensive lineman where they're at and then take a flyer on some guy? Do you look at Malik Willis? What do you do?
I don't know if on the Malik Willis train.
Me neither.
I don't think I'm on the Malik Willis train. Yes, great stuff he did with the Packers filling in for Jordan Love, but that is not sustainable it's just not enough sample size for me. You saw what he did in Tennessee. That was my sample size of him. For me, I mean, you're at 3. You got to see what the Jets and the Raiders are doing. Maybe the dysfunction that they don't go with the quarterback, and then you can have your pick there. But I really think if it's not Fernando Mendoza, from what we've seen, I think you just have to punt and go with an offensive lineman and go with maybe
You think they're going to get a punter at 3?
You heard it here, folks.
The Bears do that once with Todd Sauerbrunn, Vinny.
Sorry,
that's how dumb they are.
I couldn't pass up a corny
But you
joke.
get down, maybe you go take that flyer in a later round and see if something happens, and you still have your bridge guy in Jacoby Brissett. And then if you really are on this reset and you are getting a new head coach, you're getting new coordinators, you go in that full reset, then maybe you look at 2027 as a chance to, hey, we're going to be in this spot again. That's when we'll go get our guy.
We started with the coaching cycle. We'll end with the coaching cycle because we focused a lot on guys that maybe aren't on the radar for the Cardinals. Of the guys that they have contacted, they will interview or have scheduled interviews with, Who stands out to you on that list? Which it's a pretty vast list already, but for me, it's Robert Salah. Who is it for you?
That's it right there.
Okay.
Robert Salah. Because, like I said when we first started, it's the checking of the boxes. He's been in the NFC before, twice, 2 stints, 3 stints actually with Seattle too, and has been a head coach. Like, those things you have to consider greatly. You know what division you're in. This is a division that is unlike any other. You've got to have somebody that has been in it day in and day out, knows how to handle, or at least knows Kyle Shanahan's office, knows Sean McVay's offense, has schemed it before. Like, that is, I'm at the top of the list with Robert Salah.
All right, good.
Boom, boom. Good stuff, man. We appreciate it. You can check out Tyler Drake's stuff on ArizonaSports.com, on social media.
Just search Boom Boom in the search bar.
Everything pops up, part of the podcast as well. He joined us in studio. Coming up next, we thought it was over. We thought we had a champion. We don't have a champion. The spreadsheet's going into the postseason.
Did you get yours, your copy?
No.
I thought we were. Well, I mean, it's just on draft. I'll give them to you guys. There's 6 games, not 13. All right, fine.
We don't know what the spreads are right in front of us.
Well, all right.
Yeah.
Stay tuned, maybe.
What are you two yo-yos doing?
We're going to do it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Matt Ishbia is confident in the Suns ahead of the NBA trade deadline, saying, "We don't need to mess with the great thing." The Diamondbacks avoided arbitration with Gabriel Moreno, Ryan Nelson, and others. And QB DeMond Williams Jr. is returning to Washington, potentially reopening a door to LSU for Sam Levit. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and a new year is a time to get moving. And if joint pain is holding you back, there's a way for you to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers advanced regenerative treatments that help your body restore and repair damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting. And this stuff really works, folks. 92% of the patients at QC Kinetics express extreme satisfaction with the results. That includes Emmett Smith, who raves about QC Kinetics, and that includes me. I've leaned on them twice. Once they helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus 5 years ago. Just came out of a 4-round treatment for a really bad case of tennis elbow, and I am markedly better. And the coolest thing is, this is an all-organic, natural approach, and these treatments happen right in the office. You get your treatment, you walk right back out the door, you go about your day. These are simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. So move better, get stronger in 2026 with these game-changing regenerative treatments. Stop managing your pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get a free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
That's the sound of fun. All across the valley, families are discovering their new favorite game, pickleball. At Just Pickle Courts, we design and build custom pickleball courts for homes, clubs, and communities. Beautiful, durable, and made for connection. For a free quote, visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
This is TV's Dr. Travis Stork for Eggland's Best Eggs. Eggs are a staple in our diets, and there's only one egg with more delicious farm fresh taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. With more vitamins, including 6 times more vitamin D and 10 times more vitamin E, plus 25% less saturated fat than ordinary eggs. Available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Cover the point spread.
What's the spread?
Don't forget about the 14-point spread.
It's not a spread, it's a schmear. Bickley and Murata make NFL picks against the spread. The spreadsheet.
Spreadsheet is a competition we've had going all season long. Normally, during the regular season, we would take the list of games and we would have a draft. So each of us would end up with 3 or 4 picks that we loved against the spread, and every game was picked over that. But now we've only got 6 games. Now this is a time to make up some real ground in the postseason. So we're going to go game by game. Each of us will make our picks for every game on the schedule. And we will start with the first game of the weekend. Tomorrow in Charlotte, the Carolina Panthers hosting the Los Angeles Rams. Panthers beat the Rams by 3 earlier this year, or was it 2? Either way, close game.
Wild comeback.
The Rams on the road are favored by 10.5. We'll start with you, Dan Bickley. Who you like?
I am going to put my faith in Matthew Stafford and a Rams team that has been anything but really good recently. They really struggled for a large portion of the game against the Cardinals, but I believe in them. Give me the Rams laying 10.5.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how strong the Carolina Panthers' home field advantage is in the postseason. I haven't looked at the weather in Charlotte. I imagine it's going to be some sort of factor, but it's been too good a year for the Rams to go whimpering out in the Wildcard Weekend. I also am taking the Rams minus 10.5. Jarrett?
Is that guy going to do another new rap song? Carolina Panthers, sharp teeth and claws. Because if so, I might be persuaded. But otherwise, I'm taking the Rams minus 10.5. It's got to be one of the bigger spreads for a road team in the playoffs.
Yeah.
One
But
of the largest all time.
It is the largest all time?
One of the largest all times for a road. Yeah, a road favorite.
The level of disrespect to the Carolina.
And the Panthers backed into the playoffs, lost their big head-to-head matchup, got in anyway. They don't really have any momentum. I'm picking the Rams.
And like I said, the Panthers have 8 wins as an underdog this season. But with that being said, I'm also backing the Rams minus 10.5.
It is a big number.
You mentioned recently, but as recently as 2 weeks ago, people said the Rams were the best team in the NFL.
No doubt.
They did not close very strong.
They did not. All right, we move on to the second game of the weekend, Saturday night in Chicago at Soldier Field. The Bears hosting the Packers, who are also a road favorite, giving a 1.5.
Yeah,
Dan Bickley.
I'm having a hard time with that line, given the way the Packers have played lately and how injured they are. Give me the Bears and the 1.5.
I think about it the same way. I think how you enter the playoffs does matter. What, the Packers have lost 4 straight?
Mm-hmm.
I know they haven't had Jordan Love. He's going to be back. But I just think this is I'm not calling the Bears of destiny. I'm a team of destiny. The Bears are a team of destiny this weekend. Okay. I like the Bears plus a 1.5.
I hate to keep agreeing with everybody, but I also like the Bears. I don't think the Packers are that good. Yes, Caleb Williams doesn't have any playoff experience, but Jordan Love from up above hasn't exactly been, MVP of the playoffs in his career.
All right.
So I'm going with the Bears plus 1.5 at home. They will have a home field advantage.
All right, guys, don't worry. I got the Packers minus 1.5. I think Vegas knows a little something. They're a favorite for a reason. It's a small favorite. They get Jordan Love back. I think Josh Jacobs is healthy. I know no Micah Parsons, and the defense is a little battered, but can you believe what we're talking about? You trust the Bears in the playoffs?
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, it is.
So,
This version of the Bears, the Ben Johnson Bears,
a team that has played in borderline only close games this season. I'll take the Packers to win on the road.
All right, we move on to Sunday, the first game of the Sunday slate in Jacksonville. Jaguars hosting the Bills, who are, again, a road favorite by 1.5 against the team with the most momentum going into the postseason in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Vic, who do you like?
And the fact of the matter is the Bills really aren't that good, but I'm gonna bet on Josh Allen. Give me the Bills laying the 1.5.
Me, the guy who said after seeing the Jacksonville Jaguars play the Arizona Cardinals, that team stinks. I was wrong. They don't stink. The Jacksonville Jaguars plus 1.5.
Wow.
Duval will lose because I also trust Josh Allen a lot more than I trust Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars. Not the greatest home field advantage. Buffalo Bills plus or minus 1.5.
Hey, tell that to the people of Duval. As someone that is picking the Bills to make it to the Super Bowl, you got to win the first one. I have the Bills minus 1.5.
All right, I'm on an island by myself.
Yes.
Duval Island.
Hey.
By the way, that's not the way Liam Cohen said it.
Yeah.
At his press conference, he said, Duval?
Yes. There you go, better.
When that press conference happened, did you think the Jacksonville Jaguars would have any success?
No.
But he's really good at stealing signals, as we've learned this year. Next game on Sunday in Philadelphia, the Eagles at home, a 5.5-point favorite against the San Francisco 49ers. Two Titans battling.
Yeah,
at Lincoln Financial.
Something's got to give. Watching what the Seattle's defense did to the 49ers and knowing that the Eagles' defense is not that far behind the Seahawks' defense, I'm going to ride the Eagles laying 5.5.
Yeah, I mean, I've marveled at what San Francisco has done all year. When you look at the linebacker position, they are so banged up.
Mm-hmm.
They're down to like their fourth or fifth guy at that position. And yes, it's Eric Kendricks, who is a veteran. He'll probably have 15 tackles. But I think the Eagles are going to be able to run the ball. I think they win handily. I'm taking the Eagles minus 5.5 as well.
Yeah, see, I think the Eagles couldn't win that game, but I think that spread is too big. So I'm taking the 49ers getting 5.5 points. That feels like a 2 or 3 point game to me.
Okay.
Jarrett, me and you very much in agreement in that.
Crap.
Hey, dude.
I know you finished strong.
I'm in second.
I know.
Right behind you.
Okay.
And it's a team I've backed all year, and I think the Niners keep it close. I don't know if they win it outright, but plus 5.5 too many.
Sunday night game in Foxborough. The LA Chargers making the cross-country trek to take on the Patriots at Gillette. The home team, New England, favored by 3.5. Pick.
Yeah, I just think that Mike Vrabel is a really, really good head coach, and I think Drake May is legit, and I think the Patriots have got something good going. I think the Chargers just are too flawed to win that game. Give me the Patriots laying the 3.5.
I also like the Pats, minus 3.5. Jarrett?
Chargers, I felt like I've paid attention to not at all this season. So I will take the Patriots at home minus 3.5.
You didn't even pay enough attention to him just to bash Justin Herbert all year?
I haven't.
Which is what you normally do.
I didn't even realize. I mean, I knew they were good, but whatever. Jim Harbaugh, I like him as a coach, but minus 3.5 Patriots.
Everything's above board with Jim Harbaugh. Sammy?
All right, I'll be on the island. 3 in the hook could be significant to some. Patriots, again, might win this game close, but I think the Chargers hang around. They'll muck it up. And I have the Chargers plus 3.5.
All right, final game, Monday night.
Yeah.
The Pittsburgh Steelers at Acrisure hosting the Houston Texans, one of the hottest teams going into the postseason. Texans, a road favorite by 3 in hostile territory. Beck.
I think this is going to be the dink and dunk bowl, especially when it comes from Aaron Rodgers. I think the Houston pass rush is so severe and ferocious that he's going to be getting rid of the ball within 2 seconds. I think Houston's going to annihilate the Steelers. Give me Houston laying 3.
Wow. Houston -3. I disagree. I agree with the part on the dink and dunk. The Houston offense has kind of been that all year. Their defense is tremendous, but going on the road, and Houston probably is not going to know what they're dealing with since they're not playing the early game on Saturday. It's going to be all discombobulated with the long weekend. I'm taking Pittsburgh at home, getting 3. Excuse me.
I do not want to have to root for Aaron Rodgers in any circumstance, and I actually think Houston. That's my pick to make the Super Bowl from the AFC. So I'm picking Houston -3 on the road.
Yeah, I'm back in the Texans as well. I know it's on the road. Pittsburgh, probably a tough place to play, but they might have the best unit in football, and that's their defense. 3 points, not enough.
All right, there we go. The picks are made. They're recorded. We'll track them all weekend long. Spreadsheet continues into the postseason. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through some social studies on this Friday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The injuries in particular when it comes to the 2024 draft class have kind of made it hard to evaluate and hard to understand, but you also have to work with what you've got. That almost entire 2024 draft class has been non-contributors. What have you extracted of value from the 2024 draft class? Nobody knows. We're 2 years into this and nobody knows, and whoever's fault that is, the injuries or the selection and whether the right guy was taken or not, I just don't think you can sweep it under the rug.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Say it all the time. You should have very high standards when buying a car. You should want a great brand, a great experience, a really fair price, and a vehicle you cannot wait to drive. That's what you're going to get from my friends at Chapman BMW and a whole lot more. Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. They've got 2 great locations, which is pretty important. It means you're going to get an extensive selection of new BMWs, certified pre-owned BMWs, high-quality used cars. With those 2 locations, you're going to find whatever you are looking for at Chapman BMW. And as many of our listeners will attest, they deliver an exceptional car buying experience. One listener said it took him less time to buy a new car at Chapman BMW than it did to buy a new suit on a Saturday afternoon. And once you become part of the Chapman family, their state-of-the-art service center is staffed by BMW certified technicians, which ensures your car is going to get expert care. Finally, remember, you've got to hook up at Chapman BMW. Make sure you take advantage of it. Pick a location, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. Hooked up a lot of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shader awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and joining me today is Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, let's cut right to it. Why do people here in Arizona need a living trust?
Because, Gambo, without a trust, your estate goes through probate, which means it's the courts that decide who gets your money, not you. It's expensive, it's public, and it can drag on for months or years.
What else does a trust do?
A trust also maintains your family's privacy, helps reduce estate taxes, and most importantly, makes sure the right people inherit your assets exactly the way you intended. Our trusts are an estate planning portfolio that include durable power of attorneys, healthcare POAs, living wills, and pour-over wills.
And just for my listeners, if you allow Asset Preservation to do a portfolio review with $250,000 or more of investable assets, they will set you up for a trust for just $9.99. Call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Last night at State Farm Stadium in the Fiesta Bowl, it was a great one between Miami and Ole Miss. A Carson Beck touchdown with 18 seconds left lifted the Hurricanes to a 31-27 win, and the Hurricanes punched their ticket to the national championship. Tonight, the Phoenix Suns will welcome Jalen Brunson and the New York Knicks to town for their first of 12 straight games against the Eastern Conference. Tip-off from Mortgage Matchup Center will be at 7 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns also in action Sunday against the Wizards. And tonight, the Peach Bowl, a rematch between Indiana and Oregon. Kurt Signetti and Dan Lanning will have their guys ready to go and compete for the second spot in the national championship. Kickoff from Atlanta will be at 5:30, and you can hear that over on ESPN 620, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Friday morning, 9 o'clock, time for some social studies, but after the music gets turned down. Now it's time for some social studies.
Yes, 9 o'clock every morning. It is the Friday edition of Social Studies. You can find us on social media. We are at Bickley_Murata on X. We are at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And you can watch us on YouTube. Shout out to the 350 of you watching on YouTube at Arizona Sports. We're there every single day. So our first question is for Cardinal fans. Fill in the blank here. I'll be happy with this coaching search as long as blank.
As long as it's Robert Salah, Mike McDaniel, or John Harbaugh.
So anyone else and you'll feel disappointed in the way it's been?
Yes.
Okay.
I agree with that. Commitment to winning. Mm-hmm. We want to win. Quote, end quote, Michael Bidwell, owner of the Arizona Cardinals. 3 guys that have won.
3 guys that have won.
At different levels, certainly.
All right. That's fair. I think just those 3 guys are, we're talking about the Cardinals here. Stephen Ruiz said,
It's not like they're a minor league franchise.
I know.
Play with the big boys. Play with the big boys. And they're going to play with the big boys regardless of what they do. They're in the best division in football.
They are. Yes, that's a great point. Stephen Ruiz, I liked his answer. As long as we get the guy we want instead of talking ourselves into liking the guy that had no other offers. I think that's a good one. Ricky said that they hire an experienced, successful coach. No more newbies. This is not a training ground for wayward coaches. Daryl Leo is a good answer. He said if they trade for Dylan Brooks this offseason. And then, let's see, Daylight Films said that they don't get, quote, the last guy left because everyone they wanted turned them down. This is Michael Bidwell's biggest hire in quite some time. All right, so we briefly talked about what's at stake this weekend in the NFL Wildcard Weekend, and Jared asked, what player or coach has the most pressure on them in this year's playoffs, and why?
Sean McDermott.
Yeah, I think there is pressure of a different kind on Josh Allen, but nothing with any real consequences. He's still going to be the pride and hero of Buffalo. Sean McDermott's a great answer.
If I may, I think they're not playing this weekend, but Sam Darnold has a ton of pressure on him this playoffs.
You think so? You don't think this season kind of shut up his doubters?
I mean, to his credit, and it's Sam Darnold's won a lot of football games the last 2 years, and that's admirable. And I would want that for my quarterback as well, but he has not gotten over the hump of winning a playoff game. And they're the 1 seed. It's going to be at home. It's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, he is the only quarterback ever to win 14 games in back-to-back seasons with 2 different teams. So
he is, and last year zero playoff wins, and we'll see what happens.
This is a pressure-free weekend for Sam Darnold.
Yes, but they might get the Rams coming to town.
They might.
And yeah, so we'll see. A lot of Josh Allen, obviously, in the comments. Chuck Davis said, Josh Allen and the Bills with no Mahomes and the Chiefs, there should be almost nothing standing in their way to at least getting to a Super Bowl. Have you seen their defense? And then Andy Bryant says, Mike Tomlin, he too could be fired if the Steelers lose on Monday night.
Yeah, I'm not buying that.
You're not?
Nope.
I don't think I am either.
Okay.
Unless it's really
they've had 3 coaches in their history.
40 years.
He just won a division. They're not firing him after a playoff loss.
If win or lose at the end of the season, is Rodgers returning to the Steelers?
I think so.
Okay.
I think it's gone well enough.
I'd agree with that.
So both of them you guys think are coming back no matter what happens on Monday. I tend to lean that way too. All right. So this morning, our own Dan Bickley, you kind of not realized today, but later in your life realized what, Jarrett, remind me, was it
Good setup.
or ADHD? No? ADHD. You kind of had realized you had ADHD.
It was ADHD.
He
can't focus, but when he does, it's crystal clear.
Yeah. 4K.
Yeah. So we asked, what is something about yourself that you only recently realized? How and why?
It's another deep reflection question.
Yeah.
Unlike Bick, because Bick brought it, the whole origin of this story was that, and you admitted, like, you're the first guy out. Like, your fear.
As a kid, I had this, my brain would always scream at me, and I'd always just want to leave someplace after a short period of time. I couldn't sit still. That was, I heard that repeatedly throughout my childhood.
Yeah.
And then I took a test when my son was diagnosed with ADHD, and he's got it really, really bad. I took a test, and every single symptom, check. Mm-hmm. It was like, wow, now I know why I was so messed up.
Yeah, my admission early in the show was that I consider finish lines. Like, trying to get, everything's like 10 o'clock today is a finish line.
Mm-hmm. Get there.
And that's not because I hate what I do.
Sure.
It's just I don't know why I do it. But I'm also the opposite of you in like social situations. I'm often the last person around.
Ooh.
And I'm not saying one is right or wrong.
No,
it's not.
Interesting.
Jarrett? Self-realization?
He doesn't have any of that.
He loves soup.
He loves soup.
I recently learned, and this was last year, that I'm more disorganized than I thought I was. Had always thought I was a pretty organized person.
Just hang out with Jarrett. You'll feel great about it.
And I've tried to turn that around. I tried. And then...
Goodness.
And then I've realized how...
I just recently realized the people I work with are jerks.
That's fair. And you should have realized it a long time ago, though.
And I've recently realized how important stretching is, like, every day.
I could say I recently realized...
Vinny and I just realized that people who produce radio shows sometimes get appalled and offended at actually producing things.
I realized how out of shape I was about a year ago. Like, because
you're not anymore. You're in good shape now.
About a year ago, I was saying I lost like 20 pounds in the last year and started exercising and eating better.
There we go.
Isn't that a terrible feeling, though, by the way, when you don't really pay attention to it because you feel about the same, maybe a little bit worse, and then you step on the scale or something happens and you're like, oh my God.
When I look at pictures of me from a year and a half ago, my face was so fat and my stomach was so fat.
How fat was it?
Tune in at 9:30. A couple quick responses real quick. Stephen Reese said, I realized this past year that trusting myself to remember to get gas tomorrow is delusional. Realizing his memory's not there. And then Tom Foss...
Stephen, you don't really need to memorize to get gas because there's a gauge.
I know. And then Tom Foss had a tough one. He said, I'm 62. I have a 17-year-old, and mentally I'm still young, but recently really been feeling the aches and pains of an older person's body, especially after I do power walks or a round of golf. So I'm finally realizing I'm getting old.
Here's another one, just very random, from Mike. He found out recently bananas give him heartburn.
Finding out a food that gives you heartburn, though, is a great, okay, I know it gives me that, and I'll never eat it again.
No, it's terrible when it's a food that you love and you can't give it up.
Okay.
Yes, like
pasta sauce.
Yes. Or salsa or hot sauce.
Salsa or anything tomato-based. Yeah, it's kind of difficult.
I'm figuring that one. Still figuring that one out.
By the way, on the gas gauge thing, I know that because when I was a younger man in a relationship, the person I was with, we were coming back from somewhere. Or we were going somewhere, and she actually said to me, remind me to get gas on the way home. And I said, no. You see that little thing with the needle that points to E or F?
Right.
That's going to that's your reminder. You don't need to lean on me.
Yeah, I go to the last possible mile. I got gas yesterday with 5 miles left in my car.
Really? I'm not that guy at all.
I've run out of gas in the parking lot of a gas station before.
That's good.
That's the place to do it.
Fortuitous timing.
Somebody had to come. We had to push it the last 40 feet.
I don't know if I've ever, knock on wood, I don't know if I've ever run out of gas as a driver. All right, that's Social Studies. Thank you, Sammy. Want to remind you as well that you can join Burns and Gambo from 2 to 6 today at the TPC DraftKings Sportsbook in Scottsdale as they wrap up their fantasy football season in style. Come hang out, talk football. While you're there, you'll have the shot at winning some tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Coming up next, back-to-back home games coming up for the Suns, including a big challenge against the Knicks. We'll get into some Suns talk here on this Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to climb that ladder. I'm going to give you my two names, Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory. Get in line. Be aligned. Those two guys by far. Undeniable! Undeniable!
I'm looking up the words to the Michigan State fight song during the break. I'm gonna have to learn.
And
this.
anyone who disagrees, sit down and be quiet.
If the Suns make even just the play-in, I think you and I need to learn the words to the Michigan State fight song and sing them on the air.
Okay,
with the music in the background.
Okay, if they make the play-in.
Make the play.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. If you're a homeowner in Arizona, you know the scorching hot Arizona sun can do a lot of damage to your house, specifically your windows. And if you need to replace your windows, a new year is a great time for new windows from my friends at Advanced Window Products. Most home windows and doors from Advanced Window Products can be installed in one day. Sales and installation are all done in-house. There are no middleman markups. At Advanced Window Products, they're going to build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And that lifetime warranty, by the way, is serviced by a local team. Labor, glass, and parts are included. And the cool thing is it's transferable to the next homeowner if you ever sell your home. They offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you are going to find in the state of Arizona, from their factory to your front door in 8 weeks or less. You can even customize the color of your windows, choosing between white, black, tan, and dark brown, and financing is available, which means now is a great time to do it, especially at Advanced Window Products. Their New Year's sales special, $1,250 off 5 or more windows, $2,500 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. I took advantage of that price. My windows look fantastic. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products. For more information, call 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona. And yes, they are making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 electrical inspection, which includes a full panel and circuit safety check, the GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy saving suggestions. All you have to do is go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is truck country. How you kicking off the new year for truck buyers?
What's up, Dave? We're starting the year with huge truck savings. Right now, get up to $12,000 in savings off the all-new 2026 Sierra 1500, or take advantage of 0% financing. Plus, we got $5,500 off the all-new 2026 Sierra HD. We've got a great selection on the lot, so now is the time to get into a new truck.
So visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Luke. Our old friend Mikal Bridges and the New York Knicks are coming to town today. So how can the Suns send New York back home with an L? We'll preview Suns-Knicks at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Friday morning, good morning. Thank you. Shout out to our audience in Sun City. However you're taking in the show, whether it's via radio, via the Arizona Sports app, via our YouTube channel, we appreciate the audience. We appreciate the support out in Sun City this morning and every morning. I know I said we were going to talk about the Suns, and maybe we can talk about the Suns at the end of the show, but we're going to push that back. Suns and Knicks tonight, because a bit of a news item happening during the commercial break. Ken Rosenthal, one of the foremost Major League Baseball insiders, tweeted today, just moments ago, 2 minutes ago, Catel Marte will remain with the Diamondbacks, source tells The Athletic.
Wow.
He will not be traded. I find it interesting that the first comment, and I don't know who this person is, the first comment underneath that post from Ken Rosenthal says, I feel like the market will start moving now.
It's very possible. It's very, very possible.
This has been an interesting offseason on that front for the Arizona Diamondbacks. I think it's kind of held up everything else. And certainly you can point to the pursuit of Alex Bregman. If this is indeed the case and Mike Hazen is shutting down the activity, the talk, of course, Catel Marte achieves his 10-5 status. Mm-hmm. That's a thing to consider. But what does it do for the Bregman pursuit? Because the hot stove league has been anything but hot. It has been absolutely dead to the point where the commissioner, Rob Manfred, has come out and said, We need a deadline where these guys sign by. This is ridiculous.
That's a good point. That is the question, because as I've said repeatedly on this radio program, I've got it on very good authority that Alex Bregman wants to be here very, 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 very badly. Lives here in the offseason, wants to be a full-time resident, and it's the Corbin Burns dynamic. And so the question becomes, does it still happen? I wouldn't put it against Ken Kendrick. In fact, I was talking to a couple of people recently who marveled at how Ken Kendrick has really opened the checkbook in recent years and spent wildly to win and continues to do so. And so I would not put it past the Diamondbacks to still do both, especially if Alex Bregman is giving them some kind of discount. But at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised now if Alex Bregman signed back with the Red Sox or signed with the Cubs or something like that.
But, I mean, does this also, the reality of it, okay, we were listening, we wanted to be blown away, and we identified that as the offseason began, that it would be possible for Catel Marte to be traded if the Diamondbacks were blown away. They clearly weren't. But now, if this is the reality, is the hand starting to get the check signing hand of Ken Kendrick, is it starting to get itchy? They still have a giant hole at third base.
I know. And so listen, the first comment underneath the Ken Rosenthal report, I would not put it past this situation where maybe they do get a phone call today or later on tonight or something like that.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Well, you called our bluff.
But keep in mind now, this is twice when Mike Hazen has been willing to peddle and trade somebody very important to the Diamondbacks and said, nope, you ain't giving me enough. I'm not giving him away. Zach Gallen was the last one. And we'll see how that works out.
Well, there's also some developments, possible developments on the Zach Gallen situation. Another guy who hasn't signed a contract yet. John Morosi from MLB Network on the possibility that Gallen might be back in Arizona again.
Even for one of the more accomplished free agents on the marketplace, it's entirely possible that he would sign either a 2-year deal with an opt-out after year one, or even a pure 1-year deal just to bridge things, re-enter the marketplace a year from now when maybe things will be a bit more favorable for him. It's a long wait because I think we're all waiting on Framber Valdez to sign in the next couple of weeks. Ranger Suarez probably follows him, and then Gallen after him. And then one thing I'm sure we'll talk about in the days ahead too, still the potential of some starting pitching trades like Freddie Peralta is further clouding the outlook for Zach Gallen. So here we are on the 8th of January, Lauren. We might still be talking about a lot of free agents on the 8th of February at the rate we are going.
This is interesting to me because the Diamondbacks, by offering the qualifying offer, which they had to at that point, $22.5 million. They were prepared to pay a starting pitcher, not named Corbin Burns, that much money in 2026. The Gallen thing looked like it was done. They go out and a little less than that, $20 million for Merrill Kelly. Again, how deep is Ken Kendrick willing to go? Because now that even the qualifying offer being out there, he can accept it and put the Diamondbacks in that bind, if you will. But
you're right about that.
I don't think they were prepared for this to happen.
I would say that's probably accurate.
Yeah.
I also wonder, with the forecast for labor strife and all that, I wonder if that's what's really suppressing the hot stove league.
Maybe.
I wonder if owners are just reticent to really lay out any real future expenses based on what might come of this.
Yeah.
Not that players would get paid during a shutdown. They wouldn't. But it's still, you don't know what's going to come out of the system.
Right. Like if Gallen accepts the qualifying offer and then the strike happens and then there's a salary cap and that diminishes how much he can get paid in a future deal.
Exactly.
And the same thing about you don't want to be an owner that signs somebody to a deal that is going to be outdated by the time.
That's it.
Like you're overpaying, you know.
Or with a guy like Zach Gallen, who's age 30 now, if this thing does shut down for a period of time, clock still keeps ticking on veteran players.
Yeah. Yeah, just because you're not accruing service time doesn't mean you're not aging.
So good news for Sammy and all you Catel Marte fans out there.
I saw that. I was pretty jazzed. But, I don't know the Ken Kendrick wallet size, but if he zags in all this, the Diamondbacks are saying they need to cut payroll. If he zags and he goes, all right, Gallen could be back on the qualifying and he gets Bregman, like, That team,
people have said
that team all of a sudden looks nasty.
Yes, but I think there's elements of fantasy baseball there as well.
Yeah, there are.
Because people said, it's going to be difficult for them to get Bregman and keep Marte.
Yeah.
So I don't know how possible that is. To get all three of those guys would be, I think,
it would be
just a small fraction of a chance.
I will say, though, that by bringing Catel Marte back, by re-signing or bringing back Merrill Kelly, they are showing that they are going to try to be competitive until they get their reinforcements back halfway, a little bit more than halfway through the year.
And absolutely,
it's not a lost season.
No.
And that's the thing. As Ken Kendrick gets up there in age, he clearly very badly wants to win a World Series.
Yes, he does.
And I commend him for that.
Yep.
WM Phoenix Open is making its triumphant return to TPC Scottsdale February 2nd through the 8th. We're giving you the chance to win some tickets. Just text the word green to 620-620, and you could win Greenskeeper passes. That's green to 620-620. Coming up next, Jarrett's got the sports kebab on this Friday. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The Cardinals should hire John Harbaugh tonight.
I tweeted him back. You think they're going to pay him $20 million a year? If they ever did that, it would completely change the perception of the organization. Michael Bidwell, the ownership, and the whole organization. If they said, you know what? I've always said, how committed are you to winning? It's a question, right? That would be a screw you, Gambo. We're all in. If we... and everybody else that believes that the Cardinals aren't committed to winning. Michael could sit there all day long. They've been in Arizona since the 80s. They've had 6 winning seasons.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When you're struggling with private student loan debt, it feels absolutely awful. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of moves. I hear from people all the time who are in this exact spot, but there is a way forward, and that way forward is called Y-Refi. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That's all they do, and they are not judging you in the process. They're not asking you why you didn't fix your situation sooner. They just want to help you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment you can actually afford. If you've been turned down by other lenders, no problem. That's when Y-Refi shines the most. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loan debt does not have to define you. Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Give Y-Refi a call today at 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit their website, yrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Finding the right time to have your teenager's wisdom teeth removed can be challenging. Trust me, I know. My son's school and baseball schedule is always full, so we're doing what most parents do, and that is booking the extraction of his wisdom teeth during the school holiday winter break. And we're going with ProSmile. ProSmile has oral surgeons on site with state-of-the-art facilities, and they can get your child in and out and feeling great before they head back to school for the new year. So if your son or daughter needs their wisdom teeth out, you can rest assured they're in the best hands at ProSmile. And no need to dread it. They'll handle them with kid gloves, and don't let cost hold you back either. ProSmile takes most insurance plans and offers great finance options as well. You can even ask ProSmile about their wisdom teeth package deals. So make your appointment today before spots fill up. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620 for all the information. Hey, you might even see me there in the waiting room. And no, my kid is not allowed to put his wisdom teeth under the pillow expecting cash the next morning. Not happening.
Message and data rates may apply.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500 plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Miami Hurricanes outlasted the Ole Miss Rebels in the Fiesta Bowl 31-27 last night in what was a thriller down the stretch, and will now wait the winner of the Peach Bowl, which is tonight from Atlanta between the Indiana Hoosiers and Oregon Ducks, which gets started at 5:30 over on ESPN 620. Tonight in the Valley, the Suns welcome back Mikal Bridges and the New York Knicks for what should be a good one in downtown Phoenix tonight. Tip-off will be at 7, and you can find it on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. An NFL Wildcard Weekend gets underway on Saturday with the Rams heading to Carolina. The Packers and Bears will meet for the third time this season. Sunday, we get Niners, Eagles, Patriots, Chargers, and a big one in Jacksonville between the Jags and the Bills. And it wraps up Monday night in Pittsburgh between the Steelers and Texans. And that's what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is where do you think Sam Levit will end up when his lengthy transfer process is complete? Is it LSU, Oregon, Tennessee, or other?
The IFL.
Wow.
There's more than a tinge of bitterness there. I think he ends up at LSU.
That's where
he's already hung out with Lane Kiffin at a basketball game. And if Damon Williams can patch things up and say, I'm fully committed to Washington, and people believe him.
Yeah, my lawyers say I'm fully committed to Washington.
Yeah, exactly.
No doubt. 39% of the vote agree with LSU. 29% say other. 17% Oregon. 15% Tennessee.
By the way, did Damon Williams' agent
dropped him?
He dropped him, but they haven't rectified that yet?
I don't know. It's a mess.
College football so sleazy. That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You could vote on it right now on the on the homepage of ArizonaSports.com.
This is Telly Savalas reminding all of you cats and kittens out there. Jared Carlin's.
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
I love that open.
What was that, man?
I believe that was our production person,
JD, yeah.
JV,
That was Kojak himself.
doing an impression of Telly Savalas.
Very timely. About as timely as the jokes you're about to tell.
He'll find like obscure stuff like that and send it to me sometimes. So he found a Telly Savalas album that he recorded and one of the songs. So that must have been in his. That was very funny.
Fantastic.
Who loves you, baby? This is the Sports Kebab, guys, and boy, it's beautiful outside right now. But how about this weather the last couple days, man? Oh my goodness, cold, rainy, gray. I mean, yesterday it was sloppy, miserable, and 56, like Mike Budenholzer. And today it was even worse. This morning, Holy moly, I was driving to work today and it was 44 and frigid. Like my wife.
Oh! Oh!
Boy, did I think twice about writing that one. I'm just kidding, of course. She's wonderful.
She doesn't listen to the show.
But yeah, I mean, it's finally sunny out, but the previous few days have really been something, and I feel bad for all the tourists who came into town for the Verbo Fiesta Bowl, especially the Mississippi fans, since they were more susceptible to the bad weather on their trip to Arizona, since they all drove here in open-air jalopies with their granny strapped to a rocking chair in the back. Ding, 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 ding. I really shouldn't make fun of Ole Miss fans, right? I mean, they had a tough night on Thursday watching their team lose in a heartbreaking way. It was painful. At the end, they showed the Mississippi crowd, and a woman's uncle, cousin, and boyfriend were crying. And that was just one guy. I mean, did you see some of these Mississippi hillbillies last night?
No, what'd they look like?
Oh, my God. They put the farm in State Farm Stadium. Seriously. The Mississippi fans had a bunch of cowbells, and I thought, wait, isn't that Mississippi State's thing? Then I realized the Ole Miss fans weren't banging them. They were wearing them. Still, though, it was a tough game. To be fair, the Ole Miss Rebels are named after the Confederate Army, so losing big matchups is part of their history. But they do have a football history, too, and that was also on display with the Manning family at the game. Eli was on the field rooting. Archie was on the sidelines cheering. Cooper was in the concession stand working. And
so disrespectful.
It is. You think that's disrespectful? And look, maybe I should give them a break after having to watch Miami and their fans celebrate. Now, Miami, of course, a great football tradition, but as a university, famously known as a party school, right? Not an academic school. I mean, Miami fans, not the brightest in the world. I mean, they thought Mississippi was the name of Mr. Mississippi's wife. Really, not too bright. I mean, they thought verbo was Spanish for a word that describes an action. A verbo.
That's well done.
But at least the game was really good because college football needs some positive headlines after a crazy few weeks with the transfer portal and NIL, which all kind of crested with the Damon Williams situation at Washington. Williams, of course, committed to another year there, only to immediately try to leave and go to LSU, which really upset head coach Jet Fish. Yes, that's right. It upset bastion of morality and noted loyalty expert Jed Fish. Yeah, apparently when Williams tried to leave Fish for more money after saying he would stay, the hope was lost, the trust was lost, the irony was lost. Come on, Jed. But due to pending lawsuits, it turns out Williams will return to Washington after all. But not returning is a bunch of NFL coaches. Yes, 1/4 of the league is looking for a new head coach right now. It's crazy. You have at best 3 years, often 2 years, sometimes only 1 year to prove yourself in the league. I mean, NFL head coach has less job security than president of Venezuela. Ripped from the headlines, that one. For example, the Dolphins fired their head coach, Mike McDaniel, and I have to think his problems, it stemmed from the highly paid but highly disappointing quarterback, Tua Tagovailoa. It had to be a major reason. I mean, a few years ago, the quarterback was considered a franchise player. This year, he got benched for a rookie. I mean, I haven't seen a career collapse that quickly for a Tua since Hawk.
Oh, wow.
And the head coaching news is almost overshadowing the first round of the playoffs, which features the marquee matchup between the Packers and the Bears. Now, I say marquee, but it's been kind of a one-sided matchup for the better part of their history, would you say, with the Packers dominant? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. In fact, the only reason to even call it a heated rivalry is to try to trick HBO fans to tune in hoping to see the players kiss. And finally, the coaching carousel did hit right here in our own backyard in Arizona as the Cardinals fired Jonathan Gannon after 3 seasons. Things started out promising for Gannon, but by the end, man, did they get bad. Look, I'm not saying he stunk as a head coach, but the best way to sum up his tenure is to quote Gannon himself on the first day on the job. Pew, 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 pew. There you go. That's
good original stuff there.
Thank you.
Done.
No Andy Reid
No
jokes,
Andy Reid, no Adam
Silver
Silver,
jokes.
nothing, yeah.
He's all grown up. I'm so proud of him.
We've just been sued by the state of Mississippi.
Yeah.
Sports Come On with Jarrett Carlin every Friday at 9:30. And you can follow Jarrett on X at JarrettGC. A follow-up to what we were just talking about in the previous segment, too, real quick before we go to break.
Yeah.
On Catel Marte staying, being pulled off the trade market. Bob Nightingale followed that up with a tweet that said the Diamondbacks have officially pulled Catel Marte off the trade market, as Ken Rosenthal reported. It also takes the D-backs out of the Alex Bregman sweepstakes, barring dramatic creativity between the two sides.
Yep. So there you go. So the two were related. That's what I kind of figured was happening.
But would you rather have Catel Marte or Alex Bregman?
Marte's better, but probably more of a headache. I don't know. Bregman's Jewish. Root for that.
Catel's not.
I don't know. I might have to ask him.
Yeah.
Some final thoughts on this Friday straight ahead, including our filling out of the weekend checklist. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Booker to his left. He's going to try a 3. And by the 3! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown. 108-105.
The Suns host the New York Knickerbockers tonight. Pre-game at 6. The game tips at 7 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The Life Changer loan is exactly what it says it is. It is a financially life-changing and unique loan program that is the main way consumers borrow money in many places in the world and is the only way you should be borrowing money to buy your next home. Now, I'm going to stop right there because that paragraph I just read you sounds like something I might tell you about Life Changer loan, but it's not. It's a paragraph from one of many thousands of 5-star reviews from grateful clients who had no idea something this amazing exists. Life Changer loan, an innovative program that combines your banking with your mortgage. It allows you to pay all principal first. You get 24/7 access to your equity. You get the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want. Basically, what happens is you're doing your banking inside of your mortgage, and all of your income immediately goes to paying off all of your debt, and you do it without any anxiety, without changing a dime of your spending habits, because you always have access to your equity. Lots of great things with the Life Changer loan. In fact, the average length of time it takes a Life Changer loan client to pay off their home, 5 years, which is pretty tremendous. Now, it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials, but I can tell you this, if you're a good fit, you are going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill-up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day.
What is this?
It's Telly Savalas.
Is this the theme song from Kojak?
This is from his album.
Oh!
This is Who Loves You, Baby?
Who Loves You, Baby?
70s and 80s celebrity was very interesting.
When the world starts to kick you around and you find yourself flat on the ground, well, it's a sure one to five there'll be someone to jive you and try to keep bringing you down.
Is Telly Savalas the first rapper?
Wow.
We have to give Sammy some background here. Telly Savalas, you said 80s. He's like 70s icon to me.
Yeah, same.
Telly Savalas played a character, a detective named Kojak. And Kojak's thing was he was completely bald, which was not that common in the 70s.
Great point.
So, you were a kid.
Completely
I was a
bald
kid.
as in shaved head.
Anybody that was bald was Kojak.
That's right.
That's what
You're
it was.
exactly right.
Yeah.
And
it was Telly
super
Savalas.
cool. And he smoked these. What were those? Were they Moore cigarettes? Those really thin ones?
And he would always have a lollipop.
And he always had the
Always
lollipop.
had a lollipop. Yeah. When he didn't have the cigarette. Yeah.
Here's a piece of trivia for you. Can you name the overweight Greek assistant of his?
Ooh, I can't.
Stavros.
Oh, that's a great name for an overweight Greek assistant.
That's a great name for anybody.
Yeah.
Oh, good pull, Vic. Telly Savalas.
They did a remake, didn't they, a few years ago with Ving Rhames?
They did?
Oh,
I believe they did.
They did. You're right. I had forgotten about that, too. Who Loves You, Baby? Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right. It's that time where we got to fill out our weekend checklist. And the Valley's still buzzing. I wasn't here, but I heard you make the prediction on the radio on last Friday, and you nailed it.
I did.
Suns beat the Oklahoma City Thunder on a Devin Booker buzzer beater, and it came to fruition. And that's the only thing you predicted last Friday, and it came true. I was amazed when that happened, and I had actually forgotten about it until the way home. And somebody actually called the Suns postgame show and mentioned it. But you're going to start us off. What's happening this weekend?
And I love that because that means our listeners are hanging with us till 10 o'clock on a Friday.
Yep.
Okay, I am going to predict Oregon to beat Indiana 27-24. What are we doing, 3?
3.
Yeah, 3.
I'm going to predict Josh Allen to account for 400 yards or more of total offense himself. And I'm going to predict Jalen.
So that includes passing and rushing.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm going to predict Jalen Brunson to shoot 16 free throws, prompting Suns broadcasters to lose their minds.
I'm starting with the Suns. I think the Suns beat the Knicks tonight. 7 or more three-pointers for Grayson Allen.
Ooh.
I predict Saquon Barkley will have the most rushing yards of any player in the NFL playoff action this weekend. And I predict the bubble bursts for the number 1 college basketball team in the country. They lose on the road at TCU in Fort Worth.
Why do you even have to put it out there?
That's going to be a tough game. I didn't want to even
TCU's
think.
good.
TCU blew on the other night against Kansas, though. My goodness.
I'll stay in the Big 12. I'll say ASU gets their first conference win by defeating Kansas State. I'm going to say Indiana is going to win by double digits versus Oregon. Sorry, Aaron. And Puka Nacua is going to have at least 180 yards receiving for the Rams.
Wow.
180?
180. I could have said 150, but I want to say 180.
All right,
Okay, that's
there
a
we
big
go.
number.
Not quite 200.
All right, my 3, I think Jordan Love and Caleb Williams will combine for at least 3 interceptions. I think Cameron Dicker of the Los Angeles Chargers will hit a 50-plus yard game-winning field goal.
Dicker the kicker?
Dicker the kicker, 50-plus yard game-winning field goal.
Okay.
And then I think tonight in the Suns game, Book and Brunson both go for 30-plus.
Okay. All right. I like this wide range of predictions
this is a good
got.
checklist.
I wanted to get into one other aspect. I don't know if you noticed this either, or as well, last night on the national championship game. These big events now, and basically every game that you watch, every football game, they have the rules analyst. And it seems to me they were shoehorning in the rules analyst contributions last night.
Yeah.
There was replays that were being shown that were obvious penalties, like the face masking call on the receiver on a big play by Miami that kept that drive alive.
Yeah.
And it was obvious that it was face masking. And Chris Fowler and Kirk Herbstreit both. Bill, what do you think about that one? It was a penalty.
Right.
We have eyes.
Yeah.
It's like they're leaning on these guys now when they're not needed.
I agree with
don't
that.
need an explanation of every penalty.
I thought Chris Fowler did a great job on the call of the game. I liked his energy, the big moments. I thought he framed up really, really well. But again, college football and the clock stoppages after every first down, these games just are relentless.
The Sun Bowl for ASU was over 4 hours. Last night had to be close to 4 hours.
I don't know what it was, but it sure felt like it.
Yeah, it felt like it. That is going to do it for us. Thanks for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Thanks to Chris Cartman. Thanks to Tyler Drake. Wolf and Luke are up next. Enjoy this, won't you?
It's unbelievable 1 year how the star came off his rose. Now, we all knew that here, that something like that could happen.
The star came off his rose?
This is the old saying.
The bloom came off his rose. There are no stars on roses.
I haven't been to the same gardens I've been to, I guess.
This coaching staff had every opportunity to pull them out of that morass and get them into the right direction. And what did they do?
They played like morass.
Son of a coach!
Son of a coach!
Doo-doo diligent.
Doo-doo diligent.
Blictory Monday.
That's it. Blictory Monday. It's Blictory Monday. Stop rubbing your eyes, Ferret. Stop yawning, Ferret.
Shut up, Fergie. Hand the torch.
Right.
Todd Balls.
Todd Balls.
Yeah,
Hey, Nicky McLarty.
Lou Anarumo!
Oh, Mr. Lou.
You won't take me back, Tom?
I'd be sounding like this right about now. I'm too old to be diving into lockers.
Hey, guys, what's all the commotion?
You killed it with your Terry Porter pick.
That app is crap.
I'm him. No pick. No pick.
The New York Jets are an atrocity.
Mustache.
Ash, why can't I sign in award? Can you dig it?
Can you dig it?
I got nothing, guys. I'm sorry.
Boom!
Boom!
I'm him.
FM. No static at all.
Every day is like Monday.
Coming down the mountain.
Money, 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 money.
Mustache.
Away the rain.
Boom!
Sammy's like, I talked to this young guy at the game. What was he, 1?
Is that you, Jared? Are you microwaving fish?
David?
Taco Dowler.
Tony Petiti.
I got Jared disease.
You're handing out burritos that your body can't cash.
Yeah, it's gonna be sexy.
This idiotic period of time that we're living in.
The most stupid era in human history.
And it's getting dumber by the minute. I love that joke. Can't get enough of it.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news,
and play-by-play. Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection that includes a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues, a water heater flush and safety inspection, a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and a peace of mind report. Go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
In today's buyer's market, home sellers face more competition than ever. That's why it is crucial to understand all of your options before making a move. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty offers her guaranteed multiple cash offer program where you receive up to 10 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she'll buy it. Call Carol Royce today to review your offers. Call 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hi, everybody. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, what makes starting the new year with service at Liberty GMC such a smart move?
Glad you asked, Dave. We respect your time all year long. Drop off your vehicle by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next morning. Plus, right now, get 25% off your entire bill for the month of January.
And to start the year strong, you can lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $279 a month for 39 months. Buy online anytime at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Last night at State Farm Stadium, the Fiesta Bowl was a great one between Miami and Ole Miss. A Carson Beck touchdown with 18 seconds left lifted the Hurricanes to a 31-27 win, and the U punched their ticket to the national championship. Tonight, the Phoenix Suns will welcome Jalen Brunson and the New York Knicks to town for their first of 12 straight games against the Eastern Conference. Tip-off from Mortgage Matchup Center will be at 7 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns also in action Sunday against the Washington Wizards. And in the Peach Bowl tonight, the rematch between Indiana and Oregon. Kurt Cignetti and Dan Lanning will have their guys ready to go and competing for that second spot in the national championship. Kickoff from Atlanta will be at 5:30, and you can hear that over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Pro Smile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Visit ProSmileAZ.com today to book your free consultation.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, and my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Friday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing?
Doing great. Seems like a lot of stuff might be going on. I mean, it is a football Friday as we head into Wildcard Weekend.
Yeah, Wildcard Weekend. You couldn't wait to say that, right? Wildcard Weekend. This is my favorite weekend of the National Football League. It is, Basinonians. I know that the divisional round, I think you're going to see much better games. Yet at the same time, I love the possibility of an upset. I love the possibility. Wild card weekend, more times than not, can shock the world. And anytime you get a shock, unless it's your home team that you're rooting for, of course.
Well, we don't have to worry about that.
Shock is a good thing.
Yeah, look, and normally I agree with you because the wild card weekend produces some games some years. I think this year we could see 4, maybe even 5 pretty good games. So, yeah, this is going to be great. Of course, the college football playoff is down to 3 teams after last night. We're going to get into that.
Awesome.
Chris Cartman of Sun Devil Source is going to join us in about an hour and a half to talk about the transfer portal class that ASU has put together. But, Wolf, let's
talking to Chris.
Let's start with baseball, which is something we were to peel back the curtain. We were in the pre-show meeting about an hour ago.
Yeah.
And we're like, hey, you know what? Pitchers and catchers, they're not that far away from reporting. Maybe we should kind of revisit, the D-backs voided arbitration with a couple players. Maybe we talk about the Catel thing and just kind of check in on that. And we're like, yeah, there's a lot going on. We'll do that maybe next week unless something happens.
Yes.
Show meeting ends, and Ken Rosenthal tweets this. Catel Marte will remain with the Diamondbacks. Source tells The Athletic he will not be traded.
Oh! He will... What? He will not be traded. Okay, Catel Marte will not be traded. What is there a trade deadline? Is that the reason why he's not going to be traded? Because there's a trade deadline?
Self-imposed.
Being a little facetious here, basically, but you're going to impose okay, maybe why? They must have a reason for saying that. They have to. I think this is just me, ladies and gentlemen, but I think a lot of times when you get yourself in a situation like this, you're trying to create a trade deadline, if you will.
Would make a lot of sense.
By making the announcement. Hey, Ken Rosenthal, call Ken right now and tell him we're done. We're not trading Catel Marte. So if somebody calls us tomorrow with a blockbuster deal, I'm sorry, didn't you hear what he said? I said yesterday, we're not trading Catel Marte. It's a way
that would be weird.
It's a way to create a deadline, if you will.
Well, it's funny you say that because the MLB offseason so far has been largely quiet. A few of the really good Japanese players have signed, but there's kind of more of a deadline with that. So when we've seen this in the past in any sport, if there's not actually a deadline, everybody's like, oh, yeah, I'm interested in Catel. I'll give you this prospect. Well, yeah, if there's a deadline, maybe your offer is actually an offer that resembles a real trade. I don't know. I tend to agree with you. I mean, this says to me either they were really close to a deal and one or two other teams, whoever it is that they're close with, isn't willing to throw in something that maybe in the Diamondbacks' mind shouldn't be a deal breaker for the other team, but is for the Diamondbacks.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to throw out names, but let's just say it's with the Reds, and let's say they're close to getting a really good pitcher from the Reds, and then maybe like another one, and then a prospect, and the Reds are like, we don't want to throw in the prospect. And for the Diamondbacks, like, we're giving you Catel Marte, just throw in the prospect. I know you'll do it in 2 months, so just do it now, because the Diamondbacks have to get on with other moves they need to make this offseason, and it seems like this, whatever this is, this unknown is holding them up. To me, it's either that or they're just not getting any offers for him, which I find that crazy.
That right there, you brought that up. I did not think about that. Ladies and gentlemen, like I did not think at all about the possibility that the Arizona Diamondbacks were getting not any really good offers for Catel Marte.
Which I don't think is the case, but you have to acknowledge
throw it in there. Absolutely. Again, I'm not saying that the Diamondbacks don't have their reasons. Maybe they do. I just don't know what that would be to self-impose a deadline on yourself and say, okay, we're done. We're done trading Catel Marte. You're going to bring us a blockbuster deal tomorrow? You didn't hear me yesterday, did you?
Did you not look at Twitter yesterday? It's over.
I guess what I'm saying is, sometimes you can do something like this just to create a little bit of leverage for yourself and let people know, don't at me, bruh. Don't do that, and don't call me either. Unless you got a killer deal that I can't say no to.
Is this their way of going into the transfer portal with a do not contact tag, like Sam Levit and Damon Williams? I don't know. I find it hard to believe that they were open to trading him, and now they're just not.
Self-imposed.
But
and maybe they have a reason for that. I don't know.
Well, I do. I think logically, if you try and parse some of this out logically, there is more urgency on the Diamondbacks' part than there is on any other team that's trading for Catel. I'm sure there are teams that want Catel Marte. If not, then those teams aren't doing their due diligence. Because if you can get Catel Marte, especially with that contract, you need to at least be looking into it. But if you are the Reds or the Mariners or any of these other teams, the Rays that have all been rumored, and then some of them have been eliminated from the sweepstakes or whatever, you don't have to make the deal on January 9th or 10th. You don't really have to make it until April, or maybe you're thinking, hey, let's see how the first half of the season goes. Maybe we'll make it in June or something. But the Diamondbacks don't have that luxury because, once we get, 10 days into the season, Catel Marte can block any trade.
Okay, he's got a no-trade clause in his contract April 11th. Is it April 11th?
I believe it's 10 days into the season. The 10-5 rights kick in for him. So then he can block any trade. Doesn't mean you can't trade him, but do you really think Catel is going to waive his trade? It feels like he might have like 2 or 3 teams at that point he's willing to go to. But then the other part is the Diamondbacks, they need to address the bullpen. They need to address first base. They need to figure some of this stuff out, and it feels like they can't really do it until they either trade or keep Catel. So the sense of urgency is 10 times bigger for the Diamondbacks than any random team that might want Catel.
I want to go back to what Luke said as well. The option B here is the fact they're just not getting any offers for Catel Marte. Is that go ahead and at me on X Basinorians, okay? Because honestly,
that would be
I would love to know,
scary.
YouTube, if you're out there right now, do you really think that could be a possibility? Because I don't. I don't think it's a possibility where they're not getting any serious offers. They have to be getting serious offers for Catel Marte, right?
So then that means
Right, Jabal.
So that would mean they're close, but they want to wake a team up here and be like, yeah, we know you're willing to throw this last piece in. You're just going to drag your feet, so honestly, do it now.
But if you're close and you've let somebody know they're close and we do like your offer, are they really going to buy the fact that you're saying, that's it, we're done, we're not going to trade him?
Here's the other part of this.
You're always, if you're not taking phone calls as a general manager, if you're not taking phone calls on your players, what are you doing? Of course you're going to take phone. That's what you do. You take phone calls on your players.
We got to get this in before the break. Bob Nightingale also tweeted, now that the Diamondbacks have officially pulled Catel Marte off the trade market, as Ken Rosenthal reported, it also takes the Diamondbacks out of the Alex Bregman sweepstakes, barring dramatic, quote, creativity, unquote, between the two sides. So this to me is a complicating factor, Wolf.
I think the two things are separate from each other.
Do you?
I do, yes.
I feel like if they had traded Catel Marte a week ago, Alex Bregman would already be on this team. I don't think they have to be tied together, but everything we've kind of heard, everything you sort of hear behind the scenes is, yeah, if they trade Catel, Alex Bregman wants to come here, but they're not going to pay Alex Bregman and Catel. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of unknown here, but the risk you run now, if it really is just posturing, is what if Alex Bregman signs with Boston in 10 minutes?
So you're saying right now that the Diamondbacks had a shot at Alex Bregman. They had a bona fide shot at Alex Bregman, and now they're out of that.
Depending who you believe, most people around baseball seem to believe the only reason Alex Bregman hasn't signed with anybody yet is he's waiting to see if he can sign with the Diamondbacks.
Okay. And you, once again, were the guy that said, hey, you know what? Maybe they're just not getting any offers for Catel Marte. I have a hard time believing. No, that's what you brought up.
I brought it up as an option. It's not what I think is happening. You turn into like a prosecuting attorney there.
I'm just saying right now. You
Let the record show.
As an option, but you brought it up saying they're not getting the offers. I can't believe they're not getting offers for Catel Marte. And if you're going to tell me that Alex Bregman was going to sign with them and they knew that was out there, Catel would be gone right now. Because there's got to be an offer out there that is good enough for Catel Marte, knowing you've got Alex Bregman ready to get signed.
Because let's just play this out real quick. Let's say Alex Bregman signs with the Red Sox later today, and then you still do trade Catel Marte. Okay, now you're just getting back what you got for Catel. What I liked about this hypothetical scenario is you were getting back whatever you get back for Catel, and you were signing Alex Bregman. You know what I mean? That's that on top of it, because now you're leaving stuff to chance of what if Alex Bregman's like, okay, if they aren't going to have the money for me, I am going to go sign with Boston or whoever. Boston reportedly made a huge offer a couple weeks ago.
Listen, there's got to be at some point in time. Again, I believe they've gotten some legitimate offers for Catel Marte. And if you had a shot at signing Alex Bregman and he wanted to come here, you'd move Catel Marte and sign Alex Bregman. Right?
I would think. Right. Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Wolf and Bernsey on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event on February 21st. Wolf, just text HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today, and then you'll be out there hiking with Wolf.
That's going to be awesome. You got to join us. David Charles Burns, of course, is going to be out there. I'm going to be out there as well. Go ahead and how do they sign up again, Luke?
You want to text HIKE to 620-620. That way you get all the information.
Come on, join me. You can walk with me. We'll hike this thing together.
Walk through it together.
That's
with
right.
Wolf. All right, when we come back, are the Phoenix Suns looking to make any big moves in the next month before the deadline? Well, you're going to hear what their owner said about that topic next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Booker to his left. He's going to try a three. And by the three! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a three-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown. 108-105.
The Suns host the New York Knickerbockers tonight. Pre-game at 6. The game tips at 7 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you've got neck or back pain, man, you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. That's right. The reason you should choose them varies, of course, in need, but they have an award-winning doctor and doctor panel, ladies and gentlemen, that provide a broad range of treatments. DISC provides pain mapping and careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue. And then they back that with proven success and trust, of course. You can trust the good doctors at DISC. The DISC doctors often train doctors from all over the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader, Basinonians. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hey, it's Gambo. What are the matchups to watch for in tonight's Suns and Knicks game? No, Marvin Webster's not walking through that door. We'll discuss starting at 2 on the Burns and Gambo Show. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
What is going on, Sun City? Quick shout out to Sun City.
Sun City! What up, bro?
I think Sun City, every time I've gone out there, I've seen several golf carts, and I get jealous.
Yeah.
People just cruising around in golf carts.
Hey, Sun City, check out YouTube, bro. Just saying.
That's Wolf's pitch for you to check us out on YouTube
Get
right now.
IT to help you.
Let's get to the Suns are playing the Knicks tonight, which in itself is its own conversation. But Matt Ishbia was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, and they talked to him about a lot of different things, as you would imagine, Suns owner.
And one of the things they asked him about was the trade deadline, which is about a month away, a little less than a month away. They asked him if the Suns plan on being active at the trade deadline.
We'll be active because we talk to people every day, but the truth is we love our team. We love our guys. We love our coach. We love everything we got going. We don't need to mess with a great thing. And we still have to see our full team, which we'll see hopefully very soon with Jalen out there and the whole group. Like, we don't need to make a change at all. We could go nothing and do nothing at all and feel good about it, and we can find a way to get under that $300,000 with something creative. But the reality is this. We don't need to do anything. We like our team. We're proud of our team, and we're building. Now, if something comes up and we make a move, we'll look at things. We're not going to be ahead in the sand because we're always trying to build and get better. But we like where we're at. I think the fans love who we are right now, too.
You know what I just heard, Wolf? Is the Suns aren't trading Catel Marte either. That's what I just heard. Nobody's trading Catel Marte.
You know what I heard right there, Basinonians? I heard the definition for alignment. That's what I heard. We don't need to do anything. We don't need to do anything. And Matt is right.
He is right.
Matty-ish.
He's right. He has the leverage now. I don't even think this is necessarily a leverage play. I don't think this is a like, hey, we're going to make this trade, but I don't have to make a trade, so you throw more in. I truly don't think they need to make a trade this season. But I do. I got to be honest. When I hear that, I do. My mind just kind of wanders to like, how long does this last? You know what I mean? Like, if the trade deadline was today and the Suns didn't make a trade, would any of us really be upset? I mean, there's probably a couple little things they could do. And certainly things have changed from where the season started, where now, okay, make a couple moves because you might be in a playoff series, but nothing big. But at the same time, it's not like they have a ton of picks coming up in the foreseeable future. How long will we be happy with what they're doing now? Like, in 2 years, will we be happy with, hey, the Suns are the 7th seed? You know what I mean?
Yeah, you also have to wonder, too, maybe, would you be okay with some more picks? You know,
I would like some picks,
pick, even second-round picks, or make small deals. Yeah, absolutely. I could see that happening. Nick Richards, I could see that happening.
Now, of course, we played that cut from earlier in the week from the podcast with Boogie Cousins and Lou Williams and Chandler Parsons, where Matt Ishbia responded on X and was like, yeah, you don't have to worry about calling for Dillon Brooks because we're not trading him. Burns and Gambo asked him about that as well.
Yeah, you know, sometimes I see some best. I don't see that much of that. I'm not on there too often, but when I saw that and there was so much excitement around it, there's zero chance that's happening. Zero chance we have any interest in trading Dillon Brooks. I just talked about identity and culture and leadership and grit and toughness. I mean, I'm defining the Suns, but it defines Dillon Brooks. Everything that we love about what the Phoenix Suns are doing right now, Dillon Brooks represents that. And by the way, so does Jordan Goodwin. I'll go through all the guys. Devin Booker. I can go through the guys, but Dillon Brooks we traded for a reason. And so, you know, these guys online, they'll say we're going to trade this. I know they're trying to get clicks and all that stuff, but sometimes I see it and I just figure, let me just shut this nonsense down real quick, and that's what I did.
Yeah, it is what he did. It's pretty definitive.
What Matty-ish did right there, yes. You know, and again, yeah, it's a beautiful thing to see this. And, you know, I talk about it all the time. Culture is one thing. Culture is an idea. It's okay. You've got to speak it. It's a thought, Basinonians, and then you've got to speak it. But if you don't have guys to model it, if you don't have guys to go out and do it, you got Jack. It's just a thought.
Yeah.
It's just speaking about what it is we'd like to see, and you're never going to be able to do it. You need models. You need guys who are going to go out and execute or become that culture.
Well, and Dillon Brooks means more to the Suns than he would mean to any other team in like a trade. Look, if Oklahoma City called and offered SGA for Dillon Brooks, obviously they would trade him. But you're not going to get like a crazy offer for Dillon Brooks equal to what he means to the Phoenix Suns. So you can. I don't think it's irresponsible to just blanketly shut down. No, we're not trading Dillon Brooks, because if you did, what sort of message would that send? I mean, you heard him rattle off some other names, and Jordan Goodwin and Devin Booker and these other guys that embody what they want to be as well. That's all true. But Dillon Brooks is the face of you changing your identity this season, right? When you think, hey, the Suns have a much different identity than they did last year, What face do you see? You see Dillon Brooks. That would send such a weird message to then trade him, almost no matter who you were getting, unless you were getting like a Hall of Famer.
You know what's amazing about it as well? And just the fact that he brought up the name of Jordan Goodwin. Goody.
Yeah.
How about that? You know, I mean, again, I'm not trying to read into everything, but just the fact he brought up Jordan Goodwin. When you think of it, is he the dog? Is he the dog that you have grown to love maybe the most because he came from nowhere to me? Dylan Brooks, we all understood what Dylan Brooks was about for the most part. Jordan Goodwin has been a guy that has been in the association. We all understand that. But to see him adopt the culture and model the culture that is the Phoenix Suns, I think is awesome.
Matt Ishbia talked specifically about Jordan Goodwin, actually.
He's exactly like we talked about. Very similar to Dylan Brooks. He's Suns DNA through and through. And, when he got waived, there's a process. Then people go and sign free agent. We actually claimed him off waivers. That's how much we wanted. We targeted it. We knew what we thought of him. He obviously competed for the last roster spot. And quite honestly, it wasn't close. He was the guy, and he was the guy that's not only been make the team, but he's going to make us better, and hopefully for years to come, because he's our kind of guy. And so, extremely happy with him. Great rebounder, great defensive guy, great culture guy. We had him a couple years ago. We loved him back then. We had to get included in that Royce O'Neal deal, but we were so happy to get him back. And I love having Jordan Goodwin on the team, and I think the fans do too.
Man, the fact that he was the last guy on the roster,
yeah.
I mean, that's what we're talking about. And yet, look at the way Jordan Goodwin has impacted games, especially as of late. Man, dogs, that's what you need. And you need people to model what a dog is and what it looks like and what it does.
We have to put him in our sliding scale of significance where we have must win, need to win, good win, and should win, and could win.
Oh, my goodness. All right. He had me at Goodwin.
Yeah, well.
And then you added that up.
Because I didn't add it. That's the whole sliding scale of significance that you created on this show like a year or two ago.
Yeah, that's right. Don't forget it either.
Yeah, because you just did. When we come back, the Cardinals added another name to their head coaching interview list. Is there a similarity on some of these names? And maybe are they too similar to the previous head coach? Let's get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Here comes Kevin Durant. There goes Kevin Durant. And in his absence, it feels like the first time where a really, really elite player in the history of the league just walked out that door and you're fine. You're not going through the, oh man, Barkley left and we suck.
You're happy about it.
Oh yeah, Nash left and our team is terrible. We're not going to be any good anytime soon. This feels like the first time in forever that one of the very best players in the history of the league just became an ex-Sun, and we're not really that bothered by it because we're having success without him.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting around to sell your old place first. That sounds perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later, and here's how. Orchard gives you cash. That way you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to do any showings or double moves or waiting around. None of that extra stuff. Orchard cuts all those hassles right out of the process for you, which you, trust me, will appreciate as you're going through this entire process. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. That way you can attract the right kinds of buyers because Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town, and they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their home without the stress. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's all right there online. That's Orchard.com.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER. for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER. Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the Hummer EV is a game changer, and you're kicking off the new year with some serious savings.
What's up, Dave? There's no better way to start the year off with a brand new Hummer EV. For a limited time, get up to $8,000 off the all-new 2026 Hummer EV, SUV, or lease for just $799 a month. It's a new year, a new ride, a new opportunity you don't want to miss.
So shop and buy online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Dan Bickley here, and a new year is a great time to get moving. And if joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting. And these treatments happen right in the office, and you go about your day. Simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. So skip the invasive surgery and the 3 to 6 months of pain, recovery, and rehab. Plan the upcoming year on your terms. Move better, get stronger by taking care of your pain the smart way with game-changing regenerative treatments. Stop managing your pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now to schedule your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Ken Rosenthal, the Arizona Diamondbacks will not be trading Catel Marte, and he will be remaining in the Valley. And according to Bob Nightingale, this news also means that this takes the D-backs out of the Alex Bregman sweepstakes, barring any dramatic creativity from both sides. We got an absolute classic in the Fiesta Bowl last night. Carson Beck led the Miami Hurricanes on a game-winning drive to take down the Ole Miss Rebels 31-27 and to advance to the College Football National Championship. The other half of the national championship will be solved tonight. Heisman winner Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana Hoosiers will battle Dante Moore and the Oregon Ducks tonight in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl to decide who will have a chance to win it all. Kickoff for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620. And the Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight. Our old friend Mikal Bridges and the NBA Cup champion New York Knicks are in town tonight. Josh Hart will be out for the Knicks with an ankle injury. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock, with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. We're on the eve of Wildcard Weekend in the NFL. We'll join you on Monday reviewing 5 NFL playoff games that are going down over the weekend. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Let's go ahead and let this. Yeah. I'm not a big fan. But I do like this song.
POD?
Yeah.
Isn't this POD? I think it's POD. They had a couple songs.
A couple of songs. I'm just saying right now. I typically like some heavier stuff, bass and onions, but...
Well, how did this get in our rotation then? If
I
you
have no idea.
I'm working on a
put it
list.
there.
I'm putting together a list, and it's heavier stuff.
Oh, really?
It's just going to be like 10 or 12 songs. I'll give to Jamal. We already have like 200 songs in our rotations. You might not hear them for 3 months, but we're very, we have a lot of music enthusiasts on the show. Wolf, there is another name to add to the list of people the Cardinals are looking to interview for this head coaching position, okay? And it's Jeff Hafley, defensive coordinator of the Green Bay Packers.
Okay.
So that moves the list up to 8. You and I went through an exercise of this yesterday when there were 7 names on the list, and we basically put together our top 5 of the 7, and we kind of went through and gave reasons why we would have so and so at 1, 2, 3. I think and we were just going with the actual names that have been linked to the Cardinals, not our preferences, because my preferences, quite honestly, aren't on this list. If I'm being honest. I think you had Clint Kubiak, the Seahawks OC, who's been linked to the Cardinals, as your number 1. And I had Robert Saleh as my number 1.
And once again, too, when I put him number 1, that more than anything else is just so we can rank it and say.
Yeah.
To me, the top 3 or 4 guys that it's been reported the Arizona Cardinals are actually pursuing, they're pretty much bunched up for me. They are. The only difference with Kubiak is the fact that he's an offensive coordinator. Why did I want an offensive coordinator? Because I was thinking about an offensive mind working with a young quarterback, whether it was this year or next year, whether they're looking at, hey, we're going to go with Jacoby Brissett in 2026. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go with Jacoby Brissett. We're going to draft a guy maybe the next year or have him mentor a young guy, whatever it may be. To me, I like Clint Kubiak because of his mentality.
I like that and the fact that the Seahawks were number 3 in the NFL in points this year with Sam Darnold as their quarterback.
Their offense, too, is what I like.
And you'd be taking him away from Seattle. I don't hate that either.
Nice.
I don't know. You look at Seattle's offense, with all due respect to everybody there, who really jumps out to you? Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yes.
And then it's a bunch of guys that play their roles. And so to me, that reflects well on the offensive coordinator or the head coach. But I got to zoom out on this. I got to be honest. None of these names on this list right now none of them are really all that exciting to me yet. I had Robert Saleh first on my list yesterday. The only reason I had him over Kubiak was because I want a guy with NFL head coaching experience.
Right.
But Robert Saleh's record as an NFL head coach isn't great. Now, it was all with the Jets, so I do think he would be better somewhere else. But where's the report that they're talking to John Harbaugh or Kevin Stefanski or Brian Flores or any of these? At least give me hope that that's happening. And maybe it's happening and it's just not being reported. I mean, we really haven't heard any team directly linked to John Harbaugh except Miami. But I mean, Jeff Hafley.
I have to wonder with John Harbaugh. I'm sorry. John Harbaugh has got the pick of the litter, correct?
He does, yeah.
Who's got the leverage here, based on
No, Harbaugh. The Cardinals and all of these teams really need Harbaugh more than he needs them.
Yeah, absolutely. So to me, we're going to say that John Harbaugh has the clout in this situation. And because of that, he's probably got a list. This is team 1, team 2, team 3. Don't talk to me. Honestly.
But don't you do everything you can to get on the list?
Yeah, unless he has no desire to even talk to you. Would never even consider. I'm just saying, why else wouldn't you? Of course. We've got to talk to John Harbaugh. We got to talk to Kevin Stefanski. If for nothing else, you get a lot of good information.
Look, I'm not saying Kevin Stefanski's Vince Lombardi, but of all these names that aren't John Harbaugh, that's the one that's most interesting to me. And like I said, driving around, you may like Mike McCarthy, or you might like Brian Flores, or you might like Mike McDaniel, who's out there now too. Whoever that second name is that isn't John Harbaugh, if everybody's looking at Harbaugh and you can't get him, why aren't you swooping in and getting Stefanski now? Why are we talking about defensive coordinators? We just did that.
Yes, I'm with you on this, Luke. Yet at the same time, it takes 2 to tangle. It does. It takes 2 to if you call, and I'm just hypothetically, I don't know this is the case based on earnings. I don't. But if the Arizona Cardinals called Kevin Stefanski, and Kevin Stefanski said, I'm not interested. I've got this other place that I want to go to. Hey, what are you going to do? You're out. I'm just saying.
I could buy that with Harbaugh. I think anybody else, and I've been saying this now all week, anybody else like Stefanski or Mike McDaniel or whoever, yes, any one of those individuals might just be like, no, I'm not going to come coach Arizona, and there's nothing you can do. I get that. But none of these other teams that have an opening are that much better than Arizona, where you can't make up the ground. You know what I mean? You're talking about Tennessee and Cleveland and...
Yes, but just once again, every man has a personal preference and maybe has no desire whatsoever to come out west. Honestly, something like that. Maybe the guy just has some reason why he doesn't want to come out here, period. I'm just saying, you can't make somebody do it, especially Kevin Stefanski. Do you think he might have 3-4 teams right now that are interested that he could actually play off each other? Yeah, I would say yes. John Harbaugh, everybody, for the most part. It takes two to tangle. Never forget that.
Well, running through this list again, and what was it? We ran through this yesterday where in terms of guys that have previous experience as an NFL head coach, you have Raheem Morris, Matt Nagy, you have Robert Salah certainly as well, and then Vance Joseph. Okay, so those are the guys with NFL head coaching experience that the Cardinals have reportedly been set up to talk to. Then you have this other group of four, which is Jeff Hafley, the Packers defensive coordinator. You have Thomas Brown, the Patriots passing game coordinator. You have Clint Kubiak, Seahawks OC, and then you have Anthony Weaver, the Dolphins defensive coordinator. Nothing against Weaver or even Kubiak or Hafley. It's just if you go down that path, how do you know that? Like, I'm picturing, okay, press conference in 2 weeks. Hey, we signed Jeff Hafley. We know he's the guy.
Yeah.
Well, how do you know that he's the guy any differently than you knew Jonathan Gannon was the guy 3 years ago? You know, I mean, you're going out and getting a very successful defensive coordinator.
Yes.
They are different people. One is going to be more or less successful, but in terms of what you could possibly know when you hire them, you're hiring from the same bucket, basically. You're saying, hey, this guy was a defensive coordinator on a team with a successful defense. We'll take him.
Yes. Yes, and you know what's weird about this, to me, Base Earnings, again, thinking that the quarterback situation is really a massive question mark right now, and anytime you've got a question mark means you don't really have a rock-solid quarterback. You don't. And not having a quarterback in the National Football League is a veritable death sentence, metaphorically speaking, when it comes to this. When it comes to winning games. If you don't have that guy, you're going to build your team around for years to come. What are you doing? It's just so difficult. And because of that, this is what's fascinating about it. There are 5 defensive coordinators that they're talking about interviewing, and only 3 offensive guys.
Yeah.
And I say only 3. I mean, hey, listen, they
you only need
love
one.
Clint Kubiak.
Yeah.
They love him. You know, maybe that's their number one guy. I have no idea, but it does seem odd that, okay, we've got this, we want a defensive guy. Yeah, we're okay with that. As a matter of fact, we're going to interview 5, 6, 7 defensive guys. I find that a little surprising.
I do too, and you know, you bring up Kubiak again. He at least, if I'll go back to that same scenario, a week and a half from now, they're hiring Clint Kubiak. I can at least get behind it in the sense of, okay, if Jacoby Brissett's your quarterback next year, I hate the idea of just putting off drafting a quarterback for a year because you think next year's class might be better, but whatever. If Jacoby Brissett is your quarterback next year, well, you're bringing in a guy who just worked with Sam Darnold, who was a reclamation project that is going pretty well. And you already know Jacoby can put up numbers. Now, can you build the offense in a way to win games? You know, his track record with Seattle this year is pretty good. But also, if you went out and drafted a guy, I feel like Clint Kubiak would be somebody who I would want that young quarterback to be learning from. So I can get behind that more than just, this isn't against Jeff Hafley or Anthony Weaver. Those guys might be great. One of them may end up being a great coach for a different team. The idea of we just fired a guy who we really liked as an up-and-coming young defensive coordinator, and we replaced him with a guy we really like as an up-and-coming young defensive coordinator, you're setting yourself up where we could be in the same spot again in 3 years. Could. Not necessarily will, but could. When we come back, an all-time classic at State Farm Stadium last night, we will get into the ramifications of the Fiesta Bowl and, of course, the Peach Bowl coming up tonight. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Arizona's #1 pool builder. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Presidential Pools and Spas, Arizona's #1 pool builder. One of the big reasons why they offer a 5-year warranty. That is the leader in the industry, a 5-year warranty, Basinonians. They're also Arizona's most trusted pool builder in the market, and they build more pools than anyone and have awards to back it up. That's right. Presidential Pools and Spas, Arizona's #1 pool builder. They also have an amazing financing option for you. Any pool, all the pool options you could possibly want, and you can get those financed, of course. Maybe you want to be swimming by spring, right? That's not bad. That's a good goal. Now's a great time for you to start. Go to presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
This is the one the world waits for. Be part of the excitement at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. January 17th through 25th at Westworld. There's entertainment for the whole family. Save with advance tickets today at barrett-jackson.com.
After your last putt drops, make Bonehouse Brewing your next stop in Fountain Hills. Our tap room is a true Arizona adventure. Mining relics, hidden treasures, and a beer lineup that's as creative as your short game. From our legendary hazy IPAs to crisp lagers and seasonal stouts, there's a brew for every golfer's taste. Bring your foursome, share your best and worst shots, and raise a glass to the good times, because at Bonehouse, every round deserves a legendary finish.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. Which NFC West teams do we think advance to the divisional round of the NFL playoffs? Is it okay if we root for none of them? That and all the latest on the Cardinals offseason on the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and, of course, Arizona Sports on YouTube.
It always starts with one. Does it not?
Well, Wolf, I'm going to throw 2 things at you here, okay?
Yes.
1, I did the final math on our picks throughout the season in the NFL, and I win. Haha, take that. You were close. I opened the door a little bit in the last week. I went 2-2.
Wow.
I still finished with 46 wins. I think you had 44.
1-3 or something like that?
I'll double check the exact numbers, but either way, I won. And I say that.
Okay.
It's just I want that noted because as I say that, I will. That's to set up the fact that
I won last year, basically.
You did win last year.
I won last year,
and you almost won this year.
Luke won this year.
It took like you basically, if you're gonna do one of these with Wolf, you can't miss any games after Halloween. That's basically how it works. But I say that because I was wrong last night. I thought Ole Miss would beat Miami, and you were right on that one. You had Miami over Ole Miss, and somebody told me this after the game. The line was 3.5. Miami and they of course won by what? They win by 4. I mean, that's how this always works, right? Vegas is always right within a half point. I absolutely would have, if we were picking based on the spread, would have said Ole Miss plus 3.5 because Ole Miss every game they either win or it comes down to the absolute wire. But Miami wins 31-27, and what a game!
Where do you start, Mason? It's when you talk about what you saw in the Verbo Fiesta Bowl last night.
I'll start here. Since you asked, I don't even know if this is the right place to start. I'm really intrigued to see what Trinidad Shamblas looks like at the next level. I know that he's already committed to go back to Ole Miss for next year, but I know he's listed at 6'1", so he's probably 6, maybe and a half. Probably not the guy for the Cardinals, just because I think the Cardinals want like a 7-footer at quarterback now. But I think he's going to find his way into the NFL, and that dude has the clutch gene. I know they lost last night, but it wasn't because of him.
You know what? He reminds me of Baker Mayfield. I said this the other day when we were talking about Trinidad Shamblas. He reminds me of a little bit of Baker Mayfield, a little of the swag. Do you know what I mean? And this is a kid that I love his history. I love the fact that he wasn't the starter. He was not. And all of a sudden he became the starter due to injury. And guess what? He was not going to give that job back.
No, and he was behind a guy in Austin Simmons who's a good quarterback. It wasn't like, hey, our guy's not really cutting it, so the door's open. No, like Shamblas just came in and was so good they didn't. Austin Simmons, his quarterback rating for the season was 147.6.
That's pretty good.
But Shamblas was so good and good against SEC competition that they could never bench him.
And here's the best thing about Shamblas. He got better as the game unfolded. When the pressure got turned up, Shamblas played better. If there's one position you want your guy to have a clutch gene, it's your quarterback.
Well, see, now Richard Jefferson would say that one position would be Giannis.
Oh, yeah,
that was the position he said.
That's right. Yes. Listen, Richard, we love you. Thank you. I respect you greatly, and at the same time, stop talking about this. Okay. He's got the reputation for having that clutch gene.
Yeah.
And to me, I love that. I don't know if you could have a quarterback. Could you have a better attribute as a quarterback than having the clutch gene?
No, I mean, I've been telling you this for a while. I just have randomly ended up watching an oddly high amount of Ole Miss games this year, and it's just been that in every game. He gets better as the game goes. Now, we both know a bunch of Hurricanes fans, and there, I'm sure, are a bunch still in the city right now who are probably screaming at their radio, that's great. Ole Miss didn't win the game. Miami won the game. And I don't know that I necessarily feel the same way about Carson Beck having that clutch gene, but he had it last night. He wasn't great in the first half, but that move down the field there at the end was impressive.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. Carson Beck played really, really well, base audience. But as I was watching it, I will say that I also wrote in my notes, he's not going to be the number 3 quarterback taken. He's not going to be that guy.
No.
He's not.
Get him in the second round if you like him, though.
Carson Beck was good. This is what I was thinking as well. Maybe in the second round, you'd go ahead and take a flyer on Carson Beck because he could still be developing. He was good. He wasn't great. He was good. But watching him make some of the decisions that he made, oh my goodness, some of the throws that he could have thrown 3 picks in this game.
You mean earlier in the game, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Well, earlier being before the last drive of the game.
Yeah, but even in some of the decisions that he made late in the fourth quarter, whoa.
I mean, even one of those throws on the last drive, he's trying to throw it away and could have easily been picked.
Yeah. Should have been picked.
Should have been picked.
Yeah. Now that you mentioned it, I remember that.
Again, wow. Those are throws that are made by a quarterback, Basinonians, where everyone on the sideline looks at each other and goes, whoa, what were you looking at? You don't want that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
We can, and Shamblas, to be fair, actually had one of those in this game too, but we can.
Oh, yeah, he did, but.
He rarely does, though. Can we dive into this, though, just for a second? The Carson Beck, the idea that you would take him in the second round, because I've been saying this has kind of been a thing for me, not specifically Beck, but every time I say it to somebody that isn't you, they're just like, nah, just wait to 2027 to draft a quarterback. Okay, so we'll just waste a year. We're going to go through another 3-14 season. What is the risk of taking either Carson Beck or Drew Aller or any of these other quarterbacks that were supposed to be amazing coming into this season who their stock has dropped a little bit? Garrett Nussmeier wouldn't be my choice, but if the Cardinals like one of those guys in the second round, other than the fact that you're using a second-round pick, like I wouldn't just – if you don't like any of them, don't do it.
That's something, though.
It is, but you're not committed to him. Let's say they like Drew Aller. Let's say the Cardinals like Drew Aller. You're not going to take him in the first round, but he's there in the second round. You take him, and then it just doesn't work. It's not like you're committed to him forever like you are with Kyler.
Yeah, just, it's one of those situations, Luke. I sit here and I listen to you speak about this in a very generic kind of way, and I think everything you're saying is accurate, yet at the same time, what if there is a difference maker sitting there at number 38?
35, yeah.
Or 35, yeah. My math was bad on that, okay?
I thought we were both going to say it at the same time, and we said different
35.
numbers.
What if all of a sudden there you are, 3 picks into the second round, and you got a guy there that you think, man, this guy was going to go halfway through the first round. This is a deal. Will Johnson suddenly is there. That's the thing you always have to weigh.
No, you're right. And we're not going to know that until you get into the second round of the draft. And I'm sure there could be a guy that, hey, everybody thought this guy was going 14th and he's still there at 35 and it's something the Cardinals need. Absolutely. But I think, much like I think you need to be trying to go all in on John Harbaugh, even if you don't get him, I think you need to be going all in on scouting these, which they will. They will absolutely scout these quarterbacks, because if that scenario unfolds, and let's say it is probably not as ridiculous as Will Johnson falling to them at 47 or whatever it was last year, but there is a player that drops to them. But if they internally do like one of these quarterbacks, there's less risk taking them in the second round to me than there is of just punting on next season and then using your high-end pick on in the first round the following year.
Yeah, you know what also, too, is very impressive when we talk about Trinidad Shamblas, basically, is just the fact that Ole Miss, did you see the start to the game for Ole Miss? Oh, my goodness.
Wasn't real encouraging.
Ole Miss did not have a first down in the first quarter. They had -1 yard of offense in the first quarter.
Is that bad?
They only had the ball for 2 minutes and 52 seconds, but it was only a 3-0 game at that point in time. Man, that was incredible. And then Kewan Lacey went 73 yards for a touchdown in one play. And that seemed to get them back into it and to ignite them and wake them up a little bit.
The YouTube live chat is speaking, and they are echoing what you're saying, Wolf.
What?
The risk is that you pass on a good player that you need in the second round, which I fully acknowledge. I'm just saying the risk is – you're right. You're 100% right on that. I'm just saying the risk of you took a quarterback and he ends up not being good and you're stuck with him, that's not there if you take him in the second round. It's not like, hey, we took a quarterback at number 3. We're committed to this guy whether he's good or not. I, in this class, would almost rather you go offensive line or Reuben Bain Jr. or somebody with number 3. And again, if internally your scouts like one of these quarterbacks enough where you would not be upset if they were on your team, I mean, maybe you could even get one in the third round, honestly, because you're picking so high.
Maybe you could get a slot guy like Malachi Toney. Maybe you could, I'm just saying.
Maybe you could get Ole Miss's safeties to not pay attention to him with the game on the line, too.
He was so bad. He was so quick. That guy, I think he is going to be an awesome NFL player.
Yeah, he's a beast and has been a beast all year. All right, when we come back to the Arizona Cardinals, we get a little insight on at least how one of them felt about Jonathan Gannon being fired. We are here with Trey McBride said about that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on AC Preps Live. AC Preps Live Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Save $10 on a pair of Rain X Latitude wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Our professional parts people will even install them for free.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
They're gonna go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is starting off the new year strong with big savings.
Absolutely, Dave. It's our New Year's savings sales event. All month long, you can lease an all-new 2026 Train for just $279 a month or purchase with $47.50 in savings. Plus, the popular 2026 Yukon and Yukon XL models are arriving daily with lease options at $799 a month, making this the perfect time to upgrade your ride.
So visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Ken Rosenthal, the Arizona Diamondbacks will not be trading Catel Marte, and he will be remaining in the Valley. And according to Bob Nightingale, this news also means that this takes the D-backs out of the Alex Bregman sweepstakes, barring any dramatic creativity from both sides. We got an absolute classic yesterday in the Fiesta Bowl. Carson Beck led the Miami Hurricanes on a game-winning drive to take down the Ole Miss Rebels 31-27 and to advance to the College Football National Championship. The other half of the national championship will be solved tonight. Heisman winner Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana Hoosiers will battle Dante Moore and the Oregon Ducks tonight in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl, to decide who will have a chance to win it all. Kickoff for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620. And the Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight. Our old friend Mikal Bridges and the NBA Cup champion New York Knicks are in town. Josh Hart will be out for the Knicks with an ankle injury. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock with pregame starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted number 1 by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. How did the Suns do in home games against the Knicks and the Wizards? Well, we'll let you know starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's Wolf and Luke. Got the NFL playoffs starting tomorrow. We're going to do our playoff draft tomorrow, Wolf.
Okay, cool.
We've done this, I think, every year we've done this show. I don't know who's won any of the years, and we don't have a name for it.
Yeah.
But I believe we got Erin to come in here and draft.
Okay.
Today.
Mel's going to do that.
Basically, just because she wants to finish ahead of you.
Okay.
That's she didn't say that, but I could just kind of interpret. This is Trey McBride from earlier. This was, I guess, on Wednesday, talking about Jonathan Gannon being let go as the Cardinals head coach.
Obviously, not what we expected, not what, but I totally understand the decision. Disappointing, but at the same time, I understand the business. It's a bottom line business, and if you don't win, they move on. So feel for him, loved him as a person, loved him as a coach, and I'm excited to see where he heads next.
Yeah, this is the National Football League. It is the biggest mercenary league on the face of the planet, and that's the reason why you can never forget why you're in it and what you're in it for and what you're doing. And for me, it was so simple. Just be the best version of yourself that you could be, whether you were a coach, whether you were a scout, whether you were a general manager, whether you were a player. Be the best version of yourself you could possibly be. That's the best way you could be a good teammate to somebody else.
Well, here's more from Trey McBride. He was asked a few of these questions. One of them is, and this is stuff you'd want to hear from Trey McBride. Anything you're looking for in particular for the next head coach?
Honestly, I think Monty and Michael will make the right decision, and I think who they bring in, who they hire will be the right guy, and I'm excited to meet him.
He was also asked what Jonathan Gannon said to the team. Remember, he got to address the team after he kind of found out.
Yeah, he just, told us of the news, and, obviously people were, shocked, all the different emotions that were in that room. But, it was good that he was able to say his goodbyes to the team before he took off.
Man, that is so rare. That is so rare, Basinonians. You rarely see that actually taking place, where a guy will get fired and you'll tell him that and then let him address the team. Rarely does that happen.
Yeah, that's true. And, McBride didn't go into any detail there. I wouldn't expect him to, obviously. But, what we've heard is that it was a pretty powerful message and everybody was really kind of locked in. I mean, look, these guys like Jonathan Gannon, or if they didn't, they're all really good actors. Now, NFL roster's huge. I'm not saying all of them feel the same. They're not all the same person. But just kind of what you heard from them throughout the season. Oh, no, we believe in the message he's preaching, this and that. The problem is their play on the field didn't say it in the last few games, maybe the last month of the season, honestly.
Yeah, for me at least, the talent was highly suspect and remains highly suspect. going forward in terms of the talent that was out there on the field. Talent does matter at some point in time, as we all know, talent and toughness, but you just can't suffer the kind of injuries the Arizona Cardinals did for the most part and be the same team. And that's why I was surprised JG was let go. The only thing is this, and I'll continue to say this, and you know me, I love JG. This is my spirit coach for the most part. Just allow fighting in training camp.
That's the one thing.
JG, going forward. Okay, if you learn that lesson and he's going to get another job, he'll get another head coaching job at some point. There's my hot take.
Oh, wow. Okay, head
JG.
coaching. Okay.
Yes,
I was going to say coordinator
at some point,
instantly.
Oh, yeah, no, he'll be a coordinator as well. But at some point in time, he's going to get the opportunity to do that. But listen, you have to always expect the fact that change is coming. You do as a player. You have to know that and embrace it. You have to do your job. How many times have you heard me talk about this, Luke? It's so important that you focus on what you can control, period, regardless of the coach that is coming in. That's one of the reasons why Trey McBride is saying all the right things here. He's speaking median because he knows all I can do is my job. Okay, I can't do anyone else's job. I'm not Monty Ossenfort. I'm not Michael Bidwell. I'm not going to be hiring the next coach. That's not going to happen.
All I can do is do my job. He was actually asked, it's funny you bring that up, if he wants any say in who the next coach is.
Would you like to have a say in maybe the next head coach?
No, I have no say in that. That's what those guys get. The higher-ups get paid a lot of money to do. So I have full trust in Monty and, Michael, and I think they'll make the great decision and go from there.
I'm proud of you. Proud of you, Trey. That is the median answer. There's no doubt about it. You say no.
I don't want to necessarily drag us back into this conversation, but I'm going to. What we were talking about earlier, and it's one thing to interview unproven at the head coaching level guys that are defensive coordinators. There's just nothing wrong with interviewing Jeff Hafley and Anthony Weaver, and if they add more guys to the list. To me, I separate Vance Joseph. Yeah, he's a defensive mind, but he's been a head coach before, so there's a difference. But these other guys that have not been an NFL head coach, they are really good defensive coordinators. Again, you just moved on from JG, who you loved basically for the first 2 years, by all accounts.
That you actually let address the team after he was fired. That's how much they loved him.
So what is an interview like with another guy who is not the same person, but he's got the same resume? Hey, we brought this guy in, Jonathan Gannon, up and coming, young defensive coordinator.
Different.
They must want something different. They sounded like they want something different. Otherwise, are you just saying, no, we want what JG was supposed to be, he wasn't that? I don't think they're saying that. I don't. Maybe they are, but I didn't get that impression because by all accounts, they seemed happy with him in year one, happy with him in year two. And to your point, they let him address the team after year three, but year three got so sideways, they felt like they had to do something. Why would you go hire somebody else who might be the exact same thing?
Yeah, I know. You know what's so odd about this as well? The fact that they are interviewing 5 defensive guys. Again, I'm thinking, it's not like the Arizona Cardinals had a top 5 defense in the National Football League. And that is the strength of your team. And that's where your team has been built around. And because of that, you're going to bring in a defensive guy right now. I'm thinking about the quarterback position again. And there's going to be change, real change at the quarterback position. And maybe a young guy at the quarterback position. Isn't that why you'd go out and get a Ben Johnson? Isn't that why you'd go out and get a guy, a Liam Cohen? Isn't that the reason why you would go out and get a young guy to bring him in?
Yeah.
To work with that young quarterback.
That would make sense. Again, it's not like they've hired one of these guys, but that's just going off the list of names that they are reportedly going to interview, and that list can, and I would assume will, still grow. So maybe they're just doing their due diligence, and maybe they like what Jeff Hafley has done, and they like what Anthony, and they just want to talk to these guys. And maybe you've said this before, the last time they were looking for a head coach, maybe that interview is valuable to you just to get a sense of what they would do with your defense. It does, on some levels, say to me, and this is something they said in the press conference, that they believe in the talent that they have accumulated. and they want more out of that defense. You know, I didn't get the impression, and certainly if they hire a defensive mind now, I don't get the impression that they're like, yeah, our defense needs a lot of work in terms of roster construction. If they go out and hire a defensive mind, to me that says we just need to get our guys healthy, and we need to get more out of the guys we drafted. All right, when we come back, Mikal Bridges is back in town. He could be listening right now. Wolf, you have anything you want to say to him?
No.
Come home, son?
Oh, yeah.
That?
Come on, son.
Does it feel any different now, though, that the Suns are much different than they've been? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Researching.
And Gambo, afternoons.
The injuries, in particular, when it comes to the 2024 draft class, have kind of made it hard to evaluate and hard to understand, but you also have to work with what you've got. That almost entire 2024 draft class has been non-contributors. What have you extracted of value from the 2024 draft class? Nobody knows. We're 2 years into this, and nobody knows. And whoever's fault that is, the injuries or the selection and whether the right guy was taken or not, I just don't think you can sweep it under the rug.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a new year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work, and I know because they replace my windows and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call, tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Ready!
Hey, it's Chris with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. We are a family-owned and operated business, and we have been since 1957. Our goal is to leave every customer satisfied and a smile on their face. Ready Services doesn't want to leave your home without leaving you with a 5-star experience. At Ready Services, we believe that we can do a great job at a fair price. Learn more about how we can help you at nofeeemergency.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. What are the matchups to watch for in tonight's Suns and Knicks game? No, Marvin Webster's not walking through that door. We'll discuss starting at 2 on the Burns and Gambo Show. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
As time ticks by, still I try. No rest for cross chops in my mind. On my own, here we go.
Shout out to Maricopa.
Yeah, Maricopa.
What's going on, Maricopa?
What up, Maricopa?
Shout out to Mikal Bridges, who is back in Phoenix tonight. Wolf.
Mikal is not from Maricopa.
He is not.
Interesting.
He is not. This is always a different game, though, when Mikal Bridges is back. One of the all-time favorite Suns. I don't know if you put up.
Is that still the case?
Yeah, I
if
think
we had
so.
a listeners-only meeting right now, would they call in? Would the phone lines just get flooded with calls? Of course, Mikal Bridges is still Sun 1.
You can certainly throw that in the YouTube live chat, and we'll look through that. Is Mikal Bridges one of your, what do you say, all-time top 3 all-time favorite Suns?
I'll say he's my second favorite player right now.
Okay. Oh, right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Book and then Mikal.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you're even including Suns. It's still Mikal.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
love Book, too. I love Book, too. The smoldering Devin Booker. And I love the fact that he's in this kind of culture because it's going to make him a better player. And you can already see him stepping up and leading.
Well, that's why I think you have to say, like, is Mikal still, top 3? Because obviously Book's going to be number 1 on most people's lists. And, if you're going all time, then you're going to go back to what? Steve Nash, Charles Barkley, Amari, Sean Marion. But for a guy that now has been gone for a couple years, and it's not like he played here for 15 years.
Yeah, right.
He's going to get a warm reception tonight at this game.
There's no doubt about it. Mikal Bridges, I can tell you, in the Wolf League compound, he is beloved. No doubt about it. I'm sure that, Luke, you feel the same way.
He's definitely an all-timer.
Mikal Bridges, just the way he competes. I'm sorry. It's just his competitive nature and how he goes out there and lays it on the line, especially on the defensive end of the floor, how long he is, the way that he plays the game. It's such a testament to how effort can change somebody. And he's got talent, don't get me wrong. He's long, he's got great athletic talent as well, but at the same time, his effort is what makes him so special. His love of giving what he has is what makes him special.
Well, and we can talk about him being here and playing for the Knicks. We could have talked about it 2 weeks ago because unlike most NBA games, he's going to play in the game. Anytime you record anything about an NBA game, well, wait, this is tomorrow. Don't mention any names because he might. I haven't even looked at the injury list. I don't need to today because I know Mikal Bridges is going to play because he doesn't ever miss a game. But here's my question to you, Wolf, and Jamal. You can weigh in on this certainly as well. The last couple years, hey, Mikal's coming back with Brooklyn. Okay,
yeah.
Last year's come back with New York, and the conversation was always like, man, I miss him. Okay, is there a way we can get him back? And okay, summer of 2026, right? He's a free agent. Well, now he's re-upped. He's in New York for a while, so that changes that equation. But the other part of it is, as much as you like him, do you feel different about it this year? Because a lot of Suns fans didn't really like the team that we had here last year and the year before. Now you like the team you have here. Doesn't it make it a little bit easier, at least, to see him come back in a different uniform?
About it. It makes it so much easier. How do you feel about that, Jamal? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and I'll say this. I'll always want Mikal on the Suns. I'll always want Mikal Bridges on the Suns.
Yes.
We don't need Mikal Bridges on the Suns right now.
Yes.
Yeah, last year we needed him.
Man, that is a great way
Man, he would have fit on this team perfectly, though.
Jamal, my goodness. He is the culture of the Phoenix Suns. Mikal Bridges is the culture of the Phoenix Suns. You could go ahead and get him, bring him in here from the Knicks, and he would fit
like a glove.
Yeah, I wanna send this to Matt Ishbia, who we just played the cut earlier, was definitive. Like, we don't have to make any trades.
Yes.
Can we just have the caveat of if the Knicks lost their mind and offered you Mikal Bridges, at least answer that call, Matt. If the Knicks are calling and they're offering Mikal Bridges, which they would not do for any reason.
Yeah, you know what's really cool as well is just looking at this game and this matchup coming in. You know, the New York Knicks, number 5 in points scored, 119.7. I don't think of the Knicks like that still. It's just a weird situation. I'll always think of the Knicks more as a defensive team. And yet here they are, number 5 in terms of 109.7. And the Phoenix Suns, number 6 in the association in points allowed. Opponent points given up, number 6. That's going to be a nice little matchup right there, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, the Knicks can come in, they can score the basketball, and now you've got the Phoenix Suns, number 6, 112.4 points per game given up. Man, this is going to be cool to watch this game. It's going to be hotly contested.
Well, and this is not a game that you, on paper, quote, should win. The Knicks might be the best team in the Eastern Conference, really. They're 24-13. I know they're 4 games back of the Pistons, but they're right there in that mix. If you looked over in the Eastern Conference and you said, okay, I'll let you pick 2 teams, and as long as one of them comes out of the Eastern Conference, you win the bet or whatever. I think the Knicks would be one of your 2 teams probably, and so this is going to be a tough one tonight for the Suns. But they tend to step up in these games. They do, unless you're playing Houston or Denver. The Suns tend to find a way to beat you at some point.
Yeah, you know what I love about this too? Turnovers might decide this game. Just turnovers. This could be it. The New York Knicks, they don't turn the ball over. They don't. They're number 4 in the association. They do not turn the ball over. 13.1 turnovers per game. But the problem is the Phoenix Suns, number 3 in turning over their opponents.
Something's got to give.
Right there. I love that matchup. Just to watch that for tonight's game. How many times can the Suns turn over the New York Knicks, who do not turn it over? Could decide the game.
You know, the NBA sends us these injury reports. They're available now every 15 minutes, the official injury report. And like I said, you don't need to look at it for New York side of things because you know Mikal Bridges is going to play. But I do find myself, and we're at the point where I should just refresh this every 15 minutes. What are we going to do the day when I pull up this injury report during the show, and instead of out next to Jalen Green, it says, like, questionable? Like, are we just going to lose our minds?
My goodness.
Jamal just played Green Day, which we're supposed to play on Jalen Green Day.
I love that. Did you just come up with that, the Green Day thing right
well, because
or did you do that when I was gone?
The day he played, we played Green Day all day, and then he had that great game that night, but then he hasn't really played much.
Okay,
since,
yeah. Maybe we don't want to play Green Day.
Well, we want to play it till he comes back, and then we'll have to halt it. We're trying to bring him back. But yeah, this is going to be a good one tonight. It's always, like I said, a different vibe. Everybody knows it walking in there. How often do you really walk into Mortgage Matchup Center where you obviously want the Suns to win, but you are kind of cheering for one player on the other team?
Yes.
How often does that really happen?
Yeah, I know. That doesn't happen very often. You're right on that. Mikal Bridges, beloved Mikal Bridges. You know what I also like about this, too, this matchup tonight? The Knicks are number 4 in offensive rebounds.
That's not surprising.
Has that given the Suns some issues in the past? Yes, it has. Guess what the Phoenix Suns are? Number 5.
I was going to say, they went on that run 2 weeks ago where they were getting like 20 offensive rebounds a game.
So you've got the Knicks at number 4 in the association, 13.4, and then you got the Suns, number 5, 13 offensive rebounds.
I'm hearing a lot of intensity index from you right now.
You know where I was going with this,
where you're
Luke.
going.
That's exactly right, man. Seriously, what are you going to do about it? Go out and ball out and be ready to do it. Is that the Phoenix Suns way? Yes, it is. But that's also the New York Knicks way.
We come back. How is this offseason shaping up for the Sun Devils in terms of the transfer portal? You hear a bunch of different rankings. You hear a bunch of different, hey, this guy's amazing, this guy's okay, whatever. You know what? We're going to make sense of all that and the quarterback position because ASU has like 10 quarterbacks now with Chris Cartman of Sun Devil Source. He will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix
Suns basketball.
Booker to his left. He's going to try a three. And by the three! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown. 108-105.
The Suns host the New York Knickerbockers tonight. Pre-game at 6. The game tips at 7 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Listen, choosing dental implants, seriously, it's one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make, Basinonians. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They are locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility right here in Phoenix. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe, the owner and operator of Aria Dental Implant Center, and their expert team, they deliver results that you can trust, brothers. Unlike some of the gimmick dentistry you might see out there, bait and switch pricing, limited time offers, surprise add-on fees. Who doesn't hate the surprise add-on fees? At Aria, you'll never experience any of that. Go experience the Aria difference. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a new year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work, and I know because they replace my windows and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call, tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110, or online at advancedwindows.com.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution, too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO. Transmissions and a whole lot more.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Ken Rosenthal, the Arizona Diamondbacks will not be trading Catel Marte, and he will be remaining in the Valley. And according to Bob Nightingale, this news also means that this takes the D-backs out of the Alex Bregman sweepstakes, barring any dramatic creativity from both sides. And last night, we got an absolute classic in the Fiesta Bowl. Carson Beck led the Miami Hurricanes on a game-winning drive to take down the Ole Miss Rebels 31-27 and to advance to the College Football National Championship. The other half of the National Championship will be solved tonight. Heisman winner Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana Hoosiers will battle Dante Moore on the Oregon Ducks tonight in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl to decide who will have a chance to win it all. Kickoff for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620. And the Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight. Our old friend Mikal Bridges and the NBA Cup champion New York Knicks are in town. Josh Hart will be out for the Knicks with an ankle injury. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. We're on the eve of Wildcard Weekend in the NFL. We'll join you on Monday reviewing 5 NFL playoff games that are going down over the weekend. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, you know it's Wolf and Luke because Wolf's always asking for us to play Good Charlotte, and we finally did, just for him.
Yeah.
So are you happy now, Wolf?
Frat boy?
All right, Chris Cartman of Sun Devil Source is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. There's a lot of good stuff going on for ASU in the transfer portal, but Chris is going to make some sense of it for us and kind of crystallize how much weight we need to put into all this. Chris, thanks for the time. How you doing?
Doing great, guys. Just trying to hang in there, stay abreast of all the new activity. ASU got 7 new transfer portal commitments just yesterday.
Oh, Chris, I mean, just a personal question here. How do you keep up with all this stuff when there are no rules? At least it seems that way for the portal.
It's tough to do. You just got to pay attention to everything that's going on and use your sources and everything that you can to try to figure it all out. Fortunately, I think we've been doing a pretty good job staying on it. ASU is 6th right now in the national transfer portal rankings by 24/7 Sports. Really doing a tremendous job. This is going to be Kenny Dillingham's best transfer class since he's been at ASU. I think people remember after West Virginia, he made some comments talking about how confident that he was in the university support. Michael Crow is providing a lot of support in terms of his encouragement of benefactors and boosters on the university side toward athletics. And we're seeing it pay dividends. I mean, ASU is right up there with some of the teams nationally, like LSU, Texas Tech, Indiana, in the transfer portal rankings that people understand to be synonymous with transfer portal success in recent years.
Chris, I've got a million questions I want to ask you. I feel like we have to ask this one first, though. They go out and get Cutter Boley. Then they add Mikey Keene. You got Jake Fetty coming in. Cameron Dyer. Like, they got a lot of quarterbacks right now. So why so many quarterbacks, and how do you see this shaking out when we get to actual games next year?
Yeah, so I think you have to look at this from a financial standpoint. Sam Levit is going to probably get twice as much money as Cutter Boley. Mikey Keene is a really high floor minimum backup who possibly ends up being the starter if Cutter Boley is not as ready as the ASU's staff hopes that he will be. And with that differential of $2 million or plus, that helps to fill out the rest of the roster, which is how ASU ended up with the #1 wide receiver transfer portal class in the country right now between Omarion Miller, Reed Harris, Raiden Vinesbright. I think the decision essentially was, let's make sure that we have guys who are going to be open to throw to. And because of that, takes a little bit of pressure off of our quarterback.
Did you think, Chris, that it was a little bit odd that you brought in Cutter Boley and suddenly you sign 2 of the top 5 wide receivers in the transfer portal. I just, Sam Levit leaves, you bring in Cutter Boley, and now you go out and get not 1, but 2 receivers in the top 5.
That wasn't a surprise at all. I think when people watched ASU play this past season, Jordan Tyson, superstar. After that, a big drop off and not enough talent and depth. And maybe Sam Levit was a little bit too focused on getting the ball to his security blanket and Jordan Tyson, but they needed to make that a more talented position with Hines Ward coaching those guys. And so they prioritized it. I understood that once Sam Levit wasn't going to be back, that they were going to have more money to allocate from a revenue share and an NIL standpoint to other positions, and that they would need to beef up their wide receiver situation, and they've hit a grand slam. I mean, they knocked it out of the park. People need to understand this is going to be the best 1-2 wide receiver duo that we've seen at ASU in some years, maybe going back to like N'Keal Harry and Brandon Ayuk. Of course, ASU had some really good wide receivers in 2021, but they ended up transferring mostly and never really materialized. So we're talking about like a really talented group of pass catchers that's going to make the job of these quarterbacks a lot easier.
We're talking to Chris Cartman, a Sun Devil source. Chris, how much, with everything that's changing now in college football, how much more stock do you put into transfer portal acquisitions as opposed to high school recruits? I mean, I know nothing's guaranteed even with transfer portal acquisitions, but these guys have at least played college football. You've seen them against college competition.
Much more stock. I think people started to get an understanding of how much that high school and junior college rankings mattered just when the paradigm shifted to where transfer portal rankings were more important. And a lot of ASU fans, even people that are members at Sun Devil Source, were wondering about the strategy, why ASU signed the number 41 ranked traditional class, high school, junior college class. And they were saying, well, should ASU be spending more money, or should more NIL money be going toward high school recruits? And I said, look, just hang in there, wait until the transfer portal class happens, because I think that's going to be very impressive this year. And Kenny Dillingham returned to ASU knowing that there was going to be more resources at his disposal and supporting the football team. And now this is materialized. We have a hybrid ranking, which is basically traditional plus transfer portal. ASU is now 25th in that metric, very close between second and third after in the Big 12 after Texas Tech, which has just a huge amount of almost unlimited money that's been spent. So this is now a situation where you can develop your high school recruits that come in for a couple of years, but you don't need them to perform at a high level early on because you have other guys that are already ready to do so.
Chris, you know what is amazing about this is the way college football is unfolding right now. It seems to me your program is your head coach. I mean, forget about everything else, even the facilities. Forget about the facilities. Your head coach is your program. Would you agree with that statement?
Yeah, to a large degree. You need somebody who understands how to build culture, who makes sense from an acquisition standpoint. How do you build your staffing? Where is this thing moving? Because the landscape shifts under the feet of these coaches year to year between all of the rules and the revenue sharing and players. And so you have to be able to understand these things at a very high level and have a broad ability to connect with people. And Kenny Dillingham is the best that I've seen at ASU ever in my time covering the program, 20 plus years, at being able to understand how all these things function.
It's just amazing to me because it's not just about recruiting. We talk about this all the time, Luke. It's not just about recruiting. It's about retaining as well.
Kenny talks about it, yeah.
It's about fundraising, more so than I would even say an athletic director. That's what the ADs used to do a lot of. Now it just seems like it's so hyper-focused on your head coach.
Yeah.
And he is your program.
It's a good thing they kept him. Chris, thank you so much, man. We'll catch up again soon.
My pleasure. Thanks a lot, guys.
Absolutely. That's Chris Cartman of Sun Devil Source. Go check them out right now. And as he mentioned on 24/7, ASU is ranked 6th in terms of recruiting the portal class.
Yeah, right.
So it's not even, it's the portal class.
Well, everyone's in the portal.
It's true.
At least it feels that way.
It's like if the entire NFL just had a redraft every year, and right now ASU's doing pretty well with it. All right, when we come back, speaking of drafting in the NFL, we're going to draft the teams we believe have the best chance to win the Super Bowl in the Wolf and Luke Show NFL Playoff Draft. See, we still don't have a name. That's coming up next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, it's the fourth quarter. The clock's winding down on 2025. What should folks be doing right now with their taxes?
Gambo, this is crunch time. There are two big moves that people can make before year end. First, harvesting gains and losses, and then Roth conversions.
All right, give me the quick playbook. Gains and losses first.
Sure, if your investments are up, you can harvest some gains while taxes are still low under the big beautiful bill. If they're down, harvest the losses to offset future gains. Either way, you're putting points on the board.
All right, and how about the Roth conversions?
Converting IRA money to a Roth now means you pay today's low tax rates, and all future growth is completely tax-free. It's like locking in a win for retirement.
Folks, the clock runs out on December 31st. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey y'all, it's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is truck country. How you kicking off the new year for truck buyers?
What's up, Dave? We're starting the year with huge truck savings. Right now, get up to $12,000 in savings off the all-new 2026 Sierra 1500, or take advantage of 0% financing. Plus, we got $5,500 off the all-new 2026 Sierra HD. We've got a great selection on the lot, so now is the time to get into a new truck.
So visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Which NFC West teams do we think advance to the divisional round of the NFL playoffs? Is it okay if we root for none of them? That and all the latest on the Cardinals offseason on the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and of course, Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, we got to do our annual playoff draft on the Wolf and Luke Show. It's simple. There are 14 teams. We're each going to get 3. Aaron Maloney has done this every year that we've done it, so
What
she's
up,
back
Mel?
to do it again. So we're each going to end up with 3 teams. It's not just pick the Super Bowl winner. You get 1 point for a round 1 win, 2 points for a round 2 win, 3 points for a conference championship win, 4 points for a Super Bowl win. So, I mean, you want the Super Bowl winner, but you get points for each of your teams throughout the entire playoffs.
Yeah.
Okay? Wow, you just looked at me like
I'm just saying, why wouldn't we just keep it at 1 point for every round? I mean,
we could. I guess
well,
we could.
because the further that the team goes, the more chances you should have, like, for a higher weighted team.
Okay, I see your reasoning on that. Yeah, I dispute it.
Great, we're already playing under protest. Awesome. Okay.
So I am. I'm drafting under protest.
Does this throw off your tier system?
Okay, it does a little bit.
Is there still a tier system?
Yeah, there is.
Oh.
Tier 1, you're the best team. Tier 2,
We understand.
you're not the best.
I understand how that works. Do we have a draft order? Are we going with what we decided off the air? Aaron, can you explain the draft order to Wolf and everybody?
So I get the first pick because my team is still in the college football playoff.
Okay, nice. All right, okay.
Luke,
Aaron
you
goes
get the
first.
second pick.
Okay. Because ASU beat West Virginia. Okay.
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm a Buckeyes fan.
Well, yeah, the problem for Jamal is you weren't in the room when Aaron and I decided the draft order.
First of all, I want to go last. Okay.
Oh, I
I
don't-
want the 4th pick. Period.
Oh, I don't know if I like this.
So I can kind of laugh at all of you.
All right.
Now I'm nervous.
All right, Jamal, you're now picking 3rd, and Wolf is picking 4th.
Oh, okay.
It's going to take us a half hour to hash out the rules. All right, so it's snake draft. Aaron, you're first.
I'll take the Broncos.
Okay, well, that's probably a
The
pretty good pick.
Broncos and Bo Nix. Oh, a little shaky there. A new paradigm. Isn't that right, Bo?
You know where Bo went to school?
Auburn?
Yes, I do, as a matter of fact.
So did Troy Franklin.
Okay.
Weren't they
Now
like
you're gonna
roommates?
throw Dante Moore in my face again.
I don't know if I'm ever going to root against the team more now.
Wow. Just like that. All right, you know what? This is already getting ugly.
Okay, Mel has got Denver.
You know what? I'm going to stick with what I said in the power rankings this week, and you guys all laughed at me. I still think the Rams. Give me the Rams.
The Rams.
Give me the Los Angeles Rams.
Luke took my number 2 team.
Oh, wow.
In the NFC.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Jamal, it is to you.
I'm going to take Seattle.
Good, because I didn't want to have
That's brutal.
I had a feeling Wolf was going to take
Hey, well,
Seattle.
I hope Jamal
Brutal.
loses.
I actually let Jamal draft and he took Seattle.
I hope Jamal finishes with 0 points.
Okay, you know what I'm going to do right now? I'm going to do something bold.
No. You're going to take the Cowboys?
I'm taking
Panthers.
the Philadelphia Eagles, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Nobody talks about the Eagles, Saquon. Nobody.
That was going to be my next pick.
Really?
Yeah.
I think they're going to lose this weekend.
Do you really
Okay,
think they're going to lose? Oh, I don't think so.
I am taking the Eagles, basically. Okay, that's my first pick.
Okay. Now you have to do something even more bold with your second pick.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm picking, here it's me picking, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I am going to do something even more bold than that. I'm going with the Buffalo Bills.
Oh.
My Buffalo Bills. Yeah, they can't stop the run. Who cares if you can score 45 with the #1 rushing team in the National Football League? The Buffalo Bills, #1 in rushing yards per game, #2 in rushing yards per play.
How's the rush
They can
defense?
run the ball. Well, don't worry about it.
I didn't know if
The
that got
Buffalo
fixed
Bills,
the last 2
my
days.
Bills will score points, ladies and gentlemen. That's why they're #2.
All right, Jamal, you are up.
You want bold?
Yeah, get bold.
Give me Houston.
Oh, that's a good
you
pick.
Took, how dare you?
Defense travels, people.
How dare you?
That's a good pick.
That is.
That's a good pick. Could I see it being Houston and Seattle in the Super Bowl? Yes, unfortunately I
Jamal.
could.
You
Actually,
guys
I
would
could.
win.
I don't think Seattle's getting it. All right, Jamal, you have left me
Wait a
with...
minute. Jamal has Seattle
Yeah.
and Houston.
Yes.
I like Jamal. I like his picks better than mine.
Yeah, that's what the look on your face would indicate right now. I don't know how deep these guys are going to go, but they should at least win in week 1. So give me New England.
I also think they're going to lose this weekend.
Wow, that's rude, Jamal. You know, I just picked them. I've been, for whatever reason, tied to New England all season. Every time we do the picks pool, nobody else takes them. I'll take the Patriots. Aaron, you get 2.
So, am I technically taking picks for Rick?
No, Rick gets the 2 leftovers because he took vacation during the playoffs.
Oh, that makes sense.
All right.
No, you're picking for you, so try.
Well, everybody just says that they think that the Patriots are going to lose this weekend, so why not I keep it on the duck train and take Justin Herbert and the LA Chargers.
Second duck. How did you do that?
Never mind. Go Patriots.
And then, with my last pick, I will take the Chicago Bears.
I think Chicago's going to win against Green Bay. I don't think they're going any further than that, but I do think they're going to win.
Okay.
This is back to me. All right, so the teams left
Mail to Chicago
are Carolina, San Francisco, Green Bay, Jacksonville, and Pittsburgh. I just said I think Chicago's going to win, so it'd be weird if I took Green Bay. And am I really going to do this? Give me Jacksonville.
Jacksonville.
Yeah.
That's Luke.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jacksonville right there.
Yeah.
Okay, my third team.
I mean, now we're picking teams we think are going to lose, basically. No, it's Jamal. Jamal's pick.
Oh, it's Jamal.
Yeah. Jamal?
Wolf was upset I took Seattle, so he tried to jump my pick this time.
Yeah, he did. He's trying to get his vengeance.
I liked his draft better than mine.
Well, Luke, you helped me out because I didn't know if I was going to take Jacksonville or San Francisco.
Yeah.
Taking San Francisco.
No!
All right. Well, we know who Wolf was going to take.
Jamal, once again, just kicking me in the face, metaphorically speaking. Okay, who do I have left?
Pittsburgh, Carolina, or Green Bay?
Yeah, you know what?
Do it. Do it. Do it.
You know what I'm going to do?
They could win.
I'm going in honor of my older brother Craig.
Nice.
I am taking the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I like it.
Audience.
I like
That's
it.
right.
I like it a lot. All right, so to recap very quickly, Wolf, you have the Steelers, the Bills, and the Eagles.
Yes.
Aaron has the Broncos, the Chargers, and the Bears. Jamal has the 49ers, the Seahawks, and the Texans. I have the Jaguars, the Patriots, and the Rams. Rick has the Panthers and the Packers. Good luck, Rick. He's two-pick Rick again, even when he wasn't here.
Two-pick Rick.
Even when he's not picking, he's two-pick Rick.
Okay, so Rick, I got to write that in. Rick.
Those are probably the teams Rick would have picked anyways.
That's true. He would have done something crazy. Green Bay could win a couple games. He would have done something crazy early.
Now, if Carolina wins, I'm going to be really upset.
Yeah, I am as well. Rick would have gone Philly first because of Jalen Hurts.
Of course.
And he would have been, that's the only team I need because he's the only good quarterback in the history of the NFL. Any final thoughts from any of you on teams you wanted that you didn't get?
No, the Seattle Seahawks, I really do believe this. I love a great redemption story as well. Isn't that right, Sam Darnold? Can you imagine Sam Darnold, the further the Seattle Seahawks go into the postseason? This game coming up is going to be huge for Sam Darnold and his confidence. If he goes out and struggles once again with the #1 seed in the NFC, oh man, what kind of damage could this do for Sam Darnold and the rest of his career?
Well, nothing against Sam, but that's what I hope happens. And then the Seahawks have quarterback questions going into next year. Sign me up. All right, Aaron, thank you for coming in and doing this and probably winning because Denver's probably going to win the Super Bowl. But thank you for doing that. When we come back, it's time for all of today's top sports stories in one place. I will learn how to speak. It'll be great. It's Wolf and Down Your Lunch. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
On the subject of passion, when did we see the most passion from Jonathan Gannon? It came at his lowest moment as the Arizona Cardinals head coach.
Yep.
When he confronted and made physical contact with Amari DiMercato. That was his low point.
Yep.
But that was really the only thing resembling sideline passion we saw during a game, win or lose. When it's kept in check and when it's controlled, there's nothing wrong with coaching emotion. Now, there's been coaches that have been absolute maniacs. A lot of those at the college ranks. Most of them coached at U of A.
Bickley and Morata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Finding the right time to have your teenager's wisdom teeth removed can be challenging. Trust me, I know. My son's school and baseball schedule is always full, so we're doing what most parents do, and that is booking the extraction of his wisdom teeth during the school holiday winter break. And we're going with ProSmile. ProSmile has oral surgeons on site with state-of-the-art facilities, and they can get your child in and out and feeling great before they head back to school for the new year. So if your son or daughter needs their wisdom teeth out, you can rest assured they're in the best hands at ProSmile. And no need to dread it. They'll handle them with kid gloves, and don't let cost hold you back either. ProSmile takes most insurance plans and offers great finance options as well. You can even ask ProSmile about their wisdom teeth package deals. So make your appointment today before spots fill up. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620 for all the information. Hey, you might even see me there in the waiting room. And no, my kid is not allowed to put his wisdom teeth under the pillow expecting cash the next morning. Not happening.
Message and data rates may apply.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management founder Matt Degas. And Matt, taxes change everything once you retire.
That's right, Paul. And when you retire, if you're taking income the wrong way, you could pay a lot more taxes than necessary.
And you help people avoid those mistakes.
Exactly. We analyze every account and create a specific tax strategy designed to save you money.
So get your review today.
Call us at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or online, brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Ken Rosenthal, the Arizona Diamondbacks will not be trading Catel Marte, and he will be remaining in the Valley. And according to Bob Nightingale, this news also means that this takes the D-backs out of the Alex Bregman sweepstakes, barring any dramatic creativity from both sides. We got an absolute classic in the Fiesta Bowl last night. Carson Beck led the Miami Hurricanes on a game-winning drive to take down the Ole Miss Rebels 31-27 and advance to the College Football National Championship. The other half of the National Championship will be solved tonight. Heisman winner Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana Hoosiers will battle Dante Moore and the Oregon Ducks tonight in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl to decide who will have a chance to win it all. Kickoff for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620. And the Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight. Our old friend Mikal Bridges and the NBA Cup champion New York Knicks are in town. Josh Hart will be out for the Knicks with an ankle injury. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted number 1 by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Friday. We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Jamal is here. What's going on, Jamal?
Boys, I have good news. Well,
really?
Depends on who you ask.
Oh, okay. What if I ask you?
Good news.
Okay, all right.
Catel Marte is staying in the Valley.
All
right.
Okay.
Ken Rosenthal reported this morning that the Arizona Diamondbacks will not be trading Catel Marte. How do you guys feel about that news?
I don't fully believe it.
What do you mean by that?
Look, they might not trade him.
Yeah.
I just don't believe that it's 100%. Here we go. That's it. We're done. I will say this. I will start to believe that when they start making other moves and Alex Bregman signs with another team. So that could happen very soon. I do believe there is some value to them saying, you know what? Look, yes, there's leverage to saying we're just not trading him unless you come at us with some crazy offer. That's sort of the subtext. But also they have other stuff they need to do this offseason.
Yeah, for me, I think it's a win-win. And the reason why I say that is, you know what, listen, if they keep Catel Marte, it's a win.
Yeah.
It is.
They have a really good player.
Yeah, they have a really, really good player. If suddenly somebody offers them something, they can always say, they made us an offer we could not refuse, and we had to do it. We had to. I think there's a lot of value to actually saying Catel Marte is staying here. You create leverage for yourself. If somebody out there really does want him, you're saying we're not going to trade him. He's staying right here, and maybe another team gets a little bit more desperate and then gives you that prospect that they wouldn't give you before. So I think you've got that end of it right there. And again, if you don't make a move, so what? You got Catel Marte. That's good.
Yeah, because I do think there's value to getting on with the rest of your offseason. Pitchers and catchers report in what you said, like 5 weeks.
5 weeks.
Yeah, it's not that far away, and you do have other needs this off. And I will say this, because we keep bringing up the 10-5 rule, and it's important. I mean, Catel Marte can block any trade once we get past the middle of April. He can block any trade for the rest of his time with the Diamondbacks. Yeah. So that is real, and I think too many people just kind of forget it and like, okay, well, if it doesn't work, just trade him next year. Not if he doesn't want to go. What if he's super comfortable here and he's like, you know what, I can take days off whenever I want and I like it in Arizona and you can't trade me. But it's not impossible to trade him. If you get to the trade deadline this year and some contender comes calling and you're not contending and they give you a crazy offer and you go to Catel, he might totally be willing to go. So it's not impossible. It's just harder than some people are acknowledging.
Well, which actually brings me to my next question. What needs, now that this is over, what needs do you think the D-backs have that they need to fill now?
Bullpen.
Oh.
Agreed.
Bullpen and...
Bullpen, just pitching. I'm going to say pitching, period.
Yeah, so now this is where this gets real. It really seemed like they were going to address pitching with the Catel Marte trade. I mean, that's kind of what it felt like. Hey, we're going to trade Catel, we're going to get a bunch of pitchers back, and then we're going to go sign Alex Bregman. That's kind of what it seemed like was going to happen. And if they really don't trade him, you're going to have to get creative to get the pitching.
Yeah, once again, though, for me, I'll believe the fact that Catel Marte is going to be an Arizona Diamondback when I see it on opening day.
All right. Now on to college football. The transfer portal has been insane, to say the least, so far. And Sam Levit is still without a team, of course, with all the Damon Williams and Washington drama, which takes us to our Arizona Sports poll question presented by Sanderson Ford, which asks, where do you think Sam Levit will end up when his lengthy transfer process is complete? LSU, Tennessee, Oregon, or other. I also will mention he visited Miami today.
Of course he did, because he likes to travel.
So Kentucky's taken out of the equation.
Kentucky's off the list. They have their guy.
They have their guy.
Well, you could put him in other. I mean, is other like NFL Europe or like the XFL?
Other would be Canadian football, CFL.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe
I think he's
D2.
going home. I think he's going home.
To Oregon? You think he's going to? I
think he's going home. No?
Aaron Maloney was just in here. Can we bring her back in? And
yeah, bring her back. See how she reacts to that. You think Oregon wants Levit?
I think there's a lot of schools that would like Sam Levit.
You think Oregon's one of them? I mean, maybe.
Again, yeah.
I guess if Dante Moore leaves for the draft,
well, that's what
you have to get somebody
him to do. That's just me.
That the Dante Moore leaving for the draft thing is there's an X factor because they will need a quarterback next year. I still think he ends up at LSU. I think that would be the best move for him. He didn't have a great year this year. He didn't. And he went from being a projected first-round pick to you better go back to school. And so LSU, I think you just automatically put up stats in Lane Kiffin's offense if you're a decent quarterback, and he is. So I think he'll end up at LSU, especially now that Damon Williams suddenly loves the Huskies and he's back in Seattle again.
Anybody remember the do not contact tag that was put on? What happened to
Williams
that?
had that too.
Yeah.
They were the only two that had one. So that seems like an LSU thing. So yeah, that seems like
LSU.
something Lane Kiffin created. So I'll say LSU.
I am also going to vote LSU, which leads the poll. LSU is leading the vote with 39% of the vote. Other is in second place with 30. Oregon is in third place with 17. And Tennessee is in last place with 14%
The funny thing is,
of the vote.
yesterday, if you had done this, Tennessee probably would have been leading.
Yeah.
Because it looked like LSU had their quarterback, and he hadn't visited Miami yet.
College football exists. Sticking with college football, the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl is tonight, and we all have our own memories of the Peach Bowl this past year. I won't bring those up.
Did you see they called targeting in the game last night?
Yeah,
that was cute.
Well, it wasn't the Peach Bowl, so they were allowed to.
You're allowed to call targeting in the playoffs.
And of course, Ole Miss is going to DPI it for the rest of their existence.
Yeah.
It's kind of like we look at it like targeting.
Yeah.
That was target. They're going to say it was DPI.
Well,
it was DPI.
It was.
Yeah, it was. That was a really bad missed call. Which also is the other semifinal game between Oregon and Indiana. So I want to ask you who wins and who gets a chance to play Miami for the national championship.
I think most people feel this way, that whoever wins this tonight will win the whole thing.
Yeah.
All due respect to Miami, that defense continues to be filthy. I think Oregon. I've been saying Oregon all week. I know it's an upset if they do. It's not a huge upset. I think it's tough to beat Oregon twice, and it's not like Indiana just like blew them out the first time. So, I say that with fully acknowledging that Indiana has been the best team in college football all year. I mean, they absolutely have. They're undefeated. They've beaten some good teams, but I think Oregon gets them tonight.
I think Indiana is going to physically trash Oregon. And I've got a lot of respect for Dan Lanning, of course, and the Oregon Ducks, and what a program they have. I just think this is a rare team that we're seeing with Indiana right now. And Kurt Signetti, my homeboy, kind of my homeboy, okay, not my homeboy, but West by God, Virginia Masononians, Kurt Signetti, former teammate for 2 years. I think Indiana is the most fundamentally sound team in all of college football, and I think we'll see that tonight.
The only thing I will say, since you said you brought up you think Indiana is just going to beat Oregon up, there's no way of knowing this. I'm sticking with my pick, but do you think there's anything to you're beat up after you play Texas Tech? Because Indiana, I don't even think played anybody in the last round, and they just beat Alabama by 300 points.
Just whipped Alabama.
I mean, it's the Oregon-Texas Tech game.
Physically whipped.
They did.
Alabama. Stop and think about that. Physically whipped Alabama. Yeah.
I am picking against the best team in college football. I fully acknowledge that. But you know what's on the line? nothing for me. So, yeah, I'll go with Oregon.
Yeah, I agree. I think Indiana will win just because they're the better team. Not necessarily because Fernando Mendoza. I'm not the biggest fan. This might be a hot take. I'm not the biggest fan of Fernando Mendoza on the field. I like him more off the field than I do on the field.
I love the quarterback matchup tonight just because these guys, how often, all these years, it feels like every year in the NFL draft, it's like, here's the top 2 quarterbacks. Here we go. There's always got to be 2 at the top of the draft. Even when it was Jared Goff and Carson Wentz, there's got to be 2. How often do you actually get to see them play in a meaningful game against each other late in the season? So, yeah. It'll be good.
It is going to be a great matchup. And, of course, the New York Knicks are in the Valley tonight playing our Phoenix Suns, which means Mikal Bridges is back in the Valley. The game is going to be played. Yeah, cool, whatever. Where does Mikal Bridges rank on your favorite all-time Phoenix Suns?
He's definitely top 5. I mean, Book's number 1.
Yeah, it has to be.
Mikal Bridges, what he played here 4.5 years. By the end of the season, he'll already have been gone 3.5 years, which is crazy.
I loved Amari. I did.
Yeah.
I loved Sean Marion.
Yeah. I mean, Steve, the Suns have had a lot of great players throughout the years. I mean,
TC.
Do you throw Charles Barkley in there? I know he wasn't here that long, but he was.
Chuck.
I probably go.
I do love Mikal, though, man.
And I guarantee I'm forgetting somebody off the top of my head that maybe wasn't even like the greatest player, just like a good player, but you like have a favorite player growing up that's just like decent.
Oh yeah.
Off the top of my head, my top 3 would be Book, and then Amari and Mikal tied, kind of. So take that.
Yeah.
This is the hardest I've ever seen Wolf think to answer a question because it's tough.
Because I love Mikal.
Yeah.
He's awesome. Everything about him, the way he goes about his bit. He is a pro. He's everything you would want as a teammate and as a player. He is the Phoenix Suns culture right now. Walking around, look at Mikal Bridges. Do what he does. Act like he acts. Say the things he says, and you're going to be fine around here. And I need to calm down a little. I'm way up here over this question. Knock it off.
All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Jamal. There's going to be players off this team, honestly. This version of the Suns, if they do this for a couple years, where you're going to be like, we're going to be asking that question in like 10 years. Going to be like Jordan Goodwin and Colin Gillespie and Dylan Brooks, maybe even. All right, when we come back, how do the Suns find a way to win this game tonight? I mean, they're going to have to defend Jalen Brunson and Mikal and the New York Knicks in that offense. We're going to talk to Phoenix Suns broadcaster Kevin Ray joins us for Game Day with K-Ray. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Booker to his left. He's going to try a 3. And by the 3! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown. 108-105.
The Suns host the New York Knickerbockers tonight. Pre-game at 6. The game tips at 7 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. They like to say your move is their mission. That's right, Basinonians. Why do you think it's their mission? Well, because they use a military-like approach for every move that they make. That's right. They're going to be professional. They're going to be efficient. They're going to be on time. They're going to be reliable. It's one of the reasons why they proudly support and hire veterans. Listen, if you've got a move that is coming up, Basinonians, whether it's a local move, you're just going to go ahead and move out to Tempe, okay? Or maybe it's a long-distance move. You're going to move all the way to the East Coast, whatever it is. Moving Team 6, they got you covered, whether it's commercial, residential, and also, too, they got a massive air-conditioned storage facility right here in Phoenix. So if you need to store things in between moves, they got you covered. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it in from the corner.
Wolf and Luke.
Brings the boom. And catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns, game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever.
Shout out to Whitman. What's going on, Whitman?
Yeah, Whitman.
Kevin Ray joining us right now. He might be in Whitman. Who knows? The Suns are at home. He's joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Kay?
What up, Whitman? I am not there, but happy to acknowledge you.
All right, Kay. Let's start with the most recent win for the Phoenix Suns as they played a Memphis team that was depleted. There's reports out there via Shams actually today that Memphis is entertaining offers to trade Ja Morant. They didn't have Ja Morant against the Suns. They were missing players, but the Suns went out there and led for 92% of the game. It's another one of those that you on paper should win that the Suns have won. By my count, the only like bad team they've lost to all year is Utah, honestly, if you go through this, and that was very early in the season. What did you make of the win over the Grizzlies?
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much hit it right on the head. It was a team that, was frustrated after the loss to Houston a couple nights earlier. They felt they should have, won that game, but they went in and, as you pointed out, handled their business in convincing style against a team, was on a back-to-back. And the Suns aren't going to feel sorry for anybody like that. It was a back-to-back at home for Memphis, so they got to sleep in their own beds. But they had knocked off San Antonio the night before, so it raised their antenna, I'm sure, just a little bit more, because Memphis has played hard much of the season. They've dealt with their own injuries, but I thought they came out, set the tone, and not surprisingly, it was first meeting for Dylan against the Grizzlies. Missed the first game. Love being back in Memphis for him. And, he set the tone as he's done so often. And the guys went out, took care of business. And now it's back home for a couple games before they embark on the longest trip of the season.
Okay, for the most part, now I just want to pull back and get your impression on this. Trey Young, the Trey Young trade, and now this news that has come out that Ja Morant, that Memphis will be taking calls on Ja Morant. What do you make of all this in the association?
Well, it's you're talking about two immensely talented individuals. Their game is very different. Ja's a guy that still relies on touching the paint, driving into the paint, creating collisions, near the rim. Though that number has tailed off just a little bit this season, because of injuries. Trey is still ultra talented, but you're also looking at two guys that, because of the money that they are making and the personnel, the situations that teams are in, as an organization, as a general manager, you start looking at the overall impact that they are making, both good and bad. Specifically with Atlanta, they've got some really good young pieces. And, you know, it wasn't that long ago, a couple of years ago, that Trey was clearly the face of the franchise. But there's varying reports and you know, what you hear out of Atlanta, how he was in the locker room, off the floor. I know nothing about that. I just know that, you know, teams are taking a really long, hard look at guys that if you're getting paid X amount of money and you're not checking all the boxes, then what are we doing here? And you could see, you know, yes, Trey said he wanted to go to Washington, but let's be honest, it's not like there was a whole lot of suitors lining up. And I think, unfortunately, there were reports, you know, a month ago when it looked like Ja was, you know, very visibly frustrated with the new coach, the system. There were several reports coming out from at least half the general managers, if not more, around the league saying, won't touch the guy, and still has talent, but the injuries, I think, have caught up to him. It certainly impacted his game, his inability to be a consistent three-point shooter. And then when you're talking about Ja, you know, there is a lot of stuff that comes with it off the floor. Right. And I think teams just aren't willing, when you're talking about that kind of money, to deal with that nonsense, because with him, it feels like you're not just dealing with him. There are others involved as well. And it's not worth it at the end of the day. And if they're not going to move the meter in terms of wins, fan engagement, why would you put your organization, you know, in those crosshairs?
We're talking to Kevin Ray. Kay, the Knicks in town tonight. That, of course, means Mikal Bridges in town. And you know how this fan base is with Mikal specifically. I don't remember the last time that Suns fans were this into a player that now has been gone, believe it or not, for 3 years almost. I think next month it'll have been 3 years. Do you think that ever changes? I mean, now he's re-signed with the Knicks. He's there for, you know, at least until 2029, if not longer. So it's not like there's this hope that you get him this upcoming offseason like there's been in the past. Do you think that that respect and that love for Mikal Bridges from this fan base ever calms down, or are we doing this every year?
You know, I think it may be tempered a little bit, only because, you know, you may have new people moving into the Valley, becoming Suns fans. But I think by and large, that love affair is always going to exist with Mikal, because, you know, by all standards, we were talking about, you know, Ja and Trey. Conversely, Mikal did everything right. He was a fan favorite for a lot of reasons. One, because of the way he played the game, but just his personality. And look, you look at all those guys off Villanova, and we are fortunate and blessed to have another Villanova Wildcat in Colin Gillespie. Well, the same thing is happening here. So tip your cap to Jay Wright, the kind of people and individuals that he recruited, who also happen to be really good at the game of basketball. But it may be tempered a little bit, but I think there's always going to be a love affair with Mikal, just because of the way he represented the organization and the city.
Okay, give me a couple of things to look out for tonight between the Knicks and the Suns.
Well, there's a guy named Jalen Brunson. Look out for him.
Okay, I'll write that down. Thank you.
First and foremost. But rebounding, you know, it's a good rebounding team. Cat and Mitchell Robinson, you know, two big bodies. They are the best rebounding combo. And as we've seen, the Suns, you know, going back to Monday with Steven Adams and their ability to offensive rebound, creating second chance points. So, you know, it's going to be rebounding, starting with Mark Williams, Oso Ighodaro, and as we've seen, you know, the guards, Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin continue to be, you know, great rebounding machines for the Suns as well. But that's going to be real key. And then, you know, just continuing to get out and push the pace when opportunity presents itself.
Okay, while we have you, just real quick, Rasheer Fleming, you know, it's not playing a ton of minutes, but we are seeing him out there a little more frequently, at least lately. Yeah. What have you seen from him, and what do you think his, not like his career ceiling, but what do you think his ceiling could be as far as contributing this season in the second half?
Well, look, think about guys where Rasheer was a month ago, right? Mm-hmm. In terms of rotation, and I understand, you know, injuries play a role in that, but think about where he was a month ago. Think about where he is now, and specifically over the last like 3-4 games that he's played in. What I see is a kid who's been putting in the work diligently, been listening and absorbing all the information that the coaches, his teammates have been giving him. And most importantly, guys, you're seeing a young man that all of a sudden, as we like to say, the game is slowing down a little bit. And he is making an impact on both ends of the floor. The confidence is coming from him on that three-point shot. Early in the year, you can see him thinking about it. Should I shoot this? Is it going to go in? Now it's becoming a lot more fluid. And so for me, I think where he will be in another month, pretty exciting.
So, Kay, did you make any resolutions for this year, 2026? Any New Year's resolutions?
Resolutions? I'm not a big resolution guy, Wolf.
Yeah.
Other than, just trying to get back to Barbados. I don't know if that's going to...
I knew it was coming.
I don't know that Barbados is on the schedule this year, but, it's just all about trying to be a good human, checking in every day, being on time for visit with you guys, and just continuing to enjoy this current Suns ride.
If the NBA does international games like the NFL does, Kay's going to be pushing for Barbados for the Suns every year.
That's right, man.
Thank you, Kevin. Thanks, man.
Be good, boys.
It's Kevin Ray joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line ahead of a pretty good game tonight against the Knicks at the Mortgage Matchup Center in downtown Phoenix. When we come back, the Cardinals, I don't know if you heard this, they fired Jonathan Gannon earlier this week. So why does it seem like they're interviewing some candidates who are very similar to Jonathan Gannon? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The Cardinals should hire John Harbaugh tonight. I tweeted him back. You think they're going to pay him $20 million a year? If they ever did that, it would completely change the perception of the organization. Michael Bidwell, the ownership, and the whole organization. If they said, you know what? I've always said, how committed are you to winning? It's a question, right? That would be a screw you, Gambo. We're all in. If we... and everybody else that believes that the Cardinals aren't committed to winning. Michael could sit there all day long. They've been in Arizona since the 80s. They've had 6 winning seasons.
Mm-hmm. Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel. Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others. It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a New Year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work. And I know because they replace my windows, and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Ken Rosenthal, the Arizona Diamondbacks will not be trading Catel Marte, and he will be staying in the Valley. And according to Bob Nightingale, this news also means that this takes the D-backs out of the Alex Bregman sweepstakes, barring any dramatic creativity from both sides. We got an absolute classic in the Fiesta Bowl last night. Carson Beck led the Miami Hurricanes on a game-winning drive to take down the Ole Miss Rebels 31-27 and advance to the College Football National Championship. The other half of the National Championship will be solved tonight. Heisman winner Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana Hoosiers will battle Dante Moore and the Oregon Ducks tonight in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl to decide who will have a chance to win it all. Kickoff for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620. And the Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight, and our old friend Mikal Bridges and the NBA Cup champion New York Knicks are in town. Josh Hart will be out for the Knicks with an ankle injury. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. No trust? Your estate could go through probate, meaning the courts decide who gets your money. Schedule your full estate planning review at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Calling all cause we got another victim, cause my love has become an affliction. What did you expect from me? What did you expect from me?
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. How did the Suns do in home games against the Knicks and the Wizards? Well, we'll let you know starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, by my count, and really this is just me copying everybody else's count. So by me copying everybody else's count, Wolf, the Cardinals have been linked to 8 head coaching candidates as far as requesting interviews, or they're going to talk to them or whatever.
That's what I have as
okay.
well.
Look at that.
Yes.
Look at that.
Interesting. Not that I am a reporter breaking news or anything.
Not
my sources.
Well, I have none.
Walking around with a notebook.
This is all allegedly.
Alleged, indeed. The fact is a fact. I have no sources.
The latest is Jeff Hafley, who has a game tomorrow. Isn't that game tomorrow? Packers-Bears? Yeah.
That is tomorrow, indeed.
So Jeff Hafley, who's the defensive coordinator for the Green Bay Packers. This is Molly Brown from ESPN Radio yesterday on I guess the prospects of Jeff Hafley. Can we agree if the Cardinals do hire him, we're going to have to play glass halfly full or glass halfly empty?
Okay,
here's Molly Brown. Kind of.
To me, I said it before, there's part of me that just feels like Jeff Hafley has kind of coached himself out of a head coaching position, and maybe I'm being too hard on him. But, like, I get it. You lost Micah Parsons, as we've said. That's literally what's taken the air out of this team this season, is just losing him. But, like, he hasn't figured out a way to have a good defense without Micah Parsons. Like, you haven't done anything. You look at the last Bears game. Like, Keyshawn Nixon got burnt. You look at that. You look at the Ravens game where Derrick Henry almost ran 300 yards on you single-handedly. Like, that's pathetic. And to me, it's like, if you're a good coach and good at what you do, you should be able to find a way to pivot. Because newsflash, if Brian Gutekunst didn't go out and get Micah Parsons, this is what the Packers defense was going to look like all season. And would you be happy with that as a Packers fan? No. This defense has been terrible, and he hasn't been able to coach his way out of it.
All right, well, here's Tyvis Powell, former NFL defensive back, kind of giving the other perspective on Jeff Hafley.
Hafley is the only coach that I had in the NFL that was 100% honest with me. No, when I say that, I say, like, so I was in San Fran. Yeah. I had got there. I was on, like, practice squad. And he was like, I had balled out in practice all week. He goes, at the end of the week, he goes, you know what? He said, Tyvis, you've earned the right to play in this game. I'm going to get you in this game. I was like, I'm on practice squad. What are you talking about? He said, trust me. said, okay.
Yeah.
Sure enough, Saturday, they said, we're going to elevate you for the game. I said, okay, check that out.
So
but I'm still sitting, I'm at the game right half. You not about to put me in the game.
Yeah.
We get up there, we get till about the second quarter. He walk up to me, he go, you ready?
Yeah.
I said, oh, you serious? So boom, we out there. So he was the first person to keep it real. And he's just a genuine guy. And it's so funny because I talked to Haf, because Haf was here. He used to work in Cleveland. He was here with
Mike Petty.
Dante Whitner and all them was the DBs and all of that. So he would tell us about his time in Cleveland. He'd be like, it's like, yeah, I'll go back to Cleveland for sure. He said, I love my time in Cleveland. I actually liked it there.
So this is the way that it goes in the National Football League for the most part, though. You've got some people out there that are going to be really positive when it comes to Jeff Hafley, and you've got other people out there that just, may not like Jeff Hafley. And that fits right into your narrative of the Hafley glass that we're looking at right now.
Look, I don't know Jeff Hafley. I'm not saying the guy won't be a good head coach. If you go with an unproven coordinator, and I mean unproven at the head coaching level, then you are on some level risking doing exactly what you just did with Jonathan Gannon. And you can go back further. You could say, Cliff, you've gone down this path before. If you really want to make big changes, you have to change your process. If you go out, and especially Hafley and Weaver, because they're defensive coordinators. I mean, what does the press conference if you hire an unproven at the head coaching level defensive coordinator, does it sound any different than the one 3 years ago when you hired Jonathan Gannon? You weren't forced to hire Jonathan Gannon. You liked him. And for the first 2 years, you liked him too. And I think they still liked him. They just felt like they had to make a move. And I get it, but if you're going to make a move, why would you go out and hire the same resume, basically?
Yeah, here's the one thing I would say about this, Basin Orleans. Once again, it really isn't about being an offensive coordinator or not being an offensive coordinator or a defensive coordinator, whatever it may be. It doesn't mean whoever they hire doesn't have the ability to become a great coach.
Oh, absolutely.
It doesn't mean that they just because they hire a coordinator doesn't mean the Arizona Cardinals have hired the wrong coach.
No, look at Liam Cohen, look at Ben Johnson, look at Mike McDonald.
Liam Cohen.
I'm just saying for the Cardinals, they've gone down this path repeatedly, and you don't know if you got the right guy for a couple years, typically, if you do this, unless it's Liam Cohen or Ben Johnson or Mike McDonald. But you risk being in the same spot in a couple years. Maybe you find the next diamond in the rough. I don't know, but you risk it.
I guess what I'm saying is it's all about the odds. It's all about the odds of suddenly Jeff Hafley is the next Ben Johnson. It's all about the odds of that happening, that he's going to be the right guy for the hire, and he's going to turn the organization around, and you're going to start winning games. It's all about the odds. John Harbaugh is not a guarantee. He's not. You could hire John Harbaugh, and suddenly you have a rash of injuries or whatever it may be. You could hire John Harbaugh, and it's not 100% fact he's going to turn the organization
No, but it's
around.
The odds.
It's the odds.
The odds
That's
is a good way to put
about.
it. Yeah, the odds are, and whatever those exact numbers are, there's no way to know. But if you hire John Harbaugh and you say, what are the odds the Cardinals are a playoff team within 2 or 3 years, you feel pretty good about it. If you hire Brian Flores or Kevin Stefanski, I'm not the world's biggest Mike McCarthy fan, but Mike McCarthy, that's a head coach that's won a Super Bowl before. If you hire those guys, there's a pretty good chance you're going to be in a decent position to at least make the playoffs in the next couple of years. If you hire an unproven, because Ben Johnson, that's great, but he also came with a ton of hype last year.
Yeah, think about it. Mike McCarthy. He's just talking about Mike McCarthy right now. You think Mike McCarthy showed a ton of passion? Mike McCarthy? He's not big on the passion.
He's pretty,
he was,
whatever you want to call it on the sidelines. Stoic?
Thank you very much.
Emotionless?
Would you say that Mike McCarthy was a great head coach?
I don't think he is, but yes.
Yeah.
He's a good head coach.
Okay, for me, I think Mike McCarthy has proven he's a great head coach.
I would take him.
No, I'm just saying, once again, there are people out there who didn't like him because they didn't go nuts.
Oh, well.
He didn't wave his arms and yell and point and say all these nasty things, and he didn't do it. It doesn't mean, of course, that the guy can't coach. And JG could coach.
What do people think about Mike McDaniel? That's a name we really haven't talked about. They haven't been linked to him at all, but he just became available yesterday.
This guy is genius. He really is. Like, he's brilliant.
Because they rallied around him
Goodness, I say so many things about. There are so many things I've heard about Mike McDaniel and what a brilliant guy. I just think he's a coordinator, is what I think he is.
Well, I would take him as a coordinator because he runs Kyle Shanahan's offense pretty well. He knows it pretty well. I don't know. I think that I think you have to, Robert Salah, I know that name keeps coming up. That's somebody they are going to talk to. You talk to Jets fans and they're like, dude, you don't want Robert Salah. Yeah. I want an established NFL head coach this time. Clint Kubiak is the one that I would set a little bit separately. You brought this up yesterday, too. It's not just that you're taking something from Seattle and look what he did with Seattle and it's offense as opposed to defense. That's a football family, the Kubiaks.
Yes.
That
Gary.
It doesn't prove anything. It doesn't guarantee anything. To your point of playing the odds, I just think any unproven coordinator is like a scratch ticket. Like, it might really work, or you might be in this position again in 3 years. So we will see. All right. When we come back, pretty big news, if you believe it, about the Diamondbacks earlier today. And Catel Marte, we'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta morning.
This year, I think, is going to be full of mea culpas for the Phoenix Suns, and I've already issued mine because I was adamant that you cannot speak great culture into existence in the NBA. But I'll be darned if Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory didn't go out and do everything they said they were going to do, even though at most everybody, myself included, rolled their eyes.
You mentioned rolling of the eyes. There was a lot of people that watched the Brian Gregory press conference when alignment came up. How many times was it said?
19 times.
And guess what? They're freaking aligned.
They're totally aligned.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Trajan Wealth, they offer tailored wealth management plans for you. They take the time to determine your risk tolerance level, Basinonians, along with learning about your goals and timeline. Working with you, they develop a wealth management plan that reflects your values. Call the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth to schedule your free consultation. Choosing the right financial advisor is one of the best investments you can make for your financial future. Makes sense, right? Let Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors help you craft an income plan that meets your goals so you can focus on what matters. Pick up the phone and call Trajan Wealth today. 480-360-7900. 480-360-7900 for Trajan Wealth Advisory Services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor, client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
2 years ago, Bobby Carpenter completed treatments for knee pain at QC Kinetics. So we're checking in with the former college and pro football player to see how he's doing.
I've been asked a lot, like, how long does this last? How long does it work? I go, I've had mine for a couple years, and everything feels very good. It feels just as good as it did when I started to turn the corner.
Bobby's an active husband, dad, and business owner. That's why 2 years ago, he heard about QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative treatments, and he knew he could trust them for his chronic knee pain.
And thankfully, with QC Kinetics, I was able to go through this, and my activities are the same as it was. I'm able to coach my kids in sports. I can play golf. I can go run.
QC Kinetics patients like Bobby don't miss a beat. No surgery or rehab, just freedom from debilitating joint pain. Ready for lasting relief from joint pain? Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Make your next round unforgettable at Verado Golf Club. Both the Founders and Victory courses are in peak shape, featuring pristine, overseeded fairways and the best greens of the season. Play where breathtaking scenery meets everyday value. With stunning vistas and impeccable conditions, both courses are a must-play and among the best in-season values in the Valley. Experience Phoenix's most memorable finishes at Verado Golf Club. Tee times fill fast, so book your round today at veradogolfclub.com.
This is the one the world waits for. Be part of the excitement at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. January 17th through 25th at Westworld. There's entertainment for the whole family. Save with advanced tickets today at barrett-jackson.com.
And I don't want to believe that maybe this is the end. I know you kind of a tease, but is this really pretend? Something tells me...
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Which NFC West teams do we think advance to the divisional round of the NFL playoffs? Is it okay if we root for none of them? That and all the latest on the Cardinals offseason on the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and of course, Arizona Sports on YouTube. All right, well, here's the baseball news that maybe you were looking for, or maybe not, I don't know, but pitchers and catchers report in just a few weeks. Looks like spring training weather out there right now, doesn't it, Wolf? Yesterday it looked like we lived in Alaska,
Beautiful.
But today looks like spring training weather out there. But here's the news. That's not it. Me reading a calendar is not the news. Ken Rosenthal this morning posted on X, Catel Marte will remain with the Diamondbacks. Source tells The Athletic he will not be traded. And then Bob Nightingale followed up with, now that the Arizona Diamondbacks have officially pulled Catel Marte off the trade market, as Ken Rosenthal reported, it also takes the D-backs out of the Alex Bregman sweepstakes, barring dramatic creativity between the two sides.
Well, there you go. And, that's what we were talking about earlier right now. If, in fact, you could get Alex Bregman, it seems like maybe you would move Catel Marte. You would be willing to do that. Now that maybe the Diamondbacks are out of the Alex Bregman market, now all of a sudden they're thinking, let's just go ahead and keep him. I think... To me, it's a ridiculous proposition. And the reason why I say this is it's almost like a self-imposed trade deadline that the Diamondbacks have just put on themselves. I think it's just a way to try to create leverage. I'm not saying they're not being sincere. You can do both things. You can do both. You can say, we're pulling them off the trade market. We're not going to trade Catel Marte. We're not going to move him. Unless we get this unbelievable offer that comes out of nowhere. And I think you can use it as leverage and actually mean it at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, part of me wants to be like, if you have this internal self-imposed, trade deadline for Catel Marte, why does it ever even have to get out? But it's 2026. It's going to get out, right? But also, I say that to sort of set up agreeing with you in the sense of, if I'm the Diamondbacks, I'm just trying to think about this logically. You were more than willing to trade Catel Marte by all accounts.
Yeah.
Up until this morning. Maybe not that you were shopping him or trying to move him. That's the gray area, right? Some people believe they wanted to move him. Others would say, no, they were just open to if they got a crazy offer.
You wanted to say, give me a phone call.
Yeah, let's just see what you got to offer for Catel Marte. We know all the complicating factors from last year and the year before, and we know that he has a full no-trade clause essentially kicking in about 3 months. So, and that's forever. So if you were going to trade him, now's the time to trade him. Logically, if I looked around and I was like, this is kind of holding up the other stuff we need to do this offseason. The worst case scenario is you wait around, you don't do the other stuff, and then you take a bad offer for Catel. That's the worst case scenario. I would say the best case is probably you trade him for an amazing offer, and then you get to fill the other needs, and then you sign Alex Bregman. That was probably the best case scenario. Realistically, we're probably going to land somewhere in the middle, but if you get stuck with Catel Marte, that's not a bad thing.
No.
It's only a bad thing if it messes up the rest of your offseason.
Yeah, it just, once again, basically, this is just me. I don't know why a team would ever impose a deadline on themselves, for lack of a better way of saying it. I know that there are guys, the NFL has done this before, where you hear, oh, this team cut this really good player. Remember that? The whole cut. No, we didn't cut him. But that's what is leaked. And the reason being is because you're trying to get people to actually investigate.
It works in the NFL.
And it works in the NFL. I'm just saying that, this is a way of creating leverage as well for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Listen, we're done. Maybe there's a team out there that really wanted Catel Marte. They just didn't really want to give up that last prospect or whatever it might be.
Or they were just procrastinating because they're not in a rush.
Whatever it may be. And now all of a sudden you've got the Diamondbacks saying, that's it, don't call me, it's over.
Do not contact.
How does the general manager ever say it's over? How does he? Now, again, maybe there's reasoning out there. Maybe Mike Hazen, the freaky Mike Hazen, is less. He's listening. He's just
Freaky
laughing
Mike
his
Hazen,
head off, wheeling and dealing, just laughing his head off right now, saying, "Oh, we've got real good reasons why." Man, I'd like to know what those reasons would be. What would the reasons be that you would self-impose a trade deadline when if somebody calls you tomorrow with a blockbuster deal? You're not going to listen to it because you said, we've taken them off the market. Come on. General managers are in the business to make deals.
I think the next sort of checkpoints to look for in all this are, well, if the Diamondbacks randomly do trade Catel Marte in 2 days, then it worked, right? You got some team to be like, okay, sorry, we weren't moving, this wasn't a priority for us. Because as I said earlier, a Catel Marte trade carries more urgency for the Diamondbacks than it does whoever they're trading with, right? Pick whoever that team is, Cincinnati, Seattle, whatever. Yeah, okay, we want Catel Marte. We'd like to get him, before the season. Maybe we'll see how we do during the season. Maybe we'll call you during the trade deadline. Diamondbacks can't trade him after the middle of April. I mean, they can, but they have to run it by Catel. He has to allow it to happen. And the Diamondbacks have more of a sense of urgency to get this resolved one way or the other. Either you want to move him and ideally sign Alex Bregman and get those pieces back, hopefully some pitching, because now you need to get pitching if you're not going to trade him, and I don't know how you're going to do that, like high-end starting pitching. Or you want to know that he's going to be here. Okay, we got Catel locked in. Let's start moving pieces around our infield and figuring out what we need to sign there.
Yeah, it just seems an impossibility to me that the Arizona Diamondbacks have not gotten a ton of interest over Catel Marte. A ton of interest where there's some quality deals that are out there. Is it a possibility that they haven't gotten the kind of interest that we all expect them to get when you're talking about trading Catel Marte? I guess, but it just seems bizarre to me that would be the case. Catel is the best second baseman in baseball. That's what I'm going to say. And one of the best offensive players, especially the fact that he's a switch hitter as well. I mean, this guy can do it all, as we all know, and we have witnessed. You're talking about a guy that is MVP caliber. I'm just wondering how much has gotten out in regard to why the Arizona Diamondbacks are even moving him or trying to move him at all.
There's a story on MLB.com following Ken Rosenthal's post this morning, just kind of going through what this now could mean for the Diamondbacks, what it could mean for the rest of the league. They rattled off what the Blue Jays, Mariners, Tigers, Pirates, Rays, Phillies, Red Sox were all teams that at some point had been interested in Catel Marte. Yeah. Maybe they weren't all still, but that's a lot of teams. And those are just the ones that were reported. And that's kind of where I was going with the checkpoints now. Like if you start to see major moves around baseball, because we really haven't seen a ton this offseason. We've seen some, but not a ton. No. Then maybe this was the domino that everybody was waiting to fall, and it fell to the side of the Diamondbacks are just keeping Catel Marte. So if you're in the market for a middle infielder, go find somebody else. If I see Alex Bregman sign with Boston or whoever, but Boston was the team that was rumored to have made him a pretty big offer about 2 weeks ago, that says something. I guess I don't know what. It says they won't be getting Alex Bregman. Now you could debate, did they pull Catel off the table because they knew they weren't getting Bregman?
Yeah.
Or by pulling Catel off the table, did they slam the door on Bregman? But either way, I would be watching what Alex Bregman does now.
Yeah, no, I think that's a salient point made by you. I just honestly, I believe they have to move Catel Marte. I've said this before, and I'm thinking of the clubhouse. I'm thinking of the locker room, and I may be dead wrong on this once again, but once you cross that line in regard to a guy that may not be the best thing from a chemistry perspective, not just a playing perspective, but just chemistry, period. It depends how accurate those reports were about Catel Marte and some of the players that were saying things about Catel Marte. I mean, if you tell me the leadership on this team, you tell me that these players were saying, yeah, he's good when he wants to be. If that really is the belief inside, you got to move him. You have to, because he's going to turn into DeAndre Ayton.
Well, you're running out of time if you have to move him and it's coming out that you're not going to move him.
Yeah, but once again, that could just be leverage.
It could. When we come back, the Suns have a big one tonight against the Knicks. The Suns have played pretty well against the better teams in the NBA, and it raises the question, if the playoffs get here and they're in the playoffs, are there teams in the West ahead of them in the standings that maybe they could give a tough series to or maybe beat in a series? We'll get into that next. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. Dump to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hi, everybody. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, what makes starting the new year with service at Liberty GMC such a smart move?
Glad you asked, Dave. We respect your time all year long. Drop off your vehicle by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next morning. Plus, right now, get 25% off your entire bill for the month of January.
And to start the year strong, you can lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $279 a month for 39 months. Buy online anytime at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile once again, I urge you to check out ProSmile. ProSmile is the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. And they have finance options up to 10 years. So whether you need dental implants or custom veneers, go with the Pro Smile difference. You won't regret it. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620 for all the information.
Message and data rates may apply.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
When you struggle with private student loan debt, it feels awful. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of moves. I hear from people all the time who are in that exact spot, but just know there is a way forward, and it's called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That's all they do, and they won't judge you. They won't ask you why you didn't fix it sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low, fixed-rate payment that you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Y-Refi shines. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Give them a call to find out more. 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Ken Rosenthal, the Arizona Diamondbacks will not be trading Catel Marte, and he will be staying in the Valley. And according to Bob Nightingale, this news also means that this takes the D-backs out of the Alex Bregman sweepstakes, barring any dramatic creativity from both sides. And last night, we got an absolute classic in the Fiesta Bowl. Carson Beck led the Miami Hurricanes on a game-winning drive to take down the Ole Miss Rebels 31-27 and advance to the College Football National Championship. The other half of the National Championship will be solved tonight. Heisman winner Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana Hoosiers will battle Dante Moore and the Oregon Ducks tonight in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl to decide who will have a chance to win it all. Kickoff for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620. And the Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight. Our old friend Mikal Bridges and the NBA Cup champion New York Knicks are in town. Josh Hart will be out for the Knicks with an ankle injury. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. That is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Murata. Join us Monday morning. How did the Suns do in home games against the Knicks and the Wizards? We'll let you know starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Suns-Knicks tonight from Mortgage Matchup Center in downtown Phoenix. The Knicks actually have a better record than the Suns. Maybe I shouldn't say it like that. I mean, the Knicks were supposed to be really good this season, and they have been. 24-13, second seed in the Eastern Conference right now, Wolf. But this is obviously this is a good game. This is a tough game. This is the sort of game that we have seen the Suns play pretty well in this season. It's their first look at the Knicks, but they're going to see them twice, basically in like the next 9 days. What are you expecting tonight?
Man, you know what? I think this is going to be a grudge game, and the reason why I say that is because I do believe the New York Knicks still have a culture that is built on going out and being competitive. Going out, it's something that New York Knicks basketball has prided itself on in the past, of course, and 24-13 on the season right now. This is a team that can score the basketball. They do a great job. Top 5 in the association in terms of points scored, and they're still going to compete heavily on the defensive end of the floor. I think, again, anytime you've got a Mikal Bridges, it's going to bring the best out of the Phoenix Suns. That's why I can't wait to see it, because he's going to compete. Are you going to compete? I think the intensity level for this game is going to be fairly high.
Well, here's Devin Booker after the win over Memphis talking about the Knicks.
They play well. They play hard. They're tested. You know, they had a playoff run last year, so an experienced team. I think it'll be a good matchup for us.
Here's Jordan Ott.
Yeah, just another good team coming into Phoenix. First time seeing them. We haven't seen a ton of those East teams. So one thing with that, you don't even get to see them on scout tapes as much because you're just playing so many West teams, but obviously know the in-season or the NBA Cup. They just pose a lot of problems, especially their offense. They space the floor. They're able to get to the free throw line. I'm a little familiar with them from last year, but it'll be a new challenge, and that's what it is in the NBA. There is no let up in this thing. Got a couple home games, then we go on the road. This thing does not stop, especially in January where it feels like we play every other night. So that's why you got to take advantage of some of these schedule situations where they played on the back-to-back last night.
Yeah, you got to take advantage of that, no doubt. I love the matchups. I love looking at the numbers, Luke. You know this. I love doing it. Points, by way of example. The New York Knicks, number 5 in the association, 119.7 points a game. Well, guess what? The Phoenix Suns, number 6 in opponent points allowed. Number 6 in the association, only giving up 112.4. And then you look at the turnovers. The New York Knicks, they don't turn the ball over, Babes and Onions. Number 4 in the association. They do not turn it over. And yet the Phoenix Suns, number 3 in turning over their opponents. This is, once
strength
again,
for strength.
Something has got to give here, and they're both excellent offensive rebounding teams. The Knicks are number 4 in the association. The Suns are number 5.
Something the Suns haven't been the last couple of years, that good at offensive rebounding, but they have certainly been this year. A couple things on the schedule, because you heard Jordan Ott just say right there, we don't see a lot of Eastern Conference teams. Well, they're going to see 12 games in a row against the Eastern Conference starting tonight. They go Knicks, Wizards at home, then on the road to Miami, Detroit, New York, Brooklyn, Philadelphia, Atlanta, then back home for the Heat, the Nets, the Pistons, and the Cavs.
Wow.
So that's the rest of January. So there's that. 12 straight games against the Eastern Conference. In the middle is a 6-game Eastern Conference road trip. I guess East Coast. They're all on I guess Detroit's not, but Miami, Detroit, New York, Brooklyn, Philly, and Atlanta.
Bring your jacket, bruh.
And they play 16 games in 29 days this month, the Suns do.
Wow, yeah.
That's the sort of stretch that can mess a team up. And so far, they've already played 4. They're 3-1. The one loss was essentially a buzzer beater loss to Houston. But, I think we're going to know. I think we already know a lot about the Suns. Tonight is game 38. But I think we're really going to know everything else that we need to learn about them before the playoffs by the end of this month, because that schedule is brutal. The travel is brutal. Yeah. You're seeing teams you haven't seen yet, and I'm assuming you get Jalen Green back in there at some point too.
You know what's so cool about what Luke just said, basically, is because it's valid. It is salient. It is smart. It is strong. It is good.
Wow.
You know what's so cool about that is the fact that I expect the Phoenix Suns to plow through that. Plow right through it because of who they are. To me, again, Luke is 100% accurate on that. This is going to be tough. This is going to be hard. And yet, that kind of challenge is exactly what I think the Phoenix Suns respond to. Oh, my goodness. Who are you? I asked myself that. Who are you? Listen, think about saying this 3 months ago. Oh, my goodness. It is stunning what the Phoenix Suns have done. Where my expectation, after Luke tells me how difficult this road trip is going to be, and he's right, this road trip. I'm talking about when they do go on the road, East Coast. This 12-game stretch against the Eastern Conference, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. And yet that's exactly the kind of thing that I see Dylan Brooks talking about inside the locker room, on the bus.
I mean, it's kind of this is part of their identity.
In the air, yeah, all of it while they're traveling. Just suck it up. Go out there and don't show weakness. Go out there and ball out and suck it up. Do your job.
It's 12 games, 6 of them on the road in the next 22 days.
Don't tell me about the storm. Bring the ship in.
So there you go. I just told you about the storm, and I didn't bring the ship in. But it leads into the conversation we were having. Jamal brought this up in the pre-show meeting. Like what you just said, the Suns tend to play really well against these good teams for the most part. You look up ahead of them in the Western Conference now, and you see Oklahoma City, San Antonio, Denver, Minnesota, the Lakers, and Houston in front of them. And you're like, okay, just let your mind wander for a second. If the Suns were starting a 7-game series with any of those teams, there's some in there I think they could beat. They wouldn't be favored, and they shouldn't be favored. I get that. But there's some in there I think they could. I mean, they have a winning record against the Lakers. They have a winning record against the Timberwolves. They have a winning record against the Spurs this season.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you know what? I just think the paradigm completely changes once you get into the postseason. It changes so much dramatically.
Especially teams that have been there, with those players, with their players. Like Denver, I don't want to play Denver in the playoffs.
Yes, no, I'm with you on that one. The paradigm does change, though. It's such an advantage to teams that have played a lot of playoff games. It's such an advantage to teams that have players that have played in a lot of playoff games. I think, sometimes, especially when you've played together a lot, I just think this team is still in a developing process. I don't think they're anywhere close to being who they're going to be at the end of the year.
Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Wolf and Bernsey on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event February 21st. So you still got about a month and a half to get ready. Text HIKE to 620 to learn more and sign up today, Wolf. They can text HIKE, and they could be climbing with you and Bernsey, among others. I know our own Tyler Drake's going to do it as well. So.
Yeah, maybe we can get Jalen Green to join us.
No.
That'd be cool.
Once Jalen gets going, we're just going to keep him on a basketball court for the next 3 months. All right, when we come back to college football, ASU's got a lot of quarterbacks all of a sudden. What does that mean? What do you expect from the Peach Bowl tonight? And, Wolf, I actually have developing news as far as a quarterback that could impact the NFL draft that just happened in the last couple minutes.
Wow.
It's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Here comes Kevin Durant. There goes Kevin Durant. And in his absence, it feels like the first time where a really, really elite player in the history of the league just walked out that door, and you're fine. You're not going through the, oh, man, Barkley left and we suck.
Dude, you're happy about it.
Oh, yeah, Nash left and, our team is terrible. We're not going to be any good anytime soon. This feels like the first time in forever that one of the very best players in the history of the league just became an ex-Sun, and we're not really that bothered by it because we're having success without him.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. You got to have shade. We all know that, especially here in Arizona. As we know, it's cold out there, man. 39 degrees this morning, as a matter of fact. It's one of the reasons why All Pro Shade, well, they want to heat things up for you. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free, courtesy of All Pro Shade Concepts. Now, listen, these shades, they're not just for summer. Shades, of course, they'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth in from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today, Basinonians, at allproshade.com and snag a free patio heater while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Today at Burke Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help. Help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. What are the matchups to watch for in tonight's Suns and Knicks game? No, Marvin Webster's not walking through that door. We'll discuss starting at 2 on the Burns and Gambo Show. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Shout out to Waddell. What's going on, Waddell?
Yeah, Waddell.
How you doing out there in Waddell right now?
We see you, Waddell.
Friday afternoon right now as we get ready for the Peach Bowl tonight. And then, of course, the Wildcard Weekend in the NFL this weekend. So this is the story that just happened while we were talking about the Suns, Wolf. The NCAA has denied Trinidad Shamblas a 6th year of eligibility.
Wow.
So he doesn't want to leave college, but Ole Miss can still appeal it, but they've denied him, and I think they verbally denied him about a month ago, too. So now he's been denied twice, but this is much more like a, hey, you're out of here.
Wow.
So, I mean, the next step for him is just to go in the NFL draft if they...
Oh, darn, I have to go in the NFL draft. Where it looks like I'll be a first-round pick.
I mean, I would say his stock shot through the roof this year from, that's the guy who was really good at Ferris State to now, I don't know. I don't know what kind of wrinkle that puts into the NFL drafts. He's 6'1".
Yeah.
Listed at 6'1". Maybe he's a little bit shorter. I don't know.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you because you know.
That's how this works.
If he is listed at 6'1", he's probably 6'3".
I'm operating under the assumption that the Cardinals are going to go after a tall quarterback. Not that a shorter quarterback can't succeed, but I think you hit the nail on the head earlier this week, where it's like if you're switching coaches, you want a different coach. If you're switching quarterbacks, you want a different quarterback. I'm really interested to see what this dude does in the NFL. I don't think it would be for the Cardinals. Maybe if they had won last night and had won the national championship, he would move up to like number 2. And the Jets would take him, and then Dante Moore would be there for I don't know. But
It is, you know what? That is really an interesting possibility.
But they lost. They're out. So I don't know that he.
I don't see Dante Moore returning to Oregon. I do not.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, this is 3 years now. I see him if you're in the top two, and that's where most people put Dante Moore, top two quarterbacks, top two in this draft. Most people think if you need a quarterback, you're going to get Fernando Mendoza or you're going to get Dante Moore. Those two. And because of that, are you not going to come out when you have that opportunity? And it looks like right now, Shamblas isn't going to have that opportunity. He's not going to be able to go back to Ole Miss. But now all of a sudden, if you throw him in there, you might have somebody fall in love with Shamblas. And because of that, they might be willing to move up to number 3, by the way.
Yeah, well, there's that. I mean, he's such an unknown. Because he wasn't coming out in the draft, he's not really on any of these rankings of like, oh, he's a first-round pick, oh, he's a second-rounder, oh, he's a third-rounder.
Right.
Like I said, I've said this, I feel like 10 times this week. I'm not an NFL quarterback scout. He is an amazing college quarterback. Now, maybe that doesn't translate. Look, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure some of this stuff out. All things being equal, NFL scouts are going to like a Fernando Mendoza who's taller, who just won the Heisman, who has the more prototypical NFL build. I guess the question for me more gets down to when you're talking about Shamblas, and is he the third quarterback off the board now? No, that's not it. Is he a guy you could get in the third round? Like, I have no idea where they would put him because his sample size in Division I college is relatively small. But so is Dante Moore's, really.
Yeah.
And Shamblas has all been against the SEC until the college football playoff, and he's basically passed every test except last night. And even that, I don't think you would put on him.
Yeah, this is the problem right now, though. Trinidad Shamblas, I have not seen enough of him. I just have not.
And don't you think that's what most scouts are going to say?
Well, I think scouts probably have a lot better handle as to what he's done so far because they're looking at tape all the time. And even if Trinidad Shamblas is not the guy they're searching for, he's showing up on a lot of that SEC tape for the most part.
That's true. He's the guy on the other team every time.
He's the guy maybe on the other team, and all of a sudden you start going, man, who is this kid right here who keeps making these plays for Ole Miss? And guess what? Shamblas has made a lot of plays for Ole Miss this year, and he will be, I guarantee you. There is going to be, I think he's a first-round pick, bar none. I haven't seen enough of him to where I could say he's a top 10 pick.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It does. And again, he can still appeal again, or Ole Miss can appeal again. But if he goes into the draft, if nothing else, it's a wild card. It throws things off. Here's something that wasn't expected to be there, and it's
you could have
somewhat
general
rich.
managers who like him more than Dante Moore.
And maybe just are going to see if they can take him at 20 or something. I don't know. We had talked to...
But if you're Dante Moore, aren't you going to declare? Aren't you going to do that?
Yeah, I think so, because you can't raise your stock. You can't raise your stock at all. Yeah.
What? You're going to... I want to be the first player taken overall, not the second.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, if you want to be the first player taken overall, then win tonight against Mendoza, and there are going to be teams that like you more as the first player. I've already seen a few scouting reports that actually do like him more. Look, I understand he hasn't played much in college, and so from an NFL perspective, I don't know that I'm ready to take him at 1 or 2. But yeah, from Dante Moore's perspective, if I'm going to go 1 or 2, yeah, I'm leaving. Go out there and try and win tonight, and win a week from now, and win the national championship, and then go in the draft and be a top 2 pick. It seems pretty good. We had Chris Cartman on earlier, and we were talking about some of the implications of the transfer portal and what ASU has done. And Jamal, you have the audio you can play. We asked him obviously about the quarterback situation because now ASU has 4, don't they? So this is what he said.
Yeah, so I think you have to look at this from a financial standpoint. Sam Levit is going to probably get twice as much money as Cutter Boley. Mikey Keene is a really high floor minimum backup who possibly ends up being the starter if Cutter Boley is not as ready as the ASU's staff hopes that he will be. And with that differential of $2 million or plus, that helps to fill out the rest of the roster, which is how ASU ended up with the number one wide receiver transfer portal class in the country right now between Omarion Miller, Reed Harris, Braden Vinesbright. I think the decision essentially was, let's make sure that we have guys who are going to be open to throw to. And because of that, takes a little bit of pressure off of our quarterback.
So the crazy part about this, though, Wolf, is you go out and you get Cutter Boley, and everybody's like, okay, this is Kenny's guy. He's wanted him for a while. Here you go. But you go out and get Mikey Keene too, who went to Chandler High School. Okay, so you just heard Chris Cartman's explanation. Well, you also have Cam Dyer, who was pretty highly regarded when you recruited him, and now he's been here for a little bit. And you have Jake Fetty coming in. So I understand.
He was a 4-star guy, was he not?
Yeah. So I know there's a bunch of people driving around being like, dude, I don't know all these names. Just set the names aside for a second. Philosophically, in 2026, you have a very highly recruited quarterback, a pretty highly recruited quarterback, and two guys you just got in the transfer portal. There's no way you're keeping all these guys. And you have a really highly recruited quarterback coming in 2027, too, in Weston Nielsen.
Oh, my goodness. What a mess. What a good mess.
That's a good mess.
That's a sloppy
self-created
mess. This is one of the reasons why I think Kenny Dillingham was almost laughing when he said, we will have a quarterback who's really, really good.
Or 4.
He felt really confident about that, did he not?
Yeah.
Yes, and boy, it's looking like this is going to be great. Cutter Boley, I'm very, very interested. The more I read about Cutter Boley, the more I like, especially as to some of his leadership ability.
I would assume it's his job to lose. I would assume if Kenny was here right now, he would say we're going to have a competition and the best quarterback is going to play. I would say Jake Fetty's a wild card because he's going to be a true freshman. You probably want to not play him for a year. Yeah. I don't know. Something to watch.
I love the fact that the Sun Devils have a quarterback in Cutter Boley where you can go out and you can bring in another quarterback, Mikey Keene, bring him in. And you can say, you know what, we're gonna let the best man win. That's what we're gonna do. You don't have to designate who's you don't have to do that. And I love the fact that Cutter Boley being brought in here as what I'm assuming they think will be the number one guy. They're gonna open up the competition to Mikey Keene and just say, hey, you know what, we're gonna do this. That tells me a lot about Cutter Boley and what they think about Cutter Boley. That he's okay with that. He knows this is major college football. I'm going to have to compete for my job. I want to win. Who doesn't want to win their job, win their position, win the competition? Who doesn't want to do that? Especially in the game of football. If you got guys who don't want to compete, that want to be handed things, you're going after the wrong guy.
That tells you something. I also thought Chris Cartman did a good job of explaining right there, not that it's this simple, but essentially, do you want to pay Sam Levit, or do you want to have Cutter Boley and a backup and a Marion Miller and Reed Harris? Like, just, actually have more of a team on offense, or just you bring Levit back, you pay him all that, and he basically has to throw to himself. All right, when we come back, Wildcard Weekend begins here in just a few hours. So which NFL teams will still be alive when we come back on Monday? We're going to predict the games next. Wolf, you love predictions. I think this is your idea. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when Kevin McCabe hosts AZ Preps Live, Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. I am Santan Ford. Let me tell you this. January is when smart buyers make their move, and when it comes to new vehicles, I trust Tim Hovick and Tim Hovick's Santan Ford, ladies and gentlemen, alone. I'm all about no gimmicks and no nonsense, of course, just great Fords and great Ford people who do business the right way. And that's the one thing I feel great about, sending you to Santan Ford. Whether you're in the market for a new or pre-owned Ford, man, these people do things the right way. Try out the world-famous Ford F-150 or family rigs like Explorer and the all-new Expedition. If you need a little more, then Bronco or Mustang is for you. Find them all, plus great people at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
It's where every slam dunk dream and memory of your favorite game is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you, you. Yet as many athletes know, a brain or spine condition can change that. That's why Barrow pushes the boundaries of neuroscience medicine and what's possible. Consistently ranked among the best in the country, Barrow fights to help patients hold on to their dreams, memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Ken Rosenthal, the Arizona Diamondbacks will not be trading Catel Marte, and he will be staying in the Valley. And according to Bob Nightingale, this news also means that this takes the D-backs out of the Alex Bregman sweepstakes, barring any dramatic creativity from both sides. Last night, we got an absolute classic in the Fiesta Bowl. Carson Beck led the Miami Hurricanes on a game-winning drive to take down the Ole Miss Rebels 31-27 and advance to the College Football National Championship. The other half of the National Championship will be solved tonight. Heisman winner Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana Hoosiers will battle Dante Moore and the Oregon Ducks tonight in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl to decide who will have a chance to win it all. Kickoff for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620. And the Suns are back in action tonight, and our old friend Mikal Bridges and the NBA Cup champion New York Knicks are in town. Josh Hart will be out for the Knicks with an ankle injury. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. No trust? Your estate could go through probate, meaning the courts could decide who gets your money. Schedule your full estate planning review at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Which NFC West teams do we think advance to the divisional round of the NFL playoffs? Is it okay if we root for none of them? That and all the latest on the Cardinals offseason on the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and of course, Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Definitely okay if you are not rooting for any of the NFC West teams that are in the playoffs. I mean, it's the final slap in the face this season, Wolf, as the Cardinals don't make it and everybody else in the division makes it.
Yeah, I know. At the same time, for me, I never mind playing in the best division in football. It forces you to compete. It does. And as a player, I'm talking about from a player's perspective, it's great to play against the best in the National Football League. After all, that's why you're there, right?
Right.
Jamal, you going to make picks with us?
Yeah, I'll make picks with you guys.
All right. So he's like, yeah, I guess I can hang out with you guys for a couple minutes.
Really?
All right, so we're just going to go through, pick each game this weekend, right? Nothing complicated here. I'm going to go in order of when they are playing, because if I were driving around right now, I would like to know how I'm scheduling my weekend and how I'm telling my family, I'm sorry, I can't hang out with you because I'm watching 5 football games.
This is awesome!
So starting tomorrow afternoon, the LA Rams at the Carolina Panthers, the 5-4 matchup in the NFC.
Okay, Jamal, where are you going on
Jamal,
this?
you're going first.
I think the Rams are upset about the first time they lost to them, and so I think they come back and beat them in Carolina once again.
Okay.
I do as well. I mean, obviously we did our draft earlier today for the entire playoffs, and I took the Rams with my first pick. And I agree. Zoe, I thought this is a great point he brought up when the Rams lost to the Panthers. If you go back and watch that game, the Rams kind of beat themselves like 3 or 4 different times. I think they get their revenge.
Yeah. Okay, I'm also going to take the LA Rams over the Carolina Panthers. The Rams are the better team, and Crazy Carl hasn't been to Carolina since Jake Delhomme. Okay, so having said that, I'm going to go with the Rams in that game.
All right, the Rams are the biggest favorites of the weekend. So on to tomorrow night, Packers-Bears. Third meeting in the last, I think it's like 33 days or something, and they've split the first 2.
Well, I love the fact that you brought that up. I mean, the third time they're going to play in just over a month.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
5 calendar weeks.
You're going to remember everything that the dude did to you at the bottom of a pile. You're going to remember it.
You know, I brought this up yesterday because you were saying, hey, if anything dirty happened in the previous meeting, maybe you'd remember. And it was Keyshawn Nixon and the guy with DJ Moore. But the Bears are also the team that took out Jordan Love. So I'm pretty sure Green Bay doesn't have.
Wow, I didn't think about that.
I didn't either. There's some bad blood.
So where are you going on that one?
I am going Chicago.
Oh.
They are underdogs at home, according to Vegas. I don't think Chicago's going super deep in these playoffs, but I think they're going to get Green Bay here. No Micah Parsons is weighing in my mind.
I have no idea who's going to win this game.
This is the hardest one, I think.
I agree. I'm leaning Green Bay.
Okay, Green Bay.
I like Jordan Love.
Wow.
Yeah, I just, with Jordan Love coming back, I think he can go make plays. I haven't seen Caleb Williams do it in the playoffs yet. So I'm gonna take Jordan Love.
There it is. That's exactly why I'm going with the Packers as well. This is going to be a different paradigm for Caleb Williams, and I'm going to go with the Packers as well. It's a grudge game. It's going to be highly emotional. Crazy Carl does show up to grudge games, especially in the third game to break a tie, a season tie. I think, this is going to be the rubber game here. I think this is going to be the best game of the weekend as well. Packers.
Crazy Carl showed up last time they played a couple weeks ago. And, it's a night game at Soldier Field, just to add to all that. All right, Sunday morning, Bills, Jaguars. I think this is the other toughest one to pick. I'm going to go Buffalo, but I think Jacksonville is the better team, honestly. But I'm going to go Buffalo because I'm gonna defer to the team with Josh Allen in the playoffs. So give me Buffalo. By the way, you guys both took Green Bay. They were undrafted in our bracket we just did. Yeah. They were one of 2 teams that we didn't draft. You both could have had them.
You have Chicago, don't you?
No, Aaron took Chicago.
Oh, Aaron. That's all right. Never mind.
All right, Jamal. Buffalo or Jacksonville?
Now, I think Crazy Carl is going to show up to this game.
No!
Oh.
I think Crazy Carl will make an appearance in Jacksonville. For that case,
say, Duval.
Well, remind me to take that and stuff it in the audio file.
Okay, so you think Jaguars are winning that game?
Buffalo.
Oh, Buffalo.
I'm taking Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills.
Okay. I also am going with the Buffalo Bills, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, the once and future king, Josh Allen. against the Rogue King in Trevor Lawrence.
No love for one of the hottest teams in football. Jacksonville hasn't lost since November 9th.
Yes.
They've only lost once since October 19th.
Oh, right. They didn't face the park either. And here comes the park, bro.
That's true. That's a good point.
The team that runs the ball better will win this game. And I think the Bills will run it better.
All right, so far you two have picked every game identically, and we'd all be identical if I hadn't taken the Bears. So we got to run through these last ones quickly. Niners at the Eagles. I will go first. I don't think Philadelphia has it all together. I think they're very dysfunctional. I think they're a mess, but I think they'll pull it together in the playoffs. So give me Philly.
Okay. Jamal?
I'm taking San Fran. I think for all the reasons that you just mentioned, Luke, but I think they're going to have to score with San Fran, and I don't think they're going to be able to do that.
You know what? Jalen Hurts, big-time player. Been here before. Somebody yawn. Philadelphia Eagles.
It might be. I mean, Philly's probably the most boring but good team left in these playoffs. And because I can already hear Rick saying it, I'm not picking them because of Jalen Hurts. I'm picking them because of their defense.
He's supposed to be back next week, too. God, please.
He'll be happy to see we left him with the Packers and Panthers in the playoffs. Chargers at the Patriots on Sunday night. I'm going to go with New England. I don't know how far they're going either. Kind of similar feelings with them and the Bears, actually. But I do think New England hasn't played anybody good all year except Buffalo. But I do think they're good enough to at least win a game in the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm going to go the Chargers because, I mean, the Patriots haven't played a team over 500 in, 3 years or so?
Something like that. Have you seen their fourth-place schedule this year compared to the Cardinals' fourth-place schedule next year?
No.
It's ridiculous.
Yes.
The Cardinals' schedule next year looks like they won the Super Bowl.
Not
this
even
year.
thinking about next year right now, based on these. I'm locked in on this
the Cardinals posted the schedule.
You know what?
Opponents.
I want to go Chargers. I do. I want to go Chargers so bad. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to go with the Patriots at home, Basinonians. Yes. Very physical game. I think this might be the most physical game.
Really?
Yes.
Chargers defense. That's going to make things interesting, but it's a night road game. 36 degrees is supposed to be the weather. I don't know if the Chargers they're certainly not used to that. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know how much that factors into it. And then real quickly, Monday night.
Yeah.
I know we'll be here before this, but let's just get the whole weekend done. Texans at the Steelers.
I'm sorry. I'm going Steelers. I'm just going to say it.
This game, I think, is just going to be a bunch of crazy Carl. He's not going to show up to the game. He's going to be every player on the field.
What did you say? Home games on Monday night with Pittsburgh. They haven't lost in 23 straight games. Yes. Did you say that or Paul?
I did not say that.
Okay. You know what? That Paul told me that.
Is that true?
Yes. They have not lost on a Monday night at home, the Pittsburgh Steelers, in the last 23 games.
All right, you know what? I've made this point before. I'll make it again. I think if I had to pick the Steelers every game this season, I would have picked wrong every time. And I was going to pick the Texans, so I'm going to pick Pittsburgh. And you just gave me that weird stat that it's unbelievable. So, yeah, give me Pittsburgh.
That was Paulie, as a matter of fact.
Paulie Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Wolf, I think this will be the most physical game of the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Just because of
Could be.
the two defenses.
I've already written your pick in.
You know what? We're all going to be physical. That's the best thing about it. Yeah.
Give me C.J. Stroud. And do we know where he went to school?
That's why I already wrote your pick in. Right.
Okay.
Join Burns and Gambo from 2 to 6 this Friday. Oh, my gosh, that's today. That's in 17 minutes. At TPC DraftKings Sportsbook in Scottsdale as they wrap up their fantasy football season in style. Mitch is probably going to be wearing that belt everywhere. Come hang out, talk football, and while you're there, you're going to have a shot at winning tickets to the WM Phoenix Open as well. We come back. How about Suns Knicks tonight? Got to play some staring at the Suns and maybe even look ahead to this crazy weekend of football now, too. It's Wolf and Luke in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Booker to his left. He's going to try a three. And find a three! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a three-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown. 108-105.
The Suns host the New York Knickerbockers tonight. Pre-game at 6. The game tips at 7 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the Hummer EV is a game changer, and you're kicking off the new year with some serious savings.
What's up, Dave? There's no better way to start the year off with a brand new Hummer EV. For a limited time, get up to $8,000 off the all-new 2026 Hummer EV, SUV, or lease for just $799 a month. It's a new year, a new ride, a new opportunity you don't want to miss.
So shop and buy online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
What are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
All right, Staring at the Suns. Suns-Knicks tonight. One thing you're watching, or one player you're watching in this game, I'm going to go with Devin Booker. I always try to not go with Book if I can, but the storyline's too good here. I mean, first of all the Mikal Bridges, that angle to it works in with Devin Booker. He's the one guy that was on this team and played with Mikal when he was here. But then you also have the fact, what was that? That was last year he hit the buzzer beater in New York, right? Wasn't that? I think it was last year Book hit the buzzer beater against the Knicks in New York. The John Bloom call, if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere, when they were in New York. So, yeah, give me Book. High-profile game like this. Everybody in New York paying attention. Yeah, Devin Booker.
Okay, for me, it's going to be any Sun that is competing against Mikal Bridges. That's who I'm going to watch. I know what Mikal Bridges is. Do we not, Basin audience? You know it as well. I know what he's all about. Mikal Bridges and his competitiveness. I'm looking at every Sun that is on him competing against Mikal Bridges. They'll have my attention.
All right. So You took everybody, and I took Devin Booker.
Yes.
I'm going to throw this to Jamal because he has seen this. We haven't seen it yet. He told us about it, but you haven't read it to us yet. There is a list of, what is this, the requirements to, is this to interview John Harbaugh or to get him to coach the team, or what is this?
To get him to coach the team. These are the things that need to happen in order for him to coach.
Okay, so where is this coming from?
This is coming from ESPN Cleveland and specifically Tony Grossi.
Okay, so he's saying that he has talked to John Harbaugh?
He's saying that these are the requirements that's going to take for him to be a head coach.
But we don't know how he came up with this. We just are kind of going on his reputation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
So, number one, $20 million a year.
I knew it. I said $20 million, did I not?
I would love to make these my requirement. I haven't heard these yet. My requirements for me to work with you guys. Yeah. $20 million a year.
He's
okay.
making 16 right now. Of course, $20 million.
If I'm fired, I want a raise. That's basically what he's saying. Okay.
A $10 million staff budget.
Oh, okay.
Right.
$10 million coaching staff budget.
Okay. Now here's where it gets interesting.
Well, I feel like the Cardinals are already out, but go ahead.
Total authority over the roster.
Yep. Of course.
Yeah. Okay. That's not surprising.
Yeah.
Okay.
And now there's sound to this, and Tony Grossi kind of worded this differently.
Okay.
But it summarizes he would like to select his own general manager. So he wants his own guy to help him pick the players.
So I want a raise.
Yeah.
I want money to give the people around me. I want to be everybody's boss. And if you're going to say I have to have a boss, I want to pick them too.
Precisely.
That's basically what he's saying.
And yet, somebody's going to do that.
Somebody's absolutely going to do it.
Somebody's going to do it.
Because it will translate to winning. It's just crazy when you read it like that.
There are no guarantees, Luke.
No, there's no guarantees, but
there's no guarantee.
And I just think that excludes.
Right there?
That's it.
Is that
excludes the Cardinals. I mean, Monty's not going anywhere.
But it doesn't exclude the Cardinals from still trying.
Going
you know
after
what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that would do a lot for the fan base to see, okay, you want to do things differently? Well, okay, we made a push. Hey, look.
But you can't stalk John Harbaugh. You can't. He's just told you right now. I'm going to pick the general manager. You didn't fire Monty Ossenfort. You're going to bring Monty Ossenfort back. That excludes John Harbaugh.
Maybe he likes Monty.
I'm just saying.
I mean, how many teams right now don't have a GM or a coach? Is there any? Even the Giants. The Giants keep bringing their GM back every year.
Listen, John,
Miami
we have a general manager, and we know that you're going to pick the general manager. But Monty's our general manager. We're still going to stalk you. No, it's just not going to happen.
But so are you saying every team that interviews him is going to clean house before they interview him and fire their GM?
Yeah, I'm saying they might do exactly that.
Miami just hired one. Isn't that?
They just hired one this morning. Yeah. The Packers VP of player personnel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is the ink dry on that yet?
Well, I guess I'm going to find out.
Can you imagine that?
Oh, that contract. Yeah, that got lost. Sorry.
You know what, that dude? He's
the dog ate
like, hey, listen, I'm covered. I'm good.
Well, it's true. It's the
You're
NFL.
Gonna have to pay me.
It's not college football. It's the NFL. So your contract
I worked for
actually
you
means
for
something.
One day, fire me. Oh my goodness, that's so NFL.
Wow, that is chaotic.
Okay, so all right, what is this? Yeah, give me. Boy, can you email me that story right there so I can look at this over the weekend as well
to see if you
because
can help me meet the requirements.
Oh yeah.
So all right. Would you rather have $20 million going to ASU, as Kenny mentioned a couple weeks ago, or $20 million going to John Harbaugh? That's the $20 million question.
Yeah. Or you could pay John Harbaugh $20 and then he could give it to ASU.
Yeah, no, there you go. Wolf has solved all the problems.
Thank you, Johnny.
Hey, John, remember when we let you pick the GM? How about you float that $20 million down over to Tempe, huh? Final thoughts, anything on the Peach Bowl tonight?
Oh, man.
We've only got about a minute.
I think this is going to be a brutal, very physical game. And I think that is exactly what IU wants. And because of that, the most fundamentally sound team that knows how to execute is going to go out and win.
Do you think you'll still be working here on Monday as you've openly picked against Oregon and Aaron can hear the show?
Yes, I do believe so.
That's good.
Aaron's not that shallow. Who's Aaron, by the way?
And if not, Wolf's just like, hey, 3-day weekend.
You mean Mal?
All right, this is going to be a good one tonight, and I think most people feel this way. Whoever wins tonight's going to win the whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
Although I tell you, watching Miami last night, like Reuben Bain Jr.
Physical.
I wouldn't hate Reuben Bain Jr. on the Cardinals.
They're bringing on the line of scrimmage. I love Miami.
All right, that is it for us. Jamal, thank you. Behind the glass, doing it all yourself all week. Great job, buddy.
Great job, Jamal.
I think we all agree on that one. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The injuries, in particular, when it comes to the 2024 draft class, have kind of made it hard to evaluate and hard to understand, but you also have to work with what you've got. That almost entire 2024 draft class has been non-contributors. What have you extracted of value from the 2024 draft class? Nobody knows. We're 2 years into this, and nobody knows. And whoever's fault that is, the injuries or the selection and whether the right guy was taken or not, I just don't think you can sweep it under the rug.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dan Bickley here, and a new year is a great time to get moving. And if joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting, and these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. Simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. So skip the invasive surgery and the 3 to 6 months of pain, recovery, and rehab. Plan the upcoming year on your terms. Move better, get stronger by taking care of your pain the smart way with game-changing regenerative treatments. Stop managing your pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now to schedule your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at Pound Law, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside: creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morse Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morse Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody.
Oh no, we made it for you, gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Ken Rosenthal, the Arizona Diamondbacks will not be trading Catel Marte, and he will be remaining in the Valley. And according to Bob Nightingale, this news also means that this takes the D-backs out of the Alex Bregman sweepstakes, barring any dramatic creativity from both sides. And we got an absolute classic in the Fiesta Bowl last night. Carson Beck led the Miami Hurricanes on a game-winning drive to take down the Ole Miss Rebels 31-27 and advance to the College Football National Championship. The other half of the national championship will be solved tonight. Heisman winner Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana Hoosiers will batter Dante Moore and the Oregon Ducks tonight in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl to decide who will have a chance to win it all. Kickoff for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620. And the Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight, and our old friend Mikal Bridges and the NBA Cup champion New York Knicks are in town. Josh Hart will be out for the Knicks with an ankle injury. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication when you start any testosterone program only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much, my friend. How you doing today?
I'm good. I'm good.
We are live at the DraftKings Sportsbook, TPC Scottsdale. We're out on the patio over Gambo's left shoulder there. I can see they're getting ready for the WM Phoenix Open here in a few weeks, setting up all the tents.
There.
Yeah, we're right there, right across the street. We're giving away tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. If you want to stop on by and register for those,
you can register to win tickets here today.
Here today.
All right, if you're in the Scottsdale area, you coming off the 101, just stop by and register, and we've got our gang here, and we're ready to register you to win some tickets to the Open.
We got multiple TV. This place is great when it comes to watching multiple games at multiple times. If you want to come by and you want to watch the Peach Bowl, you want to watch the Suns game, you want to watch any NBA action.
We got Suns Knicks tonight. Yeah. We got Indiana against Oregon. We got a lot going on.
Yeah, so if you're looking for a place to watch all of it at the same time, I highly recommend this location up here in North Scottsdale. TPC Scottsdale DraftKings Sportsbook will be here until 6. We're also officially celebrating the end of our fantasy football season because this is where it all started when we drafted our teams, was right here. We were just a few yards over there.
Yes.
And even though he's not in yet, congratulations to Mitchy Mitch.
Mitchy Mitch.
For taking home the belt.
Yep.
And the Burns and Gambo Show champion.
Good. We kept it in the house.
We did.
We kept it in the house.
We did. We didn't give it to some rando listener out there, right?
Yeah.
No, we kept it in our family. We got a lot to talk about today. A show that was going to be busy. Got really, really busy with the news that came down a few hours ago. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Gambo said it was coming, and
I told you
today
yesterday.
it came.
It'll be done probably soon. And it got done today.
It got done today. Catel Marte is not going anywhere. Ken Rosenthal was the first to report. Catel Marte will remain with the Arizona Diamondbacks, a source tells The Athletic. You obviously have been able to confirm that information, that he is staying put.
Yes, he's going to stay put. And really what this came down to was the Diamondbacks had offers on the table for trades, but none of them were good enough, and they decided at that point, okay, we don't have an offer that's good enough. I did speak with the Diamondbacks today. Mike Hazen did speak with Catel Marte by phone in the last couple of days. He wanted to make sure that they were on the same page, wanted to let him know that he understood that having his name out there is not what anyone wanted, but he had to do his job. He said Marte was very professional about it, but in the end it was decided that it wasn't going to be worth it for the Diamondbacks to give up one of the best players in the game based on the offers that were there. Marte is in the Dominican Republic. He will be in town next week. There will be a face-to-face meeting. My understanding, what I was hinting yesterday, that this thing was, going to be done in the next couple of days, and by next week we'll be talking about it. My belief was that Marte was going to come in from the Dominican Republic. He was going to sit down and meet with the Diamondbacks brass, and at that point they were going to make that decision. Mike instead made the phone call to Marte instead of meeting in person, because he's in the Dominican Republic now. He will be here to start the offseason workouts and everything and get ready for spring training. My belief was that they were going to wait and have the face-to-face. That's why I thought it would probably be this weekend that they met and maybe make a decision Monday. Instead, it was a phone call. So they did it over the phone. They spoke. I believe that they just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page. I want to make sure that you understand this is why your name was out there. Make sure you're okay with it, and everything's good. So my understanding is it got done via the phone instead of in person. In person would have been Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and it would have been done then. But they did it today because that phone call was made, and they were able to lock everything up.
Mike Hazen did give a couple of quotes to MLB.com and our colleague Steve Gilbert, and the quote that I've got here in front of me, quote, it never ended up getting that close. Just sort of reaffirming what I've been saying the entire offseason. Like, my expectation was this wasn't going to happen. I felt like I had to do my job just to listen to what people had to say. He's a superstar player for us. He has been for a long time and is going to continue to be, close quote. Now, we obviously have a lot to talk about when it comes to this.
Yes.
In the next segment of the show, we're going to talk about, stay with us, because we're going to talk about Bregman and what's next and what needs to happen and kind of all the fallout from all of this. But I want to start the conversation with this simple question. Now that it's over, are we relieved it's over? Are you relieved it's over? Or does it leave you – because I know where I sit on this, but I'm curious to see whether
I would have
sit
been
on
very
this.
open to trading Marte if it brought back three pieces that could have helped them.
Okay.
And, my understanding was that there were deals that could be made, but none of them met the bar. The Diamondbacks set a very high bar on trading Catel Marte, but none of those were met. So, and they weren't going to lower their bar. So this is what I was told today. We set a very high bar to trade Catel Marte. Nobody met that bar. We didn't want to come down off of that. They could have. They could have said, okay, let's lower our asking price, and they could have traded Marte. They did not want to lower their asking price. Therefore, Marte is still here. So Mike is traveling today. We may get him on the show. I spoke with him earlier, Mike Hazen, so he may be on the program today if time allots with all his traveling. But that's what it came down to. So to your point, I would have been very good with the trade if it addressed the three. And like you said yesterday, you had 3-4 guys. But if you couldn't do that, I'm not going to trade Catel Marte for 60 cents on the dollar, 70 cents on the dollar. You've got one of the best switch hitting players in all of baseball. He's a run producer, top of the lineup guy. Now, I still think some things have to be addressed between him and Torey Lovello, and I don't know if they'll be able. He's a very difficult guy to work with, Catel Marte, and I think that they're going to have to address that. But did I want to give him up for a couple of prospects and one reliever? No. I mean, I didn't want to do that.
Yeah, I got the sense from a lot of people on social media today in the fan base that there was a sense of great relief. Okay, thank God it's done. Whew. Catel Marte's not going anywhere, never wanted to see him go anywhere, et cetera, et cetera. And I, too, am relieved that they didn't sell him for pennies on the dollar, because I think that would have sent the wrong message. That would have been a, hey, we're scared he's going to be a 10-5 guy and we got to get rid of him before he is, or hey, he's kind of been a pain in the rear in the clubhouse the last couple of years and we're sick of it and we want to get rid of him. The only way you trade Catel Marte is for exactly the reason you just said. I got 3 boxes I need to check, and I want to check all of them. I need a this, I need a that, and I need a this. And if I can't get a that and a this and a that, then I'm not doing it. I'm not going to trade him.
Right.
But I am also now curious, and to be honest, a little concerned about how they're going to go about filling the rest of this roster in a way that will allow them to be competitive next year. They've got holes.
They got holes.
And I was kind of hoping, if I'm being honest, that a Catel Marte trade could fill some of those holes and could bring a little bit of balance back to the team, because as great of a player as he is, having the best offense in baseball the last 2 seasons hasn't won a squat, right? And I felt like Catel might have been your only path to bringing that balance back, and I just don't know if they're going to be able to do enough this offseason to make me feel confident that this year's going to be any different than the last 2 were. And I thought that Catel was maybe the path to getting there. So I'm a little, frankly, disappointed they didn't get the return that I was hoping they were for him, because I thought that was kind of the path to filling this thing back up again.
Well, they brought back Merrill Kelly, and they brought in Michael Soraka, so they got some arms there. I still believe they need a starting pitcher. I think they need a couple of bullpen arms. I think they might need some depth. Another guy that could play first base.
Oh, yeah.
You got Pavin Smith, who could be a platoon guy as a left-handed first baseman against righties, but you need a right-handed bat against lefties. We've talked about Paul Goldschmidt, but there are other guys out there. I've even heard that they're looking at some players that don't normally play first base that could probably play first base. Maybe it's a third baseman, or maybe it's a designated hitter. Some guys that could play there. Are we set at third base? I mean, do we think that Blaze Alexander could play 140 games there? So I do think there are some questions there. I think there are some good medical reports on some of their guys that we thought would come back in July that might be back a little bit sooner.
Okay.
So just
That'll
keep
help.
your eye on that. My understanding is that there's some good medicals out there on the guys getting healthier, so maybe some guys come back a little bit sooner than they wanted. But to your point, yes, there are still areas of concern that this team has, and I think now that you've moved on from Catel, I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see within the next week, we start to see a couple of moves being made, possibly a trade or two to try to get them what they need.
Along those lines, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we'll go a little deeper into some of the other moves the organization needs to make, and then we'll talk about the really expensive elephant in the room. This ends the Alex Bregman sweepstakes, right? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Booker to his left. He's going to try a 3. And by the 3! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown. 108-105.
The Suns host the New York Knickerbockers tonight. Pre-game at 6. The game tips at 7 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
We've seen interest rates come down. That is great news for those of you. If you've bought a house in the last 3 years and you bought it at a higher rate and you want to refinance, the Lund Mortgage team can help you right now with a refinance. They can help you get that lower rate, and that could save you a lot of money. They can even help you get a rate that could be a 15-year mortgage that may help you pay off the house a lot quicker. So if you are in the market of refinancing, let the Lund Mortgage team quote you. They're local, right here in the Valley. Matt Oliver and Lisa Lund, truly second to none. The only mortgage company I've used since I've lived in Arizona is the Lund Mortgage Company. It's a family-owned business. They have the ability to get the best rate for you and the lowest fees. But more importantly, is getting you the right mortgage. There's a lot of these fly-by-night companies that sell people the wrong mortgage all the time because they're just about volume. They're in a rush to get off your call and get on to the next one. So they'll sell you something that you may not even need. You got to make sure you get the right mortgage. It's very important. That's why I recommend the Lund Mortgage team. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER. Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Testing. All right. You can cut out of Hey, it's Wolf. How much will the wild card round of the NFL playoffs impact the Arizona Cardinals head coaching search? We'll discuss Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, and thanks to Felisa. We are broadcasting live on YouTube as well. If you're subscribing to the Arizona Sports channel, even when we're on the road, Felisa has camera, will travel, and is out here with us. So,
have camera, will travel.
Have camera, will travel. That's on Felisa's business card, if we even use such things anymore. And a special shout-out to Avondale for joining us on this Friday afternoon. I'm sure there are many in Avondale who are relieved to hear Catel Marte is not going anywhere. And as you mentioned earlier, we're hoping, we don't know for sure, but there might be an opportunity for us to get Mike Hazen on the show a little bit later.
Yes.
When he gets to wherever it is that he's going. Maybe he has camera, will travel. And he'll join us today to talk about this. Now, the Alex Bregman situation.
Okay.
Presumably this sticks a fork in this.
Yes.
Because you can't – it was never really believed that you could afford both. That you would
Some people believe they could. There were some reports out there that said that they could do it. I don't see how. I never believed that the $102 million left on Marte's contract. And then Bregman has an offer for 5 years, $160 from Boston. Even if you want to take a little bit less to come here, say he took $10 million less. I don't know how you could add $150 million with Bregman. So I was always led to believe that there was not a scenario in which they could get Bregman if Marte was still on there. But now if you traded Marte, you're getting off of $102 million. Okay, if you added $150 to Bregman, it's a plus 48. You're like, okay, there's probably some ways we could do this, defer a little bit of money. Even though Marte had money deferred, there's probably a way to make that work. But if Marte's going to be here, I don't see how 102 for Marte and 150 for Bray. I don't think they can do it. It's just not. It's not in their wheelhouse.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. And if I tell you exactly how it can happen. It's going to take somebody, one of the two sides, to do something that you just presume they're not going to be able or willing to do. It's either going to take Alex Bregman to take a lot less than the market says he's worth, or it's going to require Ken Kendrick to pay a lot more than he said he's going to. And barring one of those two things, it can't happen. It won't happen. I know that Bob Nightingale tweeted out as soon as the Catel Marte news came down, tweeted out, and I quote, "Now that the Arizona Diamondbacks have officially pulled Catel Marte off the trade market, as Ken Rosenthal reported, it also takes the D-backs out of the Alex Bregman sweepstakes, barring dramatic creativity between the two sides." Dramatic creativity, which is, I think, code for, how bad do you want to be here, Alex? And what would that look, and how bad would Ken want him here? It's the only way it can happen is for somebody to spend way more than they've said they're going to, or for someone to take way less than they said they're going to.
Under any normal circumstance, this is done and over with. And I've always been on the side that I don't see a scenario in which they can get Bregman as long as Marte is still here. The only scenario that I know of to get Bregman included having to trade Catel Marte to get off of that money. Now that that's not going to happen, I just don't see it. And now I think it's time for them to move on and go get some bullpen help. It's the first thing. It should be the first order of business for Mike Hazen. There's nothing close right now. My understanding, I just checked a little while ago, nothing close at this point, but the first area of concern, it is pitching. Mike will focus on pitching. He'll focus on bullpen. He'll focus on another starter. They can address first base down the road and, other depth at other positions down the road. There could be a trade or two involved here, is my understanding, too. Don't be surprised if there is a trade. But the area that they've got to focus on the most right now is pitching, bullpen, and to try to add another starter.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think that this, one way or another, assuming that the Alex Bregman, and I know I keep saying that, I keep leaving the door open. I guess, until Alex Bregman signs with somebody else, I'll always wonder just how badly he wants to be here. But let's presume that he's not going to be for a second. I think at this point, I'm wondering if this unsticks things. And by that, I mean, does it, okay, Catel's not getting traded. Alex Bregman knows he's not coming here. Now Alex Bregman is free, for lack of a better word,
Red Sox,
to
Cubs,
go sign with somebody else, right? Go sign with Team X, Team Y, Team Z, and figure out where he wants to go. When Bregman does what he wants to do, Bichette does what he wants to do. Now the Kyle Tucker market becomes clear, and all of a sudden baseball starts moving again.
It might have been Marte that was holding everything up, not Bregman. It might have been Marte was holding up everything else. Now it's going to all flow and fly.
If Bregman was holding out hope that he could come here, but he knew that it was only going to happen with a Catel Marte trade, yeah, I think this could be the WD-40 that kind of loosens the lug nuts a little bit and gets this baseball offseason moving a little bit. I also think, to your point, it probably loosens the lug nuts and is the WD-40 on the Diamondbacks offseason, in that now they got to go. Pitchers and catchers, I think the first Cactus League game is on February 20th, if I'm not mistaken. Pitchers and catchers,
6 weeks.
Pitchers and catchers report not that long from now. Their bullpen situation is
number one priority, I'm told right now, is the bullpen. Now, a lot of the top closers have gone. I've mentioned a bridge closer. They could get a bridge guy. Now, if the medical reports on some of their guys are good, maybe they can get an A.J. Puck back sooner or a J. Mart back sooner. If some of the medicals are good, that could happen. But they still need to go get somebody, you don't want to lose the first 2 months of the season by blowing a lot of saves. They got to go get somebody that can come in here and close baseball games for them right now. So, there are still good quality relievers out there. The best of the best are gone, but there are still quality relievers out there that you might be able to say, okay, I need you to close for me now, and then you'll transition into a 7th or 8th inning role at some point when our guys get back, if they're healthy enough to do it.
That's the best way to describe it. There are quality relievers out there. There aren't quality closers out there. I mean, there aren't guys who, at least to the best of my ability to kind of read what's left of the market, well before the holidays, the top 9 relievers were gone. Diaz with the Dodgers, Williams with the Mets, Robert Suarez with the Braves, Tyler Rogers, Ryan Helsley, Pagan, Finnegan, Fairbanks, Jansen, boom, 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 boom. They're flying off the shelves, right?
Yes.
And the Diamondbacks weren't able to get in on that, which means that now what I envision, and I'm not saying him specifically, but what I envision is almost like a Shelby Miller kind of situation.
Sure.
Where here's a good quality reliever who's had a good couple of years. Is he a quote-unquote closer? No. But can he be a guy that you trust in the 9th inning for a couple of months until you get A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez back? Maybe. Because that's probably the part of the store they're going to have to shop from. The first base thing, they'll need to address that.
Yes.
I think the biggest question for me, I think they need to fortify their outfield a little bit. I don't, without Lourdes Gurriel until he comes back, I don't love what they have out there, outside of Corbin, obviously. And you really, what role is Jordan Lawler going to play? How much are you trusting on him? How much are you counting on him? Is Blaise Alexander your everyday third baseman? Are you sure that defensively he can handle it, but his back got kind of chilly towards the last month of the season.
Yep.
Are you sure he's the everyday guy? And this is kind of why
hard
I was
to be sure.
rooting for a Catel trade a little bit, because I was hoping a Catel trade would answer a few of these questions, and I feel like there's just a lot of questions right now.
Well, you're set at catcher. You're set at second. You're set at short. Adding Merrill Kelly and Soraka, you've at least got a starting rotation now. You're set in right field. You're set in center. So the questions really become third base, left field, and first base. And, of course, the bullpen. So bullpen is going to be the main priority. They've got to really rework that bullpen. There's some good names that are out there, a lot of veteran relievers that are out there. That's where they have to go. They've got to go get a couple of those guys, fortify that bullpen. They could always address first base last. I think that could be the last thing you do. Nobody signed Paul Goldschmidt. The first base that's usually the one position where you can get somebody pretty easily. But I have a lot of questions like you do on third base. I have a lot of questions on there. Can Lawler play left field, with Corbin Carroll and, Alec Thomas or Jake McCarthy until Gurriel comes back? Can Blaise handle third base? Now, there are still other guys that they like that could play. Don't forget about Tim Tawa, who could come in and fill a role. So it's not like they don't have depth at these positions. But to your point, there's not a lot of proven depth.
No.
Like, you don't know about Lawler. You don't know about Blaise Alexander. You don't know about Tawa.
Right.
You may like those guys, but you don't know enough about them to say, I'm going to pencil that guy in and he's going to play 140 games for me.
My guess, now that this Catel Marte thing is done, I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the weekend there have been a couple of significant signings around Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
And then things will start to tumble down after that. I really
There was a belief that they slow-rolled a lot of things because of the potential to maybe trade Marte. And now they don't have to do that anymore. Now they can. Now, did they lose? And I don't know this, but did they lose a couple of players they liked because of how long it took for the Marte stuff to come to a conclusion? I don't know, but I think now they should be able to go out there. They know what their budget is. They should be able to go out there and bring in some relievers.
I would think the only thing they would have lost would have been to go get one of those closers that I just mentioned, and that all happened around the winter meetings, almost before the winter
did they
meetings.
not get Fairbanks? I don't know.
He was really the only one who lasted very long. Everybody else got sucked up in a big hurry. There was like a week stretch where it was just bang, bang, bang every day it was happening. So I don't know. I don't know if there's anybody else that they missed out on. And by addressing Merrill Kelly, they certainly, by striking there as quickly as they did, they satisfied that need quickly. So I just a closer, and I don't know if they were going to do that anyway. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, old friend Mikal Bridges is back, in the New York Knicks in town to take on the Phoenix Suns, and perhaps the right time to get the New York Knicks if you're the Phoenix Suns, and we'll explain why next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona, and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on AC Preps Live. AC Preps Live Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Always a pleasure to tell you about Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. It's a new year, and there are new ride opportunities at Liberty GMC. Terrific deals starting off the new year with huge savings, whether you're looking for a Hummer EV, whether you're looking for a 2026 Terrain, Yukon, Sierras. They've got them all at Liberty GMC. Let's start with the trucks, because right now, up to $12,000 in savings on an all-new 2026 Sierra 1500 or 0% financing. Plus, at $5,500 off, the 2026 Sierra Heavy Duty. Great selection on the lot. Now is the time to get a new truck at Liberty GMC. So head on over in person, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, and tell my buddy Chris Scott I said hi, or from the comfort of your living room at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 5-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way. The thing that separates Moving Team 6, obviously, is our team. You need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a New Year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work. And I know because they replace my windows, and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call, tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110, or online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Ken Rosenthal, the Arizona Diamondbacks will not be trading Catel Marte, and he will be staying in the Valley. And according to Bob Nightingale, this news also means that this takes the D-backs out of the Alex Bregman sweepstakes, barring any dramatic creativity from both sides. And last night, we got an absolute classic in the Fiesta Bowl. Carson Beck led the Miami Hurricanes on a game-winning drive to take down the Ole Miss Rebels 31-27 and to advance to the College Football National Championship. The other half of the National Championship will be solved tonight. Heisman winner Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana Hoosiers will battle Dante Moore and the Oregon Ducks tonight in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl to decide who will have a chance to win it all. Kickoff for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620. And the Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight, and our old friend Mikal Bridges and the NBA Cup champion New York Knicks are in town. Josh Hart will be out for the Knicks with an ankle injury. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock, with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Visit ProSmileAZ.com today to book your free consultation.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. How did the Suns do in home games against the Knicks and the Wizards? Well, we'll let you know starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We're live today from the DraftKings Sportsbook TPC Scottsdale. It's where we were at the start of the football season to draft our fantasy teams, and it's where we are at the end of the football season, or at least at the beginning of the second football season. We'll preview the NFC playoffs, the AFC playoffs. We'll even do a little snake-style draft here on Burns and Gambo to see who's buying who lunch later on.
Yeah. And you could register to win tickets to the
WM Phoenix Open. Yes,
WM Phoenix Open. You can register to win. Everybody always says, you got tickets. Come register to win the tickets. Okay, we got plenty of tickets, but you got to register. You could do it here today. We're here till 6. You can come register.
And while you're at it, get yourself a burger, a brew, watch some games. We'll have the Suns game on tonight. The Peach Bowl will be on tonight. Should be a good game between Indiana and Oregon. A lot of sports on tonight.
I know we'll talk about it later. That Fiesta Bowl last night. Oh my God, what a great game!
We're talking about it in the next segment. It was so good.
Woo.
It was
What a great game.
4 lead changes in the fourth quarter. Was pretty sick. Jordan Ott on playing the New York Knicks tonight.
Yeah, just another good team coming into Phoenix. First time seeing them. We haven't seen a ton of those East teams. So one thing with that, you don't even get to see them on scout tapes as much because you're just playing so many West teams. But obviously know the in-season or the NBA Cup. They just pose a lot of problems, especially their offense. They space the floor. They're able to get to the free throw line. I'm a little familiar with them from last year, but it'll be a new challenge, and that's what it is in the NBA. There is no let up in this thing. Got a couple home games, then we go on the road. This thing does not stop, especially in January where it feels like we play every other night. So that's why you got to take advantage of some of these schedule situations where they played on the back-to-back last night.
What Jordan Ott didn't credit the New York Knicks for was their defense. Terrible, because it's been abysmal.
Yeah.
It's been really bad.
They're truly one of the worst defensive teams in the league. The Knicks are struggling right now. They're 5-6 over their last 11 games. They have the NBA's 28th ranked defense over a 10-game span. The 28th ranked defense. They can't stop anybody. And our boy Mikal Bridges, him and Miles McBride, they have really struggled. They've really disappointed. That point-of-attack defense has not been good for them. OG Anunoby hasn't played that great. He's good, when he's off the ball. Landry Shamet, believe it or not, before he got hurt, Landry Shamet, Mike Brown thought that he was their best on-the-ball defender. Was Landry
That's
Shamet.
not good.
Yeah, no, it's true. Mike Brown thought that he was the best on the ball and screen navigator defensively was Landry Shamet. So they're not getting it done defensively. This is a great opportunity for the Phoenix Suns to score and be able to take care of business against the Knicks. The Knicks are very talented. They're a very good basketball team. There's a lot of talent there, but they're really, really struggling on the defensive end. It'd be nice to see the Suns push the pace tonight. I think that's where you can get the Suns. Push the pace tonight, create some of those matchups against them that you like. They're not that great on the switches, and take advantage of it.
Yeah, the Knicks are coming off, you mentioned they're 5-6 in their last 11. They're coming off a 4-game losing streak that they just ended with a win over the LA Clippers back on Wednesday night. They lost games to the Pistons and the Sixers and the Hawks and the Spurs, and like you say, defense has really been the problem for them. They can score. I mean, Karl Anthony Towns is a double-double machine. OG Anunoby, a real easy 20 points in that game. Jalen Brunson is Jalen Brunson, right? And, of course, Mikal, it's always going to be a big deal when he comes back. But I think the Suns have – the other night against Memphis, that was a game where you look at them on the second night of a back-to-back, you look at all of your injuries, and you say, okay, you should win that basketball game. I mean, that's just, the standard has changed around here. That's a team you should be able to beat. I think with this game tonight, the standard also has changed a little bit. A month ago, I would have looked at the Knicks and said, ooh, yeah, it's going to be a real tough matchup for the Suns to win that game. Now – after beating OKC a week ago, after competing with Houston as tight as they did, after playing some of the best teams in the Western Conference, basically to a draw over an entire month from Thanksgiving to Christmas, the Knicks, to quote Rocky Balboa, you ain't so bad. You ain't so bad.
Right.
Like it's not one of those daunting, like now could the Knicks beat them by 20 tonight? Sure, but I don't see that happening. And I tell you, another dynamic that I think could change tonight a little bit, and this is where we're going into kind of the undiscovered country here, is that Jalen Brunson, the last few times he's played the Suns, has torched them, absolutely destroyed them. I think he's averaging like 35 points per game in his last 4 or 5 against them. Well, that was against the Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, defense optional Phoenix Suns. This is a totally different bunch that plays with a totally different edge. And I think if there's one matchup I'm looking forward to watching more than any others, it's Jalen Brunson and to see if this gritty, grindy Suns team plays him differently and plays him better and contains him a little bit, because this is not the same Suns team that Jalen Brunson has torched the last few years.
No, and, he's the guy that you really want to stop. He's the guy that you want to try to figure out, like, okay, how can we get the ball out of his hands and not let him destroy us? Because you're right, he's destroyed the Suns in the games he's played. And this would be a nice little matchup with Colin Gillespie too, right? I mean, former Villanova guys that went at it. I heard Jay Wright talking about how Colin stood up to Brunson right away, and he's always had all this respect for him. You know, the Knicks they're very close to the second apron. There were 14 contracts under guarantee. There's not a lot of maneuverability. There's a lot of talk about them maybe trading for Jose Alvarado from New Orleans to get themselves another point guard that can help out a little bit with the ball handling. There is a lot of talent. There's a lot of expectations from Dolan, the owner, that this team is going to win a championship this year. If they don't, you might see some massive changes on that roster. But to your point, you know, they ended their losing streak. They got the win last night. They're on a back-to-back. This has been a matchup that's been tough at times for the Phoenix Suns, but I think the whole thing starts with the head. The head of the snake. You got to find a way to not let Jalen Brunson go off for 35 against you.
Yeah, he scored, and this is from Bright Side of the Sun, 35 points in 3 of the last 4 matchups, and of course that includes that 50-point game that he had against them. What was it, last season, the season before? He's been terrific against them. And then for the Suns, you got the Wizards coming up on Sunday. And then, boom, it's right back on the road for a big 6-game East Coast road swing. Right. Jalen Green may be back at some point during that trip. We had the owner on yesterday, Matt Ishbia, who suggested, you know, we were kind of reading into what he was saying a little bit, but suggesting that it might come at the end of that road trip or maybe right when they get home from that road trip, which perhaps was a little bit later than we were expecting for Jalen Green. I did see some video of him today at the Suns at the lab.
Yeah, looks good.
And he looks good. I mean, but I understand why they're going to want to slow play this with him.
Slow play it, take their time, but there is that clock is ticking on the trade deadline on February 5th, I believe it is, the day they play Golden State, where you want to get Jalen Brunson in and get as many games as you can to kind of see what you look like. I'm not going to say there's been a setback.
Jalen Green. You said Jalen Brunson.
Jalen Green. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Jalen Green. I'm not going to say there's been a setback with Jalen Green, but like there were expectations that, okay, he'll be ready late December, early January. Okay, well, now we're past the first week of January. Now we're into the second week in January, and it's very likely that'll be next week that he plays. Again, no setback. I check on this stuff on a regular basis. There hasn't been a setback, but man, they're being very, very careful with him. Now, I don't know if the record has had anything to do with it. I hope not. But, being 7 games over 500, does it buy you a little bit of time to say, you know what? Let's take a couple extra. Let's get you 3 more practices in before you play.
I could see the record being a little bit of a factor in this. Sure, you've built up a little bit of cushion. You've built up a little bit of equity.
Let's really make sure you're right. Let's not come back, let's give you the extra week. We wanted to get you back early January, but let's make it mid-January.
I think that's a factor. I mean, obviously you're talking to the decision makers, not me, but I certainly think that would be a factor. And I also think the severity and the quickness in which he re-injured it in the first place has got to have him a little spooked, right? Like he played 5 quarters and that thing just grabbed at him, right, in the first quarter of the second game back.
Right.
And so if you're going to tell me what's the incentive for patience here, the incentive for patience is that the last time he did this with Jalen Green, he lasted 5 whole quarters, and that was it. And he had to be out again. It's kind of like the Devin Booker groin injury from a few years ago where he rushed his way back. He got back on Christmas night, hurt it again,
was
and then he was out a long time.
Yep.
You just be sure. And I think the record does give you a little bit of wiggle room, just to be sure. When we come back, Gembo hinted at it a second ago. Man, that was yet another Fiesta Bowl classic.
Oh, it was unbelievable.
They have a patent on these things
down there at State Farm Stadium.
Such a great game. We'll talk about the game, what it means for college football, and maybe even a little preview of where Sam Levitt's new team might be. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
On the subject of passion, when did we see the most passion from Jonathan Gannon? It came at his lowest moment as the Arizona Cardinals head coach.
Yep.
When he confronted and made physical contact with Amari DiMercato. That was his low point.
Yep.
But that was really the only thing resembling sideline passion we saw during a game, win or lose. When it's kept in check and when it's controlled, there's nothing wrong with coaching emotion. Now, there's been coaches that have been absolute maniacs. A lot of those at the college ranks. Most of them coached at U of A.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
the decisions you make when you're young financially have a profound effect on what's going to happen like later on in your life. I'll just give you an example. Like, for me personally, my mother, when I was like 16 years old, like the first, guy came into the house with a whole life insurance policy. 2 years later, here's another one I had to buy him. My mother made me buy him. And I look back all these years later, man, how smart that was, that I've got all that protection for my family, whole life, all the cash value built up. Smart decisions made when you're younger put you in a great position when you're older. It's why I tell you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax every single day. Because I know for a lot of you out there, a lot of you, especially in the 20, 30, early 40 category, this could be one of the smartest things you do is just to make that phone call. There's no obligation. You have nothing to lose. You meet with Stuart Willis. They've got 5 locations in the Valley. You meet with him. You say, look, here's where I'm at. I want to have a financial plan. I want to have a retirement plan. I want to be able to work with you, and they'll do a great job for you the way they have for me. Putting my plan together was one of the best things because then I was really able to forecast, okay, here's what I can do in retirement. Here's what I'll have financially in retirement. Here's what I'll need in retirement. All of that stuff matters, so it's good to have a plan. It's free to make the phone call and free to meet with him to get your plan. 602-877-PLAN. Real simple. Give him a call today. Stuart Willis, Asset Preservation, 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Start the new year in the driver's seat at Freeway Chevrolet. Whether you're looking for a rugged Silverado, a sporty Camaro, or a family-friendly SUV, we've got the selection and the deals to kick off 2026 right. Plus, with our award-winning service team, you'll keep your Chevy running like new all year long. Don't wait. Make this the year you upgrade your ride. Visit Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road or shop online at freewaychevy.com.
Hey y'all, it's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Send it back to the studio where Lauren is standing by, and she has our poll question of the day today. We'll talk about the Fiesta Bowl just a minute, that classic that we saw. But reports today that Sam Levit is now on his way to Miami to have a meeting with the Hurricanes.
Oh, with Carson Beck going to the NFL draft. The Hurricanes.
Lauren, you got a poll question based on that?
Yes, I do, but let's start off with how warm and toasty I am right now in the booth and how not warm and toasty you two look on our YouTube live stream.
It's a little chilly, but we're fine.
Do we look cold?
You did. Yeah, when the show kicked off, I was a little concerned for you two.
We're in the shade.
Okay.
We're in the shade.
I mean, I didn't think we looked. I mean, Gambo's got the
I got a jacket on.
And I went and got mine just in case.
I got another jacket that I picked up when I was in Norway. I brought this jacket with me. I could always lend it to you if you need a jacket.
No, I brought one. I'm good.
But I did bring another jacket.
I appreciate that.
Because when the sun goes down, it'll get cold.
But I didn't realize we were projecting coldness on the YouTube. So,
you were
okay.
projecting a little bit of just being a little chilly, perhaps.
Okay, good to know. We'll try to toughen up a little bit here on the YouTube visuals.
A little
chilly. All right. So besides getting us a space heater or something, what else you got for us, Lauren?
Yeah, besides the space heater, I'm Amazoning over to you guys right now. We're asking, where do you think Sam Levit ultimately lands after this long transfer saga? NAU is not an option.
I think the Dave Burns, Jordan Bird offer is going to be too good to pass up of at least $250 a month.
Yeah, nope.
Yeah, I'm sure that's right in the wheelhouse that Sam Levit was looking for, $250. Yes. Your options are LSU, Tennessee, Miami, or other. And if it's other, please state which team you believe it to be.
Other? Oregon.
Can I go with Miami?
You can.
It's an option.
I mean, if he's visiting there and they're losing Beckham, I'll go with Miami.
But he's already visited the other two places, too.
Okay. But he hasn't signed.
No, he hasn't.
He hasn't agreed to a deal.
Nope, he has not.
I'll go with Miami.
Okay.
All right, Miami is leading the way right now with 43% of the vote, 27% going with LSU, and 15% both going with Tennessee and other, and the leading other write-in is Oregon.
Okay, that's I still think that makes the most sense, assuming Dante Moore leaves. Now, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he stays. I don't know. But tonight we'll get a little bit of a clear indication on that. Not necessarily. I mean, Oregon could win. Certainly, but at some point Dante Moore might, is going to have a decision to make. I just think because he's an Oregon kid, I just have a feeling it's going to be Oregon, but I don't know that for a fact. All right, that's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. Miami was the last team into the 12-team college football playoffs. They beat 7th-seeded Texas A&M, 2nd-seeded Ohio State, 6th-seeded Ole Miss, and they put on a show last night. For whatever reason, Gambo, the Verbo Fiesta Bowl has had a lot of good luck when it comes to, like, classics like this one.
Yeah.
Whether it's Boise State, Oklahoma, whether it's TCU, Michigan, whether there's some of the ones from many years ago. This was an instant Verbo Fiesta Bowl classic. That was a great football game.
I thought the last 7 minutes were just scintillating. I'm going to use a big word.
Scintillating.
Scintillating. I don't know. It's the first words that came out of my mouth. I thought the last 7 minutes were absolutely incredible. 4 lead changes in the last 7 minutes, right? It's 19-17. Then Tony scores that touchdown on that little swing pass, goes 36 yards. It's 24-19. Miami. Ole Miss comes back. They get the touchdown to Daquan Wright, 24 yards, 6 plays, 75 yards. In only a minute and 51. Miami had scored a minute and 56. Ole Miss scores in a minute and 51 on that 24-yard touchdown. Now they're up. They go for the 2-point conversion. They get it to Odom. They're up 3. And then Miami has that epic drive that you'll just always remember. And they had a pass into a face mask. Wasn't a pass? It was a face mask penalty on it. Yep. And then you had the 3rd and 6 to Daniels for 6 yards. You had the 3rd and 10 to Marion, who was so great in that game, for 17 yards. They went to Marion again for 12 yards. 1st and goal, 31 seconds left. You're like, okay, it's either Miami's going to win this thing or we're going to overtime because they're in field goal range. And you just, Carson Beck drops back to pass. He looks. They weren't able to get the pressure on him. He had all the time in the world. He said, man, there's nothing open. There's nothing to the left of me. And he just takes off and he walks into the end zone. Michael Irvin loses his mind, and Miami wins the football game.
Yeah, Ray Lewis was there too. Calais Campbell was there. I saw a video of Calais Campbell. Like, man, Miami in my building. We get a trip to the national championship, and now they get to host the national championship. Yeah, it was like 3 game-changing scores in a 7-minute span. I mean, it was
scoring so quickly.
Great
they were scoring
drama,
so fast.
Great entertainment. Trinidad Shamblas looked fantastic out there.
I know. I went into that game thinking Carson Beck, second-round option for the Cardinals. I still think he can be, although his ability to throw the deep ball is not good.
No.
He doesn't throw a good deep ball. But I walked out of that game and I'm like, man, this kid Trinidad Shamblas is special. Now, can he play at the next level? I don't know. But, man, that's a special, special player. That kid he's such a dynamic player. I really came away. I watched the game, and I really focused on Carson Beck. But then walking away from that game, I was just so impressed with Trinidad Shamblas and what he was able to do.
So the news on him today, and just to get away from the game for a second.
He's got a 17th year of college eligibility?
He was denied his 17th year.
He was denied. Okay, so only 16 years.
So only 16 years, or 6. But he was, if we're just going for accuracy, because, what the hell, why not? He was denied an extra year of eligibility. His appeal was denied. So presumably he's out of college eligibility now. I read like a very early report on him that suggested he was a day 3 quarterback in the draft. So 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th rounder guy. I might have thought he would have been a little higher than that. I leave it to the people who know way more about this than I do, from afar. I would have thought he would have been more of a day 2 guy, maybe a 2nd or a 3rd rounder, and maybe
Combine will be big for him.
I would think so.
Combine will be big for him.
I would think so.
How he interviews, if he participates in everything, which he will, he could really. I mean, it's hard not to like what he did. Now, the hard part about this is, God, I really hate that the game ended. That was a pass interference penalty. It was an obvious pass interference penalty.
Totally.
He held them the whole time. Yep. How the ref doesn't see that and throw a flag is beyond me. There's no way that Ole Miss shouldn't have got the ball and had a chance to, one more chance, to score and maybe, win that football game. So I hated that it ended like that. I really did. But the kid got away with it, and Miami wins the game.
I hated it too. I felt like in a game like that, the flag was such a character in last night's game. It was
pass interference.
It was a very integral part of that game, and I'm sure the referees didn't want the flag to once again be a character in this game and be on the last play, but it was so obvious.
It was like, I
dragged him down to the ground. It was pass interference, and it should have been called. And if I'm an Ole Miss fan, honestly, I'm probably feeling the same level of bitterness that, I hate to bring it up, that ASU fan probably felt a year ago in the Peach Bowl. Where it's like, come on, you took that from us.
I know, but you gave up a 3rd and 2, you gave up a 3rd and 6, you gave up a 3rd and 10, all the big third downs that they gave up. You could have got a stop there and maybe won the game. So, that credit goes to Miami. Miami got the ball to the 25-yard line. It marched all the way down the field and they scored. So it's a credit to them for that. And for Ole Miss, I understand. I'd be pissed about the pass interference penalty too. But, man, get a stop. Just get a stop.
The national championship would be Miami's 6th, but their first in 24 years.
Right.
If they're to win next week. They are the first team to play for a national title in their home stadium since this era of college football began. The BCS/football or college football playoff era began back in 1998. No team has ever hosted like Miami has a chance to host. And obviously they'll play the winner of tonight's Indiana-Oregon game, I would think. Not to localize it, but I'm going to anyway. If you're a Cardinal fan, I don't know if either one of these quarterbacks are going to be available to you. The chances are they probably not, just based off of what we typically know about the NFL draft and quarterbacks and how it works. But how often do you get to see the presumed number 1 and number 2 picks in the draft square off against each other in a national semifinal game, right? Like it just gives you a tremendous opportunity to really kind of soak it in and see how they do in a big pressure environment like that.
All 4 of these kids are going to be in the draft. You got the 2 you just mentioned, but then you also got Beck, who's probably a 2nd-round guy, and you've got Trinidad, who's could be maybe could work himself up to a 3rd-round guy. So a lot of players to look at. Listen, it is good. Miami has been an afterthought for so long. The last time they were on the national stage was actually the Fiesta Bowl against Ohio State 23 years ago. They lost in double overtime. Since then, in the last 23 years, they've finished unranked 14 times. Unranked 14 times.
Yeah.
They haven't had much success, Miami football. So good job by Cristobal. Came in there, did a great job. That program, getting them back on top. Hey, and by the way, a 3rd straight year, no SEC team in the championship game.
Yeah.
3 years in a row. Take that, SEC.
I say that. I was rooting for Ole Miss last night.
I was too.
But not because I was rooting for the SEC.
Nope.
I do like
you were
watching.
rooting against Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, I like seeing the SEC. They're getting it stuck to them a little bit. I like that.
No SEC team in the championship game 3 years running now.
When we come back, Catel Marte is back with the Arizona Diamondbacks. We learned that today. So does that mean the special treatment of Catel Marte will have to change now that he's back with the Diamondbacks? We'll dive into that sticky situation next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
the Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale. America's most awarded Ford dealership is Sanderson Ford. It's where I got my Mustang Mach-E. It's where we have shopped. I know Luis Gonzalez shops there as well. No better dealership out there right now than Sanderson Ford. You can go online at sandersonford.com and check out all their great deals. They've got a great selection. And right now, there's a great reason to shop Sanderson. You could purchase America's best-selling truck for 49 years straight, the Ford F-150, starting as low as $33,995. There's over 100 to choose from. Go find selection like that somewhere else. Over 100 F-150s in stock. You're going to find exactly what you want, and they start as low as $33,995. So whether you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, you always get no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Sanderson Ford. 51st Avenue in Glendale, or go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
All right, Basin earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Ken Rosenthal, the Arizona Diamondbacks will not be trading Catel Marte, and he will be remaining in the Valley. And according to Bob Nightingale, this news also means that this takes the D-backs out of the sweepstakes for Alex Bregman, barring any dramatic creativity from both sides. And last night, we got an absolute classic in the Fiesta Bowl. Carson Beck led the Miami Hurricanes on a game-winning drive to take down the Ole Miss Rebels 31-27. to 27 and advance to the College Football National Championship. The other half of the National Championship will be solved tonight. Heisman winner Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana Hoosiers will battle Dante Moore and the Oregon Ducks tonight in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl to decide who will have a chance to win it all. Kickoff for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620. And the Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight. Our old friend Mikal Bridges and the NBA Cup champion New York Knicks are in town. Josh Hart will be out for the Knicks with an ankle injury. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. How much will the wildcard round of the NFL playoffs impact the Arizona Cardinals head coaching search? We'll discuss Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
First question I thought of when the news about Catel Marte came down was, okay, how fast are things going to start to happen now for the Diamondbacks this offseason in terms of what they have left to do? Relievers, closers, another starter, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Second thing I thought of was Alex Bregman and what this means for him, presuming that it meant that he wasn't going to be here. The third thing I thought of is probably the touchiest subject of them all. And that is now that we know he's going to be back, and that, the first week of the season, he's going to earn his 10-5 rights, which means he'll be able to have a full no-trade veto clause. He can go. He can say no to anybody in any deal if he wants. How much of conversation needs to take place now between the organization and its star second baseman over what's gone on the last couple of years here in terms of the special treatment, or will all parties just live with it the way they've all kind of learned to live with it? That's the third thing I thought of when this all came down.
Yeah, that's a great question for for Mike and Tori, and to see if things can change. It's very difficult to manage Catel Marte. It's not an easy thing to do. He's not like other players, not wired like other players. There's sometimes he'll just come in and say, I can't play today. You're like, what do you mean you can't play today? I don't want to play today. And if you force him to play, he's going to shut down. And he's not going to play hard. And he's not going to swing the bat. So it's like, okay, like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. There's been absences that weren't planned. Obviously, everybody knows about what happened at the All-Star break. That wasn't approved.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, he's in the Dominican Republic. Where are you? You're in the lineup. He's in the Dominican Republic. Catel Marte's in the lineup batting second. Like, where is he? He didn't show up. Like, where is it? Like, and he's not there. He's in the Dominican. It's like, it's just, this is a great question. It's a great question. It has been the way you've had to live with him. And it's been the way that you've gotten the most out of him. He's been a great player.
Yes, he has.
But you've had to kind of aid and abet a little bit and treat him differently than you treat everybody else. You can't treat him like everybody else. And he doesn't treat you the way other players treat, their managers and their general managers and everybody. So do you just say, look, we'll continue to do it the way, or do you just go to Catel and you say, listen, like, we can't have this anymore? Like, and I don't know, because, again, like, I don't know that he cares about any of that stuff.
I don't know if he does either.
He just goes by his own accord.
And to read, and again, if you're just tuning in and the news, it was Ken Rosenthal who broke the news earlier today, but Gambo's been hinting at it, saying that he thought resolution was going to come in the Catel Marte situation very soon. He said yesterday he thought by the middle of next week he thought this thing would be over, and it was over today. We're hoping to get Mike Hazen on later today, but we're not promising that, because we don't know for sure. He's traveling and things like that. He did give a couple of quotes to MLB.com. And on the topic of Marte and kind of the touchiness of all of this, Hazen said, quote, "Obviously at this juncture of our team, we just have a lot of uncertainty in areas, and I just had to explore every option to build a team. Fully acknowledging if we had traded Marte, it would have weakened our team for sure on one side of the ball tremendously. I don't love doing it for the human factor. I know it puts players in an awkward situation. He's a pro. He's going to be a top 10 MVP performing player in the league next year, and it'll be fine." Close quote. So in Mike's perspective, he's looking at this like, I have to come to Catel and say, hey, I was looking at trading you this offseason. Are we cool? But at the same time, I think he has to go to Catel and say, but we also have to address the other thing. And we have to figure out and look, to your point, and it might be the correct answer. If you look at Catel's numbers the last couple of years, I mean, if that's the version of Catel they're going to get, there's part of you that just wants to say, okay, fine, no biggie. You know, you need a day off, you get a day off, right? Yeah, and I don't want to say you want to live with that level of mediocrity or that level of acceptance, but at the same time, he has been a tremendously productive player for you under this particular arrangement. And maybe I think it needs to change, but I can understand how delicate this is going to be moving forward, especially when it gets that no trade clause.
What do you think? And I'll just relate this to what do you think of some of the top days in our industry that you just can't take that day off? What's some of the top days?
The NFL draft, you can't take the day off.
Okay.
The day of the draft, you can't take the day off.
NBA draft?
The NBA draft, depending on if the Suns have a first rounder. If they don't, then I think you can take that day
Last
off.
day of the season with NFL, that Monday?
Black Monday, you can't take Black Monday
Okay.
off. You can't take the first Monday off after the NFL season starts. You can't take the first day of any season starting, I think, off. Yeah.
So just relate this. Like, what if I do the job I do, but I'm not coming in on the NFL draft day. I don't want to work that day. I just don't want. You know what? What do you mean you don't want? I don't want to work that. I just don't feel like working today. But it's the NFL. I just don't feel like working. But like I do a lot of other good things for the station all year long. But like, what if that's Marte. Like you could do all these great things, but But there are times he's gonna take off when it matters most.
Yeah.
You know, and I use the word, and it's true. He's a little self-absorbed. Catel is. He's a great talent. He's got a lot of issues. He's very self-absorbed. His what's best for the team isn't a top priority. You know, what's best for Catel is a top priority. Now, to your point, they have found a way to get a lot out of him, and he's a great player. So do you just live with hey, I'm not going to work on the day of the NFL draft. I'm not going to work that Monday after the season ends, and I don't care if they fire the coach. Somebody else will talk about it because I just don't want to work that day. That's Catel. That is Catel.
Yeah, and I don't want to. I really don't. I don't want to make it sound like I'm blaming Catel Marte for all the problems of the world, right? Like I know this all sounds really heavy and overly dramatic, and I get that. And I'm reading some of the comments on the YouTube chat, and look, he's a great player. He's the best second baseman in baseball. He's trust me, I understand everybody celebrating the fact that he's going to return. And to be honest, and I said this earlier in the show, I really am glad that what happened last year in the clubhouse or what happened last year with him skipping days. Well, no. I'm glad it wasn't the reason they traded him.
Okay.
I'm glad. Okay. I'm glad they didn't feel like they had to get rid of him because of that. Because clearly they could have gotten rid of Catel Marte if they wanted to, and they obviously didn't feel like they had to because of what happened. I'm glad about that. I'm glad that nothing about last year, hey, you know what, we just can't have this guy around. We got to get rid of him. Good. I'm glad that's not your motivating factor for doing it.
To your point, I wonder if some of the teams that they were dealing with felt that the Diamondbacks almost had to trade him because all that stuff came out, and that's why the offers were never on par.
Possible. I don't know.
Possible. You're going to trade him. I'm not going to give you top dollar. Like, you want to trade him. He was a problem for you guys.
Yeah. Now, I still think if I'm making a list of things on my to-do list, if I'm Mike Hazen and Torey Lovello, talking with Catel Marte and fixing whatever happened last year, it's not at the top of my list. Finding a couple of relievers is at the top of my list.
That is at the top of their list. It is.
Figuring out, another outfielder, figuring out who my third baseman is, who's my first baseman, who's my, figuring out. I mean, trust me, when I'm trying to put this in perspective, I really am. Trust me when I say, if I'm those guys, this is not like, oh, my God, what are we going to do about Catel Marte this offseason? How are we going to fix this and make sure it's better moving forward? There are other bigger fish to fry here. I'm just curious. I'm just curious how it gets addressed internally, and maybe we'll never know. I don't know.
There was a belief, what I was hinting at yesterday, that this thing's going to come to a close very soon these next few days, and by next week it'll be over. There was a belief that because Catel is in the Dominican Republic right now, he is coming back to Arizona, and my belief was that there was going to be a meeting. They were going to talk and just kind of figure it out. Mike called him instead. So Mike called Catel and spoke with him. They will meet face-to-face in the next couple of days, but instead of pushing it another 3 or 4 days until they met face-to-face, Mike just put the call in, spoke with them, and they got everything hashed out. So that's why you're hearing about this stuff today instead of like Sunday or Monday.
Today, we are here at the TPC DraftKings Sportsbook in Scottsdale. We're wrapping up our fantasy football season in style. And we just had the runner-up come up and say hi to us.
Lost to Mitch by 50 points.
Yeah, he kind of got worked by Mitch. Come hang out, talk football. While you're here, you're going to have a shot at winning tickets to the WM Phoenix Open at the TPC, just right across the street from where we're at. When we come back, Wildcard Weekend is here. 3 NFC playoff games to talk about, and we're going to talk about them next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Booker to his left. He's going to try a three. And by the three! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown. 108-105.
The Suns host the New York Knickerbockers tonight. Pre-game at 6. The game tips at 7 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electric, and they're ready to help you right now. And they are offering you a $50 plumbing inspection. Check this out. If you've got an older house, this is a great thing to do. You'll get a full check for leaks, corrosion, pressure issues, a water heater flush. Most people don't flush out their water heaters, but it helps preserve your tank. This is them getting their hands dirty. They go in, they flush out your water heater for you, gets rid of all the hard water sediments, helps preserve the tank. It lasts longer. You'll get a safety inspection. You'll get a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and you'll get a peace of mind report with expert repair or upgrade recommendations. How much do you pay? $50. Do you pay anything else? Nope. No obligation. $50. They'll go through your entire plumbing system, and at least you'll know, hey, my plumbing system's good. Hey, my plumbing system could use this or that. But either way, you're going to get that water heater flushed. That's included for the $50. 602-222-3535. Christian Brothers, that number again, 602-222-3535.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution, too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO. Transmissions and a whole lot more.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Luke. How did the Suns look against a couple Eastern Conference opponents over the weekend? We'll get into that Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome back, Burns and Gambo, on this Friday afternoon. Hello to the surprise. Surprise.
Ciao a tutti. Surprise.
Thanks for joining us here on the Burns and Gamble Show.
Hello
Thanks
to
the
all in surprise.
YouTube chat, the YouTubers who are watching us, subscribing to us on the YouTube channel. We appreciate that. As we mentioned, Felisa has camera, will travel, even when we're on the road as we are at the DraftKings Sportsbook, TPC Scottsdale, and here until 6 o'clock. We're still doing the YouTube thing and glad to be doing it for you so you can watch us. And finally, the NFL playoffs are here. Usually, we've had this conversation many times over the years. Typically, this is not my favorite weekend of the NFL playoffs.
Oh, I'm jacked up about this weekend.
But usually, I feel like this is kind of the riffraff weekend.
Okay.
Where you got some teams that, you don't really belong here. Let's do away with you and let's kind of move on.
Hard to believe that 4 months ago, when the Cardinals were 2-0, we were thinking that we'd be talking about the Cardinals right now.
Thinking is strong. Hoping.
When they were 2-0?
I don't know if we were thinking. We were hoping maybe we'd be talking about the Cardinals this weekend. Thinking is a little strong. I think this weekend is terrific. I think there's really only one dud, and it might not even be that much of a dud.
Rams,
we'll see.
Carolina?
I think Rams-Carolina is the only dud.
Carolina beat them.
I know. That's why it might not be much of a dud. And the Rams kind of sputtered a little bit towards the end. They struggled with the Cardinals for 2.5 quarters of that game in the last weekend of the season.
You want to start Packers-Bears?
Let's start with the NFC, and let's go kind of not in any particular order than what I think is the best NFC game of the weekend, and that's the Packers and the Bears. I think this game's terrific.
So since the playoffs expanded to 14 teams, the number 7 seed has never been the favorite. The Packers are the favorite in this game. I'm a little surprised at that. Now, the Bears' defense last week, they got ransacked by Jared Goff and the Lions, give up a lot of yards. The Bears' defense leads the league in takeaways, but they're bottom 4 in yards allowed per game. So they take the ball away a lot, but they do give up a lot of yards. Jordan Love will be back. He's been out since week 16. He had that concussion. He's had 3 playoff starts under his belt. One was really good against Dallas. The other was terrible. He was terrible against Philly. He was just okay against San Francisco. I know Lauren's going to hate this, but man, the Bears at home it's tough to pick against the Bears at home.
Do you hate that, Lauren? Do you hate that?
I hate that.
I don't know why you hate it.
Because it raises my anxiety and puts me on the edge more than I already am.
And you're a pretty anxious person to begin with. I'd say you're wound pretty tight, Lauren. I'm a little worried about you getting even wound tighter about this. So.
Yeah, welcome to the world of being a Chicago sports fan.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised the Packers are favored in this one too, but I do think I understand why. That Bears defense is, other than their ability to take the ball away, is not good. Right, like they haven't been good as of late. They take the ball away really well.
Yeah,
but the defense in general
they're great at taking the ball away. They give up a lot of yards. But on the other side, ever since Micah Parsons went out,
have you seen the numbers on
that? They can't rush the passer. They can't get to the quarterback.
So I saw this. I think we both saw this on ESPN with Micah Parsons, without Micah Parsons. Before Micah Parsons got hurt, the Green Bay Packers were 9-3-1. Giving up 19 points per game and 2.5 sacks per game. After Micah Parsons got hurt, 0-4, giving up 28 points per game. And the sacks per game dropped below 1 per game on average. They weren't even averaging 1 sack per game without him. He ain't walking through that door. They're not going to have him. And I think, Gambo, more than anything, that's why I'm picking the Bears in this game. I just think they haven't figured out how to play without Micah Parsons. And I just don't think it's going to get any better behind Chicago, who's got really good offensive line. Caleb Williams is kind of coming to his own with Ben Johnson as the head coach. I think the Bears win. I'm not super sure about it, but I think the Bears win this game because I just don't like how that defense is played without Micah Parsons. I really don't.
Got to run the ball. I got to be able to run the ball on them. And, they got to not give up the explosive plays. The Christian Watson can be a factor for them. Josh Jacobs running downhill. The Bears defense has got to come up with some stops. They give up a lot of yards, but listen, if they can hold them to field goals instead of touchdowns, Jordan Love can move the ball through the air, but I still think Chicago's going to have success. What's the weather like in Chicago? Did anybody get it?
It's going to snow.
Oh, wow.
It's going to be a classic Packers-Bear matchup with snow.
I like the Bears even more then.
That's fantastic.
If the Bears win, I'll bring in a baked good on Monday. We can all celebrate.
Oh, now I'm so rooting for the Bears. I was before anyway.
Right. I'm going to call brownies.
I'm
just, can I pick the baked good?
Can she make whatever she makes?
Okay, you can make whatever. I was just asking. I was trying. Might as well just try.
Your vote will be tallied.
Can't you just be grateful that somebody is giving you some baked pastries? You have to ask what kind you get.
I was just putting up a vote for the brownies.
Okay. That's Saturday night. Then on Sunday afternoon, it's the 49ers and the Eagles from Philly.
This will be a great game.
This is the classic really, really good defense versus really good offense.
Yes, defense versus offense.
What's going to break? Because the 49ers defense is trash. The Eagles offense has been trash. It really comes down to the Eagles defense, the 49ers offense, and what's going to break. Because they are two elite units, and that's the whole game right there on Sunday afternoon. Who's going to win between those two units?
Yeah, can the Eagles stop the combination of Purdy and McCaffrey? Can Barkley get back to playing great football? He's obviously, last year he was so great in the playoffs. Eagles at home, cold weather team with a warm weather team going there. I'll probably favor the Eagles in this one. I'm still somewhat shocked that the 49ers went 12-5 this year. I mean, I really am. With all the injuries they had, it's a credit to them that they were able to have, this great of a season. But they've got a lot of weapons on that offense. Can they, Purdy and Kittle, Purdy and McCaffrey, Juszczyk's ability to help. Can the Eagles shut down McCaffrey from, really dominating this football game? I like the Eagles because they're at home. I think their defense will come up with enough stops. I'm worried about the Eagles' offense, though, because it just really hasn't kind of clicked all year long.
No, it hasn't. They haven't really gotten Saquon Barkley going. Maybe they will against the 49ers, depending on whether Fred Warner plays or not. I know he was running around a little bit yesterday, but without him, that run defense has really suffered. Maybe this is a good get-right game for Saquon Barkley.
If Robert Salah is able to shut the Eagles down, and they win that game, make you think anything more about him coming to Arizona?
I don't know. I mean, it's the 49ers defense is not – they've had a lot of injuries, but they haven't played great this season. So it might take something like that. I think that – I think in this one, a big reason why everyone's jumping on the Eagles bandwagon is it was just a week ago. I mean, other than the fact that they're defending champs, that's a big enough reason as it is. Just a week ago, San Francisco's high-powered offense was shut down by Seattle. Just shut down. And I think people are looking at this saying, well, if you weren't able to succeed against Seattle, how are you going to do it against the Eagles? Because they're just as good defensively. The Seahawks stuck it to you. The Eagles are going to stick it to you. I have a feeling about San Francisco in this game. I don't know why. I have a feeling San Francisco's going to win this game, but I'm not totally sold on that. And then the other one.
So who are you picking?
I'm going to pick. All right, fine. I'll pick the 49ers.
Okay.
I'll pick the 49ers.
Okay.
The other NFC game is the first game on the slate. It's tomorrow afternoon at 2:30. It's the LA Rams. It's the Carolina
Panthers.
Big rematch from a game earlier in which Carolina, I think behind 3 Matthew Stafford interceptions and a great rushing performance by Carolina, was able to beat the LA Rams in this one. Carolina obviously totally backed their way into the postseason. They lost 3 of 4 games going into the postseason. They only got in because Atlanta beat the New Orleans Saints on the final day of the 25 season. The Rams are playing at a very high level, though they haven't played great the last month or so.
No.
They really haven't. I don't think
was Stafford the player of the week for what he did against the Cardinals?
There was what?
Was
yeah,
Stafford?
He was.
So the Cardinals got him right a little bit.
Yeah.
The Carolina won that game. They had a couple of big explosive plays on 4th down. This is a big point spread, right? The Rams are favored by 10.5.
Yes.
They had those 2 back-to-back losses in week 16 and 17, which kind of put them in the wild card. They weren't able to get the division. They've got the second-best point differential in the NFL at plus 172. Stafford's probably going to be the MVP this year, I would think.
Either
right?
him or Drake May. It's either him or Drake May.
Okay, one of those guys is going to be the NFL. I mean, Stafford led the NFL in passing touchdowns, passing yards, touchdown to interception ratio. With Williams and Corum and Nakua and Devontae Adams, just way too many weapons. I think the Rams are going to cruise in this one.
So we both have the Rams. We both have the Bears.
Both have the Bears.
And we split on the Eagles and the Niners.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the Bears-Packers is a toss-up. But to me, when it's a toss-up, you go with the home team. I'll go with the Bears.
Okay. We'll preview the AFC coming up in a little bit as well. When we come
and I'm going to root for Lawrence Bears. I'm going to root for the Bears.
I want baked goods.
You want a baked good? Okay.
I want, and brownies would be lovely. I mean, but I'll
take whatever.
I've never said no to a baked good in my. I mean, look at me. Do I look like I've ever said no to a baked good in my entire life? Huh? Ever? Ever?
We do not body shame on Burns and Gambo.
I'm just body shaming myself.
I got
I'm just pointing out the obvious. Seriously?
I got like 7 of those Reese's peanut butter egg cup things in my stocking. I don't need them. Want me to bring them in for you?
Well, I don't want them all, but you can bring me a couple.
Okay, I'll bring you a couple. Yeah,
sure. Should the Arizona Cardinals go with a defensive-minded coach again because the division dictates that they should? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
This year, I think, is going to be full of mea culpas for the Phoenix Suns, and I've already issued mine because I was adamant that you cannot speak great culture into existence in the NBA. But I'll be darned if Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory didn't go out and do everything they said they were going to do, even though at most everybody, myself included, rolled their eyes.
You mentioned rolling of the eyes. There was a lot of people that watched the Brian Gregory press conference when alignment came up. How many times was it said?
19 times.
And guess what? They're freaking aligned!
They're totally aligned!
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to tell you about the terrific attorneys over at the Berg Simpson Law Firm, with the hope that you never get into an accident, with the hope that you never get hurt when you get in an accident, but with the reality knowing that these things happen and that they can happen to you because they happened to us. Many years ago, my wife and I got T-boned at an intersection by another driver, and it was bad. The car was all wrecked up, and everybody was hurt, and it wasn't our fault. And because it wasn't our fault, we didn't call Berg Simpson. We didn't call for help because we thought, hey, it wasn't our fault. Everything will happen the way it's supposed to, and everything will come easily to us because it wasn't our fault. Wrong. Very, very wrong. We needed Berg Simpson on our side, and we needed them because they're the best team that we could have hired to represent us, filled with the best attorneys, the best experience. If you're in a situation like this, you'll do your homework, and you'll very quickly understand Berg Simpson is the best team you can hire to represent you. If you're in need, call 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name, and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma.
buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Ken Rosenthal, the Arizona Diamondbacks will not be trading Catel Marte, and he will be remaining in the Valley. And according to Bob Nightingale, this news also means that this takes the D-backs out of the sweepstakes for Alex Bregman, barring any dramatic creativity from both sides. And last night, we got an absolute classic in the Fiesta Bowl. Carson Beck led the Miami Hurricanes on a game-winning drive to take down the Ole Miss Rebels 31-27 and advance to the College Football National Championship. The other half of the National Championship will be solved tonight. Heisman winner Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana Hoosiers will battle Dante Moore and the Oregon Ducks tonight in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl to decide who will have a chance to win it all. Kickoff for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620. And the Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight. Our old friend Mikal Bridges and the NBA Cup champion New York Knicks are in town. Josh Hart will be out for the Knicks with an ankle injury. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Cardinals' current batch of head coach candidates has a clear-cut favorite, Sam Levit reportedly visiting Miami on Friday, and Diamondbacks take Catel Marte off the trade market. Those are your top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Yeah, obviously that Catel Marte story is the top story of the day. The Diamondbacks making it known today that Catel Marte is no longer available, that they're moving on with him on the roster, and they're no longer taking any trade offers. And who knows, maybe this means that everything becomes, for lack of a better way of putting it, unstuck for not only the Arizona Diamondbacks, but for Major League Baseball, because everything's just kind of been frozen, for lack of a better way of putting it, in terms of roster building, big deals, small deals, medium deals. Nothing has happened. Maybe this announcement is the thing that kind of stirs the pot a little bit. As far as stirring the pot in the coaching search, we're kind of in a little bit of a lull, which you expect. We're closer to the games now. There's really nobody you can talk to. I know some teams are being very transparent about the coaches that they're talking to. I think the Ravens in particular, Gambo, have been tweeting out, hey, today we completed an interview with this guy.
And they send out pictures and everything.
I know, yeah.
Like, we don't even have a Stefanski interview set. There's a picture of Stefanski.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I go to ArizonaCardinals.com and I'm not seeing any of that. I'd like, can I see a picture?
And I think, and I could be wrong, I feel like in the past there has been transparency with that. Maybe I'm remembering it wrong. I seem to remember they had been, but what we've got right now are 8 reported names that have been linked to the Arizona Cardinals coaching search, right? And the newest one to be linked yesterday was Jeff Hafley, who's the defensive coordinator of the Green Bay Packers. The names so far that have been affiliated with the Cardinals, once again, Packers DC Jeff Hafley, former Falcons head coach Raheem Morris, Broncos DC Vance Joseph, Seahawks OC Clint Kubiak, 49ers DC Robert Salah, you referenced him earlier, Dolphins defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver, Patriots tight ends coach and passing game coordinator Thomas Brown, Chiefs OC Matt Nagy. Many of those guys will be in action this weekend with their teams, which obviously delays the process. Gambo, I saw not one but 2 different stories out there on the old internet today, and they both kind of had a similar theme.
Okay.
And the theme was basically this. The Cardinals should not have hesitation about hiring another defensive-minded head coach because you've got to deal with Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan in the division, and you need to have a great defensive mind to beat them.
Seattle did it.
They did.
Seattle said, I'm going to get myself a defensive guy, and they went out there and they got McDonald, and they won a division.
Yes.
They won a division.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna be able to stop you. I'm going to stop all of you. You got Christian McCaffrey, and you've got Purdy, and you've got Kittle, and we're talking Stafford and Nakua and all the weapon, Devontae Adams, and I'm going to come up with I'm going to get a guy that can stop you.
Yeah.
And I could beat you if I could stop you.
Connor Orr, who covers the NFL for Sports Illustrated, the Monday Morning Quarterback, he was the guy who picked him to go 6-11, right? Wasn't that
Yes.
Connor Orr? Yeah. Okay. He ranked the Cardinals coaching job 6th out of the 8 available, which I don't think is a tremendous surprise, and I don't want to make a big deal out of that. His first guess head coach for the Cardinals was Vance Joseph. And he wrote,
that's my guess.
And he wrote, in a piece I did on Joseph earlier this week, I noted that in 8 of Joseph's 12 final games against either Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay, when he was the defensive coordinator of the Cardinals, Joseph held those coaches to 20 points or less. Jonathan Gannon did that 3 times total in his 3 years.
Okay, say that again.
I thought that would get your attention.
Oh my! You got to say it again.
I thought that would get your attention. In 8 of Joseph's 12 final games against either Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay,
2/3 of the games,
when he was defensive coordinator of the Cardinals. So this isn't counting his time with the Broncos.
Okay, 8 out of 12 with the Cardinals, 20 points or less.
Joseph held those coaches to 20 points or less. Jonathan Gannon did that 3 times total in 3 years.
Okay, so that's 3 times out of 9.
3 times out of 9. A third of the
time. A third compared to 2/3.
Yeah, so
okay, it's a big difference.
Clearly.
It's a big difference.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be Vance Joseph because I think Michael Bidwell loves Vance Joseph. I think that there's a relationship there. There's familiarity there. You like him. He's a leader. Vance Joseph is a leader. I wouldn't have any problem with Vance Joseph. I know you like Robert Salah. I think he's a leader too. I'd be okay with that. Mm-hmm. Look, if they're not going to get Harbaugh, and I think that came out today, right? Harbaugh wants $20 million a year.
Did you see
that?
Is
that exactly what I said?
Did you see that?
It's exactly what I said. He's going to want $20 million a year. People are like, well, no, it's going to offset. No, he wants $20 million a year.
Tony Grossi, who
Harbaugh's prerequisites to even be interested in your job.
Okay.
$20 million a year.
Not a problem.
Not a problem. $10 million assistant coach budget.
Not a problem.
Okay. Total authority over the roster. And also would like to select his own guy to lean on, personnel guy.
Okay, so would he be making the draft picks? Like, you're going to ask this guy? That kind of makes me feel uneasy. Does he want more say over the roster than what he had in Baltimore?
Yes.
Exactly. You're not getting him. You're not going to get him. Stop. You could have stopped. Okay. You could have stopped at $20 million a year. I know. But I said that he's going to want $20 million a year, and the people are like, well, what if he offsets? It's not going to. He wants $20 million a year.
See, you know what? I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
No,
please do.
It's not for me. It's not the money. It's not the money.
It's the control.
It's the control. It's the.
For me, it's the money.
It's just the. It's like. It's not cap money. It's money. It's you've called it Michael money. It's Michael money.
I think Michael likes his money.
I'm sure he does, and I'm not privy to the Arizona Cardinals books, but I'm guessing they could probably afford it.
Listen, you've been here for a long time.
Yeah.
Do you really think the Arizona Cardinals are going to spend $20 million a year on a coach? Come on, be serious. Be serious.
Would or could?
Do you think they would?
Would is different. No, I don't think they would.
I'm asking, do you think they would spend $20 million?
Could? I think they could. But would? No. There's a difference to me.
Yeah.
There's like I'm able to do it. Are you willing to do it? You know? Like I think they're able. Are they willing to spend that kind of money? No. But I think if you want the best, that's the price.
I don't think that the Cardinals would spend $20 million a year on a coach. I don't think that they would.
I don't think they would either. I'm just saying I think they could if they chose to. But
he's made so much money. He's making $18 million a year. There's no reason. He's not going to coach unless he gets exactly what he wants.
It's the total authority over the roster and his own GM where it's just like, and I get it. That's also the cost of doing business when you're talking about somebody like that. But, man, that's just a lot of power for one dude. That's a lot of power
if he goes somewhere – and that organization within 2 years is on top and has the number 1 seed.
It's worth every penny.
It's going to be worth everything they did.
Every penny.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, worth every dime.
But back to your defensive philosophy thing. I'm totally on board with that. Like, I have no problem with that. Look, they're not going to get Harbaugh, so let's just stop. Let's stop with this Harbaugh stuff right now. Who's the best guy that they could get? I would not be opposed to having a great defensive coordinator go up against this division.
I wouldn't either. I don't think that beating McVay or Shanahan – should be the only criteria for this person either. You got to develop a quarterback. You've got to, you know what I mean? It's like, hey, what's the number one thing the Cardinals need to accomplish in this coaching search? Find someone who can be better than Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay and limit his offense. Is that really the number one thing we're looking for here? I don't think it is.
I want to go to your point here on developing the quarterback. Either one of those guys, if it's Vance Joseph or Robert Saleh or any defensive coordinator, they're going to have to hire an offensive coordinator that can develop the quarterback. It's not going to be them.
Of course.
Vance Joseph's not developing the quarterback. Okay, he's leading.
I get
but he's not developing him.
Yes.
So, yes, it's part of it is being able to win these. The Cardinals were 0-6 in the division this year. They were 0-6 in Gadden's first year. Gadden was in 18 games in the division. He lost 15 of them. Yeah, you're getting tired of getting your asses kicked by Seattle, San Francisco, and the Rams. So, yes, I do think that a big part of it, and maybe not number one, but a big part of it is how do we freaking compete in this division?
That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying it's not number one.
Right.
I'm just saying it's not the most important thing. That's all. Yes, of course, it's important. It's very important. I just don't know if being better, stopping their offenses should be your top priority. But I understand what you're saying. Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big, and we would love for you to be a part of it. Sign up to join Ron Wolfley and myself on the Arizona Sports team as we help to raise critical funds for the special needs community here in the Valley during the Cardinals Climb event. Ron and I both have formed a team here at Arizona Sports. We would love for you to be a part of it. The event is on February 21st. We're going to be hiking all over State Farm Stadium. Text the word hike to 620-620. Learn more, sign up, be on our team. We look forward to you signing up today. Mikal Bridges, back in the Valley tonight. Do we mess him a little bit less now? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to climb that ladder. I'm going to give you my two names, Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory. Get in line. Be aligned. Those two guys by far. Undeniable. Undeniable.
I'm looking up the words to the Michigan State fight song during the break. I'm gonna have to learn.
And
this.
anyone who disagrees, sit down and be quiet.
If the Suns make even just the play-in, I think you and I need to learn the words to the Michigan State fight song and sing them on the air.
Okay,
with the music in the background.
Okay, if they make the play-in.
Make the play.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, for any of you that shop at Sprouts, you've probably noticed that M-Drive is the #1 men's health brand in Sprouts. All your best supplements are right there. M-Drive Elite, M-Drive Boost and Burn, M-Drive Prime. They've even got M-Drive for your hair. Great products to help your hair. M-Drive does a great job for me. I've been using it for well over a decade. There's Boost and Burn out there for a lot of guys right now. A lot of people, they hit New Year's like, you know what, I want to get in better shape this year. I want to lose a few pounds. I want to get in better shape. But it's hard to do it on your own. You can work out all day long and eat, but sometimes metabolism and biology matter. And that's why M-Drive Boost and Burn will help you. It'll help you with your energy, your endurance, your stamina, your ability to recover and work out. And it's also going to help you with 7 clinically tested ingredients that's going to help you lose that weight. That's why they call it Boost and Burn. You do the work. M-Drive will help you burn that fat. Your energy dips as you get older. Weight sticks around longer. It's harder to get off, but M-Drive Boost and Burn will assist you and make sure you get that weight off. Now, you could go to Sprouts and find it there. You could shop for it on Amazon, or you could go online right now at mdriveformen.com. They've got 20% off online right now. 20% off online when you go to mdriveformen.com.
That's the sound of fun. All across the Valley, families are discovering their new favorite game, pickleball. At Just Pickle Courts, we design and build custom pickleball courts for homes, clubs, and communities. Beautiful, durable, and made for connection. For a free quote, visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Justpicklecourts.com, design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. How did the Suns do in home games against the Knicks and the Wizards? Well, we'll let you know starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome back. Burns and Gambo show live from the DraftKings Sportsbook, TPC Scottsdale. We're going to be here until 6 o'clock. Tonight, you've got the Peach Bowl featuring Indiana and Oregon. Fernando Mendoza versus Dante Moore for a spot in the national championship on the
Let's
line.
go Hoosiers.
Got the Suns. Am I rooting for the Hoosiers?
I am. What a story.
It's a great story. I don't know. I haven't decided who I'm rooting for in that game. I'll give you an answer by the end of the show.
Okay.
Got Suns Knicks tonight at the same time, so if you want to watch both.
Bernard King's not walking through that
door.
door.
He's not either. It's Patrick Ewing.
Or Ernie Grunfeld and John Starks are not walking through the door either.
Carmelo Anthony, maybe a little
Louis
more
Orr.
current if you wanted to.
Oh, you want current? Okay.
Nah, you don't do current very well. But if you want to watch both of those and everything else going on in sports, you want to come to the DraftKings Sportsbook here at TPC Scottsdale. Great menu. We just had lunch right before the show. Fantastic food. We're giving away WM Phoenix Open tickets. All you have to do is come see us and register, and we've got that for you. So a bunch of reasons for you to come and hang out with us on this Friday afternoon. We've already had a few of our listeners come by and say hi, and we hope you do the same thing. Suns Knicks tonight, then one more home game against the Wizards, and they're back on the road again.
And it's hit the road, Jack.
For 6 games on an East Coast swing. I was reading a preview today, and I'm not saying I agree with this, but I thought this was a really good conversation starter that I wanted to throw your way.
Okay.
And this came from our friends over at Bright Side of the Sun.
Great job. John Boyd and those guys are great.
They do a fantastic job.
Love their work.
They were writing up a preview for the game, and I don't know which one of their writers wrote it, so I should probably give credit where credit's due and go look it up. Here's what they wrote. It is another matchup against one of the Suns' fan favorites, Mikal Bridges, averaging 16 points, 4.5 rebounds, 4.5 assists this season. It will be a different experience watching him play this time around. For the first time since Bridges was traded, we won't be missing the hustle, heart, grit, and joy he played with because we finally have a team that is fun and exciting to watch again.
With the grit and the toughness and the defense and the stuff that we thought we were missing with Mikal.
I read that and I thought, I don't know if I ever would have thought of it that way, but that is an interesting way to look at it. Do we miss Mikal less because the team now plays this appealing style that we like and they're fun to watch? And
One reason. The other reason is the guy that you traded him for is gone.
Okay.
So there's no direct comparison anymore. There's no direct comparison. There's no link. The link's gone.
The link is gone.
So once you've taken away the link, so I think it's more that than it is the the other stuff.
Okay.
Durant being gone, when the Suns played Houston, you had Dylan Brooks going up against his former team, KD going up against his former team, guys they were traded for. I think the second that guy's gone that you traded him for, I think it takes a lot of the luster away. But also this team, the grit and the hard work, and the stuff that Mikal brought to the table, they have that now. They have that in a different way. Actually, Mikal's was a really good defensive player, but Dylan's a lot tougher. Dylan brings a lot more toughness and leadership. Mikal wasn't a lead, couldn't lead, but he wasn't really a leader. He just played really hard and had that streak and everything. So, but I still think it's probably more about, the guy you traded for him. He's not on your team anymore, so the direct comparison's gone.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said for it, but I don't think that really lessens our love of Mikal Bridges. I think Mikal Bridges will go down as one of the most popular players to ever don a Phoenix Suns uniform.
Yeah.
I mean, ever. And I've loved this organization basically since I was a 3-year-old. So I go way back. I don't know. I mean, to me, the only real comp in terms of the overall fan base is a guy like Dan Marley. I mean, Dan Marley was beloved. And the day the Suns traded Dan Marley for John Hot Rod Williams was a day that was, I think, very similar emotionally to the day they traded Mikal Bridges in terms of oh, no, not him. Not him. Don't trade him. We love him. You can't do that to us. You can't do that to the fan base, even though I was all for the trade at the time, which, looking back on it, was a horrible take. I think in terms of popularity, but I think whoever wrote this is onto something a little bit. This is the most fun Suns basketball team we've had since Mikal has left, right?
Yes.
Like, we're enjoying watching this team play way more than we ever did in the Kevin Durant, Mikal Bridges era, or Mikal Bridges, the Kevin Durant era after Mikal Bridges left.
I think part of Durant's dissatisfaction here was how much the fans loved Cam and Mikal. I know that. The Kevin, the fans always loved Cam and Mikal. It was hard for him to be loved by the fans, hard for him to be appreciated because of how much the fans loved Cam and Mikal.
Was he jealous of it?
I don't know if jealous is the right word. It's just like, I think that Kevin Durant has really had a hard time being appreciated by the fans and the media and all the markets he's been in.
Oh, I know that.
And for the Suns, it was, you guys loved Cam and Mikal. I get it. Like, you guys loved Cam and Mikal. And then he came here and he didn't deliver what he was supposed to deliver. And it was like, we miss Cam and Mikal. Everybody, he'd show up and it was still Cam Johnson jerseys and Mikal Bridges jerseys. And there were a lot of people who, I didn't like the trade. You know that. But, other people understood it and went for it. But I think that part of what really bothered Kevin was the fans' love of Cam and Mikal. And it was almost like, I can never be accepted here.
One of the biggest Mikal Bridges fans I know is back there in the studio running the show for us. Lauren, has any of this changed how you feel about watching the Suns team with the way they play? Has it lessened the impact at all of Mikal Bridges not being here anymore?
Absolutely 0%.
Okay.
I'm Irish, I hold grudges, and I still do.
Okay. Okay. That's kind of what I thought you were going to say. That's kind of where I thought you were going with that. I imagine a lot of Suns fans feel the same way. But I will maintain that this is the most fun version of the Suns since they traded Mikal, because they play with the same sort of tenacity that made us love him.
That
in the
team
first
was
place.
Loose. It was fun. And people thought they were cocky. Man, they were just loose and having fun. They loved playing with each other. And some teams kind of took that the wrong way. And then when Kevin got here, all the fun was gone. Like, it was just like the way they built the roster. It was like, all that stuff's gone.
Yeah.
And that's why when we had Devin Booker on the show in the beginning of the season, right before the season started, he talked about how that was the worst 2 years of his career. Mm-hmm. Like, worse than when you were winning 21 games? Yeah, worse. It was worse because they were miserable. And he's like, there was a disconnect. Like, it was like, okay, we do get along with each other off the court, but on the court, it was just like, it was so discombobulated. It was just so bad.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think part of it was just like, I don't know, like I've always said, and I've been told this, so this isn't my opinion, but it is hard with Durant. Anywhere he goes, nobody says my favorite player was playing with Kevin Durant. Nobody ever says that. Who's your favorite player to play with? People say he's the greatest player I ever played with, but nobody said he was your favorite. Nobody says he's your favorite player to play with.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, 4 o'clock reset time, we're going to get you caught up on everything going on in sports. If Lauren can get over her Irish temperament, she'll give us the top stories of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show next.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
They call it the Dream Team from Pro Smile Dental. You got the best dream team out there with the doctors. Dr. Mehta, Dr. Belangi, and Dr. Hassini, who went to Corona del Sol. That's where my kid went. He went to Corona del Sol. They're all huge fans of the local sports teams here, but they have the best dental when it comes to taking care of your mouth. Nobody does a better job. If you are in need of a smile makeover, they've got something that everybody's going to get excited about. Multiple financing offers, including 2 years of interest-free financing and financing up to 10 years when you go with Pro Smile Dental. If you're out there right now and you need a smile makeover, you're not happy with your smile, you don't like the way you look in photos or videos, you don't laugh very much, you kind of hide your mouth when you eat your food, you need a smile makeover. They've got the All-On-X implants, second to none, redo your entire mouth. They've also got the custom cosmetic veneers. They can fix your smile in no time. And again, the financing offers are second to none. You can finance up to 10 years. Up to 10 years, and they've even got 2 years interest-free. Call this number, 1-888-GO-SMILE, and deal with the Dream Team at Pro Smile. That's 1-888-GO-SMILE.
Burns and Gambo are back at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale on Friday, January 9th for a live broadcast from 2 till 6 p.m. for the fantasy football finale. Come hang out, talk football, and while you're there, you'll have a shot at winning tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. DraftKings Sportsbook, your ultimate destination for postseason football. Catch every bowl game, playoff game, or even the national championship all in one place. Join us Friday, January 9th at DraftKings Sportsbook inside TPC Scottsdale. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
It's a new year, and Aleve is here to help you keep your New Year's resolutions on track. Whether it's a daily walk, hitting the gym, or spending more time with friends and family, Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you moving with long-lasting body pain relief so you can chase those dreams and achieve your goals. Don't let body pain slow you down. Keep going with Aleve, because this year is your year. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Ken Rosenthal, the Arizona Diamondbacks will not be trading Catel Marte, and he will be remaining in the Valley. And according to Bob Nightingale, this news also means that this takes the D-backs out of the sweepstakes for Alex Bregman, barring any dramatic creativity from both sides. And last night, we got an absolute classic in the Fiesta Bowl. Carson Beck led the Miami Hurricanes on a game-winning drive to take down the Ole Miss Rebels 31-27 and advance to the College Football National Championship. The other half of the National Championship will be solved tonight. Heisman winner Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana Hoosiers will battle Dante Moore and the Oregon Ducks tonight in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl to decide who will have a chance to win it all. Kickoff for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620. And the Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight. Our old friend Mikal Bridges and the NBA Cup champion New York Knicks are in town. Josh Hart will be out for the Knicks with an ankle injury. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Reset time. So let's go back to the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, and Lauren is standing by to take us on a guided tour of the top sports stories of the day. Take it away, Lauren.
All right, guys, well, let's start with our top story of the day, which is the Arizona Diamondbacks. They are closed for business when it comes to Catel Marte. They will be hanging on to him, and according to Bob Nightingale, this also means that the D-backs are out on Alex Bregman.
So what I've said all along is that despite some reports, I just never believed that they could keep Catel Marte, who's owed $102.5 million, and then sign Bregman and give him $140, $150, $160. It didn't make any sense because they just can't do that. Diamondbacks had a $195 million payroll last year. That payroll's coming down. It's not going up. So, Bregman, I thought the only chance to get Bregman was with a Marte trade. So I would rule out Bregman right now, too. I would think it's almost impossible.
Yeah, dramatically creative was the phrase that Bob Nightingale used on social media to describe what would have to happen if Bregman were to still come here. I don't think it's going to happen either. It would require either Ken spending way more money than he ever intended to, or Alex Bregman taking way less money than he ever intended to, and I don't think either one of those things are going to happen. But I'm glad we finally have resolution on this. I still think it's going to be challenging for the Diamondbacks to field a winning roster with the limitations that they have now that they can't get 3 players for one or 4 players for one for Catel. I don't think it's going to be easy for them to do it, but at least now with resolution, hopefully they can get on to the business of finding a couple of relievers, maybe not a closer, but a reliever, and start building this roster because they've got work to do, and spring training's not that far away.
It's been a very, very quiet offseason for them. I got my Merrill Kelly back on a 2-year deal and added Soroka, and it's been very, very quiet after that.
I'm hoping that this Catel Marte closure here now makes the Hot Stove League actually heat up and maybe do a little something. We'll see. And in NBA news, the Phoenix Suns, they're back in action tonight. Our old friend Mikal Bridges and the NBA Cup champion New York Knicks are in town. I saw an opportunity to slip it in. I had to. I had to.
No, they're not hanging a banner.
NBA Cup champs.
They decided not to hang a banner.
They're not pulling a Lakers.
How embarrassing is that?
I know other teams have done it. They chose not to, but they celebrated on the court like they had just won
some kind of a
You know, the New York
championship.
Knicks have not won a championship since I was like 6 years old.
Yeah, I know.
I'll be 60 this year.
I know.
The last time the Knicks won a championship, I was like 6.
The Knicks are 5-6 in their last 11 games. Their defense is atrocious. They just ended a 4-game losing streak by beating the Clippers a couple of nights ago.
Yeah, 2 nights ago, right.
Might be a decent time to get them. Now, they could win tonight by 20. They've got unbelievable offensive firepower. But I can't wait to see how this Suns team, with the way they defend, plays against Jalen Brunson and the Knicks, because I think they're better equipped to slow them down than they have been in years.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you looked at the schedule at the beginning of the year, you looked at this, it's going to be a tough game. You could probably lose this one. But then they play the Knicks in New York, too, don't they?
Yeah, in like a week.
Yeah, in like a week. So, yeah, I think it's a good game for the Suns to be able to get tonight. Knicks are struggling.
We had tentatively marked that Knicks game in New York down as a possible return for Jalen Green.
Yes,
yesterday.
that's right. Matt Ishbia told us that he's very close to coming back, but he thinks it could be towards the end of the road trip. So we'll see.
So we'll keep an eye out there. Also, Jamari Bouye, he remains out for the Suns. He's in concussion protocol. Josh Hart will be out for the Knicks tonight with an ankle injury. That one starts at 7 with pregame starting at 6. And Anthony Davis has sustained ligament damage in his left hand.
Oh, my God.
He's getting a second opinion on it, but surgery could be required, and he would miss months.
Oh, my goodness.
Including, obviously, the trade deadline in a few weeks, which means any effort by the Mavs to trade him before then, they wouldn't be able to do it. I mean, I know
How
that.
do you not veto that trade if you're the owner?
Well, you fired the GM.
How do you not? But how do you not veto the trade?
I know. It's
you
just,
want to do what?
Yeah.
You want to trade Luka for who?
Are
you getting 4 first-round draft picks? Like, how dumb is that?
Whatever's worse than a disaster, that's what this is for the Mavs. It's disaster times 10. You can't even trade the guy. Even if you wanted to now, you can't. It's a disaster. Terrible.
And the Memphis Grizzlies, they are now entertaining offers to move Ja Morant ahead of the trade deadline.
Sure, of course, they should be. They should be. We thought a few years ago that team was on the rise, kind of like New Orleans. New Orleans and Memphis looked like they were 2 teams on the rise. I mean, with Brandon Ingram, the year that the Pelicans won 2 games against the Suns, and the players like, wow, that team's going to be good. Memphis was on top of the world with Ja Morant and Jaren Jackson Jr., and it just hasn't worked. They should trade him.
Kevin O'Connor, our buddy, has tweeted out a few hours ago, in his opinion, the teams to watch for a Ja Morant trade would be the Miami Heat, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the Sacramento Kings as potential places for him to land, for what it's worth.
Please, just don't mention the Suns to anybody. Like,
no.
I don't need the text.
Jimbo's
I don't need
busy.
the messages. I don't need all these messages. So no.
No, I think I don't. No, I mean, we had the owner on yesterday. That's just not.
They're not doing.
That's not the kind of move they're going to do.
No.
I think he made that abundantly clear when he was on yesterday. Maybe not by name, but I think he made that abundantly clear. That's not the type of deal they're interested in.
And in NFL news, Al Michaels has confirmed today that he will return to call NFL games for Prime Video next season.
I wonder how many more years he has. He's been, forever.
How old is he?
81.
Wow.
Yeah.
Didn't he call the Miracle on Ice?
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
In 1980?
Yeah, he did. That was 45 years ago?
Yeah,
that was 45 years ago.
Wow.
So he was in his 40s when he did that. Yeah, he's still plugging along. Yeah, I love Al Michaels. He's obviously one of the legendary voices in all of sport. I felt like maybe he was starting to slip a little bit this year, and I was curious if that would be his last year or not, but he'll be back.
We'll see how much I like him on Saturday when he's calling the Bears.
Oh, that's right.
Game.
That's a Prime Video game.
He call what he sees.
Right.
If you don't like somebody, don't like your team. It's not gonna be Al Michaels. If you're unhappy with something about the game, Lauren, it's gonna be your team that you're unhappy with.
Oh, yes.
It's not gonna be the announcer.
Yeah, no, that's 100% accurate, and I can even narrow it down for you some more. It'll be our defensive backs that I'll be yelling at specifically. Yes.
I would love to be a fly on the wall in Lauren's house when she's watching the Bears. I bet she is just an animated F-bomb dropping, pacingly nervous, just like ball of energy for 3 hours with just F-bombs here and F-bombs
Does your
there.
wife love sports? No, right?
No, not particularly. Yeah, no.
I will say, like, my wife doesn't care much about it, but she loves the Diamondbacks.
Yeah?
She loves baseball. Like, she does, like, really get into the baseball games. My wife's a huge Diamondback fan.
Go get him, Lauren. Go get him.
No comment. Okay, and in other NFL news, the Lions and Commanders will interview T. Martin for their open OC positions next week. Martin has been the Ravens quarterbacks coach for the last 3 seasons.
Okay. All right.
And some injury
Former Tennessee quarterback.
Indeed.
And some other injury reports ahead of the playoff games. Chargers running back Amarion Hampton will play against the Patriots. Left tackle Trent Williams, receiver Ricky Pearsall, and linebacker D. Winters for the 49ers are all questionable for that matchup. And in just about an hour and change from now, the Peach Bowl will kick off, where Heisman winner Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana Hoosiers will battle against Dante Moore and the Oregon Ducks for that final spot in the national championship.
Rematch, Indiana, they really shut Moore down in that first game. He wasn't able to do very much. The Indiana defense is really good. I'll pick Indiana, man. They're just playing great football right now, and I love the Mendoza kid.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun watching the two quarterbacks battle. Just because they could be 1-2 in the NFL draft. Should be a really, really good game, and I hope ASU fans out there no PTSD over the fact that this is the Peach Bowl.
No SEC teams in the championship game for the 3rd straight year. This will be. No SEC teams in the championship game. What a bogus conference that is.
That might be a little rough, but
3 years in a row? You don't get a team in the championship. You're the big SEC. You're so bad. No team.
You're being a little harsh, but I get what you're trying to say.
And to my boss, Aaron Maloney, I would like to say I did not pick against the Oregon Ducks. That was Gambo picking Indiana in that one. I just want to clear my name.
Lauren, have you ever known a time where Gambo has been afraid to piss off the bosses?
No.
Okay, good.
No, and I don't expect there to be a time like that. No.
I don't think we'll ever get to a point where he's worried about not picking the teams the bosses are.
Yeah, the hell with the bosses.
There you go.
Yeah,
there
way
you
to
go.
double down,
That's
Gambo.
There's Gambo on a Friday afternoon for you.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's the spirit, guys.
Who needs bosses?
Oh no.
All of them.
All right, and quickly, because I know this will easily distract Gambo. In college basketball this weekend, U of A takes on TCU tomorrow at 2 p.m. ASU will take on Kansas State in Tempe at 1 p.m.
Okay. U of A. Still undefeated.
Yeah.
Still undefeated.
Big game against TCU. That might be it. They gave Kansas everything they could handle a few days ago. So we'll see how that matchup goes for you. It's going to start to get a little tougher for them in the conference.
Oh, yeah, they'll lose some games here. They're going to lose some games.
Sure. Yep.
And with that, that's 4 o'clock reset.
All right, Lauren, thank you very much. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, we turn our attention back to the top story of the day, and that would be Catel Marte. The Diamondbacks are keeping him. Why did they decide to do that in the end when it was all said and done? We'll look back on the top story of the day next here on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
On the subject of passion, when did we see the most passion from Jonathan Gannon? It came at his lowest moment as the Arizona Cardinals head coach.
Yep.
When he confronted and made physical contact with Amari DiMercato. That was his low point.
Yep.
But that was really the only thing resembling sideline passion we saw during a game, win or lose. When it's kept in check and when it's controlled, there's nothing wrong with coaching emotion. Now, there's been coaches that have been absolute maniacs. A lot of those at the college ranks. Most of them coached at U of A.
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Chick-fil-A's new Frosted Sodas and Floats, it's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new Frosted Sodas and Floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new Frosted Soda or Float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new Frosted Soda and Float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore, and every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. We're on the eve of Wildcard Weekend in the NFL. We'll join you on Monday reviewing 5 NFL playoff games that are going down over the weekend. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I want to say hello to our audience out in Tempe joining us on this Friday afternoon. We appreciate you, Tempe, and thanks for hanging out with us here on Burns and Gambo as we are continuing to react to what the top story of the day is. It happened a few hours before we hit the air.
Yeah.
Ken Rosenthal was the first to report that Catel Marte has been pulled off the market by the Arizona Diamondbacks. They are no longer looking to trade. They're all everything second baseman. They are now ready to move on and roster build with the idea that they are keeping him. That's the top story today.
Yeah, and they had always said that they will listen to offers. They had 5 teams that had made. And teams had made offers, but the Diamondbacks set the bar very high. They set a very high bar for trading Marte, and they were unwilling to come down. Could they have traded Marte? I was told today, yes, they could have traded him, but they would have had to lower the bar. They would have had to lower the bar and take a less of an offer. There were offers that were made that did not meet the criteria for what they wanted. And again, they set the bar high, and if they weren't going to be able to get what they wanted, then they were going to move on. They decided to move on today. Mike Hazen spoke with Catel Marte in the last 24 hours, and then, and they went over everything. But Catel Marte is in the Dominican Republic. He's going to be in Arizona in a couple of days. They'll have a face-to-face meeting, talk it out once again. He wanted to tell Marte, I had to listen. Just business. I had to listen. We talked to a lot of teams about you. Clear whatever air had to be cleared, and now they can move on.
Yeah, and in a situation like this, you can understand why a general manager would want to make sure his star player knows why he did this and why he went about this. In a quote that Mike Hazen gave to MLB.com and Steve Gilbert, he even said, I don't like having to do this. I don't love doing it for the human factor, and talking about players like this, but I had to. I had to look to see what was out there. I had to explore every option to build a team, and I'm going to explain that to Catel Marte, and it sounds like he started to do that over the phone, and more will happen when they meet face-to-face, and that'll be that. They'll move on, and then they'll get down to the business of, moving on bullpen guys and relievers and things like that. But I as much as I was curious to see what a return for Catel Marte could have looked like and how many boxes they could have checked in building their roster, I do applaud the Arizona Diamondbacks in this regard for keeping Catel Marte. I'm glad they didn't make this about his 10-5 rights and that no trade clause that's going to kick in for him in early April. I'm glad they didn't make this about the clubhouse stuff. I'm glad they stuck to their guns. I'm glad they had a very high asking price for Catel and very high demands for Catel, and they stuck with that to the end, because I would have lost a little bit of faith in this organization had they taken less for Catel, had they felt a sense of desperation to move on from him because, hey, we might lose the ability to trade him without his blessing in a couple of months. We don't want to do that. Or, hey, it's been a problem in the clubhouse for the last couple of months. We need to move on from him. I'm glad they realized they didn't have to move on from him. They're a better team with him, and I'm glad they realized that they weren't going to be dictated into trading Catel Marte to anybody.
There's a lot of people, fan bases, and I had heard from a lot of them, and they were almost like, wouldn't you be better off just having Bregman and whatever you can get from Marte, get for him, and that's just a plus? If you can get 3 prospects, you get 3 prospects, and you got Bregman instead of Marte. Now it costs you another $50 million more, to do that, and that could prevent you from getting the relievers and the starters and the outfielder and the first baseman that you need. But there were some people that thought that there might be, if you could just swap Marte for Bregman and you turn Marte into 3 prospects instead of a bunch of major leaguers. But they value Catel Marte, I think, more than they value Alex Bregman as a top-of-the-lineup run producer, switch hitter. Bregman's a great player, but they value Marte just as much.
I think there was a strong argument to be made for doing exactly what you're talking about. Trading Catel, getting pieces back, signing Alex Bregman. Because in my mind, all along I was thinking, could you trade Catel Marte to the Boston Red Sox, get a starter, a reliever, and an outfielder? You sign Alex Bregman. You move Blaze and Jordan Lawler over to second. You've got an outfielder who can play the outfield till Lourdes Gurriel comes back, and then when he is back, he's your third outfielder. You've got a starter to add to your depth at the position. You've got a reliever that you can put in your bullpen. That's the 4-for-1 that I was talking about.
Yeah.
And this, a lot of this we were talked about when you were on vacation, but I thought in a perfect world, if you can move Catel Marte for those 3 things, starter, reliever, outfielder, look at all the problems you solve. Look at all the holes you fill. And sign Bregman. Look at how you can move things around and manipulate it. And I'm not going to lie to you or anybody else listening. I still would have liked to have seen the Diamondbacks make a deal like that. But if that deal wasn't out there, and if they were going to sell Catel Marte short for pennies on the dollar, don't trade him just because you feel like you have to, or don't trade him because you're worried about not being able to trade him a couple of months from now. Trade him because you feel like you can get a deal that checks all those boxes. And if you don't. And I'm glad and in that regard, I'm glad they didn't, because I think anything else, I would have lost a little faith in them. I would have been like, okay, then what's the priority now? What are we doing here if you're trading Catel Marte for pennies on the dollar? I'm glad they stuck to their guns in that regard.
The question now really becomes, what can they possibly do to be a contender in the National League for a playoff spot?
It's going to be hard.
They haven't done enough right now when you consider Gurriel's out, Puck's out, Martinez is out, Corbin Burns is out. They've made a couple of minimum moves. I love bringing back Merrill Kelly. You know how much of a big fan I am. I think that helps a lot. But, until Corbin Burns comes back, you're without a number 1 pitcher. You don't have Gallen. So I do think that there's still there's moves to be made that will address some of the major issues that this team has. More than anything is, they've got to fix what was one of the shakiest bullpens in all of baseball last year.
I think the answer to your question also lies in improving internally. And I guess that's where I'm the most nervous about it. Brandon Fott's got to be a lot better. Eduardo Rodriguez has to be a lot better. A lot better. I mean, really, any conversation about them contending in the National League West, personally, I think it starts with those two guys. I think those two guys have got to be a lot better. Obviously, your bullpen has got to be a lot better. And I at this point, all the closers are gone. I think it's going to be more about adding Shelby Miller types who could close but maybe aren't a closer.
Yeah,
and they can
bridge closers.
Yeah, bridge and they can hold down the role until Puck comes back or Justin Martinez comes back.
Right.
But if we're really having a conversation about them competing, I think it starts with their rotation being better, and that's all internal. That's the two guys they've got right now being better than they were a year ago.
Fott got off to a good start last year, but then everything just kind of went to hell in a handbasket. You were very, very high on him. I love him, and I love his stuff. And what I've been told about Fott is he just finds the strike zone too much. Like everything is too center cut. Like he's got to find a way to move. Like he doesn't walk a lot of guys. He throws a lot of strikes. But, they need him to not throw as many strikes. Hey, it's 1 and 2 on the batter. Can you throw something that's not a strike? And maybe get somebody to chase, So that's what he's got to get better at.
The WM Phoenix Open is making its return to the TPC at Scottsdale right there across the streets from February 2nd through the 8th, and we're giving you the chance to win tickets. Text the word green to 620-620, and you could win Greenskeeper passes. Again, text the word green to 620-620. NFL playoffs start this weekend. The AFC wildcard round is what we're going to preview coming up next on the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Booker to his left. He's going to try a three. And by the three! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown. 108-105.
The Suns host the New York Knickerbockers tonight. Pre-game at 6. The game tips at 7 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shopping by online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Yeah, they've got the best deals, whether you're looking at Sierra 1500s, whether you're looking at Yukons, Hummer EVs. That's a game changer right there. They've also got a service department that is second to none. First of all, to start the new year off, 25% off for everybody, all right? You, me, small business owners, you bring your vehicle in and get serviced at Liberty GMC, 25% off, bang. Free wiper blades with any oil change. That's important because, we don't get a lot of rain here, but when we do, your wiper blades need to be premier, and usually because the sun's out here baking them, they're not. Get those replaced for free. Buy 3 tires, get 1 free always. The service department just consistently rising above and doing better. That's what you can expect at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop them by online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Dan Bickley here, and a new year is a great time to get moving. And if joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting. And these treatments happen right in the office, and you go about your day. Simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. So skip the invasive surgery and the 3 to 6 months of pain, recovery, and rehab. Plan the upcoming year on your terms. Move better, get stronger by taking care of your pain the smart way with game-changing regenerative treatments. Stop managing your pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now to schedule your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, Beth.
basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Ken Rosenthal, the Arizona Diamondbacks will not be trading Catel Marte, and he will be remaining in the Valley. And according to Bob Nightingale, this news also means that this takes the D-backs out of the sweepstakes for Alex Bregman, barring any dramatic creativity from both sides. And last night, we got an absolute classic in the Fiesta Bowl. Carson Beck led the Miami Hurricanes on a game-winning drive to take down the Ole Miss Rebels 31-27 and advance to the College Football National Championship. The other half of the National Championship will be solved tonight. Heisman winner Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana Hoosiers will battle Dante Moore and the Oregon Ducks tonight in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl to decide who will have a chance to win it all. Kickoff for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620. And the Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight. Our old friend Mikal Bridges and the NBA Cup champion New York Knicks are in town. Josh Hart will be out for the Knicks with an ankle injury. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. How did the Suns look against a couple Eastern Conference opponents over the weekend? We'll get into that Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, I think you can tip jar this one. Yeah, one of the first MTV songs.
Drums.
Yeah.
There you go.
Remember the video very well.
I wouldn't say one of the first MTV songs.
I think it was one of the first ones, wasn't it?
I don't know. No.
Although I read that just last week they closed down their music portion of the MTV videos.
It's not a surprise.
They closed it down.
I couldn't tell you the last time I saw a music video on MTV. I couldn't tell you the last time I watched MTV. It's been a minute. Welcome back. Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports. We are live from the DraftKings Sportsbook TPC Scottsdale. We're going to be here until 6 o'clock. Waste Management Phoenix Open tickets. You can get those. You can register for those if you want to come by and say hi to us. We've also got the Peach Bowl coming up tonight. We've got Suns basketball coming up tonight. And, of course, NFL playoffs all weekend long. And now it's time for us to take a look at the AFC. We talked about the NFC earlier. Gambo and I both picked the Bears. We both picked the Rams. We split on the 49ers and the Eagles. Gambo took the Eagles. I took the 49ers. The AFC, we'll talk a little bit at the end about the Texans and the Steelers. That's the Monday night game, so we'll be able to talk about that a little bit on Monday going into the game. I think the premier game of the weekend, NFC or AFC, is the Jacksonville Jaguars versus the Buffalo Bills. I think that is the game of the weekend, and one maybe where you could make an argument that the winner is going to the Super Bowl.
It's crazy because the Bills haven't had a great year, but many people think this is Josh Allen's best chance to win the Super Bowl, or at least get to the Super Bowl, with Kansas City out of the way and Baltimore not having a dominant team. The AFC doesn't look so bad right? It's just, can you go on the road? Can you beat the Jacksonville Jaguars? They've had a great year. This is a huge year for Trevor Lawrence to step up and play so well. The Bills can't stop the run.
Nope, not at all.
They just cannot stop the run. Their defense is not what it used to be. But they can run the ball. The Bills, so it's a tale of two tapes, right? The Bills are number one rushing offense in the NFL, about 160 yards per game. But the Jaguars have the number one rush defense in the NFL. So something's got to give. Something's got to give there. It's the Jags run defense versus the Bills run offense. But the Bills, on the other hand, they really struggle to stop the run. The Jags are hot. They won 8 straight games. They lead the NFL in points per game. I'm going to take the Jaguars in this. I'm going to take Jacksonville. I think you're going to go Buffalo. I'd love to see Buffalo win. But the Jags are freaking hot right now. They're playing great football, so I'm going to go with the Jags.
Yeah, they are. They've won, like you mentioned, 8 straight. They're the only team to beat the Broncos after week 3, and that was a big, big win for them. I mean, look, the Bills have Josh Allen, and he's if you're just looking at the quarterbacks left in the field, he's the best. And so I think that's the reason why a lot of people would pick the Bills, mostly because of Josh Allen. His offensive line is good. The running game in Buffalo has been good. The wide receivers are terrible. The defense has actually been pretty decent for Buffalo. But the stat in all the research, and I didn't do a ton of it, but in all the research, the thing that stood out to me the most about the Buffalo Bills, they have not won a road playoff game since the 1993 AFC title game in Miami.
Are you kidding me?
They haven't won a road playoff game since 1993. I was a senior in college.
The last time the Bills won a road game.
Marv Levy. It's that era. You have to go back that far. Last time. They're 0-5 on the road under McDermott. 0-4.
Wait, they won the championship that year, the AFC championship?
Yeah.
Okay, because they made 4 Super Bowls and lost them all. So that must have been the last of them.
Yeah, it must have been. Well, or they won an AFC championship game at home. Right. They did it that way, too. But there was one of the Super Bowl years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been the 1992 season, the 93 playoffs was the last time they won. Now, obviously, what does that set have to do with the price of tea in China? Nothing. I'm right. Like that was 30 years ago or whatever it was. I mean, is it relevant to this conversation? No, I'm not picking the Bills. I'm picking the Jags in this game.
Okay.
I think that Jacksonville is onto something very special. I think the Liam Cohen was one of the big arguments for why you fire a Jonathan Gannon, because you saw what he was able to do in year 1 and how he turned things around there. But it is, I got to admit, instinctually it's kind of hard to bet against Josh Allen in a moment like this because he's Josh Allen. But I think the Jags win this game. I do. I think they're legit. I think they're real, and I think they have a very real shot at getting it. But I will also say, I do think the winner of this game is going to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Even over the Broncos with the bye.
I think the best chance the Bills has if Trevor Lawrence, who's been playing out of his mind in this 8-game winning streak, 24 touchdowns, if he reverts to being the Trevor Lawrence that makes a lot of mistakes and turns the ball over and gives Buffalo some short field. So I'm going to take the Jaguars in this one. The chance that I would give Buffalo is if Trevor Lawrence doesn't play well. I think Josh Allen will play well. And if Trevor Lawrence plays well, I think the Jags win.
Chargers and the Patriots, this is the Sunday night game on NBC. Chargers are the 7 seed. The Patriots are the 2 seed. And for the Chargers, I think the biggest question in this one, how are they going to play in the cold? They typically, you talk about the history of an organization. They're not one that has a lot of history going east and playing well in cold weather games. And it's going to be very, very cold Sunday night in Foxborough. I think the other one is just keeping Justin Herbert upright. It's been a career-high 54 sacks that he's taken. He scrambled for a career-high rushing total this year. They've had 29 different offensive line combinations in L.A. this year for the Chargers with all the injuries they've had. I don't know if the Patriots are equipped to bring it to Justin Herbert the way other teams might be in this playoff field, but I think between the cold weather, West Coast team heading east, and Justin Herbert in that offensive line, I think the Patriots win this game.
I'm going to go Chargers.
Okay.
The Patriots, they played the easiest schedule in the NFL since 1999. The easiest schedule. So I just don't know that they're battle tested enough, to be able to go out there and beat the Chargers. The Chargers defense is good. this will probably be the best defense the Patriots faced all year. I like Drake May. He's been absolutely sensational. He can go throw the deep ball really well, but the Chargers have a really good secondary. So I'm going to pick the upset here. I like Justin Herbert. I think it's going to be a close game, but I'll take the Chargers.
Yeah, the Patriots are, you're right about their schedule. It's nothing impressive. It's nothing that's going to knock you out. Drake May.
Easiest since the 1999 Rams.
Probably going to finish second in the MVP voting to Matthew Stafford. He might win it when it's all said and done. The one reason I think you might be right, in addition to the schedule that you're talking about, the Patriots' rush defense has not been great since Week 10, and Omarion Hampton could have a field day running against that team. So that's something else to keep in mind. But the Patriots have been hot. They've won 12 of their last 13 games. They've played really well. The other AFC game, and I mentioned it doesn't happen until Monday night. It's the Steelers against the Houston Texans. We'll have time on Monday to talk about this one, but just at a glance, it's very much the Houston Texans, one of the best defenses in the NFL, and an offense that has been really, really hard to watch at times. Pittsburgh gets DK Metcalf back for this game. Should make a difference, could make a difference, but the Texans, with that defense, could be a really tough out for any team that plays them because they just defend. They have two guys who just eat opposing quarterbacks alive in Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr.
The Texans, back to your road thing on the Buffalo Bills, not having won since, what'd you say it was, a road game since 93?
In the playoffs, yeah.
The Texans are the only team in NFL history that has never won a road playoff game.
Wow.
In the history of the NFL, they are the only team that's never won a playoff game. It's hard to – Aaron Rodgers is throwing the ball really well. That was such a fun game to watch against the Ravens. I'm going to pick this. I'm just going to pick the Texans because I just think their defense is too good, and I don't think they're going to be able to move the ball against them.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, as I look up and see a whole bunch of Oregon Duck fans that just walked in here at the DraftKings Sportsbook at the TPC of Scottsdale. The Peach Bowl is tonight, and if you're a Cardinals fan, this one, just beyond the good football, is certainly worth keeping an eye on. You know why, but we'll talk about why next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep,
No drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? It sounds perfect, right? Well, it's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. That way, you don't risk missing out on the new home you just found. So here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline, no waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no bending your schedule around the schedule of a bunch of strangers. I've done that. I'm not doing it again. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are some of the most experienced around town, and they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the stress. Their flagship program is Buy Before You Sell. Orchard gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, and still get top dollar for your home. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, let's go back to the studios where Lauren is standing by. She's got an update on our social media poll question of the day with the news that Sam Levit is now making another visit, this time to Miami. Which makes sense. You lose Carson back.
Yeah.
You know, but they've all made sense. Lauren, what are we asking the folks today? What do we got?
All right, well, that in mind, we're asking, where do you think Sam Levit ultimately lands after this long transfer saga he's had? Do you think it's LSU, Tennessee, Miami, or other?
We're ruling out NAU, right?
We are, yes.
$250 isn't going to get it done.
Burnsy decided to pull his $250.
I did. I'm frustrated with his inability to commit, and I feel like he's using me for leverage by going to all these other schools. I feel used, and I feel cheap.
I think it was a fair offer you made.
I feel abused.
You and Jordan Bird.
Put me down for other. I think he's going to Oregon.
I'll take Miami.
Okay.
Miami is still leading the way here with 39% of the vote, 31% going with LSU, 16% going with Tennessee, and 14% going with other, the most popular write-in being Oregon.
It's the Carson, the Miami thing. It tracks, if only because Miami the last 2 years has done exactly this. You know, it was Cam Ward from Washington State, and then it was Carson Beck from Georgia. It would very much kind of follow that they would take, they would go this path again with the quarterback. Which, by the way, before we talk about the Peach Bowl really quick, ASU continues to just haul in the dudes when it comes to the transfer portal.
Yes.
They continue. The linebacker they got is the one that has got all the attention as of late, which has bumped their class up. His name is Owen Long. He transferred from Colorado State. Indiana was looking at him, UCLA was looking at him, and in some rankings it has moved ASU's transfer class up to like the 6th best in the country so far. They had like 7 guys who committed yesterday.
Yeah, Kenny Dillingham can sell ice to an Eskimo. He's got that reputation now as, what he's done in the portal. They'll probably have, second best Big 12 class, one of the top nationally, and what he's been able to do in the portal, which is tremendous. Yeah, so done a great job. Him, ASU and Texas Tech, clearly, the leaders in the Big 12 of what they've been able to do in the portal.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, Peach Bowl tonight. And Indiana versus Oregon. I think Indiana's going to win. for the record.
Yeah, they are.
I think they're going to win
All
tonight.
these Duck fans are going to go home very, very sad tonight.
Look at you trying
all
to pick
these
a
fighting Duck fans.
Pick a fight with all of those 10 Duck fans over there. A whole bunch of Oregon fans just moved in over there at the DraftKings Sportsbook here in TPC Scottsdale. Although I did, on the inside, I saw some Indiana fans.
I just don't know if Oregon's going to be able to run the football. I mean, they're without their leading touchdown guy, their second leading rusher. He's going to be out for this game. No Jordan Davison. So no Jordan Davison. Their leading rusher, Noah Washington, he came up with this undisclosed injury the other day, and then they're saying that he's questionable, but now they're saying like he could play, but he's probably not going to start. Their running game is so bad, they actually moved 2 defensive players over to running back this week.
Jeez.
Because and one of their other guys, like their fourth leading rusher, he's in the portal. So, you can't really rely on him. He has remained with the team, but he's in the portal. But, I think that their running game's in a lot of trouble. They've got a freshman named De'Air Hill Jr. He did have 70 carries. He could be the guy that gets the bulk of the work. But no Davison. Davison has 15 touchdowns this year. He's not playing in this game. And then Noah Washington, their leading rusher, he's hurt. They're saying he's not going to start. I just don't know if Oregon can win the game if they can't run the football.
And I think part of what's working against Indiana here, too, at least in terms of perception, is that people are still hung up on the fact that they're Indiana. I mean, I'm being serious. Yeah.
We got to get past that.
I think we got to get over that.
They beat Bama 38-3.
I think we all collectively have to get over this. I get it. Indiana's a basketball school. They've been really good at football for the last couple of years. It's real. It's legit. It's being funded by Mark Cuban. I mean, like, every college football program in America is looking for its sugar daddy to come in and write all the big checks. Indiana has theirs. His name is Mark Cuban. He's writing all the checks. Kurt Signetti is getting, $92 million to coach that team, the new contract that he signed. They go out and get players. They get dudes. They're competing in the toughest conference in America.
13 players from James Madison when he came over. Yeah, that team is legit. And with the portal, this isn't the same Indiana team from 4 years ago.
No, if you've got a sugar daddy like Mark Cuban, you can look at Texas Tech. Texas Tech is, and now they haven't achieved what Indiana's achieved, but they were a middling program. Every now and then they would have success, but nothing sustained. Somebody comes in and writes a check for $28 million, and before you know it, you're one of the top programs in the country getting whatever kid you want to get because you can spend that kind of money. Indiana can do the same thing. They're going to win. Oregon's had a real hard time with losing guys in the portal and injuries and having to move guys around. I think you're right. I do. It's just very rare we get to see the two quarterbacks that are presumed number 1 and number 2 actually play each other in a game with this much significance, this late in the season, with this much on the line. And I don't know if the Cardinals can get either one of them, but it's still a reason to watch, I think, if you're a Cardinal fan, if you do have a chance of getting either one of them, to kind of watch and see how they handle this big moment against each other, because one of these guys might be your quarterback next year.
I've loved what I've seen out of Mendoza. I think Dante Moore's got a lot of talent. The last time they played in Eugene, he struggled in that game with the 2 interceptions, only threw for 186 yards. He's got 4 games with less than 200 yards passing. He didn't throw a touchdown against Texas Tech. And if they don't have the ability to run the ball, Indiana's gonna gear up to stop him. I think this could be a really hard game for Oregon. And then my last impression of Indiana is just absolutely crushing Bama, crushing them to the point you're like, I don't think I've ever seen an Alabama team quit like that. They quit. They were like, we don't want to play anymore. We're done. Like, they were giving up touchdown runs with ease at the end of the day. Like, we just want to go home. We don't want to play football anymore. 38-3. Before that, they beat Oklahoma. Like, I don't know. This Indiana team, I know you expect them the fans to break out the basketballs because it's a basketball school, but they're like, what Signetti's done there is just incredible, and I think that they're going to win. And then I think that, look, Indiana's 1, Oregon's 5, Miami's 10. And so I think the winner of this, I don't know, that's a good question. I think if
Oregon wins,
I think if Oregon won, I would pick Miami.
Okay.
I think if Indiana wins, I'd pick Indiana. I just don't know if Oregon can run the football.
I think some think tonight is the foregone conclusion national championship. I don't agree. I don't. Although it's hard to pick Oregon just because of all the dudes they've lost that you mentioned. But I get why it's hard to pick Miami. Just they were the last team in, But God, they're on a hell of a run right now. They're playing really, really well. I don't think tonight's game is the de facto national championship. I don't.
The Miami team that lost to Louisville and SMU, that's not the same team. This Miami team is the one that won last night against Ole Miss, the one that upset Ohio State and beat Texas A&M on the road. That team, that Miami team is really good. So I would give Miami a chance.
One other note from college football today, if we're talking about the quarterbacks, okay, and admittedly this might not be the sexiest news in the world. The NCAA has denied Trinidad Shamblas' waiver for a 6th year of eligibility, meaning it would appear to end his college career, and the next step for him is the National Football League. According to ESPN, and they don't have a big write-up on this part of it necessarily. They're focused more on him not returning to Ole Miss. He's projected now as a day 3 pick in April's draft.
Okay.
So 4th through 7th rounder. Now, I would have thought maybe more of a day 2 guy. And I do wonder in the coming days, in the coming weeks,
could he improve?
We look at Trinidad Shamblas and wonder if he could be a potential quarterback candidate for the Cardinals?
Combine. If he has a good combine, and he goes out there and he wins them over, people have their eyes on him. This kid's a tremendous talent. What he did in that game yesterday was, quite remarkable. He's a winner. The kid's just a winner. I think there's a chance he'll move up, especially if he goes, has good interviews, competes in the combine, does well. I think that's something where teams will bump him up quite a bit.
Yeah, it's something. I mean, he's 6'1", 200 pounds.
Not the best size.
Not the, it's different than Kyler, but we kind of went through that a little bit. Not the best size, but I do wonder, will he start to move up a little bit? When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, will things change rapidly for the Diamondbacks now that we know Catel Marte is staying? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If you have a coach like Kenny Dillingham that can hit the portal and can, for the most part, retain his guys and develop them at the quarterback position, you have an advantage over 90% of college football.
What if Cutter Boley gets better the way that Sam Levit got better when he came here? What are people going to start saying about that? And there's quarterbacks that are out there that are watching this. Who's the next after Cutter Boley? Hey, man, you want to play quarterback? You want to get into the NFL? You want that? Hey, you go to Kenny Dillingham.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, here's some facts. You can even look this up and Google it. 1 in 2 men will be diagnosed with cancer. 1 in 3 women. Most will not find out till it's too late. It's why I tell you about Lifeguard Imaging right now to get your free complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and they are offering this to you for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Look, a lot of times, we can't change our parents. Not a lot of time. None of the time. We can't change our parents. Some things are hereditary, and nothing you can do. You can work out and eat right, but if you want to prevent a heart attack, a stroke, a heart disease, early detection saves lives. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives. They claim, and their numbers back it up, they save 1 to 3 lives every day. They do a coronary heart scan, a lung scan, abdominal, full body, virtual colonoscopy. They do all of these scans, and they're offering you a free coronary artery heart scan right now. Take advantage of it. Call that number, 602-755-5003, or text SCAN to 620-620.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
It's where every slam dunk dream and memory of your favorite game is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. Yet as many athletes know, a brain or spine condition can change that. That's why Barrow pushes the boundaries of neuroscience medicine and what's possible. Consistently ranked among the best in the country, Barrow fights to help patients hold on to their dreams, memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Everybody loves the season of giving.
But now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
In today's buyer's market, home sellers face more competition than ever. That's why it is crucial to understand all of your options before making a move. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty offers her guaranteed multiple cash offer program where you receive up to 10 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she'll buy it. Call Carol Royce today to review your offers. Call 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Ken Rosenthal, the Arizona Diamondbacks will not be trading Catel Marte, and he will be remaining in the Valley. And according to Bob Nightingale, this news also means that this takes the D-backs out of the sweepstakes for Alex Bregman, barring any dramatic creativity from both sides. And last night, we got an absolute classic in the Fiesta Bowl. Carson Beck led the Miami Hurricanes on a game-winning drive to take down the Ole Miss Rebels 31-27 and advance to the College Football National Championship. The other half of the National Championship will be solved tonight. Heisman winner Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana Hoosiers will battle Dante Moore and the Oregon Ducks tonight in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl to decide who will have a chance to win it all. Kickoff for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620. And the Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight. Our old friend Mikal Bridges and the NBA Cup champion New York Knicks are in town. Josh Hart will be out for the Knicks with an ankle injury. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. How did the Suns do in home games against the Knicks and the Wizards? Well, we'll let you know starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, 5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Once again, live from the DraftKings Sportsbook, TPC Scottsdale. Really starting to fill up. I got Oregon fans in front of me. I got Indiana fans to the right of me. I got a bunch of people inside right now getting ready to watch not only the Peach Bowl tonight, the national semifinal, but you also got Suns basketball tonight taking on the New York Knicks. That'll be going on at the same time. Lots of sports. And, of course, this weekend with all of the NFL and all of the college hoops and the Suns again on Sunday night. If you're looking for a place to come watch it all, with all the TVs and all the action, this is a great, great location. The DraftKings Sportsbook here at TPC Scottsdale. And for another hour or so,
we're registering people to win WM Phoenix Open tickets out at the front here. We got a QR code you can scan and get registered for that as well because they're getting set up. You can see the tents and everything, and the grandstands are getting set up just right across the
They
street.
got a great
right
indoor-outdoor thing here, so you can watch the games outside. They got all the heaters and all the TVs, and they've got inside, so it's a great place to come watch a game.
Top story of the day today is that Catel Marte is not getting traded. Mike Hazen has informed all the teams that they had been negotiating with that they are no longer considering trading their all-star second baseman, telling Steve Gilbert of MLB.com, quote, "It never ended up getting that close. Just sort of reaffirming what I've been saying the entire offseason, like my expectation was this wasn't going to happen. I felt like I had to do my job just to listen to what people had to say. He's a superstar player for us. He has been for a long time, and is going to continue to be," close quote.
Yeah, the offers that came in, none of them blew the Arizona Diamondbacks away, and that's the reality. There were deals that could have been made, but none of the deals were able to meet the very high bar that the Arizona Diamondbacks set. They set the bar very high. Could they have lowered the bar? They decided not to, and that's the reality. They set the bar high. If we're going to trade Catel Marte, these are the deals we're going to need. Now, they were different for each team. None of those teams were able to meet that bar, so they decided to pull it. We had talked about this in mid-December, that what I had heard was that they were getting very close to being able to shut this thing down. They ran it up until, the 9th of January, and they decided to shut it down. Catel Marte is in the Dominican Republic right now. He'll be on his way to Arizona within the next, 48 hours or so. They'll have a face-to-face meeting. My initial thought when I said to you yesterday is that, hey, this thing's going to be over by early next week, was because that meeting, that face-to-face meeting was going to be the be-all, end-all. Mike decided to make the phone call instead. Mike called Marte. They discussed it, and Mike explained to him. He said, hey, listen, I just want to let you know, I had to take these calls, and I had to listen to offers, and he said Catel Marte was very professional about it.
Cool.
And now they're done. Now they will have a meeting when he gets here from the Dominican Republic. But that conversation on the phone was enough for Mike to say, okay, that's it. We're not going to trade you.
And one of the things it sounds like, based off of your conversations, and then what Mike is saying in this story that I've got here in front of me, that part of what Hazen wants to explain to him, either by the phone or face to face, is look, I didn't want to do this, I had to do this,
My job, yep.
And I'm doing my job, and I've got to rebuild this team, and I've got to make this team as competitive as it could be, and I had to explore trading you to do that. I hope there are no hard feelings. I hope there are no hurt feelings. I hope we can all just move on, and so far the word is that Catel's been pro about it. You said it, and it seems like he kind of understands what the vibe is, but I'm just, this thing had lingered on, and I understand why it had lingered on, but at some point you did have to pull the plug on it and say, okay, now we've got to focus on relievers, and now we've got to focus on getting another starter, and now we've got to focus on, how much money do we have in the budget to go get those things. The budget right now is sitting at, I think our boy Jack Summers pegged it at $166 million where the payroll is right now. I don't know how much more room they have to grow on it, but clearly it's going to grow. They have other things that they need. And we'll talk about what, the rest of the season is going to look like, but the offseason. But
what did he peg the salary at?
$166 million.
That's what he said they're at now.
That's what he said they're at right now. That's the payroll snapshot.
They were at
of where they're at
195 last year.
Yeah, they're at 160. That's factoring in
arbitration
guys, 40-man minor leaguers, injury replacement call-ups, just other expenses. But that factors in signed guys who are injured. That factors in the arbitration guys and what they got in their settlements yesterday. Yeah, according to Jack, it's sitting at about $166 million.
I don't think it's going to go up that much more than that. It'll go up, but I don't think it's going to go to 195.
No, I'm not saying it's going to go to 195, but I'm saying it has to go up.
It has to go up.
There's just too many other things that they need. It has to go up. I do applaud the organization for exploring this, but also for not settling.
Right.
And I think that's the sweet spot that I'm looking for here. Personally, I'm a little disappointed that they didn't, because I think it's going to be really hard for them to make this a championship team without getting 3 players for Catel Marte.
What's their biggest weakness right now?
Bullpen. Bullpen.
Okay, but what about starting pitching?
Oh, it's not great. It's not great. But it's
without Burns, Without Burns, your top two are Nelson and Kelly.
Correct.
Now, Nelson might step up to be a number one. Like, he was so good last year, and I love Merrill Kelly as a 2/3.
I think they're good 1-2. I think they're okay. Maybe not good.
The problem is 3-4-5.
It's 3-4-5. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Brandon Fogg's great at home, terrible on the road. I saw somebody pointed that out on the YouTube chat, and they're absolutely right. Eduardo Rodriguez, I thought, rebounded well. And if you look at his numbers from, say, like the All-Star break on or mid-July on, they were decent. They were decent for a fourth starter in Major League Baseball. But yeah, that's a problem. The bullpen.
Soroka?
I couldn't even tell you right now
who the 7, 8, 9 is.
Not a clue.
Hey, and I don't know if they know either.
Not a clue. Like, I wouldn't even know how to project it or how to build it out if I were Torey LaFellow. So,
I mean, Ginkel's still here. Thompson is still here. You know, those guys were really great for them 2 years ago.
Yeah, they were.
You know, it's just last year everybody was hurt and nobody – like, if those guys bounce back, they could be fine. But you got to get more help.
And that's why I wanted them to explore Catel Marte. Pardon me, I can't talk.
Catel
Marte trade. I wanted them to explore that because I just thought plugging the holes with the roster otherwise is just too difficult. Whereas plugging the roster with a Catel Marte trade where you get a this, a that, and then you sign Alex Bregman, you know, like you do all the things, and now you've got a roster where you've solved a lot of problems, and you've got Alex Bregman in it. That's not going to happen now. But I applaud the organization for not trading Catel just to trade him. And for not trading Catel Marte just because they're worried that he's a 10-5 guy and he's going to be able to veto it, or because of the clubhouse stuff that happened last year. If they wanted to, and you said this a second ago, they could have moved him. They could have sold him for less if they wanted to. They didn't. I'm glad they didn't settle in a Catel Marte trade.
Set the bar high, and if you can't meet it, then we're not going to trade him. But there is a lot of thought from Diamondback fans out there, and it was a lot of them that engaged with me on social media and stuff about, you know, if you could just, if you don't get what you want from Marte, isn't it still better to trade Marte, try to get some prospects, and then sign Bregman? Wouldn't you rather have Bregman? The problem is, you know, Bregman is 150 to 160 million. Marte's only 102 million. So, you know, you're adding all that money on again, and I think that would affect your ability, like you mentioned, to if you're at 166 now, you take out Marte and you sign Bregman, you're probably higher than that, and then you're really limited to do those other things. If the players you were getting back from Marte were not going to be major league ready players that can help you right now, it just, for the Diamondbacks, it just didn't seem worth it to do.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, so with Catel staying put, but the Diamondbacks still, as we mentioned, have a lot of work to do, and we're going to dive a little deeper into that, and we're going to try to get to the bottom of what dramatic creativity means when describing how the Diamondbacks could still get Alex Bregman. That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Booker to his left. He's going to try a three. And by the three! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a three-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown. 108-105.
The Suns host the New York Knickerbockers tonight. Pre-game at 6. The game tips at 7 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Dr. Jay Schwartz, the team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, and the guy who did my LASIK surgery over 15 years ago. And I swear by the Schwartz Laser Eye Center because one of the best things that I've ever done for me, and sometimes you've got to take care of number one, right, was to get that LASIK surgery. My eyes were starting to change when I got in my 40s, and most people do. Your eye starts to change. I didn't want to wear glasses or contact lenses. I never had before, and I didn't want to. And Dr. Schwartz offered me the option, like we can get you glasses, contacts, or we can go ahead and get you LASIK surgery at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. If you can grab that for me, that'd be really great. You can call the Schwartz Laser Eye Center at 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. You can go online at teamidoc.com for all of your eye care needs. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help you. Thanks, Sam. Dr. J. Schwartz has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. And at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, it truly is about making sure that your eye care needs are met. Now, if you're not a candidate for LASIK, I want you to know about the EVO ICL. Nobody does that better. The EVO ICL and the Clear Lens Exchange. There are other options out there for you outside of just LASIK. Get a free eye exam with the Schwartz Laser Eye Center at 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
This is the one the world waits for. Be part of the excitement at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. January 17th through 25th at Westworld. There's entertainment for the whole family. Save with advanced tickets today at barrett-jackson.com.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Hey, it's Luke. How did the Suns look against a couple Eastern Conference opponents over the weekend? We'll get into that Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shouting out our audience, Cave Creek, joining us today on this Friday here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Hello, Cave Creek. We appreciate you hanging out with us. We appreciate those watching on YouTube. Still with us still, as we've got Suns basketball coming up tonight at 7 o'clock. They're taking on the Knicks as we're live from the DraftKings Sportsbook.
Gonna watch the Knicks play basketball.
Is that what you're going to do? Was that
the Sugar Hill Gang?
Yeah, right.
The
yeah,
Sugar
yeah,
Rappers Delight.
I know.
I could keep going.
You could,
Lauren, give me. If you got the verse, give it to me.
Lauren can do the whole song.
No way. I've already done this on air once.
basketball?
That was a treat for everybody.
Okay, we know you can do it because you have done it before, and it's fantastic. The so when I say dramatically creative, it's a tweet from Bob Nightingale, who in the immediate aftermath after Catel Marte didn't happen and he was taken off the market, Bob Nightingale tweeted out, now that the Arizona Diamondbacks have officially pulled Catel Marte off the trade market, as Ken Rosenthal reported, it also takes the Diamondbacks out of the Alex Bregman sweepstakes, barring dramatic creativity between the two sides. So even he's not like closing the door all the way shut. It seems like the door should be closed all the way shut because I think common sense says you can't have both. You had to trade Catel Marte's salary in order to even be able to think about getting Alex Bregman. But it does. I mean, look, there's two ways it could still happen. It's either Ken Kendrick spends way more than he said he was going to, or Alex Bregman takes way less than he could get on the open market. That's it. It's the only way it can happen, and I don't see either one of those things happening.
Yeah, I've always said, from what I've been told, there is no scenario in which they can sign Bregman if Marte is on the team. So I'm going to go with that belief that Marte's $102.5 million left that they have to pay him kind of precludes them or doesn't give them the ability to sign Bregman. Bregman has, was it a 5-year, $160 million offer from the Red Sox? Okay, figure that out. That's $30-something million a year. You already said they're at 165 now. If you added $30 million, just say you matched that offer, you added 30. Now you're at 195. They don't want to be at 195. They were at 195 last year. They lost over $50 million. That doesn't even address first base, outfield, starting pitching, relief pitching. now they're not going to have a $220 million payroll. It's the Arizona Diamondbacks, not the Los Angeles Dodgers. So it's not going to. It just doesn't seem like it can happen. Like a crazy scenario. Nobody gives Bregman anything near what he wants. He signs a 1-year deal and he comes to Arizona, like a prove it type deal, which he doesn't even have to prove it. He's a great player. And he's got a 5-year, $160 offer on the table from the Red Sox. He was probably just holding out, and you've said this, and I would probably agree with you. He was probably holding out, signing with anybody or re-signing with the Red Sox to just see if there was something the Diamondbacks could do with Marte.
Sure.
And now that it's not going to happen, because I've even yesterday, I in our emails, I was like, I think I'm going to rule out Bregman today. And then, throughout the course of the day, I check in on a lot of things. Like, okay, I'm not going to rule him out yet just because, one final day to see what they could do with Marte. But now that Marte's coming back, I don't see a scenario in which they can have Bregman.
No, I don't. And I'm not trying to give anybody false hope here. I don't see a scenario either. I'm just saying the only paths are requiring somebody to do something crazy, And I guess the only reason why I keep saying this is Ken Kendrick was the same crazy owner who went and got Corbin Burns and shocked the world, And I'm not saying that's a guarantee that means he's going to do it again. But when it happened, it was like, where the hell did that come from, And so there is a commitment to winning by Ken Kendrick. There's a commitment to reinvesting by Ken Kendrick. But he also made it clear to us from day one, the minute the season ended, that the payroll was going to go down. He didn't say by how much, but the payroll was going to go down. Or maybe, like you say, Alex Bregman, it'd be crazy. It'd be crazy for him to turn his back on all that kind of money to play somewhere else just because he wants to be here that bad. I don't think it's going to happen. I'm almost sure it's not going to happen. I think what's going to happen now that Catel Marte hasn't been traded and isn't going to get traded, I think this is going to be the WD-40 that unsticks the baseball offseason, and it's going to loosen up the lug nuts a little bit, and now you're going to see Bregman and others go, oh,
Kyle Tucker.
Hey, Catel's not getting traded? Okay, I'll go sign here. And then Bo Bichette says, fine, I'll sign there. And Kyle Tucker says, okay, I'll get traded there. And then this team will go, okay, I need a starting pitcher now. I'm going to go get this guy and that guy. And then Zach, I wouldn't be surprised if by Monday we come in here and there has been significant movement on the baseball front because finally somebody did something. And the Diamondbacks came out and said, we're not trading Catel Marte. And now all the teams that were in on him have to go to their plan B and do something else, right?
Right. And the Diamondbacks' plan A now shifts to bullpen.
Yeah.
Excuse me. That becomes their plan A. Their plan A now is they need bullpen help. They don't have any certainty in their bullpen. They have a lot of question marks. There's talent, but there's a lot of question marks. There's a lot of guys that underperformed last year, guys that were injured, guys that didn't play very well. Puck is still out. J Mart is still very out. I think there's some encouraging medical on some of these guys that may get them back sooner, but in the meantime, you've got to address the bullpen. You've got to get a couple of bullpen guys that you feel pretty good about because that was an Achilles heel for them last year was that bullpen. And from there, I think after that, you still look at starting pitching. Corbin Burns, maybe you get him back at the halfway point of the season. That would be great. But in the meantime, like you said, that 3-4-5 is shaky. Fott, Rodriguez, Soroka, that's a shaky 3-4-5. You can win with your first two guys. They're proven. They're good. They're great pitchers. You can win with those guys. It's 3-4-5 that's very shaky, which is why I think they'd like to have another proven starting pitcher.
Yeah, and I think this unsticks the Diamondbacks too. I think now that they know. And now that Mike Hazen knows that he's not going to get what he thinks is fair value for Catel Marte, now all the closers are gone. And they've been gone for a month. So nothing's changing there. I fear that the way for them to improve, there's still arms that can improve the bullpen, but there are no closers. So now you're going to be taking like Shelby Miller types who are very good closers, and Shelby Miller did fine as a closer for the Diamondbacks last year when he was pressed into that duty. But I think you're going to have to find a couple guys like that who might not profile as closers, but you're going to need them to be until you get your guys back. And I would also caution, too, on, like, even if the medicals are good and they get these guys back sooner, that's great, but I don't think we can expect anybody to be themselves right away coming off Tommy John surgery.
Right.
Corbin Burns is going to take a while. Justin Martinez is going to take, it's going to take them all a while until they're back to their normal selves.
And I continue to hear, don't be surprised if it's a trade. that gets them one of these bullpen arms that they desperately need. It could be a trade. They still have that surplus with Alec Thomas and with Jake McCarthy. They could easily trade one of those guys for bullpen help. So I do think a trade could be in the not too distant future for them.
I also wonder if a trade involves not just Lawler, but their other top prospects down on the system. Ryan Waldschmidt, Tim Tawa, Tommy Troy. You know,
Barossa.
I mean, just, yeah. I mean, because I don't know if there's a ton of value in Jake McCarthy and
small value. That's why I said you get a reliever for those guys.
I don't know if you get a high leverage reliever though for those guys. I'm not sure you would. So I think you might have better luck if you take some of your top prospects. Now it's crazy value to flip top prospects for relievers. They'd probably get ripped for doing that, but you might have to look at something like that because I just don't know if there's a ton of value in Jake and Alec right now. I hate to say it. I just don't know if you'd get a guy. I'm not saying you wouldn't get nothing for them.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you'd get, a top reliever in your bullpen for either one of those guys.
Alec Thomas is still thought of very highly as a guy. A lot of teams like Alec Thomas. Jake McCarthy 2 years ago had an incredible year, but then last year he struggled. Alex was better last year. Alec is great defensively, but I would, to your point, I would agree. You probably could you get a 7th or 8th inning guy from them? Yeah. Could you get a closer? Probably not. But they probably feel like they've got closers if Puck and Martinez come back. It's just a matter of two things. One, can you bridge the gap to get to them with somebody? And then two, like you said, when those guys come back, would they even be ready to handle that role?
Yeah. Third base is a question mark. First base, you'll have options. You'll be able to find a right-handed bat who can complement.
Yeah,
Pavin
that would
Smith,
be the easiest.
But I also have questions about Pavin Smith. I mean, I think we all should.
After all the strikeouts last year, of course.
I'm still not totally sold on Blaze Alexander as the third baseman. He really struggled the last month of the season offensively. Glove-wise, he'll be fine over there. Lawler, who knows about Jordan Lawler? I mean, really, like at this point, I don't. If Jordan Lawler's on this roster next year, I have no idea what to expect from him. None. He's one of the top prospects in baseball, and I have no clue what he would bring to the table.
Could he play left field while Gurriel's out and see if that works?
Possibly.
Could he?
Sure. It's possible.
Yeah, it's time. It's put up or shut up time for him.
Oh, yes, sir.
Like it really is.
Yes,
It's put
sir.
up or shut up time. Either your top prospect then goes away after this year.
Yeah.
After one more year, if you don't make it, you're not going to be looked at as a top prospect anymore.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, who will win the Super Bowl on the eve of the playoffs beginning? We are going to have a draft here on the Burns and Gambo show.
Let's go.
And we're going to see who ends up with the ultimate Super Bowl champion. That is next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. This year, I think, is going to be full of mea culpas for the Phoenix Suns, and I've already issued mine because I was adamant that you cannot speak great culture into existence in the NBA. But I'll be darned if Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory didn't go out and do everything they said they were going to do, even though at most everybody, myself included, rolled their eyes.
You mentioned rolling of the eyes. There was a lot of people that watched the Brian Gregory press conference when alignment came up. How many times was it said?
19 times.
And guess what? They're freaking aligned!
They're totally aligned!
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Back here for Global Credit Union. When it comes to your banking and keeping your money in your pocket, we're all looking for a better way to do it, right? We're all looking for a way that keeps your money in your pocket. And at Global Credit Union, that is exactly what they are all about. Because at Global Credit Union, they collectively saved their members last year $195 million. And they did it through low fees, no fees. They did it through better interest rates than you can get at a bank. So if you're talking about checking accounts, you're talking about savings accounts, you're talking about loans, just understand that at Global Credit Union, they just do it better. And that is why more and more Arizonans are becoming members of Global Credit Union. And trust me, next year, that $195 million number, it's going to go up. It's going to get even better. That's how committed they are to making sure you save your money. Find out why all these Arizonans are becoming members of Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name, and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Ken Rosenthal, the Arizona Diamondbacks will not be trading Catel Marte, and he will be remaining in the Valley. And according to Bob Nightingale, this news also means that this takes the D-backs out of the sweepstakes for Alex Bregman, barring any dramatic creativity from both sides. And last night, we got an absolute classic in the Fiesta Bowl. Carson Beck led the Miami Hurricanes on a game-winning drive to take down the Ole Miss Rebels 31-27 and advance to the College Football National Championship. The other half of the national championship will be solved tonight. Heisman winner Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana Hoosiers will battle Dante Moore and the Oregon Ducks tonight in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl to decide who will have a chance to win it all. Kickoff for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620. And the Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight. Our old friend Mikal Bridges and the NBA Cup champion New York Knicks are in town. Josh Hart will be out for the Knicks with an ankle injury. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. How much will the wildcard round of the NFL playoffs impact the Arizona Cardinals head coaching search? We'll discuss Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, on the eve of the NFL playoffs beginning, we are going to do a draft here on the Burns and Gambo show with the, what are we thinking, that the winner gets lunch from the other three?
Deal.
Is that deal? Mitch, Lauren, are you guys okay with that? The winner gets lunch from the other three?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Mitch, Are you good with that? Are you okay with it?
I was just thinking about how long I've been here today, and yes, I'm totally okay with the parameters.
Okay,
Mitch is completely exhausted by the amount of work he's done today.
Should we do it 3 days in a row? Like each of us have to buy the winner a lunch?
Oh,
So
we
the
could
winner
do
gets
that.
How
3
about
days?
once
One
Friday
lunch.
for 3 straight weeks?
One lunch. One lunch is like $4 each, or $5 each.
How about a trip to the rah-rah room again?
All right,
We've already got one of those.
One big lunch. Go ahead.
One big lunch. So we're going to do a snake-style draft here where the 4 of us are going to end up each with 3 teams. That's going to mean there are 2 teams that are unchosen, and if that happens, I guess.
So the Panthers and one other team.
The Panthers and
The
Steelers, maybe? Yeah. So back there at the studio, you guys have randomly selected a draft order. What is our draft order?
For continuity's sake, I have it pulled up right here. I'm going to hit randomize right now so Mitch can see.
I'm watching for accountability's sake.
Mitch will go first.
This is rigged.
Bernsey, you will go second.
Okay.
I will go third. Gambo will go fourth.
Figures.
Gambo, you want to trade?
Seriously.
Serious offer. Gambo, do you want to trade? Go first, I go fourth.
Way rather have 4-5.
It goes in reverse order?
It does.
So
Yes,
you'll
snake.
get 4-5.
All right, I'll stick with 4-5.
Okay.
Screw it. I'll make the trade with you.
All right.
Ooh. Ooh.
You're now going first then.
We got to trade.
Intrigue. Gambo goes
We got to trade.
Okay. And Mitch is now in the 4-5
So new
slot.
order then is Gambo, Bernsey, Lauren, me.
Okay, let's do it.
Go ahead. What you got?
I'll take the Rams.
Rams are off the board.
Rams are off the board. Give me, if you would, the Seattle Seahawks.
Had a feeling that those two would be the top 2.
Yeah. Lauren, you're up.
I'm going to go with Mitch's Denver Broncos.
Oh, my God. Wow.
From the top
There was
row.
no way she was going to pick her own team. I knew that for a fact.
Oh,
I did not expect her to pick my team, however.
The question is, will her team be there on the flip after the 4-5 selection?
It doesn't matter. I ain't picking them.
It's solid.
All right.
Mitchie Mitch for 2.
I will go with everybody's favorite, quote, underdog quote in the first round. Give me the Bills.
Okay.
And then give me the Bears. Screw it.
What?
Okay.
I'm sorry. That was such a guttural reaction.
Seriously.
So you traded the Bills and the Bears instead of the Rams.
Well, I
Wow.
thought I was going to grab the Broncos, but that didn't happen. It's okay.
Okay. Who goes now?
All right. I'm taking the Eagles.
Okay.
Worked for her last year.
If it ain't broke.
Well, they're broke, so.
All right. Get a little crazy here. Give me the Jacksonville Jaguars.
It's the crowd pleaser.
Is it?
I think so.
That would have been my pick right
Liam
there.
Cohen, Trevor Lawrence.
All right. am I
Nobody
up?
believes in us. Yes, it's you.
I
The
go 2. I go 2, right?
Last
Yeah.
2 picks that you've got.
I get the next 2. Give me the Patriots.
Okay.
And give me... Oh, boy, this one's tough. It gets really tough here.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little tough.
Give me the Patriots and give me... Oh, boy. Give me the Chargers. Give me the Chargers. So I eliminate one in the first week, but I have one that moves on.
All right.
So housekeeping real quick. We have Panthers, Packers, Niners, Houston, and Pittsburgh still available.
Okay. I will take... Oh, God, this is such... this is... You two are laughing because you know what I'm going to say. You
Just
know
do
what
it.
I'm wrestling
Just do
with.
it.
It's going to be such bad karma, but fine. I'll take the 49ers, so I guess I have 2 NFC West teams.
Woo!
Great. Yay. I'm rooting for the NFC West teams that I hate to win the Super Bowl. Also, I get a free lunch from you three.
You have
Fine.
a divisional round predicament as well. If the
Mhm.
Niners win, they will play the Seahawks in the second round, unless the Packers also win.
Thanks for bringing me even more joy on this Friday afternoon, Mitch. I appreciate
Look, it's a hard thing to do.
Mitch has showed up to just tamper everybody's expectations.
Really?
I traded out of the first pick. Come on.
I will take the Houston Texans.
Okay.
So it's either Steelers or Packers or Panthers.
Yes.
Whew.
That one's tough.
It actually is.
It's really tough.
I
'cause
can't, so I
don't
can't
think any
take
of
the
them have a
Packers
shot.
because I already have the Bears. The Steelers, I really.
Might as well
You
take
know
the
what?
Packers,
I'm gonna.
at least one moves on.
Yeah.
You
No,
guarantee one moves on.
I don't trust the Packers this time of year. And not that I trust this choice either, but I'm going to do it for the memes.
You're going to Steelers.
No, I'm taking the Panthers.
Oh, I love it.
Wow. Really?
I'm taking the Panthers.
So
I'll have no teams left when we come back in on Monday.
Okay.
And I'm really looking forward to the rest of the way. Thanks, guys.
So we should do something crazy. If the are we done?
Yeah,
we're done. That's
I was
it.
going to recap everybody's teams.
I was just gonna say we should do something crazy if the Steelers or Packers win, because then we're all idiots.
Are we though?
Yes.
Are we idiots?
Yes.
I think we're just people with morals.
We took 12 out of 14 teams, and we didn't take the Super Bowl winner. We're dummies.
I think. not
Okay,
taking
how about
those
we
two
do
teams.
something in reaction if that is the Super Bowl? But only.
No.
If one of those teams win, we buy pizza for the web department.
Oh,
all of us.
All right.
I actually like that.
The web department gets the Steelers and the Packers, and we buy 2 pies, and we feed the web department.
Look at you, Mr. Generosity on a Friday afternoon.
2 big pies.
Wow. Done.
Done.
All right, so Lauren, recap the teams if you would, please.
Yes, to recap everybody's teams, Gambo, you have the Rams, the Patriots, and the Chargers. Burnsy, you have the Seahawks, the Jags, and the 49ers. I have the Broncos, the Eagles, and the Texans. And Mitch has the Bills, the Bears, and the
I
Panthers.
think I like Lauren's team the best.
Okay.
I think I like Lauren's team the best.
How about the trade between me and Mitch? What's the trade grades for me and Mitch's trade?
Give me their 3 teams again, Lauren.
Rams, Patriots, Chargers, Bills, Bears, Panthers.
I traded 4 and 5, which Mitch ended up taking.
The Bills and the Bears for the Rams.
I traded the Bills and the Bears for the Rams. What are your trade grades right there?
I give Gambo a B+, and I give Mitch a C+.
Okay. What do you got, Lauren?
I would like to excuse myself given this trade involves the Bears.
I think the Rams.
Mitch thought he was. Mitch is kind of like, the Cardinals, right? You move down and you think you're going to get, I don't know, Cooper DeJean, and you end up with Max Melton. No, I don't know. Like, he moves down thinking he was going to get the Denver Broncos. He thought he could get the Broncos at 4, right, Mitch? You moved down.
Yeah, pretty much.
Thinking you were going to get the Broncos at 4.
Should have known better than to think that Lauren would take the Bears.
And then Lauren,
Unbelievable.
Lauren stole it. So Mitch moved down hoping to get a guy and didn't get him.
I think the Bears, it's just a really risky pick. It's a really, really risky pick. But then I think like the Patriots, man, their schedule was so light this year. They just feel kind of flimsy to me. So you're banking all of your hopes on the Rams, which is probably the best team to bank your hopes on. But I don't know. This year, this field feels wide open this year.
That's why we might have to buy pizza for the web department.
Maybe. It just seems like there are 5 or 6 teams that I don't know if I'd be shocked if they won the Super Bowl this year. Like, this is a big field year.
It really is.
This team of the
It
field,
really
that team of the field. This is a big field year. I think there's a bunch of teams that
I was looking at my rankings because I ranked them all, and then I was like, okay, 4 or 5. Like my 4 and 5 were the Jaguars 4 and the Eagles 5.
Yeah.
So I was like, do I want the Jaguars and Eagles or the Rams? So originally I was like, I'm not going to make that trade. Then screw it, I'll take the Rams. I think the Rams are the best team. I'll take the Rams.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, thank you all for participating. We will keep track of this and see who owes who lunch. When we come back, We'll give our final predictions for the games. Wildcard Weekend. We'll talk about that next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You know, for me, base and earnings right now, this is what I want. I want a guy who has head coaching experience. That's what I want.
I think you have to this
Number
time.
2, I want an offensive mind as well. And number 3, old school mentality when it comes to the game. Old school mentality. You need somebody who understands the true nature of this game. That means the blood sport on the line of scrimmage and how you win and lose football games. And if you want to allow fighting as well, that's fine.
You wouldn't be upset with that. Maybe bring the fullback into a more prominent role. Is that what
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a New Year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work, and I know because they replace my windows, and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile once again, I urge you to check out ProSmile. ProSmile is the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. And they have finance options up to 10 years. So whether you need dental implants or custom veneers, go with the ProSmile difference. You won't regret it. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620 for all the information.
Message and data rates may apply. Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 five-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight's the games that we are going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Suns basketball is on tonight. Gambo, brief two-game homestand as they take on the New York Knicks. They got the Washington Wizards on Sunday, then it's right back out on the road next week for a 6-game East Coast road swing.
Yeah, that'll be a tough road swing, and the Knicks not playing well. We talked about it earlier. Really struggling, 5-6 in their last 11. Had lost 4 straight. Beat the Clippers 2 nights ago. Struggling defensively. Really having a hard time. Their last 10 games, their defense has just been atrocious.
Peach Bowl is coming up tonight. The winner of Indiana-Oregon will take on Miami in the national championship game, which I believe is a week from Monday.
Yeah, this is a rematch of a game that was early in the season in Eugene, Oregon, in which Indiana beat the Ducks, and now they're playing again. Oregon really decimated by injuries, especially to their running game. Their leading touchdown guy, 15 touchdowns, he is out for the game. Their leading rusher is going to start as a backup because he's been injured, so they've got a lot of problems in their running game right now.
And the DraftKings Sportsbook out here at TPC Scottsdale has filled in quite nicely. There is a big crowd out here. Some of them wearing Hoosier stuff, some of them wearing Duck stuff. All of them watching college football. I imagine they'll flip some of the TVs over to the Suns game as well. Good atmosphere out here. A lot of fun. If you're looking for a place to hang to watch the games, come on out to the DraftKings Sportsbook TPC of Scottsdale. If not tonight, certainly all weekend with the NFL playoffs as well. It's going to be a busy, busy place. Food is great. Bars. Pick 6 for Indiana. Go up 6-0.
Can't trust. I'm telling you. Dante Moore.
Pick 6. 11 seconds into the game.
Wow.
And Indiana's already up 6-0.
That's the first play of the game.
Oh, my God.
That is the first play of the game. Dante Moore throws a pick 6, and Indiana's up 6-0, about to kick the extra point. Wow.
Maybe he will be there for the Cardinals at number 3 if they want him to be. Or maybe he goes back to school.
He's had 4 games of under 200 yards passing. He wasn't even good in the last game against Texas Tech. He didn't throw a touchdown pass. Indiana beat the hell out of bad. This Indiana team they just look unstoppable.
Was that ball tipped? I couldn't tell.
They didn't show the replay. I didn't see it. I just saw a guy running in the end zone after the first
yeah,
pass. They'll show it here.
I looked over at the last second, and I just saw the Indiana guy had it. I didn't know how it happened.
Defensive back Pons from Indiana picked that thing off. Let's see, first play of the game. Yeah, guys just doing a little out pattern. It's just a 5-yard out pattern. I think Pons jumps the route.
I think so, too.
He just jumped it. He jumped the terrible throw.
Wasn't tipped.
Terrible throw by Moore. Pons jumped it, ran into the end zone untouched.
Okay.
Wow.
That's what's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch this evening, in addition to a variety of NBA and NHL action as well. But Suns basketball is coming up here in about 10 minutes. Mitch is going to step in for Here Come the Suns, and then we'll see what happens with the Suns and the Knicks tonight. We'll see when they get Jalen Green back, maybe sometime soon. Hopefully, we'll see. In the meantime, we just got done picking our NFL teams for the Super Bowl. Our picks for this weekend. And there's a little bit of variation on a couple of games between you and I.
Yeah.
Namely in the 49ers-Eagles and in the Chargers-Patriots.
I'm taking the Chargers over the Patriots. Okay. And I'm going to trust Justin Herbert a little bit right there. The Patriots, they've had one of the easiest schedules in the NFL since like the 70s. Like it's been, I just think that the Patriots have not played a great schedule. And I think the Chargers are a good football team. I'll take the Chargers. I know it's going to be, you got a warm weather team going to a cold weather team, so that's always a big difference right there. And then the other game is I like the Eagles at home, and I know they haven't been great, and they've had a lot of problems, and Barkley hasn't gone going, but if they get Barkley going, they should be able to take care of the 49ers. This is really a, the strength of the 49ers, their offense, the Philly defense, the run games, that's going to be a big factor in this one.
We both have the Bears. We both have the Rams. We both have the who else am I forgetting?
Yeah, the Rams really benefited from Seattle beating San Francisco. Then all the Rams had to do was beat the Cardinals, and they ended up, they were going to play. And we didn't know at that time if it was going to be Carolina or Tampa. It depended on that Atlanta-New Orleans game in which the Falcons won. So even though the Panthers lost to the Bucs, the Panthers end up winning the NFC South, and the Rams get to go that route instead of having to go to Philadelphia and play the Eagles.
We both have the Jags in the Bills. I think that's the toughest game of the weekend to pick. I think that one's.
Yeah, I was just surprised. I thought you would take the Bills.
Yeah, no, I don't want to say I'm a big believer in the Jags. I think that The Jags have a lot going for them with how they're playing right now, and I think the Bills have their fair share of question marks, and I just don't know if Josh Allen can just keep putting on the cape every single weekend. The Jags have a hell of a resume. They've beaten a bunch of playoff teams this year. Trevor Lawrence has played at a very, very high level. Their run defense has been I think they have a lot going for them. I'm going with the 49ers only because I probably shouldn't, but I'm going with them because I think the Eagles are just a mess. And even though their defense is fantastic, and even though it's going to be cold, I think that the 49ers, it's just a great coaching matchup. And I think they're going to be able to respond to how they got shut down last week by Seattle. And then I'm going with the Patriots. I hear everything you're saying about the Chargers. I just think Justin Herbert has been a target practice back there behind that offensive line. And not that the Patriots have a great pass rush, but I think him and the elements and the weather, I think there's just too much in favor of the Patriots on this one. I like them to win that game. Not that it matters because we're going to be on the air Monday. Texans, Steelers?
I don't love the Texans, but their defense is really, really great. Steelers probably shouldn't even be in the playoffs if the kid makes the field goal. I'll take the Texans. I don't love their offense and C.J. Stroud this year. I think it's a hard game to pick against Aaron Rodgers, but I'll go with the team with the better defense.
I'm going with the Texans too because they've got the better defense, and I don't. It's actually not that hard for me to pick against Aaron Rodgers. I think
he played well in that game against the Ravens.
He did, and he gets DK Metcalf back for the game. But I think that defense is just, they're a bunch of ballers, and I think will